Vhumad God Chapter 2058 to Chapter 2141. At this moment, Lu Fei was quite powerful. His black hair fluttered in the wind, his eyes were sharp, and the silver spear in his hand was emitting a dazzling light. In the next moment, he stared at the Herculean king and said coldly, "Next, I'm going to go all out. Whether you can withstand it or not will depend on your luck." On the other side, the Herculean king also frowned because his opponent's aura was enough to pose a threat to him. In the next moment, he shouted coldly and circulated the spiritual power in his body. Then, his body expanded again. Blue patterns appeared on his body, looking very mysterious. Not only that, these patterns formed a pattern of a wolf's head on his shoulder. It was abnormally terrifying. His aura also skyrocketed. That was the heavenly wolf constitution. Seeing this scene in the sky, the imperial family's elder's pupils shrank as he cried out in surprise. The young geniuses and princes below were also shocked. Heavenly wolf constitution. He actually had the heavenly wolf constitution. No wonder he was so powerful. Everyone was shocked because previously, they thought that the Herculean king was powerful because of the savage tactics that had been passed down since ancient times. However, it seemed that it was not only that. Not only did he master an ancient cultivation technique, but he also had a unique bloodline constitution. What was the heavenly wolf constitution? Lin Xian asked with a slight frown. Duan Qingqing was surprised, but she quickly explained in a soft voice. The heavenly wolf constitution was a special bloodline constitution that was very powerful. It was even more powerful than the back of earth constitution. It was even more powerful than the thick earth constitution. Hearing this, Lin Xian was shocked. He had seen the thick earth constitution, which had shocked everyone at the sword conference on Mount Hua. That was because it was said to have an extremely strong defense. He did not expect the heavenly wolf constitution to be stronger than the back of earth constitution, which was shocking. It was no wonder that the Herculean king was so terrifying and had such a powerful bloodline. At the front, Lu Fei also frowned. He did not expect the Herculean king to have the heavenly wolf constitution. No wonder he was so powerful. The Herculean king laughed. "Kid, I have to say, you should be proud that you made me use the heavenly wolf constitution, but now, the battle is over." "Humph, it's up to me whether it's over or not," Lu Fei snorted when he heard this. Then, he clenched the silver spear in his hand and attacked quickly. Boom, with a thrust of the spear, the world shook violently. The king's domain behind him instantly expanded and enveloped the entire space. Spiritual energy surged as the long spear turned into a torrent. Endless killing intent soared into the sky, as if it wanted to suppress the power king alive. The Herculean king also roared. His voice was like a clap of thunder, shaking the void. Then, he threw out a punch. Above the fist, a blue aura spread out and turned into a ferocious wolf head that appeared between heaven and earth. A terrifying aura rushed out of the sky, tearing the world apart. At this moment, the Herculean king seemed to have transformed into a heavenly wolf. The Herculean king's heavenly wolf bloodline was so powerful. In the sky, the first elder of the royal family was shocked. He frowned as he looked at the heavenly wolf's cry. He knew that the silhouette of the heavenly wolf was stimulated from the bloodline of the Herculean king. It was the power of the bloodline, incomparably terrifying. It was likely that Lu Fei would not be able to win this battle. That was indeed the case. The moment the heavenly wolf's shadow appeared, it tore through the void and slammed onto the silver spear. Instantly, the long spear was sent flying. Not only that, the heavenly wolf's claw slammed onto Lu Fei's body and sent him flying. Lu Fei spat out blood and flew backward. His face was extremely pale. This time, he was severely injured. "Humph, I've said it before. You're no match for me." The Herculean king retracted his fist and snorted coldly. On the other hand, Lu Fei gritted his teeth and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. He grabbed the silver spear beside him and wanted to attack again. However, at this moment, the eighth prince stood up and said loudly, "Lu Fei, that's enough. Come back." The eighth prince had no choice but to attack. If he let Lu Fei continue to fight, he would most likely suffer more serious injuries. If he could not recover by then, his losses would be even greater. After all, there would be a second round of competition. At that time, he would snatch it back. After all, a trump card was not a fatal difference. Hearing the eighth prince's words, Lu Fei nodded heavily. Then, he turned around and left the battlefield. This was a clash between the first prince and the eighth prince, and the first prince won. The first prince was naturally satisfied. Originally, he had 2 generals under him. One was the Herculean king, and the other was Bai Zijing. One of them was unparalleled, while the other had terrifying swordsmanship. Now, although Bai Zijing had sealed his sword and did not attack. However, the Herculean king was extremely powerful, until now, he had not lost. Moreover, he had invited the geniuses of the battle group. This time, he would definitely be able to suppress the eighth prince and the third prince. On the other hand, the eighth prince's expression was solemn. That was because the Herculean king was too terrifying. However, when Lu Fei returned, the eighth prince asked Lu Fei to quickly sit down and recover. Moreover, he asked his subordinates to give him many rare treasures. They were all precious herbs from the imperial palace. The recovery effect was amazing. Lu Fei did not stand on ceremony. He sat down cross-legged and swallowed a pill to recover. On the side, Lin Xian did not speak. However, his eyes were shining. At this moment, he was recalling the previous battle in his mind. He had to admit that the Herculean king's defensive power had surprised him. Especially the serious constitution and the barbarian king technique. Both of them were extremely powerful. He was comparing whether his great dragon sword soul could break through the Herculean king's defense. If he did not take the path of physical attacks and took the other path of soul attacks, what would the effect be? One had to know that his heavenly secret divine eyes was extremely terrifying. Although he could not use it at full strength, it was easy for him to use soul illusions and soul attacks with his soul power. Therefore, although the Herculean king was powerful, Lin Xian instantly formulated 2 ways to deal with him. Next, the battle continued. Every battle was thrilling. However, at this moment, the crowd cried out in alarm again. That was because they discovered that it was going to be another earth-shattering battle. Beside the first prince, the Golden Lion King from the war tribe stood up again. He was like a sun war god, walking in the void. Every step he took brought along a powerful force and light that filled the sky. His opponent was also not simple. It was the third prince's side, Fist Tyrant, who was famous for his fist techniques. Fist Tyrant was a handsome man. He had short hair and a red string tied around his head. He wore short sleeves, revealing his muscular arms. On his palms, he wore 2 red gloves that were covered with runes. These were 2 top-notch treasured tools. Together with his violent fist techniques, they could destroy everything. The crowd went crazy because these 2 were peerless geniuses. They could not imagine what kind of intense battle would occur between the 2 of them. Humph, when the first prince saw this, a smile tugged at the corner of his lips. He knew that he had won again this time. He was very confident in the Golden Lion King. On the other hand, the third prince's face was gloomy. He was still gloating because the eighth prince had lost a great general. He did not expect that it would be his turn in the blink of an eye. To be honest, although Quan Ba was very powerful, the Golden Lion King was too terrifying. Up until now, no one knew exactly what kind of strength he had. Because he only used 1 punch in every battle. A simple punch was enough to defeat the enemy. As for his true strength, no one knew. The eighth prince's side also showed interest. This Golden Lion King was not simple. Until now, no one knew how powerful he was. However, it was estimated that Quan Ba would be able to force him to use 80% of his strength. The other princes and skyprides were also discussing. In their opinion, this would definitely be a fierce battle. Perhaps they could use this battle to see the Golden Lion King's true strength. Humph, Quan Ba also snorted and came to the battlefield. He did not say anything and directly started the battle. Boom, with a punch, a red light soared into the sky and mysterious runes appeared around it. This punch carried an indescribable might. It was like the fist of a deity as it blasted out at high speed. It was as if everything in the world had to submit to this punch. This was the Tyrant Fist, the surrounding skyprides exclaimed. They did not expect Quan Ba to be so decisive and use his ultimate move in an instant. The Tyrant Fist was an extremely terrifying fist technique. It was rumored that once it was used, it would sweep across all directions. Boom, on the other side, the Golden Lion King also made his move. He was expressionless and wore a golden armor. He looked like a golden god of war as he also threw out a punch. In an instant, a golden light flickered and a violent shockwave appeared in the sky. It was like a golden sun streaking across the sky. It flew across the sky and collided, causing the entire sky to be torn apart. In the next moment, the two fists collided and an intense collision occurred. The light that filled the sky was so dazzling that no one could open their eyes. After the collision, the two retracted their fists. At this moment, Quan Ba snorted. What war tribe? What Golden Lion King? In my opinion, you are just SOSO. Today, I will suppress you, is that so? On the other side, the Golden Lion King sneered. His fist changed again. At this moment, the golden battle armor on his body shone brightly as streams of golden chi rushed out from his body. They circled around him. Not only that, but mysterious runes also appeared in the surroundings, floating in the sky. Even in the void, an ancient voice rang out. It was extremely mysterious, like the sigh of a Buddha god. What kind of divine ability was this? It was actually so terrifying. Feeling this terrifying aura, everyone felt their scalps go numb. At this moment, even the first saber, the Herculean King, was frowning. That was because at this moment, the aura emitted by the Golden Lion King was simply too powerful. It caused them to feel fear and trepidation. Lin Xian also frowned. He couldn't help but admit that this Golden Lion King was really strong. Furthermore, the golden aura that surrounded him was even more hair-raising. However, in the next moment, the great dragon sword soul in his body circulated and neutralized this terrifying aura. However, the others were not so lucky. Those who were stronger frowned, while those who were weaker directly circulated their spiritual energy to support the defense of their battle armor to resist. Was this someone from the war tribe? It was too terrifying. Damn it, why do I feel like I'm facing a peerless expert? Exclamations could be heard one after another. Fist Tyrant in front also frowned. Similarly, he felt a terrifying threat. In the next moment, he roared angrily, and a red wave of air burst out from his body. The king's domain floated up and surrounded his body. At the same time, the red gloves on his hands also emitted streaks of fiery light, as if they were divine flames. Not only that, but Fist Tyrant's eyes were emitting a blazing light. To be honest, although the other party's aura was terrifying, he was too excited at this moment. That was because he had never met such a powerful opponent. He was also a genius. Now that he met such a person, he was naturally excited and wanted to go all out. Boom, in the next moment, he quickly waved his fist, and fist shadows that filled the sky turned into streams of light, flickering out. Tyrant Fist, Tyrant Massacre. That terrifying fist emitted an aura that could sweep through all directions, as well as a shocking killing intent. On the opposite side, the Golden Lion King still sent out a palm strike. Strange runes flickered on the golden palm, and the golden aura around him also surged. It was like the hand of a Buddha, bringing with it a terrifying power. Lai Kong, a cold voice came from the Golden Lion King's mouth. Sure enough, with his palm strike, the entire space was split into two, and an incomparably terrifying crack appeared. It spread forward. Crack, crack. Crack, the fist shadows that filled the sky, the terrifying aura, and the domineering aura were instantly torn apart by the crack. What? It was resolved so easily. Fist Tyrant's pupils shrank in disbelief. Wasn't the other party a little too powerful? The surrounding people also exclaimed. This Golden Lion King was too heaven-defying. It could even resolve Tyrant's killing moves so easily, the first prince sneered. Humph. The power of the war tribe is not something you can imagine. On the other side, the third prince frowned. From the looks of it, it was impossible for Fist Tyrant to win. However, he did not know how much strength he could make the Golden Lion King use. He estimated that it should be around 80%. If that was the case, only the first saber in his hand would be able to contend against the other party. It's useless. Stop struggling. You are not my match at all. In front, the Golden Lion King looked at his opponent and said coldly. You underestimate me too much. Fist Tyrant only snorted coldly. How could he admit defeat so easily? In the next moment, his fist trembled, and flames filled the sky, forming two horrifying tornadoes that swept in all directions. Tyrant fist, heaven blazing mad dance, the two fist shadows turned into two flaming tornadoes that swept out. Everywhere they passed, countless black holes appeared in the space. You overestimate yourself, the Golden Lion King sneered. In the next moment, his eyes suddenly emitted a golden light. It was like a golden sword that pierced through the void. The golden aura around him started to surge. Then, it condensed into the image of a golden lion behind him. Boom, golden kill, another fist was sent out. The roar of a lion resounded in the world, shaking the void. Then, that horrifying fist turned into a golden lion and pounced over. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed everything within 10,000 miles. This scene was simply too terrifying. The entire sky dimmed in an instant as if it had been devoured. Everyone felt the threat of impending death. Some of the weaker ones felt their scalps go numb, and they even had the urge to run away. But fortunately, this move was not aimed at them. In the next moment, the sky regained its clarity, and the huge golden lion closed its bloody mouth. However, soon, everyone was stunned. They realized that Fist Tyrant had disappeared. Where was he? Damn it, he couldn't have been eaten by the golden lion, right? Exclamations could be heard, and everyone's faces turned pale. The more they thought about it, the more likely it was. Fist Tyrant had really been eaten by the golden lion, damn it. Seeing this scene, the third prince could no longer remain calm. Fist Tyrant was his right-hand man, and he still had to rely on him to obtain the final victory. However, he didn't expect that the Golden Lion King would actually use such a strange ability to swallow the Fist Tyrant. This really surprised him. Boom, boom. Boom, in the sky, the huge golden lion's shadow sat cross-legged like a Buddha. However, at this moment, a deafening sound came from its body, and then its body began to change shape. It was as if someone was fiercely attacking it. Along with this attack, the void also trembled. The crowd exclaimed. Fist Tyrant was resisting, Fist Tyrant was resisting. After Fist Tyrant was swallowed by the golden lion, his entire body was in a state of chaotic nothingness. He was surrounded by violent flame auras that attacked him. However, as a peerless genius, his strength was not to be underestimated. Therefore, in an instant, he used his king's domain to resist the murderous aura that filled the sky. At the same time, he would use his terrifying fists to attack in all directions, trying to break the golden cage. Boom. Boom, 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, the terrifying fists bombarded the void, causing huge turbulence. However, the golden lion was not simple either. After such a long time it had not been shattered. However, it was only an illusion after all, condensed by the Golden Lion King with its own spiritual power. Therefore, it did not last long before the golden lion's shadow was shattered, and a pitch-black hole appeared. It was broken, it was coming out. In the distance, the other princes exclaimed when they saw the scene. As expected, Fist Tyrant would not lose so quickly. As for the Golden Lion King, it also narrowed its eyes. To be honest, the other party's strength had also exceeded his expectations. However, he snorted coldly and stretched out his hands, forming a strange seal. Seal of the Lion. As soon as the mark appeared, a Sanskrit sound rang out between heaven and earth, as if a god was sighing. Then, the huge golden lion in the sky also changed rapidly. It transformed into a huge golden hand. Then, it pressed down fiercely. Boom, this attack was simply too terrifying. It was as if the entire sky was about to collapse. Fist Tyrant had just rushed out of the golden lion's body when he was greeted by this terrifying palm. He was not prepared at all, so he was knocked over in an instant. Boom, the heavens and earth trembled as countless cracks appeared on the ground. Fortunately, this was a unique small space. Otherwise, this palm strike would have destroyed the entire palace outside. Feeling the power of this attack, everyone felt their scalps tingle as they started to worry for Fist Tyrant. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. This attack was too violent. He was afraid that Fist Tyrant would not be able to block it. His guess was right. As expected, Fist Tyrant did not manage to block it and was severely injured by this attack. Alright, you've won this battle. When the third prince saw this scene, he also stood up abruptly. He quickly asked his subordinates to carry Fist Tyrant back. Fist Tyrant was his capable general. He would not allow anything to happen to him. Then, he also asked his subordinates to take out many natural treasures to treat Fist Tyrant's injuries. On the other side, the first prince chuckled as he welcomed the Golden Lion King back. When the other princes saw this scene, their faces turned pale. They had already decided that no matter who it was in the future, they would have to admit defeat when they met the Golden Lion King. Otherwise, the price would be too great. The eighth prince frowned even more. He whispered to the kings beside him, "How confident are you in defeating him?" Hearing this, Lu Fei, Duan Qingqing, and the others were stunned. Then, they shook their heads and smiled bitterly. If it was before, they still had some confidence. But now, after seeing the Golden Lion King in action, they realized that it was really hard to resist. They were all kings, similar to Fist Tyrant. But now that Fist Tyrant had suffered a crushing defeat, they might not be able to defeat the Golden Lion King. Therefore, these people shook their heads and smiled bitterly. When he saw this scene, the eighth prince sighed. He knew that none of his subordinates could contend against the Golden Lion King. Therefore, he decided that if his men encountered the Golden Lion King, they would also give up. In fact, they would even surround and attack the Golden Lion King in the second round. However, at this moment, Lin Xian said in a deep voice, "I think that if I encounter him, it should be a 50-50 chance." What? Hearing this, Lu Fei, Duan Qingqing, and the others were stunned. Even the eighth prince was stunned. The surrounding people all had strange expressions on their faces. What did he say? 50-50 chance of encountering the Golden Lion King? What a joke! Everyone was in disbelief. Although Lin Xian was very strong, the Golden Lion King was even more terrifying. They even suspected that the Golden Lion King had the battle strength of a supreme expert. However, the eighth prince was ecstatic. He lowered his voice and asked, "Brother Lin, are you sure you can fight him to a draw, more or less, but I don't know how much strength he is hiding." Hearing this, the eighth prince sucked in a breath of cold air. Lu Fei, Duan Qingqing, and the others also looked at Lin Xian with strange expressions. What's going on? Could it be that the Golden Lion King is still hiding his strength? Heavens, hiding his strength? How heaven-defying is he? Moreover, even if you know that he's so heaven-defying, you still dare to say that it's a 50-50 chance. Are you sure you're not joking? Even the eighth prince was shocked. Therefore, he did not place all his hopes on Lin Xian. He even started to plan how to surround and kill the Golden Lion King in the second round. On the other side, the third prince gritted his teeth and asked, "First Blade, if you were to face him, how confident are you?" First Blade took a deep breath, his gaze was incomparably solemn. He said in a deep voice, "If this is his full strength, I have about 30-40% confidence. If he's still hiding his strength, then it's hard to say. Then it's only 10-20%. This person is too terrifying." Hearing this, the third prince's face was incomparably ugly. He gritted his teeth. War Clan, he knew that the first prince would not be able to invite the War Clan. It must be the first prince's mother, the Empress. She must have spent a lot of effort to invite the War Clan. This first prince was really lucky. Then, the competition continued. However, there was a change in the situation. The first prince was no longer the eighth prince, but the first prince. The eighth prince and the third prince were tied for second place. On the eighth prince's side, Duan Qingqing had also entered the arena. He had defeated the ninth prince's expert, Gao Jichao, but lost to First Blade. Therefore, the third prince and the eighth prince were temporarily tied for second place. The eighth prince's side was ranked third. Ha 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 ha, it's my turn again. On the first prince's side, the Herculean King smiled again. He was like a king of beasts as he entered the arena. Seeing this scene, the corners of everyone's mouth twitched. Everyone had seen how terrifying the Herculean King was. Even the Silver Dragon Spear King, Lu Fei, could not break his defense. One could imagine how powerful the Herculean King was. Most of the people present would not dare to say that they could defeat the Herculean King. Therefore, at this moment, when the Herculean King entered the arena, everyone's face turned pale, afraid that they would be his opponent. Let's see who it is this time. The Herculean king crossed his arms and stood in the arena with a cold smile on his face. At this moment, Lin Xian frowned. In the next moment, he stood up. What? It's him. When the crowd saw that it was Lin Xian who had stood up, they were all stunned before they exclaimed in surprise. They had seen how powerful Lin Xian was. Now, he was basically the #1 swordsman among the younger generation in the Taiyu dynasty. In addition, he had defeated the genius of the Dian Holy Land, so Lin Xian's combat strength was terrifying. Now, Lin Xian was going to fight the Herculean king. One of them was outstanding in construction, the other had unparalleled defense. Who would win in this battle? Boy, it's you. The Herculean king was stunned when he saw that his opponent was Lin Xian. But then, he grinned. Although he knew that Lin Xian was powerful, he was not afraid. Because his defense was unparalleled. Judging from the battles displayed by these people, other than the Golden Lion King who was in the same team as him, no one else could pose a threat to him. Even top geniuses like Lin Xian and First Blade were unable to break through his defense. Therefore, he was not afraid of Lin Xian. Instead, he was very excited. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as well and frowned slightly. His opponent's defense was indeed strong, but he had already thought of 2 ways to deal with him. Therefore, he was not afraid. In the next moment, he took a step forward and arrived at the battlefield below. Brat, show me what you've got, I won't dodge. The Herculean king was very domineering. Is that so? Since that's the case, I won't hold back. Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. In the next moment, he formed a seal with both hands and shouted coldly. 5 thunderclaps. Suddenly, in the sky above, the clouds rolled and turned into black thunderclouds, colliding with each other. Suddenly, the 5-colored heavenly lightning descended from the sky and turned into 5-colored dragons. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they struck down. Boom boom boom, an extremely violent aura erupted, and countless black holes appeared in the void. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions. What? It's actually a lightning tribulation. It's not a lightning tribulation, but a divine ability. Damn it, this brat said that he had mastered the power of lightning. It's so terrifying, damn it, even an almighty might not be able to withstand such a lightning attack. Discussions broke out one after another. Everyone looked at Lin Xian with strange looks. They were all guessing what method Lin Xian would use to deal with the Herculean king. However, they did not expect that he would summon a thundercloud and strike down a terrifying energy that was similar to a lightning tribulation. In front of them, lightning descended and a sea of lightning spread out. The terrifying energy impact made their hearts tremble. When the thundercloud disappeared, the Herculean king's figure also appeared. Damn brat, you're courting death, the Herculean king gritted his teeth. Although the thundercloud did not cause fatal damage to him. However, his body was also charred black by the lightning strikes. In particular, his hair was standing on end, making him look very miserable. Seeing this scene, the corners of everyone's mouth twitched, and they had strange looks on their faces. The Herculean king's face was gloomy. Lin Xian laughed coldly. What? You were the one who asked me to attack. Could it be that you can't withstand such an attack? Hearing this, the Herculean king was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He did say that he should let his opponent go all out. He would not dodge at all. However, he did not expect his opponent to be so cunning. Although the lightning did not hurt him, the negative impact was too great. His miserable appearance at this moment made the surrounding people laugh. Humph, savage art. Support original copy, support subscription. The Herculean king was furious. He decided to quickly get rid of the brat in front of him. Therefore, in the next moment, he used the ancient divine ability, savage art. An unusually violent power surged out of his body. Then, he waved his fist. The void trembled. This fist seemed to have turned into a wild beast and blasted forward. That terrifying aura pressured everyone to the point that they could not breathe. Then I'll play with you. Lin Xian roared, and a terrifying aura surged out of his body. He was like a demon king, making people unable to look at him directly. A destructive aura surged towards his fist. Then, he turned into a black dragon shadow and rushed out quickly. Apocalyptic black dragon fist. with a punch it could destroy the world. Suddenly, countless thunderous sounds echoed in the sky again. The surrounding wind blew and thunder flashed. The two of them exchanged blows, and they were evenly matched. The terrifying power caused the void to explode completely. What, is this brat crazy? He dares to compete with the Herculean king in fist techniques. Does he want to die? Idiot, this brat's brain is flooded with water. He gave up his advantage in sword techniques and competed with the Herculean king in fist techniques. This time, he used his weakness to fight the Herculean king's strength. Yes, other than unparalleled defense, the Herculean king's fist techniques were even more terrifying. Perhaps only the Golden Lion King and Fist Tyrant could compete with the Herculean king in fist techniques. The others could not compete with him at all. That was right. Currently, only the Golden Lion King, the Herculean king, and Fist Tyrant could display shocking power in fist techniques. Other than them, it was impossible for the others to defeat the three of them with fist techniques. But now, Lin Xian, who was known as the #1 swordsman, gave up on sword techniques and competed with the Herculean king in fist techniques. That was really surprising. What an idiot, the first prince sneered. The eighth prince frowned. They were originally worried whether Lin Xian could break through the Herculean king's defense. But now, Lin Xian did not use sword techniques at all. Instead, he used his fist to fight with the Herculean king. Wasn't that hitting a rock with an egg? However, after the violent energy in front of them dissipated, everyone was stunned. This was because they discovered that the two of them were actually evenly matched in strength. But how was that possible? Their minds went blank, and they could not believe it. That was the Herculean king, who was known for his strength. It could be said that his punch could shatter mountains and rivers. However, Lin Xian had actually blocked it. What kind of fist technique did he use? Everyone was stunned. The eighth prince was stunned, while the first prince's face was gloomy. The Herculean king frowned. To be honest, when he saw Lin Xian competing with him in fist techniques, he felt disdain. He knew that Lin Xian was powerful, but Lin Xian was powerful in sword techniques. He was confident in his fist techniques. Therefore, in his opinion, his fist could even shatter Lin Xian's arm. However, when he came into contact with Lin Xian, he realized that he was wrong. And it was a big mistake. Lin Xian's fist carried an extremely violent aura. It was like a raging dragon that could tear apart heaven and earth. Even if he was powerful and used the savage art, he could only fight to a draw with Lin Xian. Damn it, what kind of fist technique is that? The Herculean king's face was gloomy. He did not know that Lin Xian was using the Black Dragon Fist of Destruction. Moreover, it was the Black Dragon Fist of Destruction that had reached the greater success stage. When the fist technique was used, the aura of destruction filled the sky. Just like that, Lin Xian blocked the Herculean king's fist technique. Damn it, I don't believe it, savage art, birth of the savage dragon, the Herculean king roared. The aura on his body suddenly increased, emitting a savage aura. It was as if an ancient war god had awakened. His fist technique was wide open and intertwined with each other. It was as if a savage dragon was born, sweeping across all directions. Humph, raging dragon 4 heavens. Lin Xian also used the killing move of the Black Dragon Fist. Instantly, the violent aura that filled the sky turned into 2 black dragon claws. They intertwined with each other and tore apart heaven and earth. Boom! Boom! This collision caused an intense explosion of energy. The Herculean king was not afraid. He had the sky wolf physique and was not afraid of such a storm. As for Lin Xian, he raised his hand and blew out the ice protection. A huge ice goddess protected him firmly. It blew away all the violent energy in the surroundings. He withstood it. He actually withstood it again. Heavens, how did he do it? Everyone was stunned. Originally, they thought that Lin Xian would use his super high-level sword art to fight the Herculean king to a standstill. As for whether or not they could break through the defense, that would depend on luck. But now, Lin Xian did not use a sword art at all. He directly used a fist art to fight with the Herculean king. Furthermore, Lin Xian's powerful defense made everyone's scalp go numb. Lin Xian used the world-destroying Black Dragon Fist to fight with the Herculean king, causing the sky to fall and the earth to rend. Everyone was extremely shocked. The Herculean king gritted his teeth. He did not expect his opponent to be able to fight him in close combat. It really shocked him. The next moment, he roared. The wild power in his body increased once again, directly destroying the world and shattering all of Lin Xian's fist techniques. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed when he felt the other party's powerful fist technique. He executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and quickly pulled away. Whoosh! Seeing this scene, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, the Herculean king was still stronger. If Lin Xian was suppressing the Herculean king in this situation, they would go crazy. One had to know that the Herculean king was known to be unparalleled in close combat. Seeing that Lin Xian had been forced back, the Herculean king snorted coldly. "Kid, draw your sword. You're not my match in close combat. If you continue fighting, you won't have any chance of winning." "Alright, as you wish." Lin Xian nodded. He had already tested that the Herculean king was indeed strong in close combat. His current world-destroying Black Dragon fist could not win against the Herculean king. Therefore, he prepared a sword. In the next moment, he clenched his fist and a black demonic sword appeared from the void, emitting a cold murderous aura. Then, Lin Xian's aura changed. It changed from violent to sharp sword chi, shooting straight to the sky. The terrifying aura directly pierced through the surrounding void. The great dragon sword soul in his body also started to circulate crazily. Buzz! In an instant, the weapons of the sky prides in the distance started to tremble rapidly, as if they were about to leave their bodies. How could this be? What a terrifying sword intent! Was this the power of the number one swordsman? Many people held on to their weapons tightly to prevent them from flying out. Xianxia also frowned because he realized that the sword at his waist had also started to tremble slightly. Buzz! In the next moment, he stretched out a strong hand and slowly placed it on the hilt of his sword. Instantly, his sword quieted down again. However, his expression was extremely solemn. Among those who had weapons, the only one who was not affected was First Blade. The treasured saber in his hand was unusually quiet and emitted a cold light. However, he was not as calm as he looked on the surface. That was because the moment Lin Xian drew his sword, he had also circulated his inner force to suppress the treasured saber in his hand. Otherwise, his treasured saber would also be affected. This guy was indeed not simple. First Blade's gaze was piercingly cold as he stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was a powerful enemy who posed a great threat to him. Moreover, he had a premonition that there would be a battle between the two of them. "Let me see just how strong you can be." "Alright." First Blade took a deep breath and looked at the battlefield in front of him. Through the battle with the Herculean king, he could clearly analyze how powerful Lin Xian's combat strength was. Even the Herculean king's expression changed when he sensed the strong sword intent emitted from Lin Xian's body. The smile on his face disappeared and was replaced by a solemn look. That was because he realized that his opponent's sword chi was really powerful. That aura made him feel cold all over. In the next moment, he snorted coldly. Blue lines quickly condensed on his body and formed the celestial wolf physique. Were the two of them going all out? Everyone held their breaths when they saw that scene. At that moment, Lin Xian clenched his right hand and extended his left hand. He even extended 3 fingers. "I can defeat you in 3 moves." "What?" Hearing that, everyone went crazy as if they could not believe their ears. What is he saying? He wants to defeat the Herculean king in 3 moves? Is he kidding me? Yes, although he's the number one swordsman with unparalleled combat strength, the Herculean king is not simple either. The celestial wolf physique was extremely powerful. Until now, no one had been able to break his defense. How can such a person be defeated in 3 moves? He probably won't be defeated in 300 moves. I dare say that this kid must be bragging. Just you wait, he'll be slapped in the face soon. Discussions broke out one after another. The 8th prince's side was also stunned. Beside him, Lu Fei, Duan Qingqing, and the others' mouths twitched slightly. To be honest, they could not understand Lin Xian anymore. The 8th prince could not understand either, so he could only smile bitterly and wait quietly for the result. On the other hand, the 1st prince sneered disdainfully. This kid is really an idiot. He doesn't know how terrifying the Herculean king is. The Herculean king also sneered. I have to say, you're really arrogant. You want to defeat me in 3 moves? Let me tell you, you can't break my defense in 300 moves. To be honest, he was very unhappy. He was known for his unparalleled defense, but his opponent wanted to break through his defense in 3 moves. Injure him? Was that a joke? Lin Xian revealed a confident smile and said coldly. You'll know soon enough whether I'm being arrogant or not. In the next moment, the sword intent on his body erupted again. It was as if countless swords of the gods were soaring into the sky. That terrifying sword Dao aura made everyone tremble. Boom. Boom, boom. Lin Xian's aura continued to rise as if he was a sword god. At this moment, even the Golden Lion King was frowning. He could feel the terrifying aura emitted from Lin Xian's body. Even he felt threatened. The first sword, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xian's figure had already disappeared. He turned into a flash of light and rushed over quickly with the demonic sword. The heavenly dragon's 8 steps displayed extreme speed, causing Lin Xian's sword light to be extremely fast. So fast, sure enough, when everyone saw this scene, their pupils shrank and they all exclaimed. Many people even stood up with their hands trembling. That was because they could not see Lin Xian's trajectory at all. Clang, the Herculean king's pupils also shrank and his face became extremely shocked. In the next moment, he took a defensive stance. Just as he finished this action, he felt a huge force fiercely hit his body. Clang, an earth-shattering sound was heard as countless cracks appeared in the void. A huge force crashed into his body and sent him flying. Bang! 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 The Herculean king blocked with both hands, but he kept retreating. Wherever he passed, the ground was mercilessly cracked. It was as if there was an earthquake. Lin Xian returned to his original position once again. The sharp aura on his body quickly surrounded him. The prodigies and princes in the distance were all crazy. Even the imperial family elders in the sky were shocked. To be honest, the speed that Lin Xian displayed was too shocking. At that moment, their minds went blank. In the next moment, they came back to their senses and hurriedly looked over. They wanted to see if the Herculean king was injured. Soon, they breathed a sigh of relief. This was because they discovered that the Herculean king had been knocked back more than 1,000 meters, leaving countless deep pits in the ground. However, there were no injuries on his body. Was this the Sky Wolf physique? This is too perverted. Such a powerful sword light had split the sky apart, yet it was unable to harm the Force King at all. This Herculean king was simply the nightmare of all attack-type martial artists, that Lin Xian definitely had the qualifications to be the #1 swordsman, but he just so happened to encounter the Herculean king, who had such an abnormal defense. He reckoned that this time, he would lose. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. His opponent was not injured and was only pushed back. This was indeed beyond his expectations. It seemed that the defense of this Sky Wolf physique was really strong. However, he wasn't particularly worried because he hadn't used his full strength in that attack. He'd only used 70% of his strength. On the opposite side, the Herculean king put down his arm that was blocking in front of him. Then, his expression turned extremely cold. He took a step forward and leapt high into the air like a giant mountain. Afterwards, he arrived near Lin Xian. Bang! When he landed, the ground trembled rapidly. 3 enormous fissures spread out under his feet, forming 3 enormous origin canyons. I've said it before, your attack has no effect on me at all. The way he saw it, the attack from before should have been the other party's full-strength attack. But even so, it did not break his defense. This made the Force King heave a sigh of relief. Is that so? The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled slightly. Following that, he gripped his sword with both hands and raised it high. Immediately, an incomparably terrifying aura emerged from his body. A swift and fierce sword light surged out from his body, rushing straight to the clouds. Following that, it opened up the clouds that filled the sky. His sword Dao aura strengthened again. This time, Sword 13 also cried out in surprise. He was originally a person who could keep his composure. But now, he seriously could not keep his composure anymore. He was a sword Dao expert. He could clearly perceive that the aura brought about by Lin Xian's sword was even more powerful than before. Could it be that he did not unleash his full strength in that attack from before? This was his true strength now. Sword 13's palm was trembling slightly. On the other side, First Blade was also incomparably solemn. His body also emitted a terrifying saber intent. To be honest, this power was beyond his imagination. The Force King's expression also changed. He did not expect that the other party's combat strength and sword intent could actually increase again. It really surprised him. These auras were already threatening his safety. So in the next moment, he roared angrily and unleashed the Skywolf physique. He quickly charged towards Lin Xian. He would not let the other party slash out this sword. Bang, however, just as he was about to move, Lin Xian also took a step forward. Following that, the demonic sword slashed down. A sword chi that was almost 10,000 feet long fell mercilessly from the sky. This attack, Lin Xian used 90% of his strength. Savage technique, roar of 10,000 beasts. When the Force King saw the huge sword chi descending from the sky, his pupils constricted. In the next moment, he waved his fists, unleashing countless terrifying fist shadows that rushed into the sky to resist this sword. Bang bang bang, these fist shadows transformed into terrifying beasts. There were cheetahs, lions, tigers, and flying dragons. All kinds of ancient beasts appeared in the sky. They roared at the sky, their voices shaking the 9 heavens. They quickly rushed into the sky to resist the terrifying sword chi. Puff, however, this sword was truly too terrifying. When the sword slashed down, the countless beasts were completely destroyed. Not only that, the entire void was cut in half. On the sword edge, countless spatial cracks spread out. Then, this sword completely drowned the Force King. Bang, the sky collapsed, the earth sank, and countless sword chi waves rushed in all directions. Everyone was shocked, and their minds went blank. They really did not dare to imagine who could block this sword. At this moment, even the first prince was worried. On the other hand, the 8th prince smiled. He really did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. When the boundless energy waves disappeared, the Force King's figure appeared. He stood there like a huge mountain, causing people's hearts to tremble. However, there was a terrifying sword mark on his arm. Blood flowed down his palm and dripped onto the ground. The Force King's face was pale, and his eyes were filled with fear and anger. He was injured, the Force King was injured. When everyone saw this scene, they cried out in shock. As the Force King's defense was unparalleled, no one had been able to break through his defense since the beginning of the battle. But now, he was injured. Lin Xian's powerful sword broke through his defense. Was this the power of the #1 swordsman? It was too terrifying, everyone swallowed their saliva. They realized that facing this sword, they had no power to resist at all. They might even be killed by this sword. So powerful. I'm no match for him, Xianxia shook his head and sighed. Previously, he thought that he could fight with Lin Xian because he was confident in his swordsmanship. However, when he saw the sword, his heart was shaken. He could not block the sword at all. Therefore, even if he encountered Lin Xian, he would lose. It was impossible for him to win. On the other hand, First Blade's eyes flickered and his expression was solemn. This sword strike also posed an incomparably huge threat to him. However, he was confident that he could block it. However, what shocked him even more was that the power of the sword was similar to his full-strength attack. Therefore, if he really encountered Lin Xian, it was hard to say who would win. Beside the first prince, the Golden Lion King narrowed his eyes and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Interesting, very interesting indeed. When the surrounding warriors heard this, the corners of their mouths twitched. F***ck, what a terrifying sword aura. Everyone went crazy and you said it was interesting? Do you have to be so perverted? In front of them, on the battlefield. The Herculean King was trembling with anger. He was injured, he was actually injured. This was something that he had never experienced in many years. However, he was injured by his opponent's sword. Kid, you dare to injure me? The Herculean King gritted his teeth and stared at Lin Xian like a monster. Lin Xian snorted coldly. I said that I would defeat you in 3 moves. Humph, don't be so smug. Although you managed to injure me with this sword, you can't easily release such sword aura. Although I'm injured, it's not a fatal injury. The strength of my Sky Wolf body is not something you can imagine, Having said that, the Herculean king roared to the sky and boundless energy gathered towards him. Then, the blue lines on his body spread out and formed mysterious runes to stop the wound. Although the wound could not heal immediately, the blood stopped flowing. You've succeeded in angering me. Next, I'll let you know my true strength. The Herculean king was really angry. His voice was filled with anger as if he was an angry demon king. Lin Xian, on the other hand, extended a finger. One move, just one more move and you will be defeated. What? When the surrounding people saw this scene, their scalps went numb. It was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They were abnormally excited. They quickly discussed among themselves. This Lin Xian was too strong. If the next attack landed on the Herculean king's vitals, the Herculean king would be seriously injured. Not necessarily, I am optimistic about the Herculean king. After all, that terrifying sword chi had only managed to break through the Herculean king's defense. But it was only an injury to his arm. This was not a fatal threat to the Herculean king. In other words, the Herculean king wasn't seriously injured at all. That Lin Xian was probably out of luck. That's what I think too. That sword strike just now was probably the ultimate move of that Lin brat. As for the Herculean king's ultimate move, he probably had not used it yet. Comparing the two, the Herculean king was still superior. Sounds of discussion could be heard as the crowd discussed fervently. However, all of their gazes were firmly fixed on the scene before them. Skywolf combat body. In front of them, the Herculean king roared angrily. Immediately, the blue runes on his body flickered rapidly and covered his entire body. Not only that, two blue wolf heads formed on both sides of his shoulders. They were abnormally ferocious and emitted a terrifying aura. Above his hands, two huge blue wolf claws formed. They looked like real monsters and emitted a cold light. On his back, there were three blue tails that were rapidly curling. Every time they curled, they brought about a powerful energy wave. At that moment, the Herculean king seemed to have turned into a half-monster. He was abnormally ferocious. In the sky, when the Imperial elders saw this scene, they gasped. Could this be the combat form of the Sky Wolf combat body? The surrounding people were also shocked. They realized that in addition to the Herculean king's defense, his terrifying attack power had increased again. Lin Xian frowned. He didn't expect that the Sky Wolf combat body could change its form. Its power had indeed increased by a lot. The sword chi just now probably couldn't hurt the Herculean king. He had to summon the Great Dragon Sword Soul to defeat the Herculean king. However, the Great Dragon Sword Soul was his trump card. He wouldn't easily expose it in front of everyone. Therefore, he was prepared to use his second attack, which was the soul attack. In the next moment, he stomped his feet again and rushed over. Skywolf combat body, Skywolf's wrath. The Herculean king also roared and rushed over. His feet cracked the ground, and his body emitted an extremely terrifying aura. His fists transformed into two heavenly wolf phantoms as they quickly attacked, intending to crush Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, everyone in the distance held their breaths and watched carefully. In an instant, Lin Xian and the Herculean king arrived at the center of the field. Their moves were about to collide. However, at that moment, Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. The demon sword in his hand didn't slash down. Instead, a golden light appeared in his eyes. An extremely powerful soul power surged out. Then, golden runes flickered in his eyes. Buzz, a powerful illusion was cast. On the opposite side, the Herculean king's body trembled and his eyes turned blank. Obviously, he didn't expect Lin Xian to use a soul attack. Therefore, in an instant, he was hit by the terrifying illusion. Boom, in the next moment, he was sent flying and another bloody mark appeared on his body. What? The Herculean king was defeated. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. They were all dumbfounded. They really didn't expect the Herculean king to be defeated. The Herculean king had already displayed the Sky Wolf battle body, which was even more terrifying than his previous defense. However, even so, he was still defeated. How did the other party do it? Also, why did the Herculean king give up at the last moment? Everyone was dumbfounded and didn't know what had happened. The first blade frowned, not understanding the situation. On the other side, the Golden Lion King's eyes flickered and he was also thinking. On the other hand, the Crown Prince suddenly stood up and clenched his fists with a gloomy face. The Herculean King was defeated. How was this possible? How could the Herculean King be defeated? The Herculean King was sent flying and regained his senses. He roared crazily and couldn't accept the fact in front of him. He wanted to counterattack, but he felt dizzy and his face was extremely pale. Although there was another sword mark on his body, it wasn't fatal. What was fatal was that his soul attack had taken a hit. To be honest, he was too shocked. He didn't expect the other party's third move to be a soul attack. Although his physical defense was unparalleled, his soul power defense was inferior to his physical defense. Moreover, he wasn't prepared at all. In addition, Lin Xian's soul attack was too powerful. It was impossible for him to guard against it. How about it? Do you still want to fight? Lin Xian looked at the King Strength King and sneered. The King Strength King snorted. His soul was injured and his strength was greatly reduced. If he continued to fight, he would only lose. He might even be humiliated by his opponent. Therefore, he would not continue to fight. However, he gritted his teeth and said, "Kid, don't be complacent. You only used despicable means this time. The next time I meet you, I will not lose, I will let you know the power of the Sky Wolf battle body." As he spoke, he took out a few healing pills and quickly swallowed them. At the same time, runes flashed on his body and covered his wounds. However, the soul power injury could not be healed in a short time. He could only recuperate slowly. When the King Strength King returned to the spectator stand, everyone looked at him. The Crown Prince asked in a deep voice, "What happened? How did you lose?" He still could not accept the fact. The King Strength King said in a deep voice, "It was soul power. He used a soul attack that I did not expect and did not defend against. But next time I will let him know how powerful I am." What? Soul power? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Each and every one of them was extremely shocked. They did not expect that Lin Xian's final move was soul power. It was indeed out of their expectations. One must know that they were like the King Strength King. They had been paying attention to each other's swordsmanship. They were all guessing what kind of powerful swordsmanship Lin Xian would use to break the King Strength King's defense. However, they did not expect that Lin Xian did not use any swordsmanship at all. Instead, he used a soul attack. This was indeed unexpected. Not to mention the King Strength King, all the other crown princes did not expect this. This Lin Xian was too terrifying. Apart from his outstanding swordsmanship, he also had such a powerful soul power attack. Who was this kid? How could he be so powerful? Humph, he was just taking advantage of the situation. If they really fought, the King Strength King would not lose. In short, there were those who supported Lin Xian and those who supported the King Strength King. However, no matter who they supported, the fighting strength of these two people shocked them. Especially Lin Xian, everyone felt their hearts tremble. This was because if they were to face Lin Xian in the future, they would have to guard against both his sharp sword techniques and his strange soul force. It could be said that the difficulty had increased tremendously. Next, the competition continued. Since Lin Xian had won once again, the 8th prince now had one more trump jade talisman. Once again, they were tied for second place with the 3rd prince. After that, those who were injured were all recuperating and did not fight again. Besides that, Xianxia, Duan Qingqing, Gao Jichao, Su Yu, and the others all displayed formidable strength and obtained victory after victory. Soon, everyone cried out in surprise again. Because they discovered that it was another fierce battle. This time, the two parties involved were also two peerless geniuses. A person beside the 4th prince, Xianxia, had a sword technique that killed people. It was extremely terrifying. The other was Gao Jichao, who was by the 9th prince's side. This person was also a soul power expert. Everyone was very careful when it came to soul power attacks because they weren't easy to defend against. Moreover, if they were not careful, they would be seriously injured. Therefore, they were especially careful when facing this kind of soul power expert. Especially someone like Lin Xian, who obviously had an attack method but did not use it. He would suddenly attack when no one knew. The lethality was even more terrifying. The Herculean king was a good example. However, everyone knew that Gao Jichao was also a soul power expert. Therefore, in the face of such an expert, they could defend and advance. Sure enough, Xianxia took out a blue necklace and hung it around his neck. It emitted a layer of blue light that enveloped him. This was a soul defense type artifact, which was used to specifically target soul power experts. After wearing the blue necklace, Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was a swordsman with superb sword techniques, he had to be careful when facing soul power. In the next moment, he snorted coldly, and an extremely terrifying killing intent emerged from his body. He cultivated a sword technique that killed people. It was very cold and ruthless. Therefore, the killing intent on his body was incomparably terrifying. There were probably not many people present who could be compared to this killing intent. On the opposite side, Gao Jichao's body also emitted an extremely strange aura that made people's hair stand on end. Everyone knew that it was soul power. This kind of soul power was formless and intangible. It could not be seen, but it could be felt. Everyone felt a tremor from the depths of their souls. One had to admit that this Gao Jichao was absolutely terrifying. Even Lin Xian narrowed his eyes because he realized that the other party's soul power was indeed powerful. It far surpassed these geniuses. Following the sound of a war drum, Gao Jichao pointed a finger. Suddenly, a green light accompanied by soul power flew out quickly. This was a combination of physical and soul attack. It could be said to be extremely dangerous. Xianxia also snorted coldly. He had already activated his soul power defense, so he was not afraid. The sword technique in his hand flashed again, and a sword light flew out. It was very simple and did not have any brilliance, but the power easily cut the void. Bang, the sword easily split apart the ice-cold light. But in the next moment, Xianxia's expression changed. Because the blue light screen on his body fluctuated violently. Obviously, he had suffered a soul attack. However, his blue necklace was also a top-grade defensive artifact, so it blocked the soul attack. However, his back was covered in cold sweat. Strange, it was indeed too strange. The other party's soul power was almost impossible to guard against. If he did not have this kind of soul defense necklace, he would have been injured. But soon, he snorted coldly. Soul power? I have it too. In the next moment, the sword intent on his body suddenly erupted, turning into a shocking wave of air that swept in all directions. The sword intent and soul power of a swordsman were similar, and could even completely resist soul power. And as a terrifying swordsman, Xianxia and his sword intent burst out, making everyone's soul tremble. Sword intent? Well then, let's see if your sword intent is stronger or my soul power is stronger. On the opposite side, Gao Jichao raised a smile. In the next moment, the soul power on his body rose. Boom, boom. Boom, in the void an invisible energy quickly rushed over. At the same time a purple light appeared in Gao Jichao's eyes. Not good, it's an illusion attack. When the people in the distance saw this scene, they cried out in alarm. This kind of illusion attack was very terrifying. If one got lost in it, as long as there was a gap of 1 or 2 seconds, they would probably be injured. Xianxia naturally knew the danger, so he roared, and the long sword in his hand quickly slashed out, destroying everything. The sword stabbed out, turning into 3,000 sword lights, crisscrossing in front. Like a waterfall, it gushed over. The sword pierced out, turning into 3,000 sword lights that swept across the front. Like a waterfall, it gushed over. The void shattered, blocking all the illusions outside. Boom. Boom, boom. The void ahead rumbled. Xianxia's sword chi was too piercingly cold, carrying a monstrous killing intent. Even if Gao Jichao's soul was powerful, he could not kill it at all. The piercingly cold killing intent mixed with sword intent actually successfully resisted the other party's soul power. He blocked it, he actually blocked it. In the distance, everyone exclaimed. As for Gao Jichao, the corners of his mouth raised into a smile. Mirage demon, then, his fingers kept forming seals. The purple light in his eyes flickered rapidly, forming one mysterious rune after another, flickering indeterminately. Soon, the entire sky formed a huge vortex. A cold and gloomy aura emanated from the vortex. Then, a few ferocious demons crawled out of the vortex. That huge body covered the entire void. Demon. This was an extraterrestrial demon. When everyone saw this scene, they were terrified. Even the imperial family elder's eyelids twitched wildly. He did not expect that Gao Jichao would actually use such a terrifying method. Demon, this was an illusory existence. It was very strange and could affect the state of mind of a martial artist. It could cause flaws to appear in the martial artist's heart of martial arts. Once this flaw was attacked by the demon, the consequences would be very tragic. If it was light, one's cultivation would drop. If it was heavy, one would directly go crazy. It was possible that one's cultivation would be crippled. However, the demon was very mysterious and usually could not be seen at all. Moreover, very few people were able to use them. But they did not expect that Gao Jichao would actually use it now. F***ck, is this guy crazy? He actually summoned this kind of thing. Damn it, he hit it too well. In the distance, those martial artists looked at this scene and their scalps went numb. This thing was a threat to any of them. Demon, Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He felt that the ferocious ghost heads above him were a threat to him. However, he snorted coldly. The great dragon sword soul in his body circulated and directly cut off the terrifying danger. Extinguished. The great dragon sword soul's strongest attack could destroy everything. Of course, heavenly demons could also be killed. However, Lin Xian didn't make a move. He just destroyed the uncomfortable aura around him. Because this heavenly demon was not mainly targeting him, but was targeting Sword 13. Sure enough, Sword 13 was the first to bear the brunt and suffered tremendous pressure. His forehead was covered in sweat. It was obvious that this kind of heavenly demon had a huge impact on him. However, in the next moment, he let out a furious roar and his eyes turned scarlet. A mere skyfiend wants to affect my mind and soul, what a joke. I was born from slaughter, tempering my firm sword intent and immortal killing intent. Nothing can affect me. At this point, the killing intent on his body became even stronger. The surroundings seemed to have turned into a sea of blood and bones. A terrifying murderous aura pierced through the clouds and transformed into 9 blood-colored flood dragons. Now, have a taste of my ultimate move. A feast of slaughter, accompanied by this cold and emotionless voice, the blood-red color of the void overflowed and dyed the entire sky red. Red hurricanes tore through the void. Not only that, a terrifying murderous aura filled every inch of the space. Even the prodigy prince in the distance was trembling slightly. Damn it, how many people had this guy killed? How could his murderous aura be so strong? God of slaughter. This guy was definitely a god of slaughter. These people turned pale and swallowed their saliva wildly. Because this murderous aura was really too terrifying. Even their souls were being threatened. It seemed that it was not weaker than the heavenly demon above them at all. At this moment, even First Blade also frowned. The other party's killing intent was too strong, even stronger than his. Of course, what he mainly cultivated was not killing intent, but saber intent. Hence, with a cold snort, a sharp saber intent emerged and revolved around him, blocking the killing intent that filled the sky. On the other side, the Golden Lion King also revealed a cold smile. His body released a golden light, completely enveloping the platform. Lin Xian also nodded slightly. He had seen the Blood Sword King's inheritance before. It was also a kind of king that focused on slaughter. However, that Blood Sword King's murderous aura paled in comparison to Sword 13 in front of him. This Sword 13's killing intent was really too strong, making him somewhat shocked. Of course, this killing intent could not threaten him. And in front, Gao Jichao frowned, his expression became incomparably solemn. Because at this moment, the killing intent that filled the sky turned into a solid blood sword and attacked him. Not only that, 9 flood dragons connected heaven and earth. Each one seemed to be real, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, emitting a terrifying aura. They collided with the heavenly demon that appeared in the sky. A series of violent rumbles sounded, and countless large cracks appeared in the void. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions. In the end, those heavenly demons that appeared in the sky were swallowed by the 9 blood-colored flood dragons. The entire sky was completely shattered. The enormous whirlpool had also completely disappeared. What? My heavenly demon mirage was broken, Gao Jichao frowned tightly, not daring to believe it. His heavenly demon mirage was very terrifying. Even a powerhouse could not break it at all. The other party actually broke it, have to say, it really shocked him. However, on the opposite side, Sword 13's ordinary face carried a trace of malevolence. His eyes were red like a demon, and there were blood-colored flood dragons spiraling under his feet. The killing feast had just begun. Now, have a good taste of killing, Buzz. Saying so, he slashed out with his sword. Immediately, a blood-colored sword light slashed down from the sky. There were 9 blood-colored flood dragons in the surroundings, baring their teeth and roaring, charging towards Gao Jichao quickly. Whoosh, this murderous aura was too terrifying. Even Gao Jichao did not dare to resist it head-on. In the next moment, he tore the void, and his body disappeared, dodging quickly. Finally, he appeared on the other side. And the place where he was originally at was directly smashed to pieces. Want to escape? You can't escape. Now, the entire world is my killing space. The corners of Sword 13's mouth curled into a sneer. The current him was like a real killing god. Moreover, he had long unleashed his king domain, enveloping the space. The other party absolutely could not escape. Damn it, lunatic, Gao Jichao gritted his teeth. Originally, he thought that Sword 13 was just a little cold. He did not expect that at this moment, the other party was a lunatic. Those blood-red eyes and monstrous murderous aura made him feel abnormally uncomfortable. He did not expect that he would actually release a demon with his own hands. In the distance, everyone was also shocked. They had never seen Sword 13 in such a state. How could they know that this was Sword 13's true appearance? Previously, he did not use his full strength at all. At this moment, when the Slaughter Sword Dao was unleashed, it was incomparably terrifying. His entire person had turned into a killing god. Previously, he did not use his full strength at all. The moment the Slaughter Sword Dao was unleashed, it was incomparably terrifying. His entire person also transformed into a killing god. Therefore, there was no suspense in this battle. Even if Gao Jichao was a soul force expert and had a variety of lost arts in his hands, in front of such a terrifying slaughter, it was completely useless. In the end, he was besieged by 18 blood-colored flood dragons and was directly blasted flying, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. Gao Jichao was defeated. The sole expert that made people extremely terrified was actually defeated. This made everyone find it hard to believe. When they saw Sword 13's crazy appearance, their scalps also went numb. Now, they also included Sword 13 into the list of people that must not be provoked. After all, when that slaughter feast was unleashed, it was seriously too shocking. The competition continued. Next, Gao Jichao and Duan Qingqing on 8th Prince's side fought. In the end, Duan Qingqing was defeated. Because not everyone could be like Sword 13, unleashing an incomparably terrifying slaughter feast. Although Duan Qingqing was also powerful, she was still unable to block this soul attack. On the other side, Sword 13 also became more and more courageous as the battle went on. Once the slaughter feast was unleashed, no one could match it. In fact, even Fist Tyrant was defeated by him. This scene shocked everyone. Because Fist Tyrant was an extremely powerful existence. But they did not expect that he was actually defeated. In fact, they did not expect that a dark horse like Sword 13 would forcefully charge out. Until now, everyone could be said to have a very deep impression of his slaughter feast. That terrifying killing intent even made people not dare to fight back at all. Humph, I'll kill you. Finally, First Blade could not hold back anymore. He stood up and looked at Sword 13. Seeing this scene, everyone cried out crazily, their faces full of shock. They did not expect that First Blade was finally going to make his move. First Blade was an existence even more terrifying than Fist Tyrant. Moreover, up until now, he had not been defeated. More importantly, those who had fought with him were all defeated by one blade. This terrifying method made people's hair stand on end. Now, First Blade was about to face off against the Dark Horse Sword 13. Who would be stronger? This was what everyone was looking forward to. Because what Sword 13 displayed before was really too powerful. There were even many people who thought that he might surpass Lin Xian and become the #1 swordsman. Therefore, facing First Blade now, everyone was extremely shocked. Humph, you're finally going to make your move? Although Sword 13's appearance was ordinary, at this moment, he carried a supreme killing intent. Even in the face of the first strike, he did not have the slightest fear. You're not bad. You're worth my time. However, you have no chance of winning at all. The First Blade was even more domineering. Is that so? I've long wanted to experience your 7 extinction saber art. You'll see. First Blade said coldly. His aura gradually solidified, as if a peerless divine blade was slowly being unsheathed. On the other side, countless blood-red lights also appeared behind Sword 13, spreading out in all directions. It was about to begin. When the crowd saw this scene, they were all agitated. Their eyes were fixed on the two of them. He didn't want to miss out on any details. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as well. He wanted to see just how powerful the first slash was. Boom, a sharp saber light rose from the first saber. It seemed to have turned into a sharp saber and slashed toward the void. Not only that, but his body was also filled with countless saber lights. First Blade's black hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were sharp, and he looked like a god of war. Countless people looked up to him. Boom, on the other side, beside Sword 13, the Feast of Slaughter quickly unfolded. The sky was filled with blood-red lights, forming blood-red dragons. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws, spreading out in all directions. It formed an extremely terrifying scene. The aura of the two collided, constantly clashing in the air. Every time, it shattered the void. Boom, at this moment, the First Blade let out a cold shout. The blue saber light on his body erupted once again, shooting straight into the sky. It turned into a huge saber light, shattering all the 9 dragons that rushed over. Around him, a divine saber domain was floating, emitting a terrifying aura. Terrifying. When the surrounding crowd saw this scene, they were all shocked. How terrifying Sword 13's slaughter feast was, they had experienced it before. But now, the First Blade was so powerful that it instantly sent 9 blood-red dragons flying. It even completely suppressed the Feast of Slaughter. One had to admit that it was indeed shocking. What kind of terrifying realm had the First Blade reached? No one dared to imagine. Sword 13 also frowned. He did not expect that his Feast of Slaughter would be suppressed by the other party. Sure enough, the other party was really strong. Storm of Slaughter, but in the next moment, his eyes turned red. With a ferocious expression, he quickly waved the long sword in his hand. Boom! Boom, boom. Dragon roars sounded one after another. Suddenly, 18 dragons quickly appeared. That monstrous murderous aura scattered the clouds in all directions. From afar, it was as if a real divine beast had descended into the sky. The 18 dragons quickly attacked the First Blade. It was this move that had defeated Gao Jichao. However, the First Blade snorted coldly. In the next moment, his powerful hand grasped the blue saber at his waist. 7 blade techniques. First blade, a sonorous sound was heard. Then, the blue saber light suddenly erupted. It was as if the 9 heavens and the Milky Way had descended into the world. It turned into a light that was 100 feet long and fiercely charged forward. Roar! Roar, roar! The 18 blood-red dragons roared in the air. Each of them was like a real demonic beast. Their bodies emitted blood-red light, causing the surrounding void to crack. In the next moment, they quickly blasted towards the blue saber light from all directions. Boom, an extremely frightening energy storm quickly exploded in the void. The terrifying light was so dazzling that everyone could not open their eyes. In fact, the entire sky was completely enveloped by this light. In the sky, there was an intense collision. In just an instant, 3 of the dragons were beheaded. They did not resist at all. However, the remaining 15 flood dragons pounced on the blue saber light in a frenzy. But right after that, another 4 flood dragons were split in half. The red light exploded and dyed the entire sky red. It was as if it was real blood. It carried a monstrous smell of blood. It made people want to vomit. However, being besieged by so many blood-red dragons, the shocking blue saber light dimmed. However, the sharp aura on it was getting stronger and stronger. Buzz, at this moment, the first blade struck again. The second blue saber light was slashed out. It was even more violent and huge. Like a torrent, it instantly covered the entire sky. As the saber slashed down, the remaining dozen blood-red dragons were instantly split in half. For a moment, there was a huge blue torrent rolling in the sky, covering the void below. Seeing this scene, Xianxia's pupils shrank. Xianxia's pupils constricted. He did not expect that his ultimate move would be broken by the other party in 2 slashes. It really shocked him. The surrounding princes and geniuses were even more shocked. Especially Gao Jichao, whose face was incomparably pale. It was because of that move that he was defeated previously. Unexpectedly, the first slash was so powerful that it broke his opponent's ultimate move in 2 slashes. Boom, the third slash of the 7 ultimate saber techniques. At this moment, the aura of the first slash erupted again. He was incomparably violent, and the huge saber light illuminated the world. With a slash, it carried thousands of rays of light and turned into a terrifying saber light that slashed down from the sky. The light was so dazzling that no one could look directly at it. In the sky, the void was instantly broken, and the mountains and rivers below were even more sunken. Under this slash, nothing could exist. Slaughter feast, Azura, Xianxia also roared, and suddenly the red light on his body shone even brighter. It was bright red like blood. It made the entire sky tremble. Rays of sword chi flew out from his long sword and quickly condensed in front of him, forming a huge blood-red giant. It was indomitable like a huge mountain giant. It held a shield in its left hand and a blood-red divine spear in its right hand, emitting a terrifying aura. Azura, the blood-red giant roared, and then the divine spear in its hand quickly stabbed out. Boom, as the spear stabbed out, the blood was burning, and the red light that filled the sky directly pierced through the void. The surrounding mountains collapsed. One could imagine how terrifying this attack was. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect Xianxia to have such a terrifying killing move in addition to the 18 blood-red dragons. The blood-red giant was abnormally ferocious, as if it was really an Azura that crawled out of hell. Boom, the blood-red long spear collided with the third saber light, and an earth-shattering collision immediately occurred. Crack! Boom, the red divine spear in the Azura's hand instantly shattered and scattered into the void. However, the 3 blue saber lights were also broken in half from the middle, turning into countless fragments. It was a draw, everyone exclaimed. They did not expect this attack to be evenly matched. The first blade also frowned. He did not expect that someone would be able to block his 7-blade techniques. Thinking of this, he coldly snorted, and the sharp light in his eyes exploded once again. Then, the fourth slash ruthlessly slashed out. It was too fast. One slash after another, there was no pause at all. Ordinary kings would need to spend half a day to unleash such a terrifying move. However, in the first blade hand, it was as smooth as flowing water. It was as if it was not a killing move, but an ordinary move. One could only imagine how terrifying the first strike was. Boom, sure enough, after the first blade strike, on Sword 13's side, Azura had yet to condense a second divine spear. Therefore, he could only defend passively. In his left hand, a huge blood-red shield was raised high, like a red mountain standing in the void. On the shield, there were mysterious runes that emitted a bloody aura. At this moment, under Sword 13's urging, it shone even more brilliantly. In the next moment, the fourth saber mark slashed on it. Immediately, the world shook. Mountains and rivers were shattered, and countless cracks appeared on the ground. However, this slash was too shocking. Therefore, although the blood-red shield was terrifying, it was actually split in half from the middle. Not only that, the Azura's left hand was also cut off. What? Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Sword 13's pupils constricted. In the next moment, he roared, and the Azura in front of him roared incomparably. On his right hand, a second blood-red spear condensed again and quickly charged out. It was useless. It was over. 7-blade techniques, the fifth slash. The first blade's expression was cold, and his voice was emotionless. Then, the fifth saber light slashed down. Heaven and earth turned into a tornado and fiercely slashed over. The huge Azura was split in half from the middle, turning into two pools of blood. It was like a sea of blood flowing on the ground. However, this saber light did not disappear and quickly arrived in front of Sword 13. Damn it, seeing this scene, Sword 13's pupils constricted. He did not expect that the Azura he summoned would be split in half. This made him unable to believe it. At the critical moment, he raised the red longsword in his hand to block. 3,000 streaks of sword energy slashed out in a row, turning into a light screen in front of him. But it was useless at all. The fifth slash of the seven-blade techniques was incomparably terrifying. It tore through the void and ruthlessly tore all of the sword curtains apart. Then, it slammed onto Sword 13's longsword. Immediately, Sword 13 vomited blood and flew backward, directly defeated. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The first slash was indeed incomparably terrifying. Even such a powerful Azura could be killed. Even the terrifying Sword 13 could be defeated. Looks like almost no one was his match. Everyone was extremely shocked. They did not know if that Lin Xian could beat the first slash or not. To be honest, the strength that Sword 13 displayed previously was really too powerful. It made them think that he had already surpassed Lin Xian. And now, the first slash actually defeated Sword 13. Then, could he defeat Lin Xian? This was the anticipation in everyone's hearts. After all, Lin Xian was currently holding the title of #1 swordsman. And the first slash was even more of a peerless swordsman. Between the two, who was stronger and who was weaker, they were looking forward to it. You're very strong. I lost. In the distance, Sword 13 stood up and quickly swallowed a medicinal pill. At the same time, the blood-colored light on his body disappeared. The scarlet in his eyes also gradually faded, and then his expression returned to normal. The other party was indeed very strong, surpassing him. Because the seven-blade techniques had only slashed out 5 times. He knew that the following 2 slashes were even more terrifying. Even if he continued to fight, he was afraid that he would not be able to resist. In the next moment, he looked at Lin Xian. There was also a trace of anticipation in his eyes. Because he also wanted to know, if Lin Xian fought the first slash, what would the situation be? Would he win? In the eyes of others, he surpassed Lin Xian. But Sword 13 himself knew that he was still a little inferior compared to Lin Xian. Because from the last time Lin Xian displayed sword energy, Sword 13 knew that the other party had surpassed him. It was just that he did not know, compared to the first slash, who was stronger. For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on Lin Xian and the first slash. And the first slash lived up to everyone's expectations. He did not leave the field, and directly pointed his long saber at Lin Xian. Then, he said coldly, "Kid, do you dare to fight?" Seeing this scene, everyone was in an uproar. Crazy, the first slash was indeed interesting. He challenged Lin Xian as soon as he came up. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian also stood up and said loudly, "Why wouldn't I dare? However, you've consumed a lot of energy now, so you should recover your strength first. I won't take advantage of you. You've consumed a lot of energy, so you should recover your strength first. I won't take advantage of you." Alright, Honesty Blade nodded, then roared at the sky. He sucked hard, and the spiritual power in the sky gathered, forming a huge vortex that merged into his body. Not only that, he took out a golden bottle from his storage ring and poured out a drop of golden liquid. 10,000-year spiritual liquid. Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed. Lin Xian also frowned. He had once owned such a thing, so he naturally knew the power of this effect. It could recover the spiritual power consumed in an instant. As expected, First Blade's aura quickly recovered and reached its peak. Then, he looked at Lin Xian again. "I've already recovered to my peak, so you should have no reason to refuse this time." "As you wish." Lin Xian took a step forward, turned into a stream of light, and arrived at the battlefield in front of him. "Very well, kid, I've been wanting to fight you for a long time." Seeing Lin Xian arrive at the battlefield so decisively, First Blade revealed a cold smile. "Next, I'll let you have a taste of my 7 ultimate saber technique." Clang, Lin Xian also pulled out the 9 darkness demonic sword, then said in a deep voice, "You don't have to use the first 4 slashes, I've seen it and it has no effect on me. You can use the 5th slash directly." What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe their ears. Xianxia had just returned to the spectator stand, and when he heard this, his body trembled and he almost fell to the ground. The first 4 slashes are useless against him? Using the 5th slash directly? That's too arrogant. Although he knew that Lin Xian was powerful and had surpassed him, he did not think that Lin Xian could easily take the first 4 slashes. Could it be that Lin Xian still had some sort of trump card? Thinking of this, Xianxia's eyes were like torches as he stared straight ahead. Hearing this, First Blade also frowned. He felt that Lin Xian was too arrogant to want to take his 5th slash directly. However, a cold smile appeared on his face soon after. "Good kid, since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish." The next moment, he snorted coldly, and the saber light on his body became extremely sharp again, emitting thousands of rays of light. Then, he raised the saber in his right hand and a terrifying saber intent quickly surged out. The shocking saber radiance soared into the sky and dyed the entire sky blue. What a powerful aura! Was this the 5th move of the 7 blade techniques? Everyone was shocked when they felt the saber intent. The first 4 slashes were already so terrifying. The 5th slash was probably going to shock the heavens and earth. And this Lin Xian actually wanted to directly receive such a powerful attack. Could he withstand it? For a moment, everyone was worried about Lin Xian. Lin Xian also focused his gaze. To be honest, this blade was very strong, but he was not afraid. In the next moment, he gripped the 9 Serenity's demonic sword, and the sword intent on his body quickly erupted. Black flames danced on his body. It emitted a terrifying heat wave. Then, a black lotus flower formed on the sword. Hell Sword Lotus, Lin Xian waved the demonic sword, and the great dragon sword soul and hell fire on his body surged out at the same time. They intertwined with each other, forming a huge lotus flower. The lotus flower spun continuously above him and condensed into form. Each petal was extremely black, and its shape was like a black demonic sword. 9 black sword auras combined with each other, and their aura was monstrous. It was like an ancient mountain, suppressing the first saber in front of it. The first saber also shouted coldly, and his arm suddenly fell. Suddenly, the 5th move of the 7 blade techniques quickly erupted. Boom! This move shattered the heavens and earth, and ghosts wailed and wolves howled. There was lightning and thunder all around, and the terrifying saber radiance made everyone's hair stand on end. On the other side, Lin Xian also swung his sword. The Hell Sword Lotus above also spun quickly. 9 black sword auras erupted, forming a black sea of fire and sword radiance that filled the sky. The aura also made people tremble. This was the ultimate move of the 2. Once it was used, it caused a strange phenomenon in the heavens and earth. The sky directly split open, and a torrential rain poured down. There was lightning and thunder all around. There was a strange sound in the sky, as if ghosts were wailing and wolves were howling. The princes who were watching from afar were all stunned. Even the elders of the royal family had solemn expressions. What kind of killer move could cause such a strange phenomenon in the heavens and earth? Boom! In the next moment, the ultimate moves of the 2 collided. Suddenly, a terrifying energy erupted, and large cracks appeared in the void. Thousands of spatial cracks spread in all directions. Boom! The impact this time was too terrifying. Even the prodigies on the spectator stands in the distance all made a move to resist. They had no choice. The aftermath of this energy had already affected them. Crack! Crack! At the critical moment, the elders of the royal family activated the defensive formation. Ancient and mysterious formation runes flickered on every spectator stand, blocking the aftermath of this energy. Only then did the prodigies let out a sigh of relief. However, they were still looking forward with pale faces. Boom! It was a mess in front of them, and the entire space fell into an extremely chaotic state. Lin Xian and the first saber's figures were still engulfed. There was only a violent flow of energy in the surroundings, and it swept wildly. Boom! At this moment, black flames suddenly surged out from somewhere in front of them, tearing apart the violent flow of energy. Then, they converged and formed a black flame giant. It roared at the sky, shattering that part of the world. Not only that, the flame giant put its palms together and formed a giant flame sword that was almost 1,000 feet long. It burned fiercely and connected the heavens and the earth. Accompanying it was Lin Xian's cold voice. Fire god roar. With a furious roar, the giant flame giant slashed down with the giant flame sword. Whoosh! Whoosh! On the other side, countless blue saber lights appeared, forming a huge light ball vortex that slashed out a vacuum. Then, the first saber's figure also appeared. He held a blue saber in his hand and looked around disdainfully. Then, he used the sixth move of the 7 saber techniques. It was another intense collision. The cracks in the sky were even more terrifying. Each of them stretched for thousands of miles, and one could not see the end of it. It was pitch black as if the entire world had been torn apart. In the entire sky, tens of thousands of lightning flashed in those cracks. Sword chi and saber lights scattered all over the sky, and there was a terrifying whistling sound. There was even a rain of blood floating down from the sky. However, this was not real blood. It was formed by the convergence of these energies. It was a phenomenon of heaven and earth. The prodigies in the distance were enveloped by the formation. When they saw this scene, their lips turned pale, and their faces were filled with horror. They realized that these two people were too powerful. They could not resist this kind of attack at all. At this moment, even the Golden Lion King's expression was grave. Obviously, this kind of attack could threaten his safety. He's really strong. I'm no match for him. Xianxia looked at this scene and sighed. He realized that he had guessed correctly. Lin Xian was stronger than him. That was because he could not block the 4th move of the 7 ultimate saber technique. However, the other party was able to block the 6th move, far surpassing him. At this moment, the most nervous ones were the 8th prince and the 3rd prince. Both of them clenched their fists and their eyes flickered. That was because this battle was very important to them. The 1st prince had the Golden Lion King, which was very powerful. Lin Xian and the 1st blade were both their trump cards. It could be said that they were the strongest people in their hands. Now, the two of them were fighting. Who would win and who would lose? This would determine who would be ranked second behind the 1st prince. Therefore, the two of them were extremely nervous. In front of them, in the countless cracks and blood rain, 2 figures flashed out. It was Lin Xian and the 1st blade. Among them, Lin Xian was dressed in a red robe that was as red as blood and was not stained by any dust. There were also no energy fragments on it. He was like a banished immortal, dodging quickly in the energy storm that filled the sky. On the other side, it was the 1st blade. His clothes trembled and his black hair fluttered. His entire person carried a terrifying murderous aura. He also strode over, crushing the void. Boom! Lin Xian slashed out with his sword, carrying the aura of a galaxy. The terrifying sword chi surged forward like a dragon. The 1st blade's saber light was like a galaxy, extremely dazzling. It carried the power of the stars and the sharp saber light, rolling over. The casual attacks of the two of them carried the aura of a supreme cultivation technique. It was unimaginable. Soon, the distance between the two of them was less than 1,000 meters. At this moment, the 1st blade attacked again. It was the 7th move of the 7 ultimate saber technique. This voice was like thunder, resounding between heaven and earth, causing everyone's hearts to beat wildly. Some people even fell to the ground. There was no other way. The aura was too terrifying. After this voice, several blue saber lights appeared beside the 1st blade and surrounded him. Each of them was indomitable. Then, the 7 saber lights merged into an even larger saber light that tore through heaven and earth. What? The 7th move was actually the combined energy of the first 6 moves. Heavens, just how terrifying would this be? Despair filled their faces. Everyone had already witnessed the power of the first 6 slashes. As for the 7th slash, it was formed by combining the first 6 slashes. One could imagine how powerful it was. How heaven-defying would it be? It's over. This move is too terrifying. That Lin Xian probably won't be able to withstand it. Unless he had a heaven-defying trump card, it was impossible for him to win. Sure enough, the first slash was really powerful. Numerous discussions were heard. At this moment, the Herculean king's face turned slightly pale. He gritted his teeth and said, "Even I wouldn't be able to defend against this strike, let alone that brat." Indeed, this saber strike could already break through his heavenly wolf physique. Therefore, his expression was extremely solemn. Since the Herculean king had said so, everyone was even more convinced that Lin Xian would not be able to block it. The third prince sneered coldly. "Humph, the might of the first saber strike is not something you can imagine. The 7 ultimate saber technique was incomparably heaven-defying, especially the 7th slash. Its power was several times that of the first 6 slashes. No one among the Almighties could block it." On the other hand, the 8th prince was extremely nervous. He also felt the terror of this move. Unless Lin Xian really had a heaven-defying trump card, he was afraid that he would really lose. Damn it, this made him very unwilling to accept it. In front of him, Lin Xian also frowned slightly. The threat that this move brought to him was also huge. He took a look. Even his Ice Guardian would not be able to block it. The black armor was also not enough. Unless he hid in the black earth. However, a battle was not just about passively taking a beating. If he could not defend, then he would not defend. He had the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and extreme speed. He was confident that he could dodge this attack. Moreover, everyone had underestimated his strength. He was a swordsman who had the great dragon sword soul. His attack power definitely surpassed his opponent's. Therefore, Lin Xian was prepared to take this attack head-on. He did not need to use the great dragon sword soul. He only needed to use the great dragon sword soul to its full power. Boom, roar, suddenly, a deep dragon roar sounded from his body. Then, heaven and earth were torn apart, and lightning from the 9 heavens descended. At the same time, the sword aura on his body suddenly erupted. The aura continued to rise, tearing through the void. What, he could still increase his sword chi. Seeing this scene, everyone went crazy. Previously, they thought that Lin Xian was bound to lose. But now, it seemed that it was not certain. Indeed, the 8th prince also stood up excitedly. This sword chi was so powerful, it was not weaker than the first blade. He was simply too excited, because he had discovered that Lin Xian's aura was still continuing to rise. How was this possible? On the other hand, the 3rd prince's pupils shrank. Originally, when the first blade used his ultimate move, he was already confident that he would win. But now, his opponent still had a trump card. Could it be that his opponent was still hiding his strength? Thinking of this, his face became incomparably ugly. The first blade also frowned. His opponent's sudden outburst of aura was not good news for him. He knew that he could not wait any longer. He had to stop his opponent. In the next moment, he quickly made his move. The 7th move of the 7-blade techniques was quickly slashed out. Boom, this slash caused the entire world to blur. It was impossible to withstand it. In an instant, it arrived above Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian was also incomparably powerful. His power was unimaginable. In the next moment, he shouted coldly, and the demonic sword in his hand suddenly enlarged, turning into a black dragon that bared its fangs and brandished its claws, and flew out. Boom! Boom, boom! Boom, countless saber lights crisscrossed, and a dragon's roar sounded. Feeling the dragon's roar, the blood in the royal elders and the prince's bodies kept rolling. One by one, they were shocked. Damn it, what's going on? Why is there the aura of the path of the dragon? They were too shocked because as members of the royal family of the Taiyu dynasty, they all had the aura of the path of the dragon in their bodies. They could connect with the dragon veins of the earth. But now, the familiar aura of the path of the dragon came from the battlefield in front of them. They could not believe it at all. Also, what was going on with the dragon's roar in the sky? Could it be that someone was related to the dragon clan? They were indeed too shocked. In the Middle Continent, only the royal family of the 9 great dynasties could display the aura of the path of the dragon. Other than that, it was impossible for others. Of course, other than the legendary and mysterious dragon clan. However, the dragon clan was a legend. They had disappeared for tens of thousands of years and had never appeared at all, therefore, when they saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. On the other side, even the Golden Lion King frowned. Two sharp golden lights shot out from his eyes, piercing through the void as if he wanted to see the truth. On the other side, even the Golden Lion King furrowed his brows. Two sharp golden rays shot out from his eyes, piercing through the void as if he wanted to see the truth. What, it's him, soon, the Golden Lion King furrowed his brows. That was because he used a great ability to see the situation in front of him. He saw a ferocious azure dragon coiling around Lin Xian's body. It was very terrifying. That dragon aura was coming from Lin Xian's body. He wasn't a member of the royal family, so why did this aura feel familiar? The Golden Lion King's expression was very serious. He realized that there was a cloud of mist around his opponent, making him unable to see clearly. Ka ka ka, boom boom boom. At this moment, the situation in front of him changed. The shocking attack of the two caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Soon, cracks appeared on the huge blue saber light in the sky. Then, it exploded, turning into a rain of light. However, the black demonic sword slashed down heavily, enveloping the first sword light. Bang, the first sword light's pupil shrank. At this moment of crisis, he used his strongest defense. A blue armor appeared on his body. Then, a blue light shield enlarged above his head. Otherwise, he would have two defensive rings on his hand, which also propped up a light shield. 4 layers of powerful defense were resisting. However, it was useless. The 9 darkness demonic sword was too sharp. This sword slashed through all of his defenses. The first sword light was sent flying. He won. Seeing this scene, the 8th prince waved his fist excitedly. He was too happy. He didn't expect that the situation that he was bound to lose would turn around so drastically. As for the others, they were all in an uproar. They were all dumbstruck. The 3rd prince's side was dead silent. The 3rd prince's face was even more ashen. He didn't expect that the first sword light would lose in the end. Damn it, what kind of sword technique is this? It's so terrifying. The 3rd prince gritted his teeth and looked forward unwillingly. He didn't expect that he wouldn't be able to recruit Lin Xian as his subordinate just because he was a step late. And it was because of this youth that he suffered a fatal blow. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and a strong killing intent appeared in his eyes. In the second round of the competition, they would need to surround and kill their opponents. He had to get rid of the other party. He couldn't allow this threat to remain. The 1st prince's face was also gloomy. The power that Lin Xian displayed was enough to threaten him. Therefore, a fierce killing intent appeared in his eyes as well. The Golden Lion King also said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, when I meet him, I will personally deal with him." Hearing this, the 1st prince smiled, his lips curling into a smile. He knew that the Golden Lion King would not boast. Since the other party had said so, he should be able to defeat that Lin Xian. He had absolute confidence in the Battle Clan and the Golden Lion King. As for the others, they were completely stunned. Lin Xian's victory was beyond everyone's expectations. This was something that they had not expected at all. But now, it seemed that the other party was indeed terrifying. He was definitely the #1 swordsman. Even Fist Tyrant, the Herculean King, and Xianxia were frowning as they looked at Lin Xian. They admitted that they were not his opponent. In other words, there was almost no one who could defeat Lin Xian now. Of course, there was one exception, and that was the Golden Lion King. The Golden Lion King coldly snorted. His eyes shone brightly. He looked at Lin Xian. A terrifying battle-intent sword from his body. Interesting. Originally, I thought that other than the War Clan, no one else would be able to enter my eyes. I didn't expect that you would break my understanding. Not bad, you are interesting. You are worthy of me making a move. What? Hearing this, everyone's scalp went numb. Lin Xian was already so powerful, and this Golden Lion King still dared to treat him with such an attitude. Could it be that he was even more powerful? However, when they thought of the mysterious legends of the Battle Clan, they were extremely excited. Lin Xian also turned his head and looked at the Golden Lion King. It was indeed very powerful. Moreover, from the looks of it, its strength should be above the first slash. He also wanted to fight with the other party. Although he had used 100% of the power of the Dragon Sword Soul when facing the first slash. However, that was not his final battle strength. He still had a trump card. 100% of the power was not the final strength of the Dragon Sword Soul. With Lin Xian's current strength, he could unleash 120% of the Dragon Sword Soul's power. Apart from that, when he summoned the Dragon Sword Soul, its attack power was even more terrifying. Therefore, he was confident that he could fight with the Golden Lion King. However, it was a pity that the two of them did not fight in the first round. Lin Xian fought with another cultivator next. His opponent immediately admitted defeat. The Golden Lion King also defeated his opponents a few times. However, he was unable to fight with Lin Xian in the end. In the end, other than Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King, they won all 5 battles and obtained 5 Jade Talisman Emperor tokens. The others had more or less suffered defeat. However, overall, the first prince was ranked first. He obtained 22 Jade Talisman Emperor tokens. In second place was the 8th prince. He obtained 19 Jade Buddha King tokens. The third prince obtained 18 Jade Buddha King tokens. After that, the 4th prince, who had Sword 13, obtained 15 Jade Talisman Emperor tokens. The 15th prince and the 9th prince were ranked 5th and 6th respectively. They obtained 12 Jade Buddha King tokens and 10 Jade Talisman Emperor tokens. The first round also came to an end. Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King did not fight in the end. It was disappointing. However, the previous battles had made them very excited. Thinking about it now, they were still trembling with excitement. Moreover, they knew that this was only the first round. Apart from that, there was still the second round. The competition in the second round would be even more intense. Moreover, it would not be a one-on-one battle. It would depend on the combined strength of the princes. At that time, there would definitely be an earth-shattering battle. Moreover, they believed that in the second round, Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King would definitely fight. Because now, the 8th prince, who was ranked second, and the 1st prince, who was ranked first, would definitely be incompatible. Brother Lin, this is great. I did not expect you to be so strong. The 8th prince was also very satisfied with the second place. Then, he looked at Lin Xian, Lu Fei, Duan Qingqing, and the others and said, "Everyone, you have worked hard. Quickly recover your strength. I have provided all kinds of heavenly treasures for everyone. If you have any special needs, feel free to tell me. As long as I can get it, I will not be stingy." On the other side, the 1st prince was also very satisfied. Although he had lost by Zijing, with the addition of the Golden Lion King, he still maintained his first place. Moreover, he believed that he would have a greater advantage in the second round. Therefore, he was not nervous at all. On the other hand, the 3rd prince was gnashing his teeth. To be honest, he was too surprised. Because in his opinion, even if he couldn't get first place, he would definitely be second place. He didn't expect that the second place would be snatched away by the 8th prince. And he was only third. Not only that, his number 1 general, the first slash, was also defeated. Damn it, I can't let that brat continue to be arrogant, the 3rd prince gritted his teeth. In the second stage, I'll go all out to kill that brat and severely injure him first. I don't believe that old 8 and that brat called Lin Xian can be so arrogant. The second stage would begin 3 days later. Therefore, everyone came out of the special space and returned to their own palaces to rest. As for the princes, they were making plans. They must get rid of that Lin Xian first, the 3rd prince gritted his teeth. The 1st prince also made the same plan. As for the other princes, they said in a deep voice, "We must be careful of Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King." In the first stage, it was best for everyone to act as a group and not be alone. Especially not facing Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King alone. Plans appeared one after another. Most of them were guarding against Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King. There was no other way. These two were the ones who won the first stage. Their strength was terrifying. No matter who it was, they wouldn't have any chance of winning if they fought alone. To deal with such peerless geniuses, they must work together to kill them. The 8th prince also said that our main enemies are the 1st prince and the 3rd prince. In addition, we have to be careful of that sword 13. We should also act as a group and not be alone. Oh right, Brother Lin, if you were to face the Golden Lion King, how confident are you? Hearing this, Lu Fei, Duan Qingqing, and the other geniuses all looked over. Lin Xian thought for a while and said, 50-50. He didn't know the specifics. After all, the other party should be hiding a lot of strength and ultimate moves. Hearing this, Lu Fei, Duan Qingqing, and the other geniuses' mouths twitched. Even the 8th prince's eyelids were twitching. Because previously, during the first slash, Lin Xian said 50-50. Now that he was facing the stronger Golden Lion King, it was still 50-50? This made them very surprised. They even suspected that Lin Xian was still holding back. They had guessed correctly. Lin Xian had indeed held back his strength. He still had 2 powerful trump cards that he had yet to use. Especially if he used the Great Dragon Sword Soul, his battle prowess would increase in all aspects. Of course, Lin Xian did not let his guard down. He knew that as a genius of the war race, the Golden Lion King must be extremely terrifying. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On this day, the second trial was finally ushered in. The second stage was not in the Taiyi dynasty, but in a special space domain. This domain was very extraordinary. It was different from the first stage's battle space. The second stage was in a space that had been passed down from the Taiyi dynasty since ancient times. It could be said to be a secret realm. The Crown Prince selection had always been held in this mystic realm. As for the second stage, each prince brought a different group of people. In the first stage, each prince could bring 5 young geniuses with him. As for the second stage, the older generation was allowed to participate. However, all participants had to be below the 8-star king realm. Not only that, but each prince could also bring a different number of people. The first prince had the most people. The first prince could bring 15 people. The second prince, the 8th prince, could bring 14 people. The third prince, could bring 13 people. The fourth prince, could bring 12 people. The fifth prince, the 15th prince, could bring 11 people. In addition, all the other princes could only bring 10 people. Although the difference in numbers was not big, at most, it was only 5 people. However, this time, the people they brought were definitely peerless geniuses and top-notch experts. One expert was enough to influence the entire lineup. As for how the game was going to be played, it would depend on the princes. Soon, all the princes brought their peerless experts to the Grand Imperial Palace. This was the center of the imperial city, and it was the place with the strongest dragon qi in the entire Taiyi dynasty. Here, Lin Xian could feel the powerful dragon qi under his feet. It was as if a true dragon was lying below. In front of him, there was a middle-aged man who looked very valiant. He was wearing a golden dragon robe with 9 golden dragons embroidered on it. He wore a crown on his head, and his face was intimidating. The place where he stood was surrounded by the shadows of dragons. He was the current emperor of the Taiyi dynasty. Beside him stood a woman wearing a phoenix crown and a phoenix robe. She looked very noble, and her phoenix eyes looked down on the common people. She was the empress of the Taiyi royal sheath, the mother of the first prince. Behind the two of them stood the elders of the royal family. Although they were old, their eyes were shining with rich power. Then, these elders stood in 8 directions, and their palms were also covered with dragon seals. Power surged out of their bodies, and they flew into the ground. Soon, the dragon patterns on the ground flickered, and the shadows of dragons appeared. They even let out a low dragon roar. At this moment, the emperor in front of them also took a step forward. Then, he pressed his palm forward. On his golden robe, 9 golden dragons seemed to come alive. They flew into the sky and circled each other, forming a huge dragon diagram that covered the sky. Crack! Crack, boom! Boom, boom! The ground trembled, and streams of dragon qi soared into the sky. There were a total of 81 streams of dragon qi in the surroundings. Lin Xian realized that there were very complicated runes under their feet. Each of them was a dragon pattern, and there was a shadow of a dragon. These dragon runes covered the entire ground. Then, the emperor in front of them said in a deep voice, "Now, the second test begins." As his voice fell, the dragon patterns on the ground flickered more and more. Then, the 81 streams of dragon chi intertwined and surrounded everyone. Then, they tore through the void and disappeared. Buzz, when Lin Xian, the 8th prince, and the others appeared again. They realized that they were surrounded by mountains and a vast primeval forest. Roars could be heard from afar, bringing with them a barbaric aura and a terrifying demonic aura. Is this where the second test will be? As soon as Lin Xian appeared, he activated the great dragon sword soul, and he immediately regained his clarity. Then, he looked around. The 8th prince and the other skyprides also began to circulate their spiritual energy to heal their bodies. This time, the 8th prince could bring 14 people. Other than himself, there was Lin Xian, Lu Fei, and Duan Qingqing. There was also a young man called Su Wenshan. Other than them, the rest were middle-aged or older people. Taoist Master Long, who Lin Xian had met before, was also among them. These people's auras were very powerful, and they had different roles. There were many kings with powerful attacks, but there were also array masters and soul power experts. There were even beast tamers. It could be said that they were well equipped. It wasn't just the 8th prince's side. The other princes also had similar arrangements. They were all trying their best to perfect their equipment. This was because the second test would last for a long time, a full month. During this month, anything could happen. The second stage lasted for a very long time, a full month. During this month, anything could happen. Moreover, there were many powerful monster kings in this space. If they could be tamed, they could also use them for their own purposes. In that case, the benefits would be huge. Moreover, it could give others a surprise attack. Apart from that, there were also ancient cities, ancient ruins, and even cemeteries and caves left behind by powerful cultivators. Those places contained a large number of restrictions and were very dangerous. However, if they could break them and obtain the treasures inside, they might be able to improve. They might even be able to turn defeat into victory. These people came in to crazily fight for the jade tokens in the hands of the other princes and explore these ancient ruins. The 8th prince looked around and said, "How about this? This space is very big and we have many people. I think we can divide into 3 teams. I'll lead one team, Priest Long will lead one team, and Brother Lin will lead one team." 14 people, including the 8th prince, made a total of 15 people. They were divided into 3 teams of 5 people each. Hearing that the 8th prince and Priest Long would each lead a team, the older generation and peerless geniuses nodded slightly. However, when they heard that Lin Xian would lead a team, they frowned slightly. That was because Lin Xian was a young man. Moreover, he was only a 6-star king and not a mighty figure. Therefore, they were a little confused about this suggestion. The 8th prince smiled and said, "Everyone, don't worry. Brother Lin's strength is far beyond your imagination. In the first stage, he won all 5 battles. He even won against a peerless swordsman like the First Blade. Therefore, he was definitely capable of leading a team." Hearing this, those who had not watched the first round of the competition sucked in a breath of cold air. Then, they started to fight Lin Xian again. "Alright, let's divide it like this," Priest Long also said. Among them, Duan Qingqing followed the 8th prince and 3 other older generation figures. On Priest Long's side, there were Lu Fei, the young man named Su Wenshan, and 2 other experts. On Lin Xian's side, other than himself who was young, the others were all older generation figures. To be honest, although Lin Xian was powerful, being led by such a young man still made the older generation unhappy. But since the 8th prince said so, they couldn't resist. "Since the team is already very good, let's split up. By the way, Brother Lin, here are 3 pieces of the Jade Buddha King medallion. You can use them to communicate with us from afar." The 8th prince gave Lin Xian 3 Jade Buddha King tablets. Among them, the 8th prince took 6 while Daoist Long took 5. With these jade talismans, they were able to establish a weak connection. At the very least, he knew the general direction of the other party. However, they were unable to sense any specific information. "How about this? Let's set the deadline as 5 days. After 5 days, we'll meet here and see how much everyone has gained." "Good," Lin Xian nodded, and so did Daoist Long. Then, the three teams quickly ran in three different directions. Although they were moving quickly, they had already prepared some things before they entered, including the map in each of their hands. The map marked out the dangerous areas, the monster hordes, and the ancient ruins. It could be said that other than the areas that they had never been to, the other areas had already been mapped out by these people. Moreover, these people also had a small bell that could transmit signals. But it could only transmit signals 3 times before it had to be refined again. Lin Xian opened the map and looked in a direction. Then, he said, "Let's take a look at this area first." The other older generation people took a look and frowned slightly. There were groups of demonic beasts roaming about in this area. "Are you sure there's no danger here?" "Yes, kid, although you're powerful and are valued by the 8th prince, I'm afraid you're still lacking in experience. I think we should listen to what the older generation has to say." Just then, a middle-aged man said in a deep voice, "There's no need." However, Lin Xian shook his head and kept the map. "Since the 8th prince has handed the team to me, I have the right to make the decision. I hope you can cooperate with me." As he spoke, he took the lead. His figure flashed, and his entire person flew out. "Sigh, he's too young. He doesn't know how high the sky is." Just then, the middle-aged man shook his head. The other old man snorted coldly. "Let's wait and see. There'll be problems. The 8th prince has let a kid guide us. He's too naive." Another old man said, "It's fine. Anyway, there's only 5 days. I believe he'll have problems in these 5 days. When we go back, we'll give the 8th prince a suggestion and change the team leader." The few of them discussed for a while and then followed. However, they obviously didn't believe in Lin Xian. Lin Xian's team had 5 people. Other than himself, there was a middle-aged man and a lady in red. Other than that, there was an old man in a black robe and an old man in a blue robe. These 4 people were all powerful beings and they were all elites among the powerful beings. It could be said that he was extremely powerful and had incomparably rich combat experience. Therefore, they naturally looked down on people of the younger generation like Lin Xian. Lin Xian naturally knew what these people were thinking when they looked at him. However, he didn't care. The reason why he could lead these people was because of his true strength. Therefore, he believed that it wouldn't take long for these people to know why the 8th prince made him the leader. Therefore, in the next moment, he turned around, tapped his foot, and quickly flew out. The others could only shake their heads and sigh. They also flew out. This space was different from the outside. The spiritual energy was more abundant, but the gravity was heavier. In other words, everyone's original strength was suppressed here. They could only use about 80% of their original strength. However, this wasn't a big deal to them. This was because this space was open to everyone. If you're suppressed by 80%, so am I overall, everyone's strength was the same. However, they soon realized that something was wrong. This was because they couldn't keep up with Lin Xian's speed. Immediately, these experts of the older generation frowned. Damn it, how could this be? How could this kid fly so fast? Could it be that he wasn't affected by the space's suppression? To be honest, they were really surprised. Now, their speed was only 80% of their original speed. It could be said that they were much slower than before. However, Lin Xian's speed was so fast that it far surpassed them. They couldn't believe it. His speed was so fast that it far surpassed theirs. They couldn't believe it. Damn it, was this kid a king who specialized in speed? The black-robed elder frowned. The blue-robed elder snorted coldly. Was this kid specifically targeting them? Did he really think that he could make things difficult for them? How naive. Thinking of this, he snorted coldly. The spiritual power in his body erupted, forming a powerful airwave that accelerated his speed again. Seeing this, the other 3 also circulated their power and sped up to catch up. To be honest, these people were wrong. Lin Xian didn't mean to make things difficult for these people. He was just flying at his previous speed. Although the space here was somewhat suppressive on him, for some reason, when he used the Great Dragon Sword Soul, the suppression disappeared. In other words, to Lin Xian, there was almost no difference between the inside and outside. Lin Xian was very surprised, but he knew that the great dragon sword soul was extremely mysterious. It must have played a role in offsetting the suppression. Therefore, his speed was normal for the outside world. The speed of the others was suppressed to 80%. In comparison, he naturally flew faster than the others. Boom, boom. Boom, therefore, when he heard the sound of the air exploding behind him, Lin Xian also turned his head and immediately frowned. In the next moment, he understood. It seemed that he was focused on flying and forgot that these people were suppressed. Therefore, in the next moment, he also slowed down. In fact, his body swayed and flew down. Why did he suddenly land? When the older generation figures saw this scene, they frowned again. The blue-robed elder snorted coldly. Let's go down and see what he's up to. The four of them also landed. Lin Xian looked at them and said, this space is very strange. This space was somewhat special, and it formed a certain restriction on kings. Moreover, we have been traveling for such a long time. If we encounter an enemy, we won't be able to fight them in peak condition. Therefore, I think it's better to capture a few flying beasts and let them carry us while we sit on them. This way, we can travel quickly and maintain our peak physical strength. This is a good idea. The woman in red nodded her head after hearing that. However, the other black-robed old man said, but we are all attack-type kings. None of us are beast tamers. That's right. The blue-robed old man also said. Moreover, the demonic beasts here had been neglected for a long time. They were very ferocious. It was impossible for them to submit to humans. These people completely disagreed with Lin Xian's suggestion. He even felt that it was too childish to think of such a method. However, Lin Xian smiled and said, don't worry, I can tame these demonic beasts. What? You can. Hearing this, the few of them were stunned. They hadn't seen Lin Xian's performance in the first round with their own eyes, so they didn't know how strong Lin Xian was. They only judged based on the final rankings. However, they knew that Lin Xian was a swordsman. His swordsmanship was strong, but in terms of taming demonic beasts, it was not certain. Therefore, the four of them obviously didn't believe him. Lin Xian ignored the four of them. He circulated his soul power and searched the surrounding dozens of miles. Soon, a smile appeared on his face. He found that there were a few flying demonic beasts in front of him. In the next moment, he turned into a bolt of lightning and flew over at high speed. This kid can't be thinking of taming demonic beasts, right? The middle-aged man frowned slightly. The blue-robed old man snorted coldly. What a joke. He was strong, but only among the younger generation. Moreover, he could kill demonic beasts, but taming demonic beasts wasn't something an ordinary person could do. It required a strong soul power and special techniques. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few beast tamers. However, the woman in red looked into the distance. Let's go and take a look. It's futile to go there. The black-robed old man shook his head, unmoved. They didn't think that Lin Xian could succeed. However, after about half an hour, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the distance. The few of them looked up and were stunned. Their eyes widened as if they had seen a ghost. In the sky ahead, Lin Xian was sitting on a demonic crane, flying quickly. There were two other demonic cranes flying on both sides. They were flying in the same pattern. The demonic aura on their bodies was soaring to the sky, bringing with it a powerful storm that tore through the void. This is? They were shocked and couldn't believe it. Could it be that he really succeeded? Just as they were in a daze, Lin Xian landed slowly with the three demonic cranes. The powerful storm blew the clothes of the four people. Suddenly, they were awakened. Then, the middle-aged man asked, young friend Lin, did you really tame them? No way, how did you do it? The woman in red was also shocked, and the two old men behind her twitched their mouths. Previously, they thought that it was impossible for him to succeed, but now it seemed that he really did it. It surprised them. Could it be that he's really a beast tamer? Thinking of this, the two old men's expressions became extremely solemn. They realized that they had underestimated this kid who was a few thousand years younger than them. At this moment, Lin Xian opened the map, pointed at it, and said, we're in Tianfeng Forest, and there are two ancient ruins nearby. How about this, we'll split into 2 groups and explore these 2 ancient ruins. Then, we'll meet here. What? Split up? Hearing this, the middle-aged woman was stunned. What if we meet enemies after splitting up? The middle-aged man also asked. Indeed, it was very common to see a team of 5 people. If they split up into 2 or 3 people, they wouldn't be able to escape at all. Lin Xian smiled and said, "Don't worry, it shouldn't be a problem with 2 seniors together. Moreover, we have these tamed demonic beasts with us. Their combat power is not bad, and their flying ability is very strong. Even if they can't win, they can run away. How about this, I'll trouble you 2 seniors to explore the one on the right. I'll lead the other 2 to explore the one on the left." Lin Xian also realized that the 2 old men didn't seem to trust him, so he couldn't be bothered with them. He let the 2 of them explore alone, while he led the other 2 to the other side. All right. The 2 old men looked at each other and nodded in agreement. To be honest, they made a mistake in their judgment. Now that their faces were red, it would be very awkward for them to stay. Perhaps later on, this brat would take out some other ability to slap their faces. Slap. It was better to stay away from him now. Otherwise, if they were provoked again, their old hearts wouldn't be able to take it. They might as well hide as far away as possible. Otherwise, if they were stimulated again, their old hearts wouldn't be able to take it. Hence, the 2 of them looked at each other, then rode on the demonic beast and soared into the sky, disappearing into the sky. The middle-aged man and the woman in red who were left behind said worriedly, "Little friend Lin, will the 3 of us be in danger?" To be honest, among the 5 of them, the 2 old men had the highest cultivation, but now, the 2 of them had actually left. As for the remaining 3, Lin Xian was only a 6-star king. Although his strength was at the level of a mighty figure, he probably wouldn't be able to defeat those late-stage mighty figures at all. The 2 middle-aged men were only at the mid-stage of the mighty figure realm. Therefore, they were very worried. Lin Xian smiled and said, "Don't worry, trust me. You won't be in danger if you follow me." Then, he put away the map. "Let's go to the left. You 2 ride on this demonic beast first, I'll tame another one later." As he said that, he moved his body and quickly soared into the sky. In addition, the woman in red and the middle-aged man looked at each other. They could only shrug, sit on the demonic beast, and quickly soar into the sky. Not long after, Lin Xian caught another double-headed eagle and sat cross-legged on it. The group of people flew towards their destination. After about half a day, the middle-aged woman frowned. "Little friend Lin, this route doesn't seem to be right." The middle-aged man looked at the map and then looked around. "Yes, the destination should be in that direction." "I know." Lin Xian also opened his eyes and woke up from his cultivation. Then, he said, "Let's not go to that destination for now." "Not going to the destination for now? Then where are we going?" The 2 of them were stunned. They didn't understand what Lin Xian was doing. Lin Xian said, "I've already sensed the aura of other kings nearby. They should be the subordinates of some prince. Since I've encountered them, it's impossible for me to not make a move." He just didn't know how many Jade Buddha King tokens they had. "What? You want to rob them?" Hearing this, the middle-aged man and the woman in red were stunned. Damn, is this kid alright? What kind of joke was this? There were only 3 of them now. If they encountered other groups, it would be too late for them to run. This brat actually wanted to rob him? Are you kidding me? Moreover, what puzzled them the most was that there were other kings around. Why didn't they sense it? One had to know that both of them were mid-stage 7-star kings, and they were extremely powerful existences among the Almighties. However, they didn't find anything even after sensing around. Could it be that this kid's soul force was even more terrifying than the 2 of them? Thinking of this, the corners of their mouths twitched. However, after around the time for half an incense stick to burn, a few strands of formidable fluctuations suddenly arose from afar, and it instantly caused the middle-aged man and the red-clothed woman to be shocked. Sure enough, someone was coming. It seemed that this kid's soul power was really strong. They were extremely shocked. Then, one by one, they stood up as if they were facing a great enemy. Why don't we take advantage of this opportunity to leave? If they were surrounded by them, the situation would not be good. Leave? Why did he have to leave? I still want to rob them. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. As they spoke, the strands of aura in the distance quickly rushed over and then turned into human figures. When they looked at Lin Xian, they were also stunned, and then they all smiled. Haha, there are actually people, and it's a small group of 3. It seems that we're really going to strike it rich this time. I wonder which prince's subordinates are so bold to form a small group of 3. Could it be that they don't want to live anymore? Who knows? They're probably idiots. Their brains must have been flooded with water. A few sneers could be heard. They didn't take Lin Xian and the other 2 seriously at all. Indeed, because there were 5 of them on their side. Moreover, among the 5 of them, there was no one of the younger generation. All 5 of them were powerful almighties. Their auras connected the heavens and the earth, suppressing all directions. Oh no, it's the second prince's men. On Lin Xian's side, the red-clothed woman frowned. She looked ahead and said quickly. The middle-aged man beside her also frowned. Damn it, Demon Blade King is also here. He looked at the tall figure in front of him, and his scalp went numb. It was a man in a black robe, and he looked very fierce. A long green saber hung on his waist, emitting a demonic aura. Demon Blade King looked at Lin Xian and the other 2 with a disdainful smile. Then, he said coldly, the 3 of you, hand over your jade talismans and storage rings. I can let you live. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you. Hearing that, the middle-aged man and the red-clothed woman felt their scalps go numb, and a look of despair appeared in their eyes. It's over. Demon Blade King was a very terrifying existence, and his strength was far beyond theirs. In addition, the other side had so many people. They couldn't win at all. It seemed that this time, not only would they lose all their treasures, but they would also lose 3 jade talismans. Thinking of this, they were very regretful. They shouldn't have agreed to let the 2 old men leave. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to fight 5 against 5, even if Demon Blade King was powerful. If they couldn't do it, they could run away. But now, they were facing 5 people, and they couldn't resist at all. However, Lin Xian smiled. Demon Blade King was indeed powerful, but it seemed that his strength was about the same as the first slash. Even the first slash was defeated by him. Although the other party was a veteran, so what, therefore, he was not afraid at all. As for the other mighty figures, he didn't take them seriously at all. Therefore, the next moment, he said with a smile, very well, hand over your storage rings and jade talismans, and I'll let you live. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you. Lin Xian's words were very simple. He returned the words to those people. On the other side, Demon Blade King and the others were stunned after hearing that. They couldn't even believe their ears. Among them, an old man sneered, what did he say? He wants to rob us, ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter, where did this kid come from? Is there something wrong with his brain, can't he see what kind of scene he's in? On the other side, a purple-clothed woman covered her mouth and chuckled, her eyes full of contempt. They didn't know Lin Xian at all, because the first battle was only participated by the younger generation and the princes. These old people didn't participate, so they naturally didn't know Lin Xian. Moreover, so what if they knew him? In their opinion, they were all old people who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years. Facing a young boy, how could they let him do anything? Therefore, these people didn't take him seriously at all. Kid, it seems like you don't know what's good for you. Since that's the case, I'll personally take the jade token and your storage rings. Devil Blade King snorted and was about to make his move. At this moment, another middle-aged man stood out. This man wore a green robe and had a small mustache. His eyes were cold and sinister. He laughed. There's no need for Devil Blade King to deal with a kid. Let me do it. All right. Devil Blade King nodded and did not make his move. Indeed, his opponent was too young and not worth his time. At this moment, the green-robed man walked out. He looked at Lin Xian and sneered. Kid, I advise you to surrender obediently. Kneel on the ground and hand over all your treasures. Otherwise, you're dead meat. You talk too much. Lin Xian snorted. Since he had decided to make his move, he did not hesitate. In the next moment, he pulled out the 9 darkness demonic sword and flew forward. "You're courting death." The green-robed man snorted when he saw that Lin Xian dared to take the initiative to attack. In the next moment, his eyes turned sharp and a majestic aura surged out from his body. Then, he waved his 2 palms. Jasper palm. As he waved his palms, the sky was instantly filled with light. 2 jade-like palms blasted toward Lin Xian. The aura was extremely terrifying. Ordinary almighties would not be able to resist it. One could imagine that the green-robed man was also an elite almighty. Lin Xian sneered in disdain. Such a person was nothing in his hands. Buzz, a sword light flashed and turned into a shocking rainbow that slashed down from the sky. Then, the 2 palms were split apart by the sword. What? How is this possible? Seeing this, the green-robed man's pupils shrank. In the next moment, he was also sent flying by the sword. Stunned. Everyone was stunned. Whether it was the other almighties or Lin Xian's 2 companions, they were all stunned. What did they just see? An elite almighty was sent flying by a sword? Is this really done by a young man in his 20s? Thinking of this, their scalps went numb. On Lin Xian's side, the middle-aged man and the red-clothed woman swallowed their saliva madly. On the other hand, the faces of the people on the other side became incomparably ugly. The man who was sent flying spat out large mouthfuls of blood. A sword wound appeared on his body, almost splitting him in half. With just 1 sword strike, he had already lost the ability to fight. He was too terrified. There was nothing he could do. Lin Xian had not held back at all. This sword contained the terrifying power of the great dragon sword spirit. Furthermore, the opponent's cultivation was suppressed in this space. Therefore, there was a huge gap between the 2 of them. A single sword strike was enough to finish off the other party. Damn it, kill him. The people on the other side were stunned for a few seconds. Then, they came back to their senses and gritted their teeth. This time, 2 mighty figures flew out. One of them was that purple-clothed woman, and the other was an old man. The 2 of them, one in front and one behind, quickly rushed towards Lin Xian. Boom, half-moon slash, Pegasus fist, a crescent moon appeared in the sky, crushing the void. Then, it turned into a sharp light and ruthlessly slashed towards Lin Xian. On the other side, the void trembled and cracked open. Then, spiritual energy filled the sky and condensed into a Pegasus. It was as white as a mountain. It stepped on the void, and there were 2 wings on its back that were almost 10,000 feet long. It swept across like a heavenly blade. The shadow of the Pegasus quickly rushed towards Lin Xian. 2 powerful killing moves instantly enveloped Lin Xian. Not good. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man and the red-clothed woman on Lin Xian's side changed drastically. Lin Xian probably would not be able to resist such a killer move. The 2 of them wanted to help Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He let out a long roar, and the sword chi on his body suddenly erupted. The fire deity roared. Boundless hellfire spread, and then a huge black giant quickly appeared from his body. It was 10,000 feet tall and roared at the sky. With a roar, a sea of fire spread across the sky and blocked the shocking attack. Then, a giant flame sword that was 10,000 feet long appeared in the flame giant's hand. It was extremely black, and the divine fire on it was dancing. The sword slashed down. Boom, in the sky, the huge moon was split in half, and on the other side, the Pegasus was cut in half. Boom, boom. Boom, that was not the end. Lin Xian controlled the flame giant and waved the giant flame sword in all directions. That terrifying sword chi transformed into a furious black dragon, rampaging through the area. Suddenly, the purple-clothed woman and the yellow-robed elder were sent flying. Everyone gasped again, and their faces were full of horror. What kind of technique was that? How could he defeat 3 elite mighty figures in an instant? Who was that person? That was too terrifying. On the other side, the second prince's people were stunned. On the other side, the middle-aged man and the red-clothed woman were also shocked. The Devil Blade King's face was gloomy. He originally thought that Lin Xian was just an ordinary young man. So what if he was a genius? He did not take him seriously at all. After all, compared to the older generation of powerhouses like them, the younger generation of geniuses was nothing. However, he did not expect that the other party was so powerful that he could injure 3 of them in a short period of time. He had to make a move. Otherwise, they would be defeated this time. He was the famous Devil Blade King, and he would not allow such a thing to happen. How dare you injure my people? Even the Heavenly King will not be able to save you today, the Devil Blade King was furious. He took a step forward, and a sharp sword light appeared on his body. It instantly cut open the void and slashed fiercely at Lin Xian. "Humph, I'm not afraid of you," Lin Xian snorted and also took a step forward. In the next moment, a sword light also rushed out from his body like a rainbow to meet the attack. The sword and the saber collided in the air, and countless cracks were torn in the air. Then, the 2 of them dissipated in the sky. What, he blocked the attack, the Devil Blade King frowned. The other party was more powerful than he had imagined. On the other hand, Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He said to the 2 people behind him, "The 2 of you should be able to get rid of the injured ones and the other Almighty, right?" The middle-aged man and the woman in red were stunned, but then they nodded. The 2 of them could definitely get rid of the 3 severely injured ones and the Almighty. They still wanted to say something, but when they saw Lin Xian's expression, they shut their mouths. Because they felt that even the Devil Blade King might not be able to defeat the young man in front of them. Because the other party was too mysterious. In the next moment, the 2 of them swayed their bodies and flew away. Meanwhile, the Devil Blade King was furious. The other party was trying to take advantage of the situation. He was really courting death. In the next moment, a sharp light burst out from his eyes and turned into 2 green sword lights. They shrouded the middle-aged man and the woman in red. Feeling the sharp sword lights, the 2 of them were shocked. They immediately put up their armor to defend themselves. They had no choice. The Devil Blade King was too powerful, far more powerful than them. The 2 men's expressions changed drastically when they felt the sharp blade light. They immediately activated their armor to defend themselves. They had no choice. Devil Blade King was too powerful. He was far stronger than them. However, the 2 green blade lights did not land. They were shattered by the 2 sword auras that Lin Xian shot out. "Your opponent is me," Lin Xian said in a deep voice. "Kid, you're courting death." Devil Blade King was enraged when he saw this. How dare his opponent stop him? How despicable, Lin Xian sneered. There was a rule in the first stage. He was not allowed to kill anyone. However, there were no such rules in the second stage. He would kill anyone who dared to provoke him, even if the other party was the prince's subordinate. Therefore, Lin Xian did not have any scruples. In the next moment, he stomped his foot. Countless red sword runes appeared. They were densely packed and instantly covered the entire ground. A huge sword diagram formed under his feet. It emitted a terrifying light and a mysterious energy. Not only did the sword diagram wrap around Lin Xian, but it also wrapped around Devil Blade King. In an instant, thousands of blood-red sword lights appeared around Devil Blade King. Each of them was extremely sharp. They carried a monstrous aura that could destroy the sky. "Get lost." Devil Blade King was furious. In the next moment, he pulled out the long blade at his waist. He swung his blade. Suddenly, a green light flashed. Then, green flames danced and burned fiercely between heaven and earth. It formed a sea of blade light and fire, shattering the hundreds of blood-red sword auras around him. Boom, boom. Boom, at the same time, a green field appeared around him. It kept expanding and formed a safe zone around him. It blocked the blood-red sword lights that filled the sky. "Kid, do you think you can threaten me with that little strength of yours? You're too naive. Today, I'll show you the power of my Devil Blade King." Devil Blade King's eyes emitted a terrifying light as he spoke. Then, his hair turned green too. They danced wildly in the wind like green poisonous snakes. Devil Blade Slash. As the blade slashed down, the green blade light turned into a blade light storm and swept toward Devil Blade King. For a time, the entire void was cut into pieces, and wounds could be seen everywhere. This gale of saber light was not only sharp but also scorching hot. The green flames circled around him, pulsating like will-o'-the-wisps. In an instant, the area within a radius of 100 miles was completely covered. The mountains, trees, and rivers below were instantly destroyed and turned into ashes. Nothing was left behind. One could only imagine how terrifying this slash was. Demon-slaying sword formation, Qilan's fury. Lin Xian also shouted coldly. The demon-slaying sword formation around him flickered and emitted a monstrous blood aura. Then, streaks of blood-red sword light quickly condensed and shot up into the sky. It transformed into a huge blood-colored Qilan. It was hundreds of meters tall, and its entire body was covered in bloody light, dyeing the sky red. It was as if a real divine beast had descended from the ancient times. The murderous aura on his body was too strong, causing people to tremble all over. With a roar, the blood Kirin spat out a red ball of light. It was as big as a meteor, and it tore through space as it sped away. Immediately, the green flames that filled the sky and the terrifying saber light were all shattered. Qilan kill, go, Lin Xian shouted angrily. Suddenly, countless blood-red auras surged between heaven and earth. It was like a sea of blood, carrying with it a monstrous and terrifying power. Then, the blood Kirin quickly rushed forward, turning into a stream of light. It carried with it a soul-stirring spiritual aura as it quickly attacked. As it ran, its body emitted a monstrous sea of blood and a sharp sword aura. It was like a demon king walking in the sky. Boom! Boom! On the other side, Devil Blade King was furious. He held the devil blade in his hand and slashed it down. Suddenly, a shocking saber light shot up into the sky, tearing apart the aura in the sky and slamming into the huge blood Kirin. The two forces were so strong that they tore apart the sky and suppressed all directions. The Almighties who were fighting in the distance frantically retreated, looking terrified. Demon Blade Monarch sneered. But soon, his smile froze. This was because he realized that his saber light was quickly shattering. Then, the Kirin in front of him rose into the sky, and its aura became even more terrifying. Not only that, but the Kirin's blurry figure was now as real as it could be. Its body was covered with scales. Each of them was lifelike, and their huge eyes were red like rivers of blood. Tens of thousands of sharp sword chi revolved around his body as he charged over again. Damn it, how is this possible? Devil Blade King's pupils shrank. How could his opponent be so powerful? The sword aura was too shocking. It was even more powerful than his saber light. However, his opponent was just a young man. How could he be stronger than him? He could not believe it. He had been cultivating for 1,000 years, and his saber skills were terrifying. Otherwise, he would not have been called Devil Blade King. But now, he realized that he could not suppress his opponent. However, what shocked him even more was yet to come. That was because Lin Xian had made another move. A green sword light tore through the void, and no one dared to look at it directly. It was too dazzling and terrifying. It tore through the void and came slashing down. Bang! The sword was so fast that Devil Blade King did not have time to react. It was already in front of him. In a hurry, he could only raise his saber to block. Clang! In the next moment, the huge force sent the saber in his hand flying. His entire arm went numb, and he was pushed back 3,000 miles. Buzz! Lin Xian stepped on the demigods and semi-devils, and he turned into a stream of light and arrived in front of his opponent in an instant. Damn it, how could he be so powerful? Devil Blade King was shocked and could not believe it. His opponent's speed was too fast. He arrived in front of him in an instant. Now, he had lost the saber in his hand. However, as a powerful king, he still had other means. Wind and Thunder Fist. With a roar, Devil Blade King quickly waved his fist. Immediately, the fist flashed with an incomparably terrifying gale and the power of lightning that filled the sky. The whole sky around him was boiling, and it turned into a huge shadow of a wind and thunder fist. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The momentum was extremely great. In the distance, the middle-aged man and the woman in red had finished their battle. However, when they saw the fist at this moment, their scalps went numb. They did not expect that Devil Blade King's fist skills were so terrifying in addition to his saber skills. Lin Xian sneered. He was not afraid at all. He swung his sword. Like a sword god, a terrifying sword light pierced through the sky and smashed down like a real dragon. the void cracked, and the earth cracked. Two balls of light exploded in the sky, emitting an incomparably bright light that made people unable to open their eyes. However, Devil Blade King screamed because his wind and thunder fist was split open. The sword light hit his hand, and it immediately changed the shape of his arm. Damn it, impossible. This is impossible. Who are you? Devil Blade King clutched his arm and retreated again with a hideous expression. He did not expect his opponent's sword light to be so powerful. Fine, I'll let you die knowing. My name is Lin Xian. What? Lin Xian? You're actually Lin Xian. Devil Blade King was shocked to hear that. He recalled that in the first stage, there were two peerless geniuses who won all 5 battles and defeated all their opponents. One of them was the Golden Lion King of the Battle Tribe, and the other was a peerless swordsman called Lin Xian. He did not expect the young man in front of him to be Lin Xian. No wonder he's the one who defeated Bai Zijing and the First Blade. Devil Blade King's expression turned ugly when he thought of that. He gritted his teeth and said, "This is a misunderstanding. I don't want your things anymore. Let us go." Let you go? Fine. Cut off one of your arms and hand over your storage ring and the King Jade token. I can let you go. What? Devil Blade King's pupils shrank when he heard that. The kings in the distance also had ugly expressions. Kid, don't go too far. Since you're not willing to hand them over, I'll have to take them myself. Lin Xian's aura became more powerful as he spoke. He was like a real dragon roaring in the void. Devil Blade King's face turned pale again when he felt the sharp aura. He gritted his teeth and took off his storage ring, throwing it in the void. The King Jade token was also in the storage ring. He gritted his teeth and said, "Can you let us go now?" Lin Xian took the storage ring and forcefully opened it with his soul force. Then, he started to sense the contents. There was indeed a King Jade token and many treasures inside. Instantly, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He turned around and looked behind him. The middle-aged man nodded slightly. They had also taken the storage rings of the other 4 opponents. Let's go. Upon seeing this sight, the Demon Blade King waved his hand, clenched his jaws, and prepared to leave. Although he had lost this time, he would not let it go. With a wave of his hand, he withdrew the demon blade. However, Lin Xian sneered. "I've said it before, leave an arm behind." "Brat, you're courting death," Devil Blade King was enraged. Lin Xian coldly snorted. "What, do you think it's easy to assassinate me? Since you dare to attack me, you must pay the price." As he spoke, the aura on his body became sharp again. It was like a dazzling sword light that cut through the void. The sword slashed out like a peerless divine sword being unsheathed. It had the terrifying power to destroy stars. Then, it quickly shrouded Devil Blade King. "Ah!" Demon Blade King roared madly. His expression was ferocious, and his gray hair danced wildly in the wind. He didn't think that the other party would really dare to attack him. In the next moment, he also launched his own powerful attack to resist. Boom! In the intense collision, the sky was completely shattered. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Then, Demon Blade King was sent flying. An arm was chopped off. Ah! He turned around and fled. He turned into a stream of light and instantly disappeared into the sky. He didn't even dare to take the demon blade anymore. When the remaining 4 Almighties saw this scene, their scalps went numb. They quickly fled. The middle-aged man and the woman in red were completely stunned. Demon Blade King really had one of his arms chopped off. This was too terrifying. He was one of the most terrifying Almighties, but he was defeated just like that. What kind of person was this young man in front of them? Lin Xian kept Demon Blade King's storage ring and the other 4 Almighty storage rings. Then, he looked at the middle-aged man and the woman in red. "I'll report your contributions to the 8th Prince. When the time comes, I'll definitely reward you." They should have been happy, but now, they couldn't feel happy. In fact, they were even a little frightened. That was because the power that the other party had displayed was too powerful. They even started to doubt their lives. They were Almighties who had cultivated for 1 or 2,000 years, but when compared to the other party, the gap between them was so huge. The two of them shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Previously, they were still suspicious of Lin Xian. They didn't understand why the 8th prince made Lin Xian the leader. But now, they understood. Lin Xian's strength was extremely terrifying. He was far above them. Alright, let's go and continue our search. The three of them rode on the beast and quickly set off. They turned into two streams of light and disappeared into the sky. Lin Xian wasn't the only one fighting. In other places, the almighties of different princes were also fighting when they met. Boom! Boom! On the plain, an ordinary-looking young man was surrounded by blood-red light. His eyes were extremely red, like a demon. Around him, blood-red seawater surged and surrounded the entire void. Within the sea of blood, there were two old men trapped within. There were other almighties fighting around them. However, there were only 3 people in the blood sea. Damn it, who is this kid? How can he be so terrifying? The 2 old men were the 10th prince's men. They didn't expect to meet such a terrifying young man. The corners of the young man's mouth curled up. Next, enjoy the feast of killing. As soon as he said that, the sea of blood around him started to rumble. Then, the seawater churned and condensed into terrifying azuras. They covered the sky and the earth and charged forward. In an instant, the 2 old men were swallowed up. On the other side, in the valley, a tall young man in golden armor was emitting light like the sun. Like a golden god of war, he blocked the way out of the valley. In the valley, there were 2 middle-aged men and an old man. They had just picked a few sets of supreme-grade spiritual herbs in the valley and were very happy. However, they didn't expect that the way out would be blocked by someone. At first, they were very nervous. But later, they found that there was only one person, and it was a young man. The 3 of them immediately laughed. Get lost, kid, humph, what an idiot. How dare you act alone in the 2nd stage, who do you think you are, how dare you rob us? You're courting death, kneel there obediently and wait for your death. If we're in a good mood, we'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, we'll let you know what it feels like to live a life worse than death. So much nonsense, the young man in golden armor sneered and then formed a seal with both hands. Seal of the fearless lion. Roar, golden light shone in the sky like the explosion of the sun. It was so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. Then, a huge golden lion flew out of the young man's palm. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it flew forward. In an instant, it opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the 3 almighties. Crunch, crunch. The sound of bones being crunched could be heard in the silent valley, making one's scalp tingle. In short, although they had only been here for a few days, there was still an intense battle. Moreover, this battle was much more tragic than the 1st stage. In fact, many powerful almighties were killed mercilessly. On the other side, Lin Xian and the other 2 flew to their destination. After searching around, they found that the ancient ruins were in ruins. Moreover, there was nothing left inside. It was probably taken away by someone the last time they were here. Therefore, the 3 of them went back the way they came and prepared to rendezvous. Soon, they arrived at the rendezvous point and waited patiently. Lin Xian slowly closed his eyes and began to cultivate. The middle-aged man and the woman in red also sat at the side. One of them would cultivate while the other would observe the surroundings. Just like that, the cycle would repeat every 4 hours. Half a day later, Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes and looked into the distance. Then, he said, if anything happens, get ready to fight. The 2 of them did not find out anything, but they were very clear about Lin Xian's ability. It was the same the last time. Therefore, when they heard Lin Xian's words, they stood up and secretly channeled their power, ready to fight at any time. Indeed, not long after, the sound of something breaking through the void came from the distance. Then, 2 rays of light quickly flew over. It was a black ray of light and a blue ray of light that bloomed in the sky like a shooting star. When the woman in red saw this, she immediately exclaimed, "Our people are back." However, Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together. His eyes flickered as he looked into the distance. The middle-aged man also realized that the situation was not right. There seemed to be people behind them. That's right, there were indeed people behind them. After the 2 rays of light, there were 3 rays of light that streaked across the void and chased after them like lightning. They were being chased. The middle-aged man and woman were shocked. Looking at the situation in front of them, that should be it. That's right, the 2 people running for their lives were the 2 old men who left earlier. They also encountered enemies, but they were not as lucky as Lin Xian. The opponents they encountered were very strong. They were the first prince's subordinates. There were 3 of them. 2 of them were extremely powerful. One was the celestial river great ancestor, and the other was the king of many treasures. These 2 people were extremely terrifying. Their strength was above theirs. Moreover, there was another elite on the other side. 3 against 2, even if they had 2 flying demonic beasts, it was still not enough. Therefore, they could only run back. Moreover, they were running towards the agreed-upon location. Because in their opinion, as long as they met up, 5 against 3, there should still be a chance for them to turn the tables. Sure enough, when they arrived near the rendezvous point, they saw 3 people below. The 2 old men smiled. Fortunately, the other party was here. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but shout loudly, "Hurry up and kill them." Hearing this, the middle-aged man and the red-clothed woman looked at each other and then coldly shouted. Their bodies turned into 2 long rainbows, and they instantly rushed into the sky. In an instant, the 4 of them surrounded the first prince's 3 subordinates. He actually had a helper. The 3 subordinates of the first prince glowed as they floated in the air. He released a powerful force that intimidated everyone. Among them, there was indeed the king of many treasures and the Sky River great ancestor. The other person was an old man. His aura was also powerful, and the long spear in his hand emitted a cold light. What should we do? The Sky River great ancestor asked. The king of many treasures sneered and directly attacked. Those 2 old fellows have been chased by us for so many days. Their strength has probably been greatly reduced. Therefore, even if they have more people, they are no match for us. His analysis was indeed correct, but soon, he was stunned. That was because he saw another figure below. And that figure was extremely familiar to him. The king of many treasures saw it, and so did the Sky River great ancestor. His expression immediately became extremely unsightly. In fact, there was even a hint of ferocity. Damn it, it's actually that kid. He recognized the other party because he had previously assassinated Lin Xian. In the end, he was injured by Lin Xian and had to escape in a sorry state. He did not expect to meet him again. When enemies met, their eyes would turn red. Immediately, the Sky River great ancestor stepped on the river of stars, and a terrifying light erupted from his body that could crush the void. Damn kid, get over here and accept your death. There was a terrifying murderous intent in his voice. It shook the void and turned into an invisible wave. Seeing this scene, the 2 old men on Lin Xian's side frowned. Could it be that there was still a grudge between the 2 sides? If they really angered the Sky River great ancestor and the king of many treasures, the situation would not be easy to control. After all, those 2 people were very terrifying existences. However, on the other side, the middle-aged man and the woman in red had very strange expressions. What's going on? How dare he provoke Lin Xian? Isn't he courting death? One had to know that they had witnessed Lin Xian's power with their own eyes a day or 2 ago. Even the powerful king of devil swords was defeated in the end and fled like a stray dog, let alone the Sky River great ancestor. Therefore, they really could not understand where the Sky River great ancestor got the courage to go against Lin Xian. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He did not expect it to be those people. He let them escape last time, but he did not expect them to come again this time. Since he had met them, he did not intend to let them go. After all, those people wanted to kill him. Lin Xian never showed mercy to his enemies. In the next moment, he tapped his foot and instantly appeared in the sky. His robe fluttered, and a smile appeared on his handsome face. It's actually you, a loser. How dare you come here to die? Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. What? A loser? Hearing that, the expressions of the mighty figures in the sky all changed. The 2 old men on Lin Xian's side were stunned and filled with shock. What's going on? Could it be that the Sky River great ancestor had fought with Lin Xian and lost? How is that possible? They could not believe it because they had never seen Lin Xian fight before. On the first prince's side, the old man with the long spear also frowned, while the middle-aged man and the woman in red suddenly understood. No wonder. No wonder the Sky River great ancestor is so angry. It turns out that he has been defeated before. However, he's really courting death. He dares to attack again after being defeated. He must be tired of living. The Sky River great ancestor's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. Kid, don't be so smug. I was careless last time and was ambushed by you. This time I'll definitely tear you into pieces. Starry River Waterfall. In the next moment, the Sky River great ancestor attacked. His body bloomed with the power of stars. When his palm moved, the stars in the sky shone and turned into starlight that shot out quickly. Boom, in an instant, the void split open, and killing intent surged. Countless cracks appeared in the surroundings. The scene was extremely terrifying. This scene caused the expressions of the surrounding mighty figures to change. Lin Xian sneered. He waved the demonic sword in his hand and quickly slashed down. Boom, the sword light surged into the sky and turned into a divine red color as it quickly slashed down. This strike was too shocking. It was as if the sky was pressing down. Within the sword energy, there was also a dragon sword domain floating and flickering. Lin Xian did not hold back with this strike. Boom. Boom, boom. The terrifying sword energy surged in all directions and slashed towards Tianhe. Boom, the sword cut through the stars in the sky, shattered the galaxy, and sent the great ancestor of the heavenly river flying. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The two old men on Lin Xian's side felt their scalps go numb, and their bodies trembled. On the other side, the pupils of the King of Many Treasures and the old man with the long spear also constricted. Powerful, he's too powerful. Especially the King of Many Treasures, he was extremely shocked. The other party's methods were much more powerful than those he had encountered before. How long had it been, and the other party was already so terrifying. Tianhe was in an even more sorry state. This strike had seriously injured him. Ah, I'm going to kill you. He roared at the sky with a crazy expression. Like a demon, endless starlight surged out from his body and turned into a star domain. Billion star slash. Kill. Tianhe roared crazily and activated his king domain without caring about the consequences. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Countless stars shone, and light danced in the sky. Immediately, thousands of starlight appeared in the sky. They flickered and turned into stars one after another, forming a light screen. It quickly pressed down. In an instant, heaven and earth trembled, and the entire space seemed to be about to split open. Lin Xian also shouted coldly. The great dragon sword soul in his body circulated, and a terrifying power surged out. Then, thousands of sword energy bloomed from his body. His entire body was fierce and murderous. He turned into a streak of divine red and instantly rushed out. Pooh, the sword light streaked across the sky, cutting through the void. Not only that, Tianhe's body also stiffened in the sky, and then his eyes widened. With a boom, he was cut into two halves. He was killed with a single strike. These people all went crazy. They didn't dare to believe it. That was esteemed Master Xianxia. Elite mighty figures were terrifyingly powerful. However, he was killed by a young man in his 20s with a single sword strike. On Ling Xian's side, the two elders were completely stunned. The middle-aged man and the red-clothed woman felt their scalps go numb. Although they had seen Lin Xian's methods before, they were still extremely shocked when they saw it again. On the other side, the King of Treasures and the old man with the long spear were even more shocked. Was this guy even human? How could he deal with an elite supreme being all by himself? If they stayed any longer, they would most likely die without a doubt. In the next moment, King of Many Treasures roared in rage and attacked. He went all out to break out. At this point, his body blossomed with light. He turned into a rainbow and flew into the distance. The old man wielded the red spear in his hand. Then, he became one with the spear and pierced through the void, trying to escape. Stop them. However, Lin Xian let out a cold snort, and his body once again emitted thousands of rays of light. The demon-slaying sword formation under his feet quickly formed blood swords, completely sealing off the entire space. Boom! Hearing Lin Xian's words, the remaining 4 mighty figures also moved. The middle-aged man waved his fist, and it was like a mountain as it blasted forward. The red-clothed woman opened her mouth and spat out a storm, which turned into a tornado that swept through heaven and earth. The 2 old men beside her also roared angrily. They raised their combat strength to the limit and quickly attacked. A huge palm blotted out the sky and covered the earth. On the other side, the earth trembled, and countless rock beasts appeared. They also grabbed upwards. For a moment, the sky and the earth were filled with terrifying killing moves. No matter how powerful the King of Treasures and the old man with the long spear were, they couldn't resist at all. Therefore, in an instant, the 2 of them were shattered by the void, and their bodies fell out. Their expressions became extremely unsightly. Kill! At this moment, the old man with the long spear roared and took the lead to attack. He wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Therefore, he charged towards the blue-clothed old man. Because among Lin Xian's group of 5, the 2 old men had consumed the most energy, so their combat strength was also the weakest. If he wanted to break out, he naturally had to choose the weaker ones. In the sky, a red light flickered, and then a red spear appeared and swept over. It stabbed fiercely towards the blue-clothed old man. This spear was so terrifying that it made people tremble. Sure enough, the blue-clothed old man was sent flying and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. At this moment, Lin Xian said coldly, "The 4 of you hurry up and attack. Leave the rest to me." What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. However, when they thought of the situation where the Tianhe great ancestor was killed in an instant, they didn't dare to say anything. Immediately, the 4 mighty figures quickly surrounded the old man with the long spear. The old man with the long spear was overjoyed when he sent the blue-clothed old man flying. He thought that he could break out of the encirclement. However, in the next moment, the 4 of them surrounded him again. His face turned green. Damn it, what kind of joke is this? Although he was an elite mighty figure and was powerful, he could still fight 2 of them. He couldn't fight 3 of them. Now that the 4 of them attacked together, he had no ability to resist at all. Sure enough, soon, he let out an angry scream. When the Lord of Many Treasures saw this scene, he roared angrily and wanted to go up to help. But soon, Lin Xian's sword slashed across the sky like a surging river, cutting through the void. You should worry about others first. Think about your own situation first. Kid, you're courting death. Get lost. The Lord of Many Treasures roared angrily and immediately took out a huge green cauldron. As soon as the green cauldron appeared, it quickly expanded and turned into a huge cauldron that was tens of thousands of feet tall. It towered into the clouds. The terrifying weight caused the void to shatter in an instant. Not only that, a purple bell appeared in his hand and he shook it quickly. Boom, boom. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out as streams of purple sound waves spread out in all directions, causing the entire world to tremble. The surrounding mountains shattered in an instant, and the ground cracked open. It was extremely terrifying. Protection of ice. A huge ice goddess appeared on Lin Xian's body, forming a powerful protection. Not only that, the ice goddess flapped her wings, forming the power of wind and snow that filled the sky, freezing everything. Lin Xian even used the dragon sword domain, forming an azure dragon that directly lifted the huge cauldron that was tens of thousands of feet tall. Boom! Boom! The terrifying cauldron trembled as it was lifted up by the azure dragon. It was extremely terrifying. Then, a loud dragon roar sounded from Lin Xian's body, and a dragon head appeared on his body. Then, he merged with the demon sword in his hand, turning into a peerless sword light. Seeing this scene, the Lord of Many Treasures' scalp went numb. That was the move that had split the Sky River great ancestor in half. He knew how terrifying that move was. In the next moment, he spat out a blue light curtain, which formed a sea that covered the sky and enveloped him. Then, he took out a large green umbrella and held it above his head, forming a defense that covered the sky and completely enveloped him. At the same time, a black armor appeared on his body. The king of many treasures heaved a sigh of relief when he suddenly put up so many defenses. However, in the next moment, his pupils suddenly constricted. He felt a chill on his neck, and he could no longer feel anything. Puff, blood sprayed in the sky, dyeing the void red. Then, the king of many treasures' body fell to the ground. Lin Xian waved his hand and took away the king of many treasures' storage ring. Then, he frowned slightly. That was because he did not find the king jade talisman. On the other side, the battle had also ended. For against one, the old man with the long spear could not resist at all and was directly beaten into a bloody mist. However, there was also no king jade talisman in his storage ring. It seemed that the three of them had only gone out to look for opportunities. There was no king jade talisman on them at all. However, Lin Xian did not care. At least he had obtained so many storage rings. The harvest this time was huge. So far, the three elite powerhouses under the first prince had all been killed. The middle-aged man and the woman in red were still able to accept it. However, the other two old men had shocked expressions on their faces. They were completely stunned. What was going on? How could the other party's combat strength be so powerful? Then, the woman in red told them what had happened in the past few days. When they heard that the king of devil swords had escaped with serious injuries, they gasped. He was definitely a peerless powerhouse and a peerless genius. They realized that they had underestimated Lin Xian. Since the other party was so powerful, it should not be difficult for him to kill them. Thinking of that, deep fear appeared in their eyes. Then, the two old men hurried to Lin Xian and said respectfully, "Young master, we have offended you before. I hope you won't misunderstand. In the future, the two of us will definitely obey any of your orders." Okay. Lin Xian nodded slightly. He was very satisfied with the other party's current attitude. Thinking about it, the other party wouldn't dare to disobey his orders in the future. This would make things easier for him in the future. At this moment, the blue-clothed old man said, "Young master, you can distribute these storage rings as you wish." This was a rule that had existed in the past. There was such a thing. Hearing this, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. The black-robed old man also said that there was indeed such a rule. In the second stage, other than the jade talisman and the king tablet, the other items could be obtained by one's own strength. So that was the case. Lin Xian nodded and took the Sky River Great Ancestor and the king of many treasure storage items. Then, he tossed the old man's storage ring to the four of them. The four of you can divide the things inside equally. Then, he took out the storage rings that belonged to the Demon Blade King and the other four people and gave one of them to the woman in red and the middle-aged man. "This is your reward for last time." "Thank you, young master." Seeing this, the middle-aged man and the woman in red were overjoyed. The two old men also took a deep breath. Then, they began to divide the things in the storage rings. Lin Xian was also very satisfied. He had obtained a lot of storage rings from powerful figures. These people's things were extremely rich. Lin Xian didn't stand on ceremony. He absorbed all the supreme-grade subdivine crystals and mutant nerves that could be used. He used them to improve his strength. As for the other cultivation methods, he also picked out the useful ones. He also kept the useless ones for future exchanges and auctions. In any case, the harvest this time was really rich. Especially the storage rings of the Demon Blade King and the King of Many Treasures. The Demon Blade of the Demon Blade King was definitely a top-grade Earth-grade treasure weapon. It was very powerful and terrifying. However, it was a pity that he didn't use a blade. Therefore, this thing was useless to him. However, he should be able to sell it for a good price. Or exchange it for supreme-grade items. As for the King of Many Treasures, it was even more delightful. The King of Many Treasures didn't have any cultivation methods, but he had many treasures. In total, there were dozens of treasures. Among them, there were 3 top-grade treasures. There were also quite a number of high-grade weapons. There were 7 or 8 of them. The rest were middle-grade weapons. It could be said that the King of Many Treasures was extremely terrifying. He had treasures for defense, attack, close combat, and long-range combat. However, it was a pity that he encountered it. No matter how powerful Lin Xian's treasures were, they couldn't be compared to the great dragon sword soul. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It would be more convenient for him to fight in the future. With so many treasures thrown out by him, he estimated that they could smash an elite supreme figure to death. Then, Lin Xian put away the storage rings, stood up, and said, "Okay, let's go back and meet up with the 8th prince." The result this time was good. He obtained the Jade Talisman King token and many storage rings. It could be said that it was a great harvest. Calculating the time, Lin Xian felt that it was about time to meet up with the 8th prince. The two old men said, "Lin Gongzi, there seems to be something in the relic we explored." Oh, hearing this, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. The old man in blue said, "Indeed, although the relic was damaged, it wasn't completely destroyed. There should be treasures in it. That's why we were chased by the first prince's 3 men." "I see. Since that's the case, let's go and take a look." The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up. He had never seen what the ruins inside looked like. Therefore, he was curious. After discussing for a while, the 5 of them decided to set off immediately. Whoosh whoosh, then, they rode on beasts and flew out of the relic quickly. A day later, they arrived at their destination. It was a barren mountain. There were weeds all around and it was very chaotic. There were even beasts roaming around. However, when the 5 of them arrived, their powerful aura suppressed the surroundings, causing the weaker beasts to run away. For a while, they didn't receive any attacks. "Where's the entrance?" After landing, Lin Xian asked, then he started to look around. The 2 old men said, "There's a cave in front. There was a seal previously, but we broke it open." "Indeed." Lin Xian walked forward. After walking for about 200 meters, he saw a cave that was 2 meters tall. It was very hidden and there were vines all around. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't have noticed it. Moreover, there was a trace of energy left on it. It should have been left behind when the seal was broken. "Let's go in and take a look." Lin Xian nodded, then took the lead and walked in. As he took a step forward, a black armor appeared on his body and covered him. After all, he didn't know what was going on inside. When the 4 people behind him saw this scene, they also put on their armor and carefully followed behind Lin Xian. It was a little dark inside, but the 5 of them were glowing like the sun. Therefore, when they entered, the inside was completely illuminated. This should be the Moonlight Ruins. The woman in red took out a map and looked at it. As they were talking, cracking sounds suddenly came from under their feet. Then, lines of formation patterns lit up. In an instant, they covered the entire cave. Accompanying them was an extremely terrifying aura. The aura was extremely terrifying. It was as if a god was quickly awakening. At the same time, the woman in red and the other 3 discovered that their cultivation and strength were suppressed again. It was even more terrifying than when they were outside. "Damn it, what is this place? I feel like I've been suppressed by 60%. Damn it, this place is too evil, should we go out?" The 2 old men also felt their scalps go numb. However, when they wanted to retreat, they discovered that many figures had appeared around them. There were dozens of people densely packed together, surrounding them. Those people stood there like statues. They were all wearing silver armor. A terrifying aura surged out from their bodies. "Oh no, these are silver-armored guards, I have to leave quickly." When the old man in black saw this scene, his scalp went numb. In the next moment, he shouted in a low voice and activated his king's domain, wanting to break out of the encirclement. However, his strength was severely suppressed now, so his combat strength was much weaker than before. Meanwhile, the silver-armored guards around them were increasing in number. At the same time, their bodies were also emitting a silver light that intertwined with each other, forming an extremely terrifying sky curtain that quickly pressed down on the 5 people. "Damn it!" Seeing this, the woman in red, the middle-aged man, and the 2 old men gritted their teeth and frantically activated their king's domains to resist. However, soon, their king's domains emitted cracking sounds, and even the light dimmed. "What should we do?" The 4 of them looked at Lin Xian anxiously. They had no choice. They really had no other choice. They could only pin their hopes on Lin Xian. That was because they knew that Lin Xian's strength was extremely powerful. Even if he was suppressed, he would probably far surpass them. Lin Xian retracted his gaze and sighed slightly. Make your move. Just now, he had already used his soul power to scan the area. Apart from a few stalks of spiritual herbs and some supreme-grade subdivine crystals, there was nothing else. Other than that, there was nothing else. It seemed that even though the ruins still existed, it was likely that someone had already explored them during the Crown Prince competition. Perhaps, the treasure had been taken away by someone else. Therefore, the remaining items were of little value. Lin Xian sighed at the thought of this. In the next moment, a sharp light burst out from his eyes. In the next moment, the great dragon sword soul in his body began to circulate crazily, releasing a monstrous amount of sword chi. Suddenly, a dragon roar sounded. The dragon sword spirit domain cherished an azure dragon, roaring in all directions. With a flick of its tail, all the silver-armored guards around it were blown away. What? How could he be so strong? The red-clothed woman and the other three were all dumbfounded when they saw the scene. How could Lin Xian's king's domain be so powerful? This aura was too shocking. Could it be that the other party wasn't affected by the suppression here? One had to know that they were all elite almighties. They could tell at a glance that the other party's aura was definitely at his peak state. However, their strength had been suppressed by 50 to 60%. How could the other party be at his peak state? This was simply unbelievable. Could it be that this kid hadn't been suppressed at all before? No wonder he was so powerful. These people swallowed their saliva. They felt that Lin Xian must have some secrets on him. However, everyone had their own secrets. Even if they investigated, they wouldn't be able to find out. Boom, boom. Boom, at this moment, the ground began to tremble again. An even more terrifying aura was rapidly recovering. It was as if a huge monster was about to come out. This aura was too terrifying. Even Lin Xian's expression changed. He hurriedly said, "Hurry up and leave this place." The red-clothed woman and the other three hurriedly nodded. Their faces were also pale. In their current state, they couldn't resist this aura at all. Therefore, the four of them hurriedly fled outside. Lin Xian brought up the rear. When the four of them left, a shocking light burst out from his eyes. Without saying a word, he directly sent out the great dragon sword soul. Immediately, a dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in front of him. Then, Lin Xian held the great dragon sword soul and activated the dragon sword domain with all his strength. He slashed down with his sword. A fierce azure dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it rushed underground. The earth-shattering explosion completely destroyed the entire cave. Boom, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Everything within a radius of 10,000 miles collapsed. The red-clothed woman and the other three had just escaped the cave and heaved a sigh of relief. However, immediately after, their faces turned pale again. That was because they felt an even more terrifying and violent aura surging out from the cave. It was as if it was going to tear the entire world apart. Oh no, run! They hurriedly rushed into the sky and into the clouds. Sure enough, the moment they left, the ground below suddenly collapsed, and a terrifying bottomless abyss appeared. A violent energy tore through the void. Seeing this scene, the four of them felt their scalps go numb. They desperately fled into the distance. However, they were very worried about Lin Xian. They were afraid that something would happen to him. But soon, they heaved a sigh of relief. Because they saw Lin Xian also rushed into the sky and turned into a stream of light. What's going on? Could it be that the ruins below have been destroyed? Heavens, how is this possible? The four of them were stunned. One had to know that they were all older generation figures who had lived for 1,000 or 2,000 years. They had all heard of the Crown Prince battle. Even if the ruins here were emptied, it would not be damaged at all. However, now, Lin Xian directly destroyed a ruin with a single move. This was really a big move today. If news of this were to spread, it would probably shock the entire world. Damn, this kid is too heaven-defying. The four of them looked at the shocking scene below and were speechless. However, these people did not know that when they entered the moonlight ruins below, a group of people also entered at another entrance. It was a group of 6 people. The person in the lead was a handsome young man. Behind him were 5 powerful almighties. Seventh Prince, this should be the Moonlight Ruins. From the looks of it, although the Moonlight Ruins are quite damaged, there should be a lot of good things inside. If we can get it and strengthen ourselves, we might be able to compete with those people. Hearing this, the 7th Prince's eyes lit up. Indeed, he was not very strong, so his strategy was to find all kinds of ruins to increase his strength. The Moonlight Ruins was their first stop. The 6 of them were all excited and quickly walked inside. However, halfway through, they suddenly felt a shocking vibration under their feet. Then, a different aura was quickly awakening. It was like a peerless monster that made one's scalp tingle. Not good. Sensing this scene, the 7th Prince and the others' expressions changed. Just as they were about to retreat, an even more violent spiritual aura erupted. It rushed over from the front. Accompanying it was a terrifying dragon's roar. Then, in the next moment, the sky collapsed, the void shattered, and the ground sank. The berserk energy rushed towards them like a madman. Damn it, get out of here! When the 7th Prince and the others saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. In the next moment, they no longer cared about the treasures and all fled into the distance. Boom, the 7th Prince was protected by 2 peerless experts. Finally, they escaped by a hair's breadth. However, the moment they left the cave, the 2 mighty figures at the back were swept by the aftermath of the energy and were directly cut in half at the waist. Seeing this scene, the 7th Prince and the others' scalps tingled. They did not dare to stay there and quickly fled into the distance. At the same time, they were shocked. What kind of existence was it? What kind of energy shockwave could directly kill a mighty figure? Terrifying, it was indeed too terrifying. They suspected that there were peerless experts fighting inside. However, they did not know who exactly it was. According to the 7th Prince and the others' guesses, it should be the top powerhouses of the princes. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the others to release such terrifying power. On the other side, in the Grand Imperial Hall. Ever since the 2nd stage of the Crown Prince battle began, the current emperor, the empress, the royal elders, and the princes had not left. They all entered the Grand Imperial Hall to watch. The Crown Prince battle had been passed down since ancient times in the Taiyu dynasty. It could be said that until now, it was very perfect. They could see the scene inside from outside. As expected, there was a huge light screen above the Grand Imperial Hall that shone down. It showed the situation of the 2nd stage. It was divided into many different regions, and in each region, there was a prince. In other words, the traces of the 15 princes had been completely seen by these people. Although it wasn't very clear, at least he knew the general situation. Needless to say, these princes had to have something special on them for these people to see. As for the people who had left the prince, such as Lin Xian and the others, their names were not shown. At this moment, the elders and experts of the royal family, including the current emperor and empress, were all looking at the screen of light. Because this would determine who would become the crown prince. Other than His Majesty, these royal family elders, princes, and experts all belonged to different factions. The princes they supported were also different. At this moment, they were naturally paying close attention. Was that the 3rd prince? He actually found such a complete ancient ruin. The elders who supported the 3rd prince, on the other hand, smiled. The 1st prince actually went to the ruins. Wasn't that the place where the current emperor went before? There were also people who exclaimed. Upon hearing this, the queen revealed a satisfied smile. Of course, she was the one who reported this information to the 1st prince. As the queen, she had much more information resources than the other princes. Therefore, the 1st prince was also far superior to the other princes. The 8th prince wasn't simple either. Exclamations of surprise were heard. The 7th prince actually went to such a remote ruin. I remember that this is the Moonlight Ruin, right? There shouldn't be much left inside. Seeing the 7th prince's actions, many royal elders sneered. But soon, they were stunned. Because they realized that the ruin where the 7th prince was had suddenly expanded. Then, it exploded and turned into nothingness. Even through the screen of light, the experts of the Grand Imperial Hall could feel the violent energy storm. What was going on? What happened? Why did the Moonlight Ruin suddenly explode? Everyone was stunned and didn't dare to imagine it. Ruins could be excavated and emptied, but there had never been an explosion. What exactly had happened? All of these elders and princes were completely stunned. Even the Empress and His Majesty were frowning. It couldn't be helped, they had never encountered such a thing. Could it be that an accident had happened in the Moonlight Ruin? Or the array had exploded and caused a series of explosions? Was that why it happened? It didn't seem like it. Why did it look like it was man-made? Another royal elder frowned. Man-made? That was impossible. To destroy such a ruin, one had to be at least an almighty level. None of the people who entered this time were almighty. Moreover, after entering, their cultivation was suppressed. They didn't have the strength to cause such great destruction. Everyone was discussing. In short, there were all kinds of guesses. However, there was no evidence. The sacred emperor also frowned. The source of the explosion was too far away from the seventh prince. Otherwise, he might have been able to find some clues. On the other side, the moment the Moonlight Ruin exploded, Lin Xian used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and quickly left. However, when he left, he discovered that there were dozens of silver-white light spots below. They were like fireflies that quickly flew into his body. What was that? Lin Xian was shocked and wanted to resist. However, he discovered that the silver light spots were all very pure energy and were not harmful to him. On the contrary, they were very beneficial. Thinking of this, Lin Xian no longer resisted. He used the longevity incantation and quickly absorbed the energy. Could it be that these silver light spots were produced by the silver-armored guards? He discovered that the number of silver light spots was about the same as the silver-armored guards. However, he didn't know what exactly it was. However, his cultivation had increased a little. From the looks of it, if he was lucky enough to plunder a few more ruins, he might be able to break through and reach the late-stage 6-star king realm. In the next moment, the woman in red and the others met up with Lin Xian. Then, she asked, Lin Gongzi, what should we do? Lin Xian looked at the time and decided to go back and meet up with the 8th prince first. Indeed, it was time for Lin Xian to go back. On the other side, the 8th prince and the others had also met up. Among them, the 8th prince also explored a ruin and obtained many good things. On the other side, Taoist Master Long obtained some treasures. He even fought with the other princes and defeated them. However, he didn't obtain the Jade Talisman King token. However, they soon frowned. That was because they realized that Lin Xian's team had not returned yet. What's going on? It's been more than a day. Why haven't they returned yet? Could it be that they encountered an accident? Those people were extremely puzzled. Indeed, it had been more than a day since the scheduled time. Logically speaking, they should have returned. However, there was no sign of them yet. That forced them to think more about it. An older person said in a deep voice, I think it's not very reliable to let a young man be the team leader. Why don't we let an older person be the team leader? After all, in terms of strength and experience, young people can't compare to him. Indeed, I think so too. Many of the elders thought so. They felt that the reason why Lin Xian's team did not return this time was because Lin Xian was the team leader. Something must have happened along the way. Therefore, they decided that after the team returned, they must change the team leader. They could not let a young boy lead the team. That way, the danger was too high. After another half a day, 5 figures could be seen in the distance. They're here. Seeing that, Taoist Master Long opened his eyes. The other King Realm Almighties also raised their heads and looked over. The 5 silhouettes landed beside them in an instant. They were Lin Xian's team of 5. Seeing that Lin Xian and the others had returned without any casualties, the 8th prince heaved a sigh of relief. On the other hand, Taoist Master Long frowned and asked in a deep voice, what's going on? Why did you come back so late? Lin Xian shrugged. It's nothing. I encountered a ruin on the way and was delayed for a while. Young people really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you know that your delay of a day and a half has a huge impact on the 8th prince? At that moment, an elder snorted coldly. The other elders also said, that's right. How can a young man like you be the team leader? Why don't we change the team leader? Taoist Master Lon, why don't you be the team leader? Then, those people looked at the blue-clothed elder beside Lin Xian. If it were before, the blue-clothed elder would have been very excited. But now, he hurriedly shook his head. No, no, no. My abilities are limited. I'm not as good as Lin Gongzi. Therefore, Lin Gongzi should be the team leader. What was going on? Everyone was stunned when they saw that. It was completely different from the Taoist Lan they knew. What had happened in the middle of all this? In the next moment, they looked at the black-clothed old man. The old man in black also hurriedly shook his head. I don't have the ability either. I unconditionally support Lin Xian to be the captain. So are we. The middle-aged man and the woman in red nodded quickly. This scene caused everyone to be stunned. This was especially true for the older generation figures. They were all stupefied. Heavens, what's going on? They believed that this group was extremely disharmonious. At the very least, the two elders were not convinced. But now, it seemed that there was no such thing. These four people, four powerful almighties, were all obedient to this kid. They didn't even have the slightest intention of resisting. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it even if they were beaten to death. Taoist Long was also extremely surprised. What on earth had happened? He really couldn't figure it out. Only the eighth prince smiled with satisfaction. He knew Lin Xian's strength. These people must have been stunned after seeing Lin Xian's strength. That was why they had such a reaction. Indeed, the eighth prince's guess was right. These people were indeed stunned after seeing Lin Xian's strength. However, his guess wasn't comprehensive. He didn't know that the moonlight ruins had been split open by Lin Xian's sword. Otherwise, he would have been stunned like these people. Since these people in Lin Xian's team didn't object to Lin Xian being the team leader, the others naturally couldn't say anything. Moreover, they now realized that although Lin Xian's team had returned late, the five of them weren't injured. As for the remaining two teams, more or less, some of them were injured. Some of them were even seriously injured. After all, whether it was exploring the ruins or fighting with other powerhouses, it was extremely dangerous. However, why weren't Lin Xian's team injured? This made them very puzzled. However, some of the older generation sneered. They weren't injured. I think it's because they're hiding. That's right, we explored the ruins and defeated other powerhouses. We spent so much effort, but we didn't expect someone to be lazy. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. It seemed that some of the old guys were not convinced by him. He sneered. However, at this time, the woman in red and the middle-aged man beside him couldn't stand it anymore. What did they mean by they were lazy? They had also explored an ancient ruin, and had even obtained 3 jade tokens. Therefore, in the next moment, the woman in red snorted. We were lazy, you've contributed a lot, then I want to know, what contributions did you make? She was so angry that she asked such a question. At this time, a person beside Taoist Long said, we encountered the 12th prince and the 6th prince's people and defeated them. We also heavily injured 3 powerhouses. 4 of them were lightly injured and we also obtained 3 storage rings. An old man beside the 8th prince said, we explored the heavenly jewel ruins and obtained many treasures. Hearing this, the woman in red sneered. Oh, is that so? Then, how many jade tokens did you obtain? The Crown Prince battle was a competition of the number of jade tokens. Hearing this, the old men stopped talking, and their faces turned red. That was because they did not obtain a single jade token. Seeing this, the woman in red sneered disdainfully. What was there to be arrogant about when they did not obtain a single jade token? However, they soon sneered. No matter what, we obtained a lot of good things. I'm afraid you didn't even obtain a single good thing. They did not obtain the most important jade token, so they could only change the topic and look down on Lin Xian and the others again. At this time, the 8th prince also frowned. Alright, we're all on the same team, so stop arguing. However, the woman in red snorted coldly. Who said that we didn't obtain anything good? We explored the moonlight ruins. We encountered the first prince's subordinates, the Tianhe great ancestor and the king of many treasures, and successfully killed them. What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. None of them dared to believe it. You killed the king of many treasures and the Tianhe great ancestor? They knew that those 2 powerhouses were very terrifying. Especially the king of many treasures, who had countless treasures on him. Even if someone could suppress him, it would be very easy for the king of many treasures to escape. Therefore, they sneered. What kind of joke is this? How could the king of many treasures be killed? You don't believe me? Why don't you ask the first prince if Lord of Many Treasures and Lord Tianhe are still alive? The lady in red snorted and said, not only Lord of Many Treasures, but we also encountered Devil Blade King's team of 5 and defeated them. Our Lin Gongzi even cut off one of Devil Blade King's arms. Of course, the most important thing is that we got Devil Blade King's jade token. What? Even Devil Blade King was defeated? Everyone was even more confused when they heard that because Devil Blade King was more terrifying than Lord of Many Treasures and Lord Tianhe. They were even more in disbelief when they heard that. One of the elders sneered. Nonsense. How could you defeat so many experts? To be honest, they did not dare to believe that the 8th Prince's team could have succeeded. Because the 8th Prince's team. They were all elite pinnacle mighty figures. However, Lin Xian's team. How could it be? They did not believe it at all. However, Lin Xian sneered. It was time for him to make a move. In the next moment, he waved his hand and a long green saber floated in the air. This is? Everyone was stunned as they looked at the green saber. Then, they were all stunned and gasped. That's Devil Blade King's treasured saber. Why is it here? Could it be that he really defeated Devil Blade King? Everyone was shocked. Devil Blade King was a swordsman. He lived with his saber and died with his saber. If Devil Blade King was not defeated, how could Lin Xian obtain the terrifying saber? Damn it. How did he do it? They could not believe it at all. Lin Xian sneered and waved his hand. Suddenly, a large green cauldron appeared in the air and crushed everything. Then, a large purple umbrella appeared and shone brightly. This is? That's Lord of Many Treasures' treasure. Another person exclaimed. This time even Daoist Long and the 8th Prince were astonished. From the looks of it, the King of Many Treasures must have been killed. Instantly, the two of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Daoist Long was shocked and could not believe it. The 8th Prince was also very surprised. Although he knew that Lin Xian was very strong, he didn't expect him to be this strong. Just this battle record alone had already surpassed the total of their two teams. However, what made him even happier was yet to come. In the next moment, Lin Xian put away all the Dharma treasures and took out 3 Jade Buddha King tablets. 8th Prince, these are the 3 Jade Buddha King medallions I obtained from Devil Blade King. What? Jade Talisman Ace, it really was the King Jade Amulet. Everyone was stunned, and they all looked over. Sure enough, they saw 3 Jade Buddha King tablets floating in the air. The 8th Prince's face was also overjoyed. No matter how many treasures there were, it was useless because the most important thing in the second level was the Jade Token. As long as he could obtain the Jade Token and become the Crown Prince, with the strength of the Taiyu dynasty, what kind of heaven and earth treasures could he not have? However, neither of their teams had obtained the Jade Talisman suit's trump card, while Lin Xian had. And it was 3 pieces. This made the 8th Prince extremely happy. Brother Lin, well done. Thank you very much. Please subscribe, don't worry, when we return, I will definitely fulfill any of your requests. The 8th Prince was overjoyed. As for the others, they looked at Lin Xian in shock. This was especially true for the older generation figures. Each and every one of them was stunned. The corners of their mouths twitched and many of their faces turned ugly. This was because they had looked down on Lin Xian and did not believe him. They thought that he was lazy and did not deserve to be the team leader. But now, everything that Lin Xian had done had far exceeded their expectations, even their imaginations. They could not accept it at all. This was a slap to their faces in public. And they could not fight back. On Lin Xian's side, the lady in red and the other 3 were also very happy. Looking at the ugly faces of the people around them, they felt very satisfied. These old guys had looked down on them and now they had been slapped in the face. Of course, they knew that all the credit belonged to Lin Xian. Therefore, they were even more in awe of Lin Xian. What should we do next? At this moment, Taoist Master Long also took a deep breath to suppress the shock in his heart and then asked. The eighth prince said, now, the top three are us, the eldest prince and the third prince. The eldest prince and the third prince are extremely powerful and are not weaker than us. Especially the eldest prince, he has the Golden Lion King. Therefore, there is no need for us to clash with them now. What we need to do is to sweep away the other weaker princes. We need to snatch their jade talismans and trump cards to increase our own strength. At the same time, we need to explore more ancient ruins. After all, the things inside are also very precious. Let's do this. We will first search the periphery and then head towards the center. Hearing this, everyone nodded. This was indeed the safest way at the moment. At this moment, an elder asked, should we still follow the current group and move separately? I think we should move together. Although we will have to explore fewer places this way, if we move together, no matter who we encounter, we will have a 100% chance of winning. Because there are very few people like us who move together. Taoist Master Long expressed his thoughts. The others' eyes also lit up. Yes, if they moved together, even if they encountered elites like the eldest prince and the third prince, they would be able to kill them smoothly. However, if they split up, it would be different. They might be killed. Therefore, many people agreed to this idea for their own safety. However, at this moment, Lin Xian said, I think this method is safe but too conservative. Why don't we send a small vanguard team and use the advantage of having fewer people to launch a sneak attack and explore all kinds of ruins? If there is no one scouting outside, it is indeed inappropriate. This was a good idea. The eighth prince nodded while the other elders frowned. But who should they send? Although it was convenient to have fewer people, it would be difficult to escape if they encountered other groups. Everyone was taken aback and turned to look at Lin Xian. Everyone looked at him strangely. Lin Xian smiled faintly. Indeed, the reason why I made this request is because I am prepared to do this. However, I need 2 people. 2 people, Brother Lin, who do you want? Just tell me. He was quite confident in Lin Xian's strength. With Lin Xian around, even if they couldn't defeat him, they would still be able to escape. When the time came, they could escape to protect themselves. It was still possible. Lin Xian looked around and scanned these people. When the elders saw this scene, their bodies trembled and they hurriedly lowered their heads. Some of them even took 2 steps back. What a joke, they didn't want to act alone. Otherwise, if they encountered a powerful enemy, they wouldn't even be able to escape. Therefore, they didn't want to be with Lin Xian. When Lin Xian saw this, he raised a look of disdain. A look of disdain appeared on Lin Xian's face when he saw this. Then, he said, how about this? I'll find 2 people of similar age. Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing. What, only 2 young skyprides, the 8th prince, Taoist Long, and the others were stunned when they heard that. The older generation figures were even more stunned. Initially, they were afraid that Lin Xian would pick them and ask them to go alone. However, they did not expect that Lin Xian would only pick 2 young skyprides instead of them. Would it be dangerous if 3 young people were to go together? Taoist Long also frowned slightly. He said, why don't we reconsider? I think it's a good idea. There's no danger. Lin Xian shrugged and looked at Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing in the crowd. What do you think? Do you dare? What's there to be afraid of? Duan Qingqing smiled. Lu Fei did not say anything. He stood out and walked towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled when he saw that. Don't worry, 8th prince. With the strength of the 3 of us, even if we encounter danger, we can still retreat safely. I can guarantee that. All right then. Be careful. The 8th prince nodded. Since Lin Xian had said so, he could only choose to believe him. The others were a little stunned. It was too bold and risky to let 3 young people form a team. Most likely, aside from Lin Xian, the other princes would not do such a thing. Lin Xian discussed with Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing for a while. Then, the 3 of them left quickly. Lin Xian, did you really kill the king of many treasures? And injured the king of Devil Blade? Duan Qingqing asked curiously after they left. She was indeed too curious. With her strength, she could not understand the situation at all. Lin Xian smiled and said, you'll know whether it's true or not after some time. He didn't explain too much to the two of them. After all, as long as they were with him, as long as they encountered more enemies and he killed 2 more king tiers, these people would most likely believe him. Plus, the reason why he chose these 2 was because they were both Heaven's favorites and had witnessed his performance in the first round. Therefore, he wouldn't be like the other elders who were suspicious of him. As expected, the 2 of them took Lin Xian's words seriously. But soon, Duan Qingqing frowned. Lin Xian, that's not right. Where are you taking us? There was a group of demonic beasts ahead. Lu Fei also spoke up. That's right, Brother Lin. Could he have gone the wrong way? No, it was directed at the group of demonic beasts. Don't you think it's too exhausting for us to fly like this? Later, we'll catch 2 demonic beasts and let them fly. That will save us a lot of effort. What? You want to capture demonic beasts? Heavens, what's the use of catching them? We can't tame them. Duan Jingjing couldn't understand. Lin Xian smiled and said, Don't worry, I have a way to tame it. Do you remember the demonic beasts I was sitting on? They were tamed by me. What? You tamed it? Could it be that you're a beast tamer? Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei were surprised. Then they remembered that Lin Xian defeated the Herculean king in the first stage with a soul power attack. This also meant that the other party's soul power was very strong. Therefore, the other party might really be a beast tamer. Thinking of this, the 2 of them were shocked. But soon, they became excited. If they could really find demonic beasts, it would definitely save them a lot of energy. So thinking of this, the 3 of them couldn't help but speed up. Soon, they arrived at the valley below. These were red-eyed demonic wolves. These wolves were very fierce. Brother Lin, are you confident? Lu Fei looked down and asked in a deep voice. There shouldn't be a problem. Lin Xian looked down, his eyes flashing. After a while, I'll go find the Wolf King. You guys help me block the surrounding wolves. There's no need to defeat them. Just pin them down. Give me half an incense's time and I'll succeed. Okay. Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing nodded. As long as they could restrain the wolves below, they could still do it. Then, let's start, Lin Xian shouted in a low voice, then stomped his foot. His entire body turned into a sharp sword light and instantly rushed out. His speed was very fast. He turned into a series of afterimages, cutting through the void and flying forward. When he landed previously, he used his soul power to investigate and found out the direction of the Wolf King. So at this moment, he directly set off towards the target. The Wolf King was inside a cave, but there were demonic wolves guarding the cave. 2 demonic wolves, 5 meters long, emitting a biting cold demonic aura. Their eyes were red and they were lying on both sides of the cave. From the looks of it, they looked like human guards. In the next moment, they suddenly opened their eyes. In their blood-red eyes, there was a terrifying light. Then, the 2 demonic wolves suddenly turned around and stared at a figure in front of them. Then, the 2 red-eyed demonic wolves became angry. Human, there was actually a human who dared to break into their territory alone. He was courting death. At that moment, the 2 red-eyed demonic wolves quickly attacked. They did not allow humans to enter. They did not allow humans to disturb their king's rest. The red-eyed demonic wolf on the left opened its mouth and spat out a green wind blade. The wind blade rotated in the air, turning into a blade-like gale and slashing forward. Wherever it passed, the void shattered. The momentum and energy were extremely terrifying. The other demonic wolf spat out a ball of fiery red flames, turning into a sea of fire that filled the sky and rolled forward. Boom boom boom, the 2 energies were too violent. In an instant, the void in front of them was shattered. Buzz, Lin Xian did not hold back. He pulled out the demonic sword and slashed down. The sharp sword light split the void into 2 halves. The terrifying wind blade and sea of fire were split from the middle, creating a vacuum. Whoosh! In the next moment, Lin Xian quickly passed through the vacuum and arrived in front of the 2 red-eyed demonic wolves. The 2 red-eyed demonic wolves were stunned. They did not expect the human in front of them to be so fast. He broke through the encirclement. He arrived in front of them. But then, in their blood-red eyes, a hint of ridicule appeared. The other party actually dared to fight them in close combat. He was courting death. As demonic beasts, their physiques were extremely powerful. It was definitely not something these people could imagine. So in the next moment, the red-eyed demonic wolf on the left raised its claws and slapped forward. And the one on the right opened its bloody mouth and bit forward. It was as if it could bite through the void and swallow the entire sky. Boom, however, Lin Xian did not dodge. He quickly swung his sword twice. Then, a huge wolf claw flew into the sky. Blood spurted out. On the other side, Lin Xian pierced through the demonic wolf's head with his sword. In an instant, the two red-eyed demonic wolves were killed, and blood dyed the ground red. At this moment, an angry roar came from the valley in front. Then, a black shadow quickly pounced over. Clang! Seeing this scene, Lin Xian raised his sword to block, and an earth-shattering sound immediately rang out. Then, his entire body was knocked back. At the same time, the goddess of ice appeared on his body, blocking the powerful force. Therefore, although he was knocked back, he was not injured. However, an angry roar came from the front, and this roar alarmed all the red-eyed demon wolves in the valley. Many red-eyed demon wolves gathered in this direction and quickly attacked Lin Xian. Attack! In the distance, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei roared angrily. The two of them opened their king's domains and fought against the red-eyed wolves. For a moment, no red-eyed wolves came near Lin Xian. Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. In the next moment, he turned his head to look at the red-eyed wolf king in front of him. This red-eyed wolf king was very huge, about 10 meters long, and the aura it emitted was incomparably terrifying. Its eyes were blood red, and as it roared, the surrounding void quickly shattered. Valiant! Too valiant, Lin Xian snorted when he saw this scene. In the next moment, golden runes appeared in his eyes. Heavenly secret divine eyes, floating light. As his voice fell, a golden light flew out from his eyes and pierced forward. Immediately, the red-eyed wolf king in front of him roared and became abnormally violent. Its limbs kept slapping, creating countless black holes and cracks on the ground. The demonic aura on its body swept out, turning into streaks of smoke that tore through the void. The blood-red color in his eyes turned into two seas of blood. As they surged, they carried a monstrous killing intent. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the golden light in his eyes became even more powerful. Floating light was an illusion of the heavenly secret divine eyes, used for control. This illusion was not invented by him, but was a divine ability contained in the bloodline power of the heavenly secret divine eyes. At this moment, when Lin Xian used it, it was extremely terrifying. Therefore, in an instant, the terrifying red-eyed wolf king also fell into a struggle. However, after struggling for a few seconds, the demon wolf king became abnormally quiet. He was no longer mad, and his demonic chi was much calmer. Even his blood-red eyes were filled with respect as he looked at Lin Xian. Seeing this, Lin Xian smiled. Then, he said coldly and lay down. Immediately, the huge body of the red-eyed demon wolf king slowly crouched down. Lin Xian took a step forward, arriving on top of the red-eyed demon wolf king. Then, he sat on top of it with a smile on his face. He knew he had succeeded. The next moment, he patted the wolf king's head and said indifferently, "All right, tell your subordinates to stop attacking." Roar! In the next moment, the red-eyed demon wolf king roared towards the sky, emitting waves of howls. Immediately, the other red-eyed demonic wolves in the valley quieted down and stopped attacking after hearing this. Seeing this scene, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Their backs were drenched in sweat. This was because these red-eyed demon wolves were very terrifying when they joined forces. The king's domain that they formed together was about to shatter. Fortunately, at this moment, the attack stopped. Soon, they turned their heads and were extremely shocked. This was because they saw a mighty red-eyed demon wolf king standing in the distance. The demonic chi emitted from the other party's body shocked them. However, there was actually a figure sitting cross-legged on such a terrifying demonic beast. Lin Xian, it was Lin Xian. The two of them cried out in surprise. They didn't expect that Lin Xian had really tamed the red-eyed demon wolf king. The two of them stepped lightly and turned into streams of light, arriving near Lin Xian. Then, Duan Qingqing asked in surprise. "Lin Xian, how did you do it? Are you really a beast tamer?" "Of course. Lin Xian smiled. I've already told you guys that I'm a beast tamer. Taming this kind of demonic beast is nothing difficult. At this moment, the golden light in his eyes had already disappeared. He wouldn't let these two know that he had the heavenly secret divine eyes. The next thing was much easier. Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing each rode a 5-meter-long red-eyed demon wolf. Lin Xian rode the Wolf King, and the group set off into the distance. It wasn't just these three, because Lin Xian had tamed the Wolf King, and the wolf clan was a pack animal. Therefore, not only the three of them left, the entire wolf pack followed and set off quickly. We're rich this time. Duan Qingqing sat on the back of the red-eyed demon wolf and looked at the red-eyed demon wolves walking together. She was incomparably excited. That exquisite little face was filled with boundless excitement. At the side, Lu Fei also heaved a sigh of relief. Indeed, it was too dangerous for the three of them to move together. If they encountered a terrifying demon king or other teams, they would be in great danger. They were afraid that they would be doomed. But now, it was different. Although there were still only 3 of them, there were dozens of powerful red-eyed demon wolves. This way, the disadvantage of their lack of numbers was made up for. Not only that, their combat strength had also become incomparably powerful. Duan Qingqing was even more excited. Aya, with such a huge team, she really wanted to find someone to practice with. Why didn't anyone come looking for trouble? Damn, what was this girl trying to do? Hearing this, Lin Xian rolled his eyes. On the other side, Duan Qingqing took out a red mirror from her storage ring. It was the size of a palm. Then, she poured her spiritual power into it and quickly pinched it. At the same time, she muttered, "Let me see who's nearby." That simple and unadorned mirror emitted a faint red light. Then, the image changed, and a few figures appeared on the mirror. Haha, there really were people. When Duan Qingqing saw this scene, she was in a good mood. She said, "Let me see which unlucky person has been targeted by me. You also know that he's unlucky." Hearing this, Lin Xian and Lu Fei's mouth twitched slightly. At this moment, Duan Qingqing was slightly surprised. It's the 7th prince. What, the 7th prince? You didn't see wrong. Lu Fei was shocked. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He did not expect that there would be a prince nearby. Originally, he did not intend to pay attention to Duan Qingqing. After all, this kind of thing was enough for Duan Qingqing to play by herself. But now, it was different. There was a prince, so he had to make plans. The princes carried the most Jade Buddha King tokens with them. The benefits of robbing a prince were definitely huge. Thinking of this, Lin Xian smiled. He turned his head and asked, "Where is he? You want to make a move too?" Hearing Lin Xian's question, Duan Qingqing became even more excited. She said, "He's in the front left, about 35,000 miles away." 35,000 miles, no wonder. Although Lin Xian's soul power was strong now, he could only explore a radius of 10,000 miles. If it was further away, he would need to use special means, such as the heavenly secret prodigy or the magic treasure in Duan Qingqing's hand. Of course, as his soul improved, this range would continue to expand. "How many people are there?" Lin asked again. Duan Qingqing said, 6 people. The 7th prince was ranked at the back, so he could only bring 10 people in. So no matter how he distributed it, there wouldn't be too many people around him. 6 people was already a lot. "Brother Lin, should we make a move?" At this moment, Lu Fei asked in a deep voice. To be honest, robbing a prince was an extremely exciting thing. Although the 7th prince's ranking wasn't high, he was still a prince after all. His own strength was strong, and the people around him were even more terrifying. They were all top supreme experts. 6 people were too many, and they couldn't win. Lin Xian shook his head. Indeed, even though he had dozens of demon wolves by his side, if he were to really fight against the top supreme experts by the 7th prince's side, it would probably not be enough. Duan Qingqing also sighed. What should he do? Should he give up? This was a good opportunity, Lin Xian laughed. Give up? That was impossible. Let's keep an eye on them first, then I'll go tame some demon beasts. When there are more than 50 of them, these people probably won't have any advantage. Good. Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei nodded, and then the two of them controlled the demon beasts and slowly moved forward. Lin Xian soared into the air, and when he was high up in the sky, he used the heavenly secret divine eye, and scanned the surrounding 50,000 miles. Very quickly, a smile appeared on his face. Because he had discovered another group of demon beasts. It was a group of monkeys, but they were not ordinary monkeys. It was a large power King Kong ape. This kind of large power King Kong ape was extremely terrifying. It was famous for its strength, and with a raise of its hand, it could uproot huge mountains. Lin Xian's target this time was precisely them. He turned into a ray of light and quickly flew forward. At the same time, he released the snow-white little monkey and the crimson dragon. There was no one around, so he let the two of them out. However, if there were others, he wouldn't let the two of them out. After all, the snow-white little monkey was incomparably magical. If it was targeted by the imperial family, it would probably be in danger. The crimson dragon was even worse. That was a dragon. And these people from the royal family cultivated the aura of the Tao of Dragons. If they saw a real dragon, they would probably pull out its tendons and skin and dissect it for research. Therefore, for the sake of safety, Lin Xian would not let them out. The two of them were also very tactful. When they knew that there was no one outside, they also came out. Then, the crimson dragon screamed, "Damn!" Benhuang was suffocating. Damn it, they actually cultivated the Tao of Dragon aura. Who did they think they were? Would he be able to cultivate the Tao of Dragon aura just because he had taken over the dragon vein? Benhuang was the real dragon. Wuji Snow White Marquis stood at the side, cheering for Red Mystical Dragon. After an Hong God Dragon came out, she laughed weirdly while flying. "Kid, do you want to do something big and snatch the dragon vein of the Tai dynasty?" Hearing this, Lin Xian rolled his eyes. "Damn, you're too bold. If he were to snatch the dragon vein, countless warriors in the entire Tai dynasty would probably fight with their lives on the line for you. Of course, if you have the chance, you can secretly absorb a bit of dragon chi." It was impossible to directly snatch the dragon vein. The Tai dynasty was an existence that was even more terrifying than an ordinary sacred ground. Although Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were powerful, it was impossible for them to directly fight against an imperial court. However, he could secretly absorb a bit of dragon chi to strengthen himself. This kind of thing could still be done. How about this, the two of you will act alone. There are many ancient ruins here, the two of you go and search for some. I won't go with you. Good idea, Benhuang had wanted to do this for a long time. Following that, the Crimson Dragon brought the snow-white little monkey and tore through the sky, disappearing into the sky. As for Lin Xian, he flew towards the direction of the large power King Kong ape. As for the safety of those two fellows, he was not worried at all. The strength of those two fellows was not inferior to his at all. Furthermore, both of them were very slippery. Especially the Crimson Dragon, he was an old fox. He reckoned that even if he was in danger, the other party would not be in danger. Very quickly, Lin Xian used the heavenly secret divine eye and used the floating light illusion technique to directly control the leader of the large power King Kong ape. Then, he once again controlled the entire group of demon beasts. He rode the group of large power King Kong ape back the way he came. On the other side, the seventh prince led 5 supreme experts and quickly moved forward. The seventh prince's eyes lit up as he asked excitedly. "Is the news confirmed? Is there really a amethyst snow dragon ginseng in front of us?" Beside him, an old supreme expert laughed. "That's right, the seventh prince, the news is absolutely confirmed. However, there is an extremely powerful demon king beside the treasure, so we need to be careful. It doesn't matter what the demon king is, I have enough people with me." This time, he had to get the purple gold blood ginseng. The seventh prince was extremely excited. To be honest, he was quite depressed before, because it was not easy for him to enter the Moonlight Ruins. He originally thought that he would be able to obtain a great treasure. However, he did not expect that before he could even see the treasure, the Moonlight Ruins would explode, causing him to lose 2 supreme experts. If it wasn't for the fact that he had brought so many experts with him, he would have died there as well. Therefore, this made him extremely depressed. However, a few days later, he received news of the amethyst snow dragon ginseng. This was an extremely precious spiritual medicine. Furthermore, to be able to grow here, it must be at least 3,000 years old. This kind of thing was extremely beneficial to increasing the cultivation of a king. Even if he couldn't become the crown prince, if he could increase his strength by leaps and bounds, it would still be a perfect result. Therefore, he was extremely excited. He quickly rushed over with a group of people. Sure enough, there was a purple halo in front of him, emitting a dense aura. Needless to say, it should be the purple gold blood ginseng. As expected, there was also trouble. Beside the purple gold blood ginseng, there was an 8-clawed evil dragon. It wasn't a real dragon, but it had a trace of the dragon's bloodline. Therefore, it was extremely berserk. Attack! Seeing this scene, the 7th prince coldly shouted. Immediately, the 5 supreme experts beside him released their incomparably terrifying king domains, enveloping the area in front of them. A great battle erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth. On the other side, at a place very far away, Duanqingqing also frowned. She softly said, "This 7th prince's luck is really not bad, he actually found another treasure." "Oh, what treasure?" Lu Fei, who was at the side, was also extremely puzzled. He came over to take a look. He saw that on the simple and unadorned mirror in front of Duanqingqing, there was an image of the 7th prince and the 8-clawed evil dragon fighting fiercely. From the looks of it, it should be the purple gold blood ginseng. Lu Fei was also extremely shocked. Although he couldn't see it clearly, that purple light was extremely similar to this legendary spiritual medicine. "Aya, this is really a good thing. Why isn't that Lin Xian here yet? If he comes, we can snatch it." Duanqingqing waved her small hands, extremely excited. However, they did not dare to go up now. After all, with their little strength, they were probably not enough to deal with the 7th prince and the 5 elite warriors. On the other side, in the Grand Imperial Hall, the Emperor, the Empress, the royal family elders, the prince, and the others also saw this scene through the huge crystal light screen. Although they had mocked and sneered at the 7th prince's unlucky situation. But at this moment, they also exclaimed. He had to admit that the 7th prince was quite lucky to have found a purple golden blood dragon kin. Yes, even if the 7th prince had no hope of becoming the crown prince, but with this amethyst snow dragon ginseng, his cultivation would probably increase a lot. This could also be considered a kind of opportunity. The people who supported the 7th prince clapped their hands and laughed. Even the emperor in front nodded his head slightly, expressing his satisfaction. However, was the 7th prince really lucky? They did not expect that at this moment, there was an even greater danger surging towards the 7th prince. Lin Xian controlled more than a dozen power King Kong apes and quickly rushed over. These power King Kong apes were like giants, running on the ground. Every time they ran, the ground trembled, and countless cracks spread out in all directions. Soon, they arrived at their destination. Nearby, Duanqingqing and the others had already felt the ground trembling. She and Lu Fei immediately looked into the distance. When they saw the dozen or so huge power King Kong apes, they were extremely shocked. Heavens! This was a power King Kong ape. This was a very terrifying demon beast, a demon king who could throw mountains with a raise of his hand. Who would have thought that it would be tamed as well? Not to mention Duanqingqing and Lu Fei, even those red-eyed demonic wolves had goosebumps, and their eyes were blooming with blood-red light. They even let out a series of roars. That was because they instinctively felt threatened. But fortunately, whether it was the demon wolves or the power King Kong apes, they were all controlled by Lin Xian. Therefore, it was impossible for the two to fight. After feeling the initial threat, the hostility between them was eliminated under Lin Xian's control. Of course, under normal circumstances, the two clans would probably fight to the death. "How is the situation?" Lin Xian jumped down from the power King Kong Ape King and asked. "Lin Xian, you're finally here. I was worried sick," Duanqingqing said anxiously. This 7th prince's luck was really good. He found a precious spirit herb and was now fighting with the guardian demon king. "Let's go quickly. Otherwise, it would be a waste if this guy ran away or ate it." "Good," Lin Xian nodded and said, "You two take the red-eyed demon wolf and go first. I'll follow behind." He did this for a reason. The red-eyed demon wolf was very fast, and its body was not big, so its movements would not cause much of an impact. However, these large power King Kong ape were different. As they ran with all their might, the ground trembled and cracked, as if there was an earthquake. He was afraid that the other party would have already sensed his presence before he even arrived. However, Lin Xian was not without a solution. He found a spatial scroll in the storage ring of the King of Many Treasures. This was an extremely precious treasure. It was equivalent to a spatial teleportation array and could allow one to teleport instantly. If he hadn't instantly killed the King of Many Treasures, the other party would have escaped again. Therefore, he could make use of this spatial scroll now. He first gave the spatial jade tablet that represented the coordinates to Duan Qingqing and told her to take it with her. At that time, Duan Qingqing would crush the spatial jade tablet and lock onto the coordinates. Lin Xian would then be able to use the spatial scroll. Following that, Lin Xian and the large power King Kong ape waited quietly. As for Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei, they controlled dozens of red-eyed demon wolves and quickly set off. On the seventh prince's side, the 5 supreme experts working together were extremely terrifying. They fought until the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, all the mountains were shattered. Cracks began to appear in the sky. In the end, the huge demon king let out a wail and was torn into pieces. "This is great." Seeing this scene, the seventh prince revealed a smile. In the next moment, he waved the fan in his hand and walked forward with a smile on his face. 1 step, 2 steps. He walked very slowly, his face full of confidence. In his opinion, this was already a certainty. The amethyst snow dragon ginseng was definitely his. Buzz, however, in the next moment, he was stunned. Because the void cracked open, and a long sword quickly slid down from the sky and then fixed itself on the ground. Boom, the ground sank, and countless cracks instantly spread in all directions. Seeing this scene, the seventh prince's face darkened. The faces of the surrounding almighties changed. Then, one by one, they exclaimed, "Who is it? Get out here!" At the same time, a terrifying soul power surged out and probed the surroundings. They were too shocked. They did not expect that someone would intercept them at this time. Could it be that it was a powerful team sent by a powerful prince? Thinking of this, they were extremely nervous. Whoosh, however, in the next moment, a figure floated down from the sky, accompanied by a chuckle that sounded like a silver bell. It was indeed the amethyst snow dragon ginseng. "That's great. I didn't expect to see this treasure," the figure that came down said with a smile. Everyone around them was stunned. The seventh prince frowned. He sneered. "Little girl, this is something that Ben Huang has taken a fancy to. How dare you snatch it? You really don't know what death is. How about this? I'll give you a chance. Obediently submit to me and be my servant. I can spare your life." The seventh prince raised his chin and looked down at her condescendingly. When the supreme experts of the Grand Imperial Hall saw this scene, they were all stunned. What's going on? A young girl dares to go against the seventh prince alone? Isn't she courting death? Isn't this the girl beside the eighth prince? She's a young genius. Why is she here now? And she's acting alone. Could it be that the eighth prince is coming? The elders and supreme experts were all confused. As for the supreme experts supported by the seventh and eighth princes, they were all extremely solemn. They stared at the crystal light carefully, and their eyes flickered. The seventh prince and the 5 supreme experts around him also recognized the other party's identity. Then, they became a little nervous. However, when they used their soul power to check and found that the 8th prince was not there, they all sneered. She dared to come here alone. She's courting death. Thinking of this, the 7th prince snorted coldly. I advise you to surrender obediently. Who said that I came here alone? Duan Qingqing sneered at this moment. She was fully prepared this time. How could she come here alone? In the next moment, she clapped her hands lightly. Suddenly, roars could be heard from afar. Following that, dozens of black shadows rushed over from all directions. Those black figures were very fast. They tore through the void like lightning and arrived nearby in a few flashes. What is that? Seeing the dozens of black shadows, the 7th prince and the other almighties were shocked. Heavens, could it be that the princes had joined forces to kill them? If that was the case, they would be dead meat. In the Grand Imperial Hall. Those people were extremely nervous, but when they saw the true appearance of the black shadows, they were all stunned. Because they did not expect that these things were not humans, but demon wolves. Red-eyed demon wolves. That's right, they were indeed red-eyed demon wolves. It was Lu Fei who rode these red-eyed demon wolves and quickly surrounded the seventh prince and the five almighties. These were the beautiful demon wolves, the native beasts of this space. Damn it, they could actually control the demon beasts here. Could it be that they had an extremely powerful beast tamer? Seeing this scene, all of them were shocked. Even the seventh prince had a solemn expression. To be honest, he had beast tamers on his side, but they could only tame individual demon beasts to allow them to fly or run. However, it was impossible for them to cover such a large area. How did they do it? They were extremely shocked. However, the seventh prince sneered. I admit that your strength has exceeded my expectations. You can actually control dozens of demon wolves, however, your strength is not enough to deal with me. This time, I have brought 5 elite almighties, you can't fight against these red-eyed demon wolves. The seventh prince was right. When the 5 elite almighties joined forces, it was extremely terrifying. Although there were many of these beautiful demon wolves, their combined strength was not comparable to the combined strength of the 5 almighties. Moreover, the seventh prince was not someone to be trifled with. He was also a top-notch genius. Therefore, when comparing the two forces, the seventh prince's side still had the upper hand. Moreover, the advantage was very obvious. At the thought of this, the seventh prince and the 5 almighties sneered again. In the Grand Imperial Hall, the elders and experts were also discussing this. Among them, the elders who supported the seventh prince snorted coldly. The eighth prince had really miscalculated. How could he send such a team? Did he really think that 2 young men and a pack of demon wolves could defeat the seventh prince's elite team? What a joke. The experts on the side of the seventh prince sneered, while the people on the side of the eighth prince frowned. What was going on? This was not the eighth prince's style. To be honest, they were also very confused, but at this moment, they could only wait patiently. Moreover, from the crystal screen in front of them, they could see that the eighth prince was working together with a group of people. In other words, apart from Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei, there was another young genius named Lin Xian in the eighth prince's team. But even with Lin Xian, there were only 3 youngsters. For the seventh prince, it was simply unable to cause a fatal impact. This made them even more confused. As for the empress, the corners of her mouth curled up into a mocking smile. This old 8 was really daring. He actually only sent 3 youngsters outside. She really didn't know what he was thinking. How could such a reckless person become the crown prince in the future? Hearing this, even the emperor frowned slightly. The empress, on the other hand, was even happier. As the mother of the first prince, she naturally didn't want the eighth prince to stand out. But now, the strongest competitors of the first prince were the eighth prince and the third prince. Now that the eighth prince had made a strategic mistake, she naturally wanted to seize this opportunity to suppress him. This caused the eighth prince's image in front of the emperor to plummet. And now, it seemed that she had achieved her goal. In the space, the seventh prince and the 5 experts couldn't wait any longer. The seventh prince waved the folding fan in his hand impatiently and said, "Seniors, let's do it. Capture the 2 of them for me? Little kid, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you think that you can defeat us with just a few wolves? You're too naive. You want to compete with us? Go back and cultivate for a few hundred years." The 5 elite experts sneered and quickly walked towards Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing. Duan Qingqing's mouth curled up into a mocking smile. She was not nervous at all. In the next moment, she raised her hand and gently crushed the space jade in her hand. When Duan Qingqing crushed the space coordinates in her hand, on the other side, Lin Xian sensed it. Immediately, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. In the next moment, he waved his hand and the space scroll opened. Immediately, the power of space completely enveloped him and the dozen or so power King Kong apes. Then, they merged into the void and disappeared. Boom, on the other side, near Qingqing, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the space. Then, more than a dozen figures flashed out. Boom boom boom, as soon as these people landed, countless cracks appeared on the ground. As if an earthquake had occurred, the distant mountain peaks collapsed. What was going on? There were still people. Seeing this scene, the seventh prince was stunned. The 5 elite experts around him were stunned. Inside the Hall of Supreme Harmony, those princes and elders were all stunned. They really didn't expect that Duanqingqing could call for help. This was a space scroll. Heavens, she actually used this kind of thing, an elder exclaimed. And on the seventh prince's side, his scalp went numb. The reason being that he had sensed several terrifying auras approaching rapidly. In an instant, the entire space froze, pressing down on them so hard that they couldn't breathe. The 5 elite experts who wanted to make a move were also stunned. They frowned and their expressions became extremely solemn. Because they had already seen clearly what had appeared. It was an incomparably handsome young man with a dozen or so power King Kong apes. F***ck, seeing this, the 5 elite experts had the urge to curse. They really couldn't imagine how the other party could control so many demon beasts. First, there were dozens of demon wolves, and now there were more than 10 power King Kong apes. With such a powerful group of demon beasts and 3 young geniuses, it was enough to contend against them. No, it wasn't to contend against them, but to completely crush them. Even though there were only a dozen or so large power King Kong apes, their fighting strength was much more terrifying than the demon wolves. Especially since the other party's strength was great, and his defense was extremely strong. If these 2 groups of demon beasts went berserk together, they wouldn't be able to defeat them. Thinking of this, the 5 supreme experts stopped attacking and turned to leave. The 7th prince was also so angry that he stomped his feet. He was about to go crazy from anger. One had to know that he had brought people with him to find the amethyst snow dragon ginseng with great difficulty, and he had also defeated the peerless demon king who was guarding the heaven and earth treasure with great difficulty. Just as he was about to get the treasure, he didn't expect that so many people would suddenly appear. He couldn't accept it, he really couldn't accept it. He had led his men and found the amethyst snow dragon ginseng with great difficulty. Then, he had defeated the supreme demon king who was guarding the heavenly treasure. Just as he was about to get his hands on the treasure, he did not expect that there would be so many people coming out of nowhere. He couldn't accept this, he really couldn't accept this, but what could he do even if he was unwilling? The monster horde that the other party had brought was too powerful. Even if he had 5 elite almighties with him, it was not enough. Even if he fought with the other party at all costs, he would suffer heavy losses even if he could fight back. And the other party would only lose the monster horde. But this kind of monster horde could be caught as long as there was a beast tamer. So no matter what, they would be at a disadvantage. Go, the 7th prince gritted his teeth and made a plan. Finally, he decided to retreat. Want to leave? Seeing this, Duanqingqing sneered. Then, she led a dozen monster wolves and rushed forward. They blocked the way. On the other hand, Lin Xian waved his hand and carefully took the purple golden blood dragon ginseng. Then, he urged the power King Kong apes to rush forward. Get lost. When the elite mighty beings beside the 7th prince saw this, they roared out in rage and struck out immediately. They had to leave quickly. Otherwise, they would be in danger if they were surrounded by the monster horde. In the next moment, the king domain soared into the sky and turned into bright lights, shaking the surroundings. As for the monstrous beasts, they were roaring in anger. The sky was torn apart mercilessly in an instant, and the entire space exploded. The battle broke out, and it was very intense. Everyone used their ultimate skills with all their might. On the other side, in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, many elders and princes looked at the crystal screen, and the corners of their mouths twitched. Those who supported the 8th prince were originally worried, but when they saw this scene, they all laughed. As for the powerhouses who supported the 7th prince, their faces darkened as they gritted their teeth so hard that they were about to break. Surprise, it was too much of a surprise. They did not expect that the other party would have a space scroll and could tame so many monster horde. Damn it, how were these 3 young people? Together with the monster horde, it was definitely a powerful lineup. Ordinary elite almighties could not compete with them. Damn, where did the 8th prince find such a powerful beast tamer? The others were even more shocked. They were all experts, so they naturally knew the strength of a beast tamer. But it was precisely because they knew that they were shocked. An average beast tamer would have no problem taming 1 or 2 demon kings. But how many of them were there? There were at least 50 of them, right? To tame so many of them, one had to be at the level of a supreme being. However, the other party had managed to do it. How did he do it? They couldn't believe it. Furthermore, even now, they were still unable to determine which beast tamer had done it. The Empress's face darkened when she saw this. To be honest, she was a little worried. This was because the effect of the 8th prince's team was simply too shocking. She was very worried. If the first prince encountered him, would he be able to contend against him? Beside him, the emperor nodded his head slightly. At first, he thought that 8th brother was too reckless and arrogant. But now, it seemed that this was not the case at all. The other party must have planned this. It was indeed not bad to have such a plan and strength. Therefore, the emperor nodded and smiled. On the other side of the battlefield, it was extremely intense. The sky fell and the earth cracked, exploding in all directions. However, in the end, the 7th prince and the others were still defeated. Because no matter how strong they were, they still had to take care of their own injuries. But at this moment, under the control of Lin Xian, those beasts seemed to have gone crazy and charged forward without any regard for their lives. Under such a reckless battle, the people on the 7th prince's side simply couldn't do it. There were even 3 elite supreme beings who were directly beaten to the point of vomiting blood. Of course, the result of these 5 supreme beings and the 7th prince joining forces was also very terrifying. A few power King Kong apes were directly blown up and turned into a bloody mist. There were even more than 10 demon wolves that were split into 2 halves. Blood dyed the ground red, and the pungent smell of blood enveloped a radius of 10,000 miles. It was like a hellish azure field. However, the remaining power King Kong apes and demon wolves were even crazier. And in Lin Xian's eyes, mysterious golden runes would appear from time to time. Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei were even crazily attacking. Both of them were peerless geniuses with powerful strength. At this moment, they cooperated with these beasts and joined the battle. The power was even more terrifying. Damn it, I'm so angry. The 7th prince was so angry that he went crazy, but those elite supreme beings' faces were gloomy. As they spoke, Qi Huanzi hurriedly threw out a few jade talisman trump cards to lure them away. Otherwise, we won't be able to escape. The 7th prince gritted his teeth, his face gloomy and uncertain. He knew that his performance was now being watched by countless royal elders and princes of the emperor's royal family. He was really unwilling to admit defeat just like that. Thus, he hesitated for a moment. Immediately, his injuries became even more serious. Although he had killed quite a few demon beasts, he really couldn't hold on any longer. In the end, the 7th prince gritted his teeth and took out 3 jade talisman trump cards from his storage ring, throwing them in 3 different directions. He hoped to lure away Lin Xian, Duan Qingqing, and Lu Fei. Sure enough, when the 3 of them saw the jade talisman trump cards, they immediately chased after them. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the 7th prince and the others quickly escaped. Should we chase? Duan Qingqing asked, looking eager to give it a try. From the looks of it, she still wanted to chase after them. On the other side, Lu Fei was also a little excited. Lin Xian, on the other hand, smiled and said, "Forget it, we've already benefited greatly." Moreover, as a prince, he must have some life-saving means to participate in this kind of battle. Even if we go all out to chase after them, we won't be able to kill them. Besides, I don't really want to kill a prince. I'm not stupid enough to become enemies with the Taiyu dynasty. That's true. Hearing these words, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei stopped chasing after them. They comforted some of the remaining demon beasts, then looked at Lin Xian expectantly. Lin Xian, we've put in a lot of effort this time. Can you give us some of that amethyst blood ginseng? Duan Qingqing asked quickly. Lu Fei, who was at the side, was also looking forward to it. After all, it was a famous treasure. If they could take some of it, it would definitely be beneficial to their cultivation and strength. Lin Xian, on the other hand, smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't take it for myself." In the next moment, he took out the amethyst blood ginseng, then divided it into 3 portions and gave 2 of them to Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei. "You're not bad," Duan Qingqing said with a smile. After Lu Fei took it, he also said, "Brother Lin, thank you very much." Then, the two of them sat on the ground and began to take the amethyst blood ginseng. On the other hand, Lin Xian did not take it directly. He took out a few more treasures, then took out the 10,000 beast ding and began to refine pills. "Brother Lin, thank you very much." The two of them sat cross-legged on the ground and began to consume the pills. On the other side, Lin Xian did not consume the pills directly. He took out a few more heavenly treasures, then took out the 10,000 beast ding, and began to refine pills. While refining, he kept watch over the two of them. When Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei woke up, they immediately smiled. That was because they felt that the spiritual power in their bodies had become incomparably pure. Moreover, it had improved by a large margin. That made them extremely happy. All of a sudden, it was comparable to decades of their cultivation. However, when they saw Lin Xian refining pills, they were instantly dumbfounded. Duan Qingqing pouted. "Damn, you actually know how to refine pills. Why didn't you say so earlier?" She was really surprised. She did not expect Lin Xian to know how to refine pills. Although the effects were great after they consumed the pills raw, the effects would be even greater if they were combined with other heavenly treasures to refine pills. However, the two of them were really too excited, so they did not ask anything and ate the pills directly. At that moment, when they saw Lin Xian refining pills by himself, the two of them were a little stunned. Lin Xian also opened his eyes, then said with a smile, "You didn't ask. Moreover, you ate so quickly. I wanted to ask you, but I didn't have time." Damn. Duan Qingqing was so angry that she stomped her feet. On the other side, the corner of Lu Fei's mouth twitched slightly. However, the two of them decided that if they found any more treasures during this period, they would not eat them directly. Instead, they would give them to Lin Xian for him to refine pills. Lin Xian's pill refining skills were not to be trifled with. Very quickly, he finished refining the pills. He refined a total of 5 pills, each of which was crystal clear like a crystal. Lin Xian put away 4 of them, then took one and put it into his mouth. Immediately, a wave of pure energy emerged in his body and quickly cleansed his meridians. Feeling the energy, he nodded in satisfaction. "Let's go, let's continue." Duan Qingqing sat on the demon wolf and asked curiously, "Lin Xian, what family are you from?" That's too perverted. Not only was his swordsmanship outstanding, he was also a beast tamer, and now, he was also an alchemist. "Don't tell me you're an all-rounder. Do you know anything about arrays?" Lu Fei was also very curious. To be honest, he and Duan Qingqing were both peerless geniuses and were very powerful. At such a young age, he already had the combat strength of a mighty figure. However, the two of them didn't know anything other than peak battle prowess. He did not know how to tame beasts, nor did he know how to refine pills. Of course, this wasn't their fault. After all, it wasn't just the two of them. The other exceptional heaven's favorites didn't know how to do it either. Only specialized beast tamers and alchemists would know how to do it. This was because alchemy and beast taming not only required talent, but also a special soul force. He still needed to spend a lot of time to study and master these things. Normally, they were all exclusive geniuses. Like alchemists, it was not that there were no young alchemists, but their battle prowess would not be stronger than them. It was the same for beast tamers. However, Lin Xian's alchemy, beast taming, and offensive prowess were truly rare. It could be said that he had never seen such a person before. After hearing this, Lin Xian also smiled and said, "I don't know if I'm an all-rounder or not, but I still know a little about arrays and restrictions." "Damn, you really know how to do it." Duan Qingqing's eyes widened as if she had discovered something new. She was very curious. Lu Fei, who was at the side, also felt dizzy. "Damn, this is already an all-rounder. Brother, don't provoke us anymore." Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing were very depressed. In the end, the three of them quickly went on their way. Not only them, all the princes' groups in the entire space began to move. They crazily searched for the ruins and snatched the other princes' jade talismans and trump cards. Battles continued to break out. However, in terms of overall strength, the first prince, the third prince, and the 8th prince were the strongest. The first prince's side was divided into 3 teams. The Golden Lion King led a team alone, while the first prince and the Herculean King each led a team. The third prince's side was divided into two teams. One was led by the third prince, and the other was led by the first blade and an expert of the older generation. The eighth prince's side was very special. Although they had two teams, Lin Xian's side had very few people. There were only 3 young geniuses. Most of the strength was gathered around the eighth prince. Therefore, all the teams that encountered the eighth prince's team were defeated. Moreover, they were defeated quickly. As for the other princes, they all joined forces and prepared to fight against the eighth prince. After all, they didn't have much hope of becoming the crown prince. However, they didn't want to lose so unjustly and let the first prince and the others become the crown prince so easily. Therefore, they definitely joined forces to fight against the eighth prince. Although these princes were weak, when 2 or 3 of them joined forces, they were also a very terrifying force. Therefore, for a time, the competition between all sides was very intense. In the worst case, there were even elites who died. As for the ancient ruins here, they were even more determined to get it. However, a few strange things happened recently because of the appearance of 2 bandits. Many princes were robbed by them. The weaker princes didn't realize who the 2 bandits were at all. The stronger princes were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell out. Because they realized that the bandits weren't the other prince's men, but 2 demonic beasts. Heavens, could it be that these 2 demonic beasts had become demons? Among them, one of the 5th prince's team was an old man. His vision blurred and then he was directly knocked unconscious. Then, his head was hit a few times, and his head was full of big bumps. As for the heavenly treasure in his hand, it was directly snatched away. When he came to his senses, he was furious. "Damn, where did these little bandits come from? I'm going to kill you," he roared crazily and scanned the surroundings with his soul power. When he saw 2 afterimages, he was so angry that his beard turned white. What did he see? A monkey and a red snake? Damn, these monsters had really become demons. Generally, when they entered this place, they were the ones who killed the demonic beasts. Even the powerful demon king couldn't resist their joint attack. But now, the 2 demonic beasts had started to rob them. How was this possible? He couldn't tolerate it, therefore, the old man was enraged. He held a long saber and charged over. But a second later, he was whipped back by a tail. Half of his face was swollen, and his teeth were broken. This time, his temper was completely gone from the beating. Although his opponent was a monstrous beast, and was only a snake, its strength far surpassed his own. Therefore, he could only vent his anger and smash the surrounding mountains and forests into pieces. Not only that place, but many other places also received the same impact. For a moment, everyone was shocked. There were even many people who wanted to chase down and kill these 2 monstrous bandits. However, they couldn't succeed at all. Because the 2 of them were very fast and very strong. That made so many groups and forces gnash their teeth in hatred. But in the end, there was nothing they could do. This shocking thief was naturally the Crimson Dragon and the Snow-White Little Monkey. After the 2 of them left Lin Xian, they began to make their moves everywhere. Originally, Lin Xian wanted the 2 of them to explore various ancient ruins and obtain the treasures inside. However, after the Crimson Dragon and the Snow-White Little Monkey discussed it, they felt that it would be too troublesome to do that. They still had to break through various formations, so they might as well just rob them. Therefore, the 2 of them attacked those groups and forces. But from the looks of it, the results were not bad. On Lin Xian's side, he still did not know about the actions of Rizalong and the Snow-White Little Monkey. Otherwise, if he knew, his face would definitely be filled with black lines. Because this way, it was too high profile and too eye-catching. If he was caught, he would definitely be cut into pieces and dragged out for research. Right now, he, Duan Qingqing, and Lu Fei were controlling 2 teams of demonic beasts and setting off. With the red-eyed demon wolf and the large power King Kong ape, they would be able to kill gods and Buddhas along the way. There was nothing that could stop their footsteps. However, when they crossed a mountain, the red-eyed demon wolf and the large power King Kong ape under their feet did not move forward no matter what. Even with Lin Xian controlling them with his eye technique, these demonic beasts were still crawling on the ground, their bodies trembling. What was going on? Seeing this scene, Lin Xian frowned. Did his eye technique fail? But that shouldn't be the case. Duan Qingqing also had a face full of doubt, and at this time, Lu Fei said, "Brother Lin, let them go. These demonic beasts all have their own territories. The place we came from before probably didn't have any stronger demonic beasts than them. That was why they were able to rampage all the way. Perhaps there was some incomparably terrifying demonic beast in front of them, or a group of demonic beasts that these two demonic beast races could not resist. In fact, they were not even allowed to enter their territory, so it was useless to control them. So that's how it is." Lin Xian nodded, understanding. This logic was not difficult to understand. Every demonic beast had its own territory, and other species of demonic beasts were not allowed to enter. Since that was the case, Lin Xian did not continue to control these demonic beasts. He, Lu Fei, and Duan Qingqing set off. They set off ahead. At most, he could just go to a new place and control new demonic beasts. As for the remaining large power King Kong ape and red-eyed demon wolf, they were separated by him to two different places. After an hour, the control over these demonic beasts would be dispelled and they would return to normal. Whoosh! Whoosh! As for Lin Xian and the other two, they set off once again. Lin Xian, there seems to be an ancient ruin nearby. The Big Dipper ruins seem to be here. Let's go and take a look. Lin Xian looked at the map, then the three of them quickly flew towards the Big Dipper ruins. Soon, they arrived at the top of a mountain range. In the mountain range below, there was a cave dwelling emitting a desolate and ancient aura. Although it was just a cave, there was a completely different world inside. It was equivalent to another world. This was a relic that had been passed down since ancient times. It was extremely mysterious. This should be the Big Dipper ruins. Lin Xian looked down. On the other side, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei's eyes also flickered. Soon, they frowned. There seemed to be someone below. Let's go down and take a look. Lin Xian was the first to descend, followed by Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei. The three of them were like meteors as they quickly cut through the air and landed on the ground. Whoosh, there was indeed someone below. The three of them landed and attracted the attention of the people below. Kid? It's actually you. When the people below saw Lin Xian, they were stunned for a moment before they sneered. They naturally recognized Lin Xian, because the two of them were two young men, and they were the fourth prince's subordinates. However, it wasn't Sword 13. It was you. Lin Xian, Duan Qingqing, and the other two also recognized each other. Because he had seen them before in the first stage. However, Lin Xian didn't have much of an impression of them, because these two people weren't top existences like First Blade and Sword 13. Therefore, at the next moment, he said in a deep voice, "We've taken a liking to this ruin. You two should leave quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for starting a massacre." What? You want us to leave? You even dare to start a massacre? The two young men of the fourth prince were stunned, then they laughed in disdain. Kid, I think water has entered your brain. This isn't the first stage. So what if you're strong? You're just a young man. Do you think only the two of us came this time? Let me tell you, our experts are all inside. Any one of the older generation experts can kill you in minutes. So kid, you'd better get lost quickly. Otherwise, when our experts come out, you'll be dead meat. There are more people. Hearing this, Duan Qingqing frowned. It seemed that these people had come prepared. Moreover, there might be many experts inside. Thinking of this, her eyes flickered and she asked in a deep voice. Brother Lin, what should we do? Should we retreat? No. Lin Xian shook his head. How could he give up such a good opportunity? Moreover, he had already used his soul power to check and found that there were only 3 people inside. It was a team of 5, but unlike the 7th prince's team, they were all top-notch almighties. Among the team of 5, at least 2 were young prodigies. However, Lin Xian didn't care about these 2 young prodigies at all. In other words, only the 3 people inside were a threat. Therefore, it wasn't impossible to fight them. In fact, he was very confident that he could beat these people away. Therefore, at the next moment, he looked in front and snorted coldly. I'll give you one last chance. Get lost or die. What? You're courting death. Hearing this, the 2 young men were enraged. and the aura on their bodies circulated rapidly. They were about to attack. However, Lin Xian sneered. Why, you want to fight me? Do you dare? No, they didn't dare to. Lin Xian's strength was far beyond theirs, and he could probably kill them instantly. Therefore, they really didn't dare to. Although the two of them had ugly expressions, they could only send a signal to the cave and ask the older generation to come and attack. There was an old man and two middle-aged men inside. They were all almighties, and at this moment they immediately frowned when they received the situation outside. Isn't that Lin Xian the number 1 swordsman in the first round? I heard that even Sword 13 is no match for him? This kid has the title of the number 1 swordsman. Hearing this, a middle-aged man in black snorted disdainfully. What number 1 swordsman? It's just a title made up by a young man. No matter how strong his sword technique is, can it be stronger than mine? That's right, brother Sun is right. He's just a young man who has only seen a few swordsmen, yet he's so arrogant. Indeed, he said indifferently. Why, brother Sun, do you want to teach him a lesson? Of course, I have the same idea. Please break the restriction here while I go out and get rid of that kid. With that, the middle-aged man in black with the surname Sun turned around and strode outside. He was also an expert in the way of the sword. Naturally, he would not admit that a young man had taken the title of the number 1 swordsman. Moreover, his strength was above Xianxia's. Therefore, he was even more disdainful. Originally, he did not have the chance to meet him. Now that he saw him, how could he let him go? He would kill him with his own hands and let everyone know that the title of the number 1 swordsman among the younger generation was just an empty title. Just as the middle-aged man in black went out, the outside world noticed the change. That was because other than Lin Xian and the other two, another group of people was rushing over. It was obvious that they were also here for the Big Dipper ruins. However, when they saw Lin Xian and the other two young men below, they immediately frowned. The other two young men also stepped forward and snorted loudly. Get lost, this is the place that the 4th prince has his eyes on. All unrelated people, scram. What, they are the 4th prince's men? Hearing this, the group of people above frowned even more. They were the 11th prince's men. Their strength was much weaker than the 4th prince's. However, there were only 2 young men on the 4th prince's side. How dare they scold them like that? They were really courting death, so what if you are the 4th prince? Do you think 2 young men can fight against us? There were 4 people above. One of them was an old man, 2 middle-aged men, and 1 young man. However, the 4th prince's men below sneered. The 2 of us naturally can't do it. However, in the cave, there are seniors from the Qianquan sword sect, the Great Compassion King, and the Cloud-Breaking Hand Senior Su. Who do you think you can beat? When they heard the names of these 3 people, their faces became extremely gloomy. No matter which of these 3 people it was, they could not beat them. They did not expect the 4th prince to have such a strong team. What should we do? Should we leave? They discussed for a while and wanted to leave. However, in the 11th prince's team, a young man pointed at Lin Xian and said, Elder, they are not the 4th prince's men. They are the 8th prince's men. That person is Lin Xian. I know him. 8th prince's men. Hearing this, these people frowned even more. The 8th prince was even more terrifying than the 4th prince. They couldn't afford to offend such a person. However, the 2 young men below laughed and said, there are only 3 of them. If you want to fight, we don't mind watching the show. What? There were only 3 people. Hearing this, the 11th prince's men were overjoyed. However, Lin Xian, Duan Qingqing, and the others frowned. What was the meaning of this? Were these people trying to sow discord? However, to dare to draw the flames of war to them, they really didn't know what was good for them. At this moment, one of the 11th prince's men spoke. Among them, the old man stared coldly at Lin Xian and the other 2. Little dolls, since you've met them, you can only blame your bad luck. Do you have a King Jade amulet? If you have it, hand it over quickly. On top of that, hand over all your storage rings and valuables. If you dare to hide even one, I will break your legs. Hearing this, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Duan Qingqing was enraged. F***ck, you old bastard, how dare you rob this great aunt? She was furious. They were just the 11th prince's men. How dare they attack them? The difference between the 11th prince and the 8th prince was huge. On the other hand, Lin Xian sneered. I do have a King Jade amulet, but I don't know if you have the ability to take it. What? You really have a King Jade amulet? Hearing this, the 4th prince's men were stunned. The 11th prince's men were even more confused. Then, they became excited. Originally, they were just asking casually because they didn't think that the other party had a King Jade amulet. After all, how could 3 young people have such an important item? They didn't expect the other party to admit it. They couldn't help but be overjoyed. One had to know that a King Jade amulet was important. It was more important than exploring the ruins. The 11th prince's men were tempted. They discussed for a while and decided to attack immediately. They didn't want the Big Dipper ruins, but they had to get the King Jade amulet that Lin Xian and the other 2 had. In the next moment, the old man in the lead sneered. Suddenly, an extremely violent aura surged out of his body. It was like a vast ocean that swept across the entire world. Oh no, sensing the aura, the 2 young men below changed their expressions and quickly retreated to distance themselves. This was because this aura was simply too terrifying. Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei also looked solemn because that old man was indeed powerful. The old man sneered and flipped out a large red hand. It passed through the clouds and grabbed downward. In an instant, Lin Xian and the other 2 were shrouded. Damn it, how dare you attack the 3 of us? Duan Qingqing was furious. Lu Fei also snorted coldly and was about to attack. However, at that moment, Lin Xian directly attacked. A black longsword appeared in his hand. He pointed it at the sky and stabbed it, shattering the void. Poof, that incomparably frightening gigantic palm that could shatter mountains and rivers was pierced through by the single slash of the sword before being sliced into 2. In an instant, the terrifying aura between heaven and earth disappeared, and so did the light that filled the sky. The sky was clear again, and Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. You want to rob me with such strength? You're overestimating yourself. You're courting death. The old man was enraged and his eyes were shining with a terrifying light. His white hair danced wildly in the wind. He was an expert of the older generation, and as a mighty figure, his strength was extremely terrifying. How could he allow a young man to mock him in public? Therefore, in the next moment, he pulled out a blood-red saber and slashed down. Boom, the void trembled and the blood-red saber light shone as if a blood-red river was descending from the sky. Boom, Lin Xian sneered and quickly counterattacked. The black demonic sword in his hand transformed into an extremely mysterious trajectory. It immediately collapsed the void and collided with the blood-red saber light. Bang bang bang, the intense collision caused sparks to splatter. The sound of the collision was like thunder, causing the surrounding mountains to collapse and the ground to sink. However, what was even more shocking was that terrifying blood-red saber light was shattered in an instant. The black sword chi was like a black dragon that roared incomparably. It quickly rushed towards the old man. Oh no! The old man's pupils constricted. He did not expect the other party to be so powerful. In the next moment, he opened his mouth and spat out a green shield in front of him. Bang, however, it was not very useful. The green shield was sent flying by the sword. In the next moment, the old man was so scared that his scalp went numb. He turned around and fled. Whoosh, he barely dodged the shocking sword strike, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, all the hair on his body stood on end. That was because Lin Xian's second sword was quickly approaching him. This sword was even more terrifying and terrifying. It directly cut the entire sky in half, and the sun and moon seemed to be on the verge of shattering. Ah! The elder tried his best to resist, waving out thousands of blood-red saber lights to form a defense. In fact, he was even wearing a suit of armor. However, it was useless. As the sword slashed down, countless saber lights were shattered and the defense was cut open. The elder was directly cut in half. Blood spurted out and dyed the sky red. This scene directly stunned the remaining 3 powerhouses on the 11th prince's side. The 2 young men on the 4th prince's side below were also completely dumbfounded. This level of combat power was simply too terrifying. Impossible, damn it, how is this possible? His combat strength seems to be even stronger than in the first round. These people were about to go crazy. They did not know that in just a few days, Lin Xian had obtained the storage rings of several elite powerhouses. He had consumed all the treasures in the storage rings. Not long ago, he had also consumed the purple gold blood dragon ginseng and other treasures. With the support of so many treasures, of course his strength had increased. Furthermore, the two sword strikes from before were no ordinary sword strikes. Those were two sword strikes that Lin Xian had used the great dragon sword soul when he was serious. The other party had underestimated him, so how could he block it? In the next moment, Lin Xian's gaze turned and looked at the other three warriors. The three powerhouses immediately felt their scalps go numb, and they hurriedly said, "It's a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. We definitely won't dare to do anything to you. We'll leave now." What a joke, the strongest elder on their side had been cut in half by the other party's two sword strikes. Even if all of them attacked together, they would not be enough, therefore, these people hurriedly shook their heads. "You want to leave? Leave behind your valuables and I'll spare your lives." "Yes, yes, we'll stay here." The three cultivators hurriedly took off the storage rings on their hands, threw them into the void, and then ran away scared witless. Suchin waved his hand and put the three storage rings away. At the same time, he also put away the old man's storage ring. The next moment, he turned around and stared at the two people behind him. "What are you trying to do? I'm warning you, don't mess around. Our elders and experts are inside." When the two young men saw this scene, their scalps went numb. Lin Xian sneered. "Don't worry, I won't kill you too. But your mouths are too cheap, so I naturally have to punish you." Pa, pa, pa. With a wave of his hand, a gust of wind filled the sky. It tore through the void and slammed into the two men's faces. The two of them were slapped into pig heads in an instant. They fell to the ground and screamed incessantly. "If you dare to provoke me again, I'll kill you directly." The two young men were so scared that they quickly nodded and ran away as if they had gone mad. What a joke. The other party's methods were too powerful. They were beaten to the point where they didn't even have the strength to fight back. If they stayed any longer and angered the other party, they might really be killed by the other party's sword. Therefore, they could only run away. Lin Xian moved his feet. "Let's go and take a look at the Big Dipper ruins." Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei followed behind him. Then, the three of them walked forward. However, when they were 5 meters away from the cave, an extremely violent airflow suddenly came from the cave. Then, it turned into a shocking sword ray and slashed fiercely. Oh no! Seeing this, Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing's pupils constricted. The two of them quickly retreated to the sides. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He tapped his feet and instantly disappeared on the spot. The next moment, he appeared on the other side. However, at this moment, Lin Xian's gaze was solemn. Like two divine rainbows, they pierced through the void and stared straight ahead. At this moment, a figure walked out of the cave in front of them. It was a middle-aged man in black. He had a cold smile on his face as he said calmly, "You managed to dodge my attack. You're quite strong indeed, to be able to dodge my attack. No wonder you're so arrogant. But your bit of strength is still not enough to look at in front of me. Kid, I heard that you have the Jade Buddha King token on you. Hand it over obediently and kowtow to me 3 times. Then, I'll let you go. Otherwise, you'll end up miserable." Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. He asked coldly, "Who are you?" The other party was very powerful. He was much stronger than the old man from before. Moreover, he found that the other party was also using a sword. He was obviously a swordsman. "Who am I?" "They all call me the Qianquan Sword King. I heard that you just got the title of the #1 swordsman. However, you're too arrogant. Do you really think you can be the #1 swordsman with your strength? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Even I don't dare to call myself the #1 swordsman. What strength do you have to be the #1 swordsman? You'll know whether you're strong or not after you try." Lin Xian snorted coldly. There was a dazzling sword light on his body. Waves of powerful fluctuations quickly surged out like a vast ocean. Sensing this aura, the Qianquan Sword King also frowned. The other party had actually hidden his strength. It was indeed beyond his expectations. However, in the next moment, he snorted coldly and quickly waved the long sword in his hand. A dazzling sword light flew out. His sword chi caused the entire world to shake. This sword was truly terrifying. So powerful. In the distance, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei were also shocked when they saw the scene. Should we go up and help? Duan Qingqing asked. Her eyes were bursting with a sharp light. On the other hand, Lu Fei stopped her. Don't make a move first. Let's wait and see. We're all geniuses. When we're fighting one-on-one, how can we allow others to intervene? Lu Fei understood this point. That was why he stopped Duan Qingqing. In the face of the terrifying sword chi flying in front of him, Lin Xian also quickly waved the demonic sword in his hand. Streaks of sword light flew out. Each of them was as black as a mountain. They were like giant dragons dancing in the sky. The void was riddled with holes. Clang, the sword chi of the two people clashed in the air, producing an earth-shaking sound. Hell Sword Lotus, Lin Xian quickly waved his sword chi. Then, a huge sword chi lotus was formed in front of him. On top of it, there were black flames dancing. Then, with a slash of his sword, the black sword chi lotus flew forward rapidly and spun continuously. Every time it spun, there would be a large amount of sword light. The blazing light shredded the entire void. Boom boom boom, the Qianquan Sword King felt the impact and kept retreating. He felt an immense pressure, which made him extremely shocked. He couldn't believe it at all. Previously, he thought that the other party was unworthy of his reputation. But now, he realized that the other party was really strong. He didn't seem to be weaker than him. This was especially true for the lotus flower in front of him. The sword chi it carried was extremely terrifying. Not only that, but there was also an incomparably terrifying flame that made him shudder with fear. Get lost. The Heaven and Earth Sword King roared, emitting a terrifying light. His eyes were like two lamps, shining in all directions. Heaven and Earth Sword Technique. He quickly waved the long sword in his hand, and the sword chi in the sky swallowed and emitted light, as if it had turned into a rain of swords. It emitted a fluctuation that made one's soul tremble. This was the Heaven and Earth Sword Technique, which was extremely terrifying. Once it was used, the sharp edge cut the entire void. Not only that, but the black lotus in front was also affected. It trembled violently, and the light on it dimmed a lot. Boom, at this moment, the Heaven and Earth Sword King gathered thousands of sword chi and slashed out, splitting the flame lotus in half. Then, the long sword in his hand turned into a bolt of lightning, piercing towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His eyes flickered, and he fought back with all his might. The 9 underworld demonic sword in his hand exploded, emitting a terrifying power. Streaks of sharp sword light tore the sky. The two of them kept clashing, causing the entire world to explode. Fortunately, the Big Dipper ruins below were ancient ruins, which was extremely mysterious. That was why it could survive this storm. Otherwise, it would have collapsed like the other mountains. Heaven and Earth Sword Technique, Starlight Slash. At this moment, the Heaven and Earth Sword King roared. Suddenly, a huge blue sword light flew out like a comet across the sky, slashing towards Lin Xian. Whoosh, Lin Xian used Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and dodged quickly. The terrifying sword light brushed past his body. Suddenly, the mountains in the distance were slashed into ruins. Although it didn't hit, the aftershock of the sword chi still made him activate the Ice Guardian. However, it wasn't over yet. The Heaven and Earth Sword King's black hair fluttered like a god of death. Streaks of terrifying sword light slashed over quickly. Each of them was like a shooting star, unusually sharp. The terrifying sword light that filled the sky made Lin Xian's face change. He had no choice but to fight back with all his strength. Boom, another blue sword light brushed past Lin Xian's body and flew into the distance. It landed on 3 mountains in the distance and directly exploded with a terrifying energy. A mountain that was thousands of feet tall was split in half. How terrifying! In the distance, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei's expressions changed. The Qianquan Sword King's attack was too clever. After comparing the two of them, they realized that the two of them couldn't win at all. Perhaps Lin Xian was the only one who could contend against him. Lin Xian did indeed feel a great deal of pressure. Honestly speaking, this Heaven and Earth Sword King was worthy of being a senior figure. He was even stronger than Sword 13, First Blade, and the others. At the next moment, his eyes emitted a terrifying glow, and a dragon sword domain appeared around him. It floated up and down as if there was an azure dragon circling around him. Boom! In the next moment, Lin Xian made his move. Another sword light slashed down. This sword contained the power of a king's domain, and it displayed a terrifying might. It was as if an azure dragon had rushed down from the sky. Not only that, but this azure dragon also had blue ice crystals on its body, giving off a terrifying chill. Everywhere it passed, the world was sealed in ice. The ice broke. All of a sudden, a thick layer of frost covered the entire area, as if it had turned into a world of ice and snow. The sword strike made the Cosmos Sword Gleam frown. He didn't expect that the other party's strength had increased again. This made him extremely shocked and in disbelief. Damn it, where was this kid's limit? Could it be that he was still hiding his strength? The Heaven and Earth Sword King was too shocked. He had already performed the Heaven and Earth Sword technique and even performed a few killer moves. However, he couldn't do anything to the other party. This was something he had never encountered before. Moreover, what shocked him even more was that the other party wasn't a senior figure, but a young man in his 20s. In the next moment, he also roared, and the terrifying power in his body surged out again. Heaven and Earth Sword, New Moon Scar. The Heaven and Earth Sword King held the sword with both hands, causing the long sword to rapidly expand, turning into 1,000 feet long divine sword. With monstrous power, it slashed upward fiercely. Boom! 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 This attack caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack, and ghosts to wail and wolves to howl. The terrifying vibrations were like 10,000 thunderbolts descending, completely shattering the entire sky. With the two of them as the center, all the mountains within 100 miles were instantly turned into powder. And within 1,000 miles, the ground sank and the trees collapsed. Not only that, but the waves were also fast waves. In an instant, everything within 1,000 miles was plunged into chaos. As for Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei, they quickly rose into the air and retreated 10,000 miles away to watch the battle. They didn't dare to stay any longer. Because if they stayed here, they would be affected by the terrifying energy, and the two of them would probably be injured. Buzz! Buzz! On Lin Xian's body, a terrifying icy aura surged, freezing the surroundings. At the same time, a huge ice goddess appeared, spreading her wings to protect him, forming a powerful defense. Even the surrounding energy shockwaves were frozen. On the other side, a battle armor appeared on the Heaven and Earth Sword King's body. Not only that, but the sword light that filled the sky formed a sword curtain around him, blocking the terrifying energy shockwaves. Both of them were forced back 3,000 meters, and the blood in their bodies surged rapidly. However, at this moment, Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. Then, the power in his body rose again, and the great dragon sword soul rumbled rapidly in his body. Soon after, flames appeared outside the ice barrier and danced about. Then, a huge flame giant appeared. It was 10,000 feet tall, bathed in flames, and roared into the sky, shattering thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. Following Lin Xian's action, a 10,000 feet long flame sword appeared in the flame giant's hand, emitting a monstrous divine aura. Fire God roar, the sword slashed down, annihilating the starry sky and shattering the mountains and rivers. The powerful sword chi turned into a fire dragon, covering the sky and earth. Whoosh, wherever it passed, the void cracked, and the ground was scorched black. Courting death, on the other side, the Heaven and Earth Sword King was furious. The other party actually dared to take the initiative to attack him, which was unforgivable. In the next moment, he roared and rushed over quickly with the Heaven and Earth Sword light in the sky. Boom, boom. Boom, the two of them exchanged blows, constantly colliding, causing the mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. However, at this moment, the great dragon sword soul in Lin Xian's body resonated again, turning into a dragon's shadow that coiled around his body. The power of his sword chi erupted again. Boom, in the next moment, the Heaven and Earth Sword King was directly sent flying. The sword screen in front of him cracked, and LV Jianguang slashed his body, sending him flying. The Heaven and Earth Sword King vomited large mouthfuls of blood, looking miserable. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. How was this possible? How was this possible? How did the other party have such a powerful sword chi that was even stronger than his? He couldn't fight against it at all. He couldn't believe it. Up until now, the other party's strength had already increased 3 times, and each time, the sword chi was more terrifying than before. This made him feel like he had gone crazy. It was as if he was dreaming. However, the truth was right in front of his eyes, so he had to believe it. Damn it, how was this possible? Could it be that he had been hiding his strength from before, and this was his true strength? The Heaven and Earth Sword Light was extremely shocked. Who was the other party? How could he have such a terrifying sword chi at such a young age? No, could it be that the other party wasn't from the younger generation, but an elder in disguise? But that shouldn't be. Even an elder wouldn't have such a terrifying sword chi. Unless he was a peerless powerhouse, but that kind of figure couldn't enter this second round at all. The Heaven and Earth Sword King went crazy. He thought about it and also couldn't figure out why the other party was so powerful. The next moment, he gritted his teeth and wiped the bloodstains from the corners of his mouth. His entire person was incomparably cold. Kid, you really infuriated me. Originally, I didn't want to use my full strength, but since you're courting death, then don't blame me. Heaven and Earth Domain. The Heaven and Earth Sword King also displayed his King Domain. Immediately, the domain emerged, emitting a monstrous aura. It enveloped a part of the void. Now, the battle was over. The Heaven and Earth Sword King gave a cold cry and urged the Heaven and Earth Domain with all his might. Immediately, terrifying sword light surged to the sky, enveloping the entire sky. That unparalleled sword Dao aura turned into a series of terrifying rainbows, piercing through all directions. 10,000 miles away, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei watched this scene, and their scalps tingled. This Heaven and Earth Sword King's domain was so terrifying, no idea if Lin Xian could contend with it. Sure enough, within a radius of 10,000 miles, between heaven and earth, terrifying sword chi crisscrossed, as if splitting heaven and earth, carrying a supreme aura. And in front, was the Heaven and Earth Sword King floating. He opened his hands, and 10,000 sword chi surged out of his body rapidly, moving together with the entire heaven and earth domain. As if he was the ruler of heaven and earth, able to control the entire domain. The next moment, he brandished 10,000 sword chi, slashing forward. Tens of thousands of sword chi condensed, turning into one terrifying sword wave after another, rushing down. The surroundings were completely enveloped, and every part of space was incomparably terrifying, killing intent. Kid, do you see it? This is my king domain. No matter how strong you are, the gap in cultivation realm can't be made up at all. Now, let's destroy you in my domain. The corners of the Heaven and Earth Sword King's mouth curled into a hint of a cold smile. This scene was simply too terrifying. One had to admit that the Heaven and Earth Sword King's domain was incomparably terrifying, as if it could split heaven and earth apart. Humph, Lin Xian also snorted coldly. Holding the demonic sword in his hand, the combat power on his body was revolving to the extreme. In the next moment, his dragon sword domain also released an incomparably terrifying light. Then, it turned into a sharp light and blasted out fiercely. Boom boom boom, the two king domains collided, causing the void to explode. Everything within a radius of 10,000 miles was completely devoured. Every part of the space was filled with terrifying energy. Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei retreated again because the place they were originally standing was directly shattered. Boom boom, right at this moment, the heaven and earth domain suddenly emitted a piercing light, and then it was torn apart. What? The Heaven and Earth Sword King's domain was split open. How was this possible? Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei were both stunned. Although they knew that Lin Xian was very powerful, they also knew that the other party could contend with the Heaven and Earth Sword Light. But they did not expect that Lin Xian was actually so powerful, splitting open the Heaven and Earth Sword King's domain with one sword. Was this heaven-defying? Boom! In the next moment, the Heaven and Earth Sword King vomited blood and flew out. His expression became incomparably ugly. There was not even a trace of blood on his face. Shocked, he was simply too shocked. That was his domain, his incomparably powerful killing move. But now, it was actually split open by a sword. Who was the other party? How could he be so powerful? In the next moment, he was scared out of his wits. This was because Lin Xian let out another long roar, and the green dragon sword domain flew over once again. Boom! In an instant, the Heaven and Earth Sword King was sent flying again, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. Half of his body was already hacked apart. Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing were dumbfounded upon seeing this. The two young men from before were even more terrified. They knew how powerful the Heaven and Earth Sword King was. They did not expect that at this moment, he was actually seriously injured. The Heaven and Earth Sword King was sent flying, smashing onto the ground, causing countless cracks to appear. Next, he roared at the sky, incomparably crazy. However, in the sky, Lin Xian snorted coldly, took a step out, and charged over again. Seeing this scene, the Heaven and Earth Sword Monarch no longer dared to be angry. His expression became extremely ugly as he turned around and fled. What Qianquan Sword King? He's just SOSO. How dare he compete with me for the #1 swordsman with such strength? Lin Xian sneered in disdain. Wielding his devil sword, he quickly charged over. Whoosh whoosh, the two of them turned into two rays of light and entered the cave one after the other. Seeing this scene, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei also moved their bodies and quickly followed. Inside the cave, there was indeed another space. It was extremely vast, far from being as ordinary as it looked from the outside. The terrain here was complicated, but the Qianquan sword was very familiar with it. After all, he had been here before. He directly passed through the layers of caves and flew inside. Lin Xian coldly snorted and followed closely behind. There were many formations and restrictions inside, but they were all broken by the Qianquan Sword Monarch and the other two. At this moment, there were two other powerful beings in the depths. They were the companions of the Qianquan Sword King. One was Elder Great Sorrow Palm King, and the other was Senior Duan Yunhand Cloud. The two of them were currently focused on setting up a trap. At this moment, Duan Yunhand frowned and asked, "Why hasn't the Qianquan Sword King returned after such a long time?" Great Sorrow Palm said, "What are you anxious for? Dealing with a brat, can you fail miserably? Don't worry, the Qianquan Sword King is absolutely 100% confident. We just need to break the restrictions here properly." The two nodded, then quickly took action. Not long later, they frowned. Because they felt a violent energy fluctuation coming from ahead. Someone came in. This aura was the Qianquan Sword King. Seeing this scene, the two laughed. "You see, didn't I say it? Dealing with a brat like him is as easy as blowing off dust." But in the next moment, they were stunned. Because they discovered that it was indeed the Qianquan Sword King flying over. However, it was different from what they had imagined. The current Qianquan Sword King was in a very sorry state. Most of his body was beaten up, dripping with blood. His hair was disheveled, and there was no trace of blood on his face. It could be said that he was in an extremely sorry state. What's going on? How could this be? The Qianquan Sword King was injured. When the two saw this scene, they were extremely shocked and could not believe it at all. Could it be that a peerless expert came, or could it be that the other teams came? The two were extremely nervous because in their opinion, someone who could injure the Qianquan Sword King was definitely not an ordinary person. Perhaps it was a supreme powerhouse under the top 3 princes. Or an extremely powerful team could injure the Qianquan Sword King. "Humph, where are you going?" Just as they were guessing, a cold snort came from ahead again. Then, a young figure entered their field of vision. What's going on? A young man? They were stunned. How could a young man be chasing after the Qianquan Sword King? This was too illogical. However, when the Qianquan Sword King saw Lin Xian's figure, his scalp went numb. He hurriedly said, "Fellow Taoists, this kid is too powerful. Help me stop him." As he spoke, the Qianquan Sword King hurriedly took out a large number of heaven and earth treasures from his storage ring and quickly swallowed them. At the same time, he quickly repaired the broken half of his body. What? Could it be that this kid injured the Qianquan Sword King? The other two powerhouses were stunned. What's going on? They knew the strength of the Qianquan Sword King. He was extremely powerful and terrifying, not weaker than them. however, he was injured by a kid. Although they didn't quite believe it, looking at the Qianquan Sword King's expression, it shouldn't be fake. However, Lin Xian also stopped here. He looked at the three people in front of him with flickering eyes, and then said coldly. Fourth Prince, I'm sorry, but this place is already occupied by me. Hurry up and get lost. What, kid, don't be too arrogant, you're courting death, no one has ever dared to talk to me like that. You're the first, so you're dead meat. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the two powerhouses in front were furious. What a joke, a kid actually dared to tell them to get lost, this caused them to be extremely furious. In the next moment, cold killing intent appeared in their eyes, and a terrifying aura instantly enveloped the entire space like a tide. However, at this moment, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei also arrived. When they heard Lin Xian's words, they also felt dizzy. Damn, what kind of joke is this? Is this guy crazy? How dare he challenge them directly? Didn't he see the two terrifying elite powerhouses in front of him? Neither of them was weaker than the Qianquan Sword King, how could they fight? Lin Xian said with a smile. Don't worry, the Qianquan Sword King is already crippled and can't exert much combat power. As for the other two, the two of you can fight one together, and I'll deal with the other one. Junior, you're too arrogant. Hearing that the other party was going to divide them up, the two powerhouses' faces turned black. Who were they? Were they ordinary people? They were terrifying elite powerhouses, they could destroy everything with a raise of their hand. However, at this moment, they were being looked down upon by three juniors? Were they going to die from anger? Therefore, they directly attacked. Kid, I'll let you know the consequences of provoking us. Among them, King Dabii snorted and attacked. The old man stretched out his hand and emitted a terrifying light. Then, he struck out with his palm. Merciful palm, suddenly, a white palm appeared quickly. It was like the hand of a demon god, and terrifying energy surged. Like a tsunami, it swept across the sky. Not only that, mysterious runes appeared around the palm and began to rapidly revolve around it. It emitted a mysterious aura. Seeing this, Lin Xian snorted and slashed out with his sword. At the same time, he said loudly, this old man is mine. I'll leave the other one to the two of you. With that, he ignored Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei and rushed up quickly. He swung his sword and the terrifying sword chi was like a divine red with a destructive aura. It crushed his void slash and collided with the giant white palm. Clang, suddenly, an earth-shattering sound was heard and terrifying energy exploded. Fortunately, this was an ancient ruin. All the surrounding buildings had runes on the ground, forming a strong defense. Otherwise, it would have destroyed everything within a 10,000-mile radius. However, even with the array restrictions, the earth shook as if there was an earthquake. Lin Xian did not stop after the sword fell. He seemed to be opening and closing the river, waving the terrifying demonic sword. With a raise of his hand, he could split the void. The white palm trembled and its light dimmed. Even the mysterious runes around it began to disappear. What? He's so strong. King Dubei's face changed drastically. He did not expect Lin Xian's sword chi to be so strong that his merciful palm could not withstand it. No wonder this person could severely injure Qianquan Sword King. He's really strong. Thinking of this, his face became unusually gloomy. He no longer dared to be careless and was ready to go all out against Lin Xian. Kill. At this moment, Lin Xian let out a furious roar. Then, terrifying sword ripples surged forward with him as the center. Buzz buzz buzz, the void was sliced open and could not withstand it at all. On the other side, King Dubei's pupils constricted. In the next moment, he waved his fingers and spat out a thunderous sound wave from his mouth. The sound wave was very strange. It was like a Buddhist scripture. He could not understand it, but it carried a mysterious power. What kind of cultivation technique is this? Lin Xian frowned. He had never encountered such a cultivation technique before, so he was naturally very surprised. However, he soon sneered. So what if it was a miraculous cultivation technique? He would not fear it. In the next moment, the great dragon sword soul in his body began to circulate rapidly. Above Lin Xian's longsword, terrifying sword waves appeared. With a slash of his sword, the terrifying sword chi transformed into an eagle that spread its wings and soared into the sky. Carrying a sky full of spiritual energy, sword waves and hellfire, it flew forward. Pung! On the other side, King Dabii roared and slapped out with his palms. Two large white palms transformed into two white tigers, charging over at high speed. Boom! Boom! Heaven and earth trembled as the two white tigers were cleaved apart by the sword. King Dabii was sent flying as he coughed up blood. What was going on? How could his sword chi be so powerful? The great Compassion King was sent flying with a horrified look on his face. At this moment, he had the same fear as the Heaven and Earth Sword King. That was because his opponent's sword light was simply too terrifying. It made him feel as if he was facing a peerless almighty, but how could it be possible that his opponent was just a young boy? On the other side, King Duan Yunwang was fighting fiercely with Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing. When he saw this, he frowned. What was going on? How could King Dabii be injured? Could it be that his opponent was so powerful? Thinking of this, his face became extremely gloomy. In the next moment, he said in a deep voice, King Dabii, let's exchange. All right. King Dabii nodded. Although the exchange of opponents showed that he was no match for Lin Xian, he had lost face. However, he could not care less. If he continued to fight, he was afraid that he would be seriously injured or end up like the Heaven and Earth Sword King. He did not want that to happen, so he decisively exchanged opponents. After King Duan Yunwang arrived, he immediately used his ultimate skill. Duan Yunwang's hand. He reached out with one hand and slapped Lin Xian viciously with a frighteningly large palm. On the palm, there was a colorless light shining like a rainbow. Boom! When the palm landed, the air was directly blasted apart and an extremely dark black hole appeared. Not only that, but there was also an endless fire burning around it. The terrifying temperature caused the entire space to distort. Seeing this, Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing's faces changed. What kind of divine ability was this? It was so terrifying. Fortunately, the other party did not use it on them before, or the two of them would definitely be under great pressure. Lin Xian furrowed his brows as well. His opponent's palm was absolutely terrifying. Even he could feel a scorching aura surging in his direction. Most likely, an ordinary almighty would have been reduced to ashes under this palm. Therefore, Lin Xian did not take it head-on. He tore the void and used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. He even disappeared on the spot and appeared in another place. Boom! The place where he was originally standing was smashed to pieces, but King Duan Yunwang did not give up. He directly used the cloud-breaking palm continuously, striking out terrifying palm shadows one after another, chasing after Lin Xian. Humph! Seeing this, Lin Xian snorted coldly and directly used the Dragon Sword Realm to envelop his opponent. Refine for me, he shouted loudly and also entered the Dragon Sword Realm. The Dragon Sword Realm bloomed with light, and countless sharp auras swept across heaven and earth. Terrifying killing intent permeated in all directions, causing one's scalp to go numb. Some sword chi overflowed and directly pierced through the opponent's 5-colored palm. Then, it turned into countless fragments and scattered on the ground. Ah, boom! King Duan Yunwang screamed as his fingers bled. His face was incomparably ferocious. His opponent had actually broken through his ultimate move. How was this possible? In the next moment, he roared and also used his king's domain. Suddenly, a 5-colored king's domain appeared and contended with the Dragon Sword Realm. The two collided, and the void shattered. Terrifying energy swept in all directions. The surrounding spiritual energy was instantly sucked dry. Not only that, King Duan Yunwang stretched out his palm and merged his domain with his palm. In the next moment, he stretched out his palm again and grabbed over. Lin Xian used the demonic sword and drew a mysterious trajectory. Suddenly, the power of lightning appeared on his body, and then he turned into a lightning figure and quickly rushed out. Wild Thunder Heavenly Eagle, the sword slashed down, and sword light instantly flashed. The eagle flew up. This sword was too fast. It was so fast that no one could react in time. Sure enough, just as he slashed out with his sword, King Duan Yunwang screamed in pain. His palm bled again, and it was even split in half. Not only that, the Wild Thunder Eagle exploded first, and the terrifying power of lightning enveloped his opponent. This caused the sky and earth to be completely pierced through by lightning. Boom! Boom! When the lightning descended, King Duan Yunwang was in a very sorry state. His body was charred black, and many parts of his body were injured. A terrifying wound had appeared on his palm. He probably wouldn't recover for a while. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Whether it was Lu Fei, Duan Qingqing, the Qiankuan Sword King, or the Great Compassion King. They looked at Lin Xian with fear in their eyes. Was this a human? Was this a young man? How could there be such a terrifying young man? They didn't dare to imagine. All of a sudden, everyone was terrified, especially Qiankuan Sword King and the others. Their expressions were extremely ugly. Lin Xian's sharp aura surged again. He was about to attack. However, at this moment, Qiankuan Sword King suddenly shouted, "Wait, stop." Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned, but the demonic sword did not descend. However, his aura did not weaken. He asked in a deep voice, "Why? Are you trying to play some tricks again? You're thinking too much. We don't have the strength to play tricks in front of you." Qiankuan Sword King sighed. Although he had suppressed his injuries, the sword wounds on his body could not be completely removed. This made it impossible for him to recover his full combat strength. Moreover, he was not the only one. King Broken Cloud and King Dabii were also injured. If they continued to fight, they would have no chance of winning. If they were lucky, the three of them could escape. If they were lucky, they would have been killed. Either way, they did not want to see it happen. Therefore, Qiankuan Sword King stood up, looked at Lin Xian, and said in a hoarse voice, "I know that we were wrong for having thoughts about you. We apologize to you here. However, this Big Dipper ruins is not simple. I'm afraid that with the strength of the three of you, you won't be able to break it in a short time. Why don't we work together to break this Big Dipper ruins?" Hearing this, Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing were stunned. They also retreated and came to Lin Xian's side. The two of them did not speak. Instead, they looked at Lin Xian because Lin Xian was the leader. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He thought for a moment, then nodded slightly. "Okay. However, I want 90% of the items inside." 90%, hearing this, Qiankuan Sword King was stunned. King Dabii and King Duan Yunwang's faces turned extremely ugly. "Kid, you're too arrogant." They were really surprised. Since they were working together, they thought that it would be 50-50. However, they did not expect Lin Xian to directly ask for 90% of the treasures, while the three of them could only split the remaining 10%. What kind of joke was this? However, Lin Xian sneered. What? Since they were unwilling, there was no need to continue the discussion. Do you think you can win if you continue fighting? At that time, they probably wouldn't even get 10% of it, right? At this point, the aura on his body became incomparably terrifying once again. Damn it, they had gone too far. Yunduan, Wang Ji, and the others also wore ferocious expressions. Qiankuan Sword Monarch also spoke up at this time. 10% is too little. No matter what, we are still the main force. Even if we can't defeat you now, we will still go all out when we break the array later. Therefore, we want 30% of the treasures. Otherwise, we won't be satisfied. 30%? Impossible. Lin Xian sneered. 20% at most. If you don't want to do it, scram. 20%. Hearing this, the Qiankuan Sword Monarch's eyes flickered. The other two mighty figures also had gloomy expressions. But in the end, they gritted their teeth and decided to join forces. Although it was only 20%, if they resisted now, they wouldn't even be able to get a single strand of hair. On the other hand, Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing were stunned. Heaven was joining forces with three elite mighty figures, and they would get 80% of the treasures alone. Why did it sound like a dream? To be honest, they didn't expect this way of distribution. However, Lin Xian was too strong. He suppressed the three mighty figures so much that they couldn't even raise their heads. Next, the Qiankuan Sword Monarch and the other two sat down cross-legged to recover some of their strength. Then, they began to set off. The Qiankuan Sword Monarch and the other two walked in front, while Lin Xian and the other two walked behind. They joined forces to break the array restriction. In front of them was an underground palace. It was very majestic, but it had a dark and gloomy aura. The walls were filled with the vicissitudes of time. King Dubé waved his hands, creating afterimages and slapping the bridge in front of him. Suddenly, the wall seemed to come alive, and runes appeared on it. It emitted a dazzling light. Then, the door in front of them opened with a bang, revealing a few pairs of scarlet eyes. Boom boom boom. At the same time, the ground around them began to tremble. In the end, light arrays appeared one after another. Within those light arrays, figures also appeared from the ground. Seeing this, Duan Jingjing and Lu Fei immediately became nervous. Even Lin Xian's face darkened. Suddenly, Duan Qing shouted, "Damn it, what did you guys do?" Along the way, it was safe and sound. There were only some defensive arrays that stopped them from moving forward. However, there was no danger around them. But now, there were so many monsters surrounding them. Duan Qingqing and the other two couldn't help but suspect that the Qianquan Sword Monarch had secretly done something to frame them. The Qianquan Sword Monarch and the other two were also shocked. To be honest, they didn't expect this to happen. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He looked around and said in a deep voice, "Be careful. Be careful, this should be a monster summoned by the array." He was also an array master, so he could tell at a glance that these monsters should have been guarding this ruin. Boom boom boom, therefore, if they wanted to enter the ruin, they had to be clear of these monsters. There were dozens of skeleton monsters around them. Each of them was wearing ancient armor and holding a bronze spear. There was a cold aura around them. There was no flesh on their bodies, only their skeletal heads. Their heads were skulls with green flames dancing in their eye sockets. Bang bang bang, as soon as these skeleton soldiers appeared, they raised the bronze spears in their hands and quickly pierced through the void, rushing towards Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian snorted. Then, he flicked his finger and a sword wave spread out in all directions with him as the center. Buzz buzz buzz, the sharp sword wave was like a tide, slashing in all directions. The void was instantly cut into pieces and the skeleton soldiers were also cut in half. Not only him, but Duan Qingqing, Lu Fei, and the Qianquan Sword Monarch's men all attacked. Soon, they cut all the skeleton soldiers around them into pieces in 2 or 3 moves. But soon, they frowned because they found that it was useless. The skeleton soldiers that were broken into pieces on the ground began to tremble. Then, those fragments were intertwined by a mysterious force and turned into skeleton soldiers again. They looked exactly the same as before, and even their aura did not weaken. What was going on? They couldn't be killed. Seeing this scene, Duan Qingqing frowned. In the next moment, he used the bone-melting soft palm, and a gentle force poured into the 5 skeleton soldiers in front of him. Bang! When those skeleton soldiers were hit by the palm, they immediately exploded into pieces. But soon, they were reunited again. Humph! At this moment, Lu Fei also snorted and stabbed out with the spear in his hand. It was like a silver dragon roaring in the air. The terrifying force directly scattered the 4 skeleton soldiers in front. But it was also useless. The Qianquan Sword Monarch side also encountered the same situation. These skeleton soldiers couldn't be killed at all, and they were quite strong. At this moment, dozens of them were piled up together and it was very terrifying. If this dragged on, they would definitely be in danger. What was even more terrifying was that it wasn't just these skeleton soldiers. The door in front opened, and then a dozen black figures rushed out quickly. It was a group of strange birds that looked extremely ferocious. There were blue runes on their bodies that flickered with an inexplicable power. Whoosh, as their wings flapped, there was a terrifying demonic wind. The demonic wind contained a cold murderous aura. Even if a mighty figure was blown too much, they would probably be injured. Therefore, Duan Qingqing and the others did not dare to fight head-on. Boom! Boom, boom. Not only these strange birds, but a few lizard-like beasts also appeared in the surroundings. They had red runes on their bodies, and they opened their mouths to spit out balls of flames that turned into a sea of fire that filled the sky. In an instant, countless monsters completely surrounded Lin Xian and the others. Crack! Crack! However, Lin Xian and the others were strong, so they could still resist for a while. But there was a change again. The Heaven and Earth Sword King's expression changed because one of his legs was swept by the demonic wind. His leg immediately froze as if it had turned into stone. The power contained in the demonic wind could petrify people. Everyone was shocked. The Heaven and Earth Sword King roared and countless Heaven and Earth Sword Chi rushed out of his body, emitting a terrifying aura and directly shattered the petrification power. In the next moment, his figure retreated with horror in his eyes. Fortunately, these demonic beasts were not too strong. In fact, they were much weaker than them. Therefore, they could only petrify a little. If their strength was the same as theirs, they would all turn into statues when the demonic wind blew. Those flames were also unusual. They could continue to burn when they jumped onto a person's body and were difficult to extinguish. Therefore, the Heaven and Earth Sword King and the others were under great pressure. Lu Fei and Duanxingxing were also fighting with all their strength. Lin Xian frowned. He had to admit that these monsters were very strange. Although their individual strength was not very strong, each of them was very strange. For example, some could not be killed, some could be petrified, and some had flames that could not be extinguished. It could be said that this was something that he had never encountered before. In the next moment, he activated the Great Dragon Sword Soul and immediately swung out a terrifying sword chi, killing the 3 skeleton soldiers beside him. Immediately, those skeleton soldiers were sent flying, and then they quickly regrouped. But this time, the situation was different. Those skeleton soldiers before could regroup well, but this time, the skeleton soldiers that were slashed by the Great Dragon Sword Soul's power could not be completely healed. That sword mark was left there forever. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. Meanwhile, Duanxingxing, the Heaven and Earth Sword King, and the others were shocked. What was going on? How could the other party's sword chi hurt these skeleton soldiers, especially the Heaven and Earth Sword King? They were too shocked. One had to know that the 3 of them were all elite mighty figures with many ultimate moves in their hands, but they could not do anything to these skeleton soldiers. However, Lin Xian only slashed out a few times and these skeleton soldiers were severely injured. They could not even heal. This made them extremely shocked. What kind of sword technique did the other party master? Why was it so terrifying? Lu Fei and Duanxingxing did not understand. Only Lin Xian knew. This was the power of the Dragon Sword Soul. With the terrifying sword chi of the Great Dragon Sword Soul, it was very difficult to erase it. No matter how mysterious these skeleton soldiers were, they were unable to erase the aura of the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Since that was the case, things would be easier. In the next moment, he stomped his foot, and the sword runes under his feet instantly covered the entire ground. Demon-slaying sword array. With a furious roar, the soul demon sword suppression was unleashed. Then, thousands of sword chi surged forth. These sword chis were all strengthened by the power of the Great Dragon Sword Soul, becoming incomparably sharp. Soon, they pierced through all the surrounding skeleton soldiers. This time, it wasn't just split open, it was directly smashed into pieces. Therefore, these skeleton soldiers never materialized again. Seeing this scene, everyone gasped. They didn't expect Lin Xian to have such a powerful swordsmanship. However, at this moment, Lin Xian shouted, "Come to my side." The next moment, he used the dragon sword domain and quickly surrounded everyone. Then, he turned into a torrent and rushed forward. A roar was heard. It was as if an azure dragon was coiling around. It went on a rampage. Suddenly, the surrounding flame beasts and the strange blue birds in the sky were all attacked. They were pierced by countless sword chis and nailed to the void. Go, Lin Xian led these people directly into the underground palace. After entering, Duanxingxing and Lu Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Those monsters from before were simply too strange. They emitted a mysterious and unfathomable energy. This was because of the strange spirit stones. At this moment, Lin Xian opened his palm. In the center of his palm, there were 5 pieces of strange spirit stones. Each of them was the size of a walnut. They were emitting a bright light. Where did you get these strange spirit stones? Duanxingxing, Qiankuan Sword King, and the others were also shocked. It was obtained from the skeleton soldiers and the other monsters. Lin Xian said. After I pierced them with sword chi and killed them completely, these things appeared in their bodies. In the end, they gathered together and formed these strange spirit stones. I see. At this moment, King Dabii also said in a deep voice. It seemed that it should be an ancient secret method that used a mysterious formation to carve these monsters and then used the strange spirit stones as an energy source. That was why they were so mysterious and strange. At this point, he sighed. He was also an elite of the older generation and a powerful almighty. However, at this moment, facing Lin Xian, he felt a strong sense of defeat. The other party was much younger than him, but the other party's methods were far above his. If one didn't know better, they would really think that he was an old monster. Lin Xian waved his hand and put away these strange spirit stones. These things also contained pure energy. If he absorbed them, it would definitely improve his cultivation. Everyone led the way again. This time, with Qiankuan Sword King and the other two in front, they were also eager to kill a few monsters. Maybe they could also get some strange spirit stones. Along the way, the formations and restrictions were broken by Qiankuan Sword King and the other two. Lin Xian and the other two walked behind, and it was easy for them. Soon, they came across the second palace gate again. Suddenly, they stopped and looked at the dark gate in front of them with a serious expression. Lin Xian said, "Let's go in and see what's inside." Hearing this, King Broken Cloud nodded. With a wave of his hand, a huge cloud-like palm covered the sky and blasted forward. Accompanying it was a fierce aura. Boom, he slammed his palm on the huge palace gates. Immediately, the huge palace gates were like two huge mountains. They let out a rumbling sound and then slowly opened. The light inside was a little dark and even a little chaotic. Everyone's eyes couldn't see through. This surprised Lin Xian and the others. One had to know that they were all powerful kings. Their king's eyes could pierce through the void, but at this moment, they couldn't see the situation inside. It seemed that the inside of this palace wasn't simple. Buzz buzz buzz, Qiankuan Sword King and the other two looked even more serious. They immediately activated their armor, and a shining armor wrapped around their bodies. Then, they stepped inside. Lin Xian also had a ball of sword chi of spiritual energy above him and wrapped him up. In addition, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei also used defensive means. After all, it was better to be careful in the face of unknown danger. The group walked in. It was a little dark and there was no movement. Everyone could only hear their own heartbeats. Buzz buzz, at this moment, the sword chi on Lin Xian's body reacted. The sword chi on his body surged rapidly and made cutting sounds as if it was cutting something. However, there was nothing around. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Lin Xian, on the other hand, frowned. The sword chi on his body contained the energy of the dragon sword soul. It was extremely mysterious and could cut through the void. It could even hurt one's soul. At this moment, the sword chi was changing. It was definitely not simple. Although they couldn't see some things, it didn't mean that they didn't exist. What was it? Lin Xian frowned and then used his soul power, but he couldn't see anything. Left with no choice, everyone could only be more careful and walk forward. However, not long after, Duan Qingqing, who was beside him, suddenly went limp and almost fell. Fortunately, Lin Xian was beside her and supported her. "What's wrong?" Lin Xian frowned and asked. Duan Qingqing was powerful and this shouldn't have happened. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. That was because he realized that Duan Qingqing was not the only one affected. Lu Fei, Qiankuan Sword King, and the other two were also affected. Their faces were pale and their bodies were on the verge of collapsing. Damn it, how did this happen? Duan Qingqing gritted her teeth in confusion. Qiankuan Sword King and the other two were even more terrified. They frantically channeled their inner force and their eyes widened. "Oh no, we're poisoned." Poisoned? Everyone was shocked. They could not believe it. What kind of poison could make them so weak? They were all powerhouses. Even if there was poison, they would be able to sense it in advance. However, they could not sense it at all. They only realized it when they were deeply poisoned. No wonder. Lin Xian furrowed his brows. Previously, his sword chi had been making sizzling sounds as if it was destroying something. In other words, it was destroying the poisonous gas. Therefore, he was the only one who was not poisoned. Hurry up and detoxify. Lin Xian said. I'll protect you. In the next moment, they nodded and sat down cross-legged, preparing to detoxify the poison. However, at that moment, the sound of the void fluctuating could be heard. Immediately after, a cold aura could be felt. In the darkness, a few scarlet eyes stared at Lin Xian and the others. Damn it! What's that? Everyone's hair stood on end when they were stared at. Lin Xian condensed his palm. Countless flames intertwined in his palm and formed a light ball the size of a millstone. Then, he waved his palm and the fireball flew into the sky. It emitted an incomparable light and illuminated the surroundings. In the next moment, everyone saw green poisonous snakes swimming towards them. Their eyes were cold and they were emitting murderous intent. They were definitely not ordinary poisonous snakes. Each of them seemed to have the strength of a 6-star demon king. Buzz, at that moment, a poisonous snake flew up quickly, turning into a green lightning bolt and dashing forward. King Dabii roared, "Get lost." In the next moment, he slapped his palm. Boom, the void exploded and an earth-shattering sound was heard. Then, King Dabii's face turned even paler. Meanwhile, the poisonous snake was smashed into a bloody mist. However, the poisonous snake exploded and turned into a green poisonous mist that shrouded the surroundings. Then, King Dabii was poisoned even more. 5 lightning strikes. At this moment, Lin Xian formed a seal with his fingers. Streaks of violent lightning aura rushed out from his body and condensed in the sky. Thunderclouds formed and collided with each other. Then, 5-colored lightning descended and struck the green demonic snakes. Instantly, they were scorched black and pierced through. In an instant, these poisonous snakes were all killed. However, Lin Xian didn't relax, because he felt an even larger and colder aura quickly surge towards him. Whoosh, then, the void in front of him was mercilessly torn apart, and a huge creature walked over. It was also a venomous snake, but it was much larger than the previous ones. He seemed to be more than 3,000 meters tall. Its body was covered with green patterns, and this giant python had a human face. It was extremely pale, and its tongue was very long. It was estimated to be 500 to 600 meters long. Furthermore, it had 4 arms, each of which was holding a weapon. There were sabers, swords, spears, and shields. The giant python charged over quickly and tore through the void. Then, it stared at Lin Xian and the others and let out a roar. Instantly, a terrifying sound wave rushed over. Ka ka ka, the void couldn't withstand it at all. The sound wave was too terrifying, and it carried the true power of wind and thunder. In an instant, it quickly enveloped Lin Xian and the others. Not good, seeing this huge creature launch such a fierce attack as soon as it appeared, the pupils of the Qianquan Sword King and the others shrank. In the next moment, their scalps went numb, and they decisively attacked. Qianquan Sword Technique, with a roar, the Qianquan Sword King's body emitted a sharp light. Then, a light formation was formed in front of him. Countless sword chi rampaged, and the power of the sword tore through the void. Merciful palm. On the other side, the Great Mercy King slapped out with both hands. His huge palms were covered with mysterious runes, and the power they emitted made people want to kneel down. Duan Yun's palm. A huge palm slapped out with an incomparably majestic power, as if an endless demonic mountain was descending. Facing the terrifying sound wave, the Qianquan Sword King and the other 2 used their ultimate moves. On the other side, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei also resisted. Lin Xian even pulled out his demonic sword and slashed out with an incomparably violent power. The terrifying sword chi covered the sky and the earth, and the destructive power was vast and mighty between heaven and earth. His sword was too fierce, and the whole world was trembling. The sound wave was even split in half. Lin Xian and the others used all their strength to block the terrifying sound wave. However, the 6 of them looked extremely solemn, because this was just a sound wave from the other party, and it was already so powerful. If this giant snake attacked with all its strength, how terrifying would it be? Sure enough, the giant python attacked in the next moment. Its 3,000-meter-long body twisted, and then its long tail swung over like a long green blade. The violent power directly tore through the void. Not good. Seeing this, everyone's scalps went numb. They couldn't care less about the poison in their bodies, and could only swallow some pills in a panic to suppress the poison in their bodies. Then, they quickly counterattacked. In the end, they appeared in all directions, and waves of terrifying energy blasted towards the green python in front of them. Lin Xian also attacked quickly. The nine darkness demonic sword in his hand released tens of thousands of sword rays, and the terrifying sword chi completely enveloped the whole space. Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei also attacked together, and the violent energy directly drowned the space around them. The six great experts attacked at the same time, and the heaven and earth exploded, wanting to kill the giant green python. Boom, however, they still underestimated the giant green python. The sweeping tail really had the power to shatter heaven and earth, and it directly blew up the void. Then, Lin Xian and the others retreated, and the giant python also rolled over. However, this time, the giant green python was angered. It roared at the sky, and a sinister look appeared on its face. Green fog floated out from all directions, and that was the poisonous gas. And there were poisonous snakes swimming around quickly, and each of them had the strength of a six-star demon king. They were extremely terrifying, and they wanted to swallow Lin Xian and the others completely. Humph, King Dubei snorted coldly, and a palm stretched out, covering heaven and earth. The palm was covered with runes, and it suddenly slammed down. Boom, the earth trembled, and the whole world was shaking. The six people attacked, and the poisonous snakes were instantly smashed into a bloody mist. However, more of them pounced on them. Kill, Lu Fei and the others roared, and they quickly attacked. Lin Xian let out a long roar, and terrifying flames surged from his body. Fire deity roared. It was an ultimate move, and it quickly attacked the giant green python in front of it. The giant green python released a terrifying light, and then it waved the long saber in its hand, and rushed out quickly. The saber was like a green lightning, and the terrifying energy split heaven and earth. It directly collided with Lin Xian's flaming sword chi. The energy exploded, shattering the surrounding void, and the poisonous snakes below were instantly blasted away. Lin Xian and the others were impacted, and they kept retreating. However, in the next moment, all of them stared at the giant green python. They knew that they had to kill this guy first, or else they would not be able to move forward, and their lives might be in danger. Cloud-breaking palm. Great compassion mantra palm. The two of them performed their ultimate moves, and suddenly, two huge palms appeared in the void. One was like a cloud, and it was extremely ethereal. The other was extremely huge, like the palm of Buddha. Boom boom boom, the two palms slammed heavily on giant Mang, and the sound shook the void. The surrounding space was constantly shattered, and the entire space was shaking rapidly. The green python rolled on the ground in pain. At the same time, its huge tail swept over, and its four arms also attacked quickly. Saber light, sword chi, spear light, and shield attack. Terrifying energy tore through the void and blasted towards Lin Xian and the other five. The six of them fought with it in an earth-shattering battle. Fortunately, this was an ancient ruin, or it would have collapsed long ago. Even so, the battle was earth-shattering and the void shattered. Apart from Lin Xian, Duan Qingqing and the other four were getting more and more poisoned, and it seemed that the poison was about to break out again. Lin Xian had no choice but to send out the great dragon sword soul. An azure dragon coiled around his arm, emitting a terrifying light. The sharp aura shot into the sky. Seeing this scene, the faces of Duan Qingqing, Qiankuan Sword King, and the others changed. They did not expect Lin Xian to have such a trump card. The aura that was emitted shocked them and sent chills down their spines. There was even a death-like threat. Boom, Lin Xian stretched out his palm, accompanied by a huge azure dragon. The palm covered the sky and the earth as if it was the hand of the heavens, and directly grabbed the green python. The green python roared crazily and launched a terrifying counterattack to resist the azure dragon's palm. Suddenly, a deafening sound resounded between heaven and earth, as if countless divine thunderbolts were descending. However, this move was the power of the great dragon sword soul, and it was extremely terrifying. Therefore, no matter how the green python counterattacked, it was useless. Boom, the huge azure dragon's palm slammed down, and instantly the green python's head exploded. Buzz, green blood spurted out like a waterfall. A fist-sized divine crystal flew out of the head. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian was overjoyed. he directly grabbed it and put it away. Although the others were envious, they could only shake their heads at this moment, because the poison in their bodies was about to break out. 2 hours later, these people opened their eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. They had finally expelled the poison from their bodies, and at this time, Lin Xian had already dissected the huge snake. Among them, the huge snake gallbladder was chosen and put away. He said, "You can divide the rest of the things except for the snake skin." Duan Qingqing and the other 4 didn't hesitate and quickly walked up. Duan Qingqing kept the shield, while the Qianquan sword monarch took the sword. Duan Yin wanted the long blade, while Lu Fei wanted the long spear. Henceforth, the 4 weapons of the green python were divided between the 4 of them. The Great Compassion King did not ask for weapons, he asked for the fangs of the poisonous snakes. In short, the 5 of them had gained quite a lot. After all, this green python was extremely terrifying, and its entire body was full of treasures. After that, they did not continue their journey. Instead, Lin Xian suggested that they prepare to rest. There was nothing he could do about it. It seemed like there were more palaces at the back. However, the first 2 palaces were already so terrifying. Who knew how terrifying the ones at the back would be? Therefore, he felt that it was better to let everyone recover to their peak condition first. Duan Qingqing, Qianquan sword monarch, and the others nodded in agreement. Although the poison in their bodies had been cleared, their physical strength had been greatly depleted. Therefore, the group sat down cross-legged and prepared to cultivate. Lin Xian took out the xenogeneic crystals he had obtained earlier and began to absorb the energy inside. The xenogeneic crystals contained miraculous energy. They were only slightly inferior to divine crystals. Therefore, the effect of absorbing them was surprisingly good. Soon, Lin Xian finished replenishing the energy he had consumed. Not only that, but he also absorbed them with all his might. In the end, he directly propped up the dragon sword spiritual field and placed the xenogeneic crystals inside, refining and absorbing them with all his might. Lin Xian did not use the divine crystal and the snake egg. He wanted to wait until he finished absorbing the xenogeneic crystals before absorbing the divine crystal. As for the snake gall, Lin Xian had other uses for it. He was prepared to refine some elixirs for consumption. This green python was extremely terrifying. Moreover, it was estimated that it had lived for thousands of years. Its cultivation and strength were close to that of an almighty. The effect of such a snake gall was not inferior to those treasures of heaven and earth. It might even be stronger. If he used it well, it might be able to increase his cultivation by a lot. Lin Xian knew that time waited for no one. He had to enter the almighty realm as soon as possible. Only then could he climb to a higher level of martial arts. Thinking of this, he looked at the huge corpse beside him. According to the 20-80 split, after letting Qianquan Sword King and the others take the weapons, the huge corpse would be his. This thing was also a treasure. The snakeskin was very sturdy. They could not completely break it after so many attacks. In the end, it was Lin Xian who used the great dragon sword spirit to shatter its head with a palm. If this thing was made into a battle armor, the effect would probably be better than the black armor. Therefore, Lin Xian did not hesitate and put away the 3,000-meter-long corpse. Seeing this, Qianquan building and the other side. To be honest, they were very jealous because they also knew that the corpse was a huge treasure. Not only the snakeskin, but also the flesh and blood that contained powerful energy essence. However, they had no choice. This was killed by Lin Xian. Moreover, there was a 20-80 split agreement previously. Therefore, they could only watch with jealousy. Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei were fine. After all, they were closer to Lin Xian. Moreover, the 2 of them had obtained treasures and were very satisfied. After half a day, Lin Xian stood up and said, "Let's go and see what's in the next palace." The others also stood up. After half a day of rest, they had recovered their strength. Therefore, they did not delay and set off for the next palace. After walking for a long time, Qianquan Sword King and the others took action again to break the formation. Then, the 3rd palace appeared in front of them. This palace was even more magnificent and huge. At the same time, the vicissitudes of life were even more intense. This made everyone have to be careful. It seemed that the monster inside was even more terrifying than the python from before. Lin Xian took a deep breath and punched out. His fist turned into a black dragon and rushed forward, opening the huge palace door. Then, a black armor appeared on his body and he strode in. The people behind him also put up their defenses and followed carefully. After entering, Lin Xian activated the dragon sword's spiritual realm and enveloped everyone. Countless sword chi surrounded him. With the previous experience, he did not dare to be careless. If there was any poison in here, he would be able to defend himself immediately. This time, nothing happened to the sword chi. This made him heave a sigh of relief. Then, he said, "Don't worry, there shouldn't be any poison." Duan Qingqing, Qiankuan Sword King, and the others also heaved a sigh of relief. If there was no poison, it would be much easier. At least they did not have to be afraid. Buzz buzz buzz, just as the 6 of them walked forward, the ground began to tremble, and runes began to light up from the ground. Suddenly, the entire space was lit up as if it was daytime. Then, everyone was stunned because there were a few huge creatures in front of them. In front of them was a stone man that was more than 300 meters tall. His body was covered in moss as if he had not moved for a long time. Around him were 6 smaller stone men that were about 50 meters tall. Each of them was like a statue that stood there. The 7 stone golems stood there quietly like statues, emitting a powerful aura. Seeing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Duan Yunwang, let's work together to deal with the big one. As for the other 6 stone golems, Qingqing, you 4 deal with them." "Okay. No problem." The group agreed. Then, Duan Yunwang and Lin Xian walked nearby, ready to attack the 300-meter-tall stone golem. Qingqing and the other 3 were ready to attack the other 6 stone golems. Boom, Lin Xian was the first to attack. He clenched his hand into a fist and punched out. It was like a black dragon rushing forward. Instantly, it hit the stone golem's body. Boom, in the next moment, the stone golem's body did not shatter. Instead, there was a loud explosion, as if thunder from the 9 heavens was roaring. Buzz, the 300-meter-tall stone golem opened its eyes. Its huge eyes were like 2 pieces of crystal, without any emotion. Roar, in the next moment, it raised its 2 stone arms high into the sky. Then, it raised its head and let out a deep and distant roar. The roar echoed in the entire space, like the surging waves of the sea. Along with the roar, the 6 stone golems around it also opened their eyes. In the next moment, they also let out roars like 10,000 beasts. Attack! Seeing this scene, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Then, he and Duan Yunwang charged towards the giant stone golem like lightning. Qingqing and the other 3 worked together and used their king's domain to envelop the other 6 stone golems. Boom, a great battle erupted, and a terrifying light shone between heaven and earth. Pung, Cloud Sea, Broken Cloud King was the first to roar. He waved his hand, and a gust of wind blew in the entire space. Clouds and mist appeared, and the void was quickly torn apart. It was dark and terrifying. Then, the clouds and mist drifted toward the stone golem. Although they looked soft, the power they contained was terrifying. It was a kind of soft power that could inadvertently shatter the void. Sure enough, when the clouds and mist turned into waves and surged forward, they collided with the stone golem. It was like 2 mountains colliding in the air. Roar roar roar, however, this large stone golem was indeed extraordinary. Its body seemed to be forged from incomparably precious immortal gold. In the face of such a terrifying attack, there was not even a trace of injury. However, at this moment, Lin Xian also made his move. He waved the demonic sword in his hand. Immediately, streaks of pitch-black sword light surged out rapidly. The sword chi was like a rainbow, extremely cold, as if it could destroy everything in the world. Clang! Clang, however, the giant stone golem's eyes glowed with a piercing cold light. It waved its stone hand to contend with Lin Xian's sword aura. The 2 collided, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to split. Sparks flew in all directions as the void was pierced through. Upon seeing this scene, Lin Xian frowned deeply, while the Broken Cloud King sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of monster was this? How could it resist the sword chi with its bare hands? One had to know that Lin Xian's sword chi was extremely terrifying. Even elite almighties would not dare to fight it with their bare hands. However, the stone monster in front of them was actually able to block it and wasn't even injured. It was truly surprising. Boom! Just as the two of them were shocked, the giant stone golem suddenly bent down and slapped its hands on the ground. After slapping 18 times in a row, the entire ground trembled and countless cracks appeared. Following that, 18 earth dragons rushed out from the ground. Each of them was incomparably ferocious as they quickly charged towards Lin Xian and Duan Yunwang. Boom! Boom, boom. Every earth dragon was incomparably huge. They filled the sky and instantly shattered the void. The terrifying figure instantly enveloped Lin Xian and Duan Yunwang. Duan Yunwang's palm, Cloud Mountain. The broken Cloud King roared as he continuously slapped his palms to resist the earth dragons. On the other side, Lin Xian also frowned. Powerful. This stone golem was simply too powerful. It was even more terrifying than the python from before. Lin Xian planned to go all out. Buzz. Buzz, buzz. The dragon sword realm floated around him. The sword chi within it spun rapidly, stirring up heaven and earth. Rays of terrifying sword light bloomed, illuminating the entire sky. Kill! With a roar, he brought the dragon sword realm with him and charged over quickly. Thousands of sword chi shone brightly in the sky. Each of them was like a peerless divine sword that made people tremble. Terrifying energy blasted towards the sky. In an instant, 9 of the earth dragons were enveloped. As for those earth dragons, they roared ferociously as if they were real beasts. They tore through the void and swept their huge dragon tails and dragon claws downwards. The two forces of energy collided, causing heaven and earth to shatter. It was as if heaven and earth were being split apart. But soon, cracks appeared on the 9 earth dragons. Following that, their bodies suddenly exploded. On the other side, the broken Cloud King had also shattered the other 9 earth dragons and reappeared in the void. The two of them charged towards the giant stone golem from the left and right. The giant stone golem was expressionless. It was as immovable as a mountain. It was like a god that looked down on all living beings. He stretched out 2 stone-like palms and slapped forward. Suddenly, a majestic aura surged between heaven and earth. 2 black figures quickly appeared and charged forward like 2 demonic mountains. Roar of the fire god, Lin Xian immediately summoned the shadow of the fire god. Immediately, a huge fire god appeared and waved its fist to fight against the terrifying palm. On the other side, Duan Yunwang also used his king's domain. It formed a huge palm that covered the sky and rushed forward. Boom, the void shattered. The broken Cloud King's palm blasted the giant back. However, Lin Xian's flame giant was even more terrifying. The black flames wrapped around the giant and burned it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, for a moment, the black flames spread as if they could burn everything. The giant roared crazily and roared towards the sky. Its eyes shone with a terrifying light. It was obvious that this flame was a huge threat to him. In the next moment, it clapped its palms and leaped high into the air. Then, it turned into a stone ball and rolled down. Wherever it passed, heaven and earth would shatter. Nothing could stop it. As it rolled, it formed a powerful impact that charged towards Lin Xian. At the same time, the flames on its body were extinguished. Wild Thunder Heavenly Eagle, Lin Xian used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and quickly dodged. At the same time, he formed a seal with his palm and shot out a lightning sword light. He transformed into an eagle and flew forward at high speed, directly blasting forward. Suddenly, the lightning eagle slashed a hole on the giant's body. Many stones even fell from the stone golem's body. Boom, boom. Boom, this scene caused a huge reaction. An earth-shattering sound rang out. Then, the giant let out an angry roar. He clenched his fists and emitted an ancient aura. The fist was like thousands of mountains as it flew over quickly. Although it was 2 against 1, the stone golem was still not at a disadvantage. It was hard to imagine how powerful the other party was. However, it seemed that it was not a human creature. Instead, it was a special existence that Lin Xian and the others could not imagine. What was it? Lin Xian frowned. Lin Xian was indeed too shocked because the giant stone man in front of him was extremely terrifying, far beyond his imagination. especially since the other party's defense was too strong. If he didn't have the great dragon sword soul, he wouldn't be able to break through such a defense. It seemed like he could only go all out. Lin Xian's gaze gradually turned piercingly cold. The demonic sword in his hand flickered incomparably, sending chills down one's spine. In the next moment, he slowly raised the long sword in his hand. Buzz, with a thrust of the sword, a terrifying energy surged in the air as if thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping. The clouds in the sky churned as huge waves swept across. The sword chi directly slashed forward. Boom, the sharp sword chi was like a heavenly river pouring down, ruthlessly slashing the giant stone man's body and sending him flying. Boom, at this moment, Lin Xian slashed out a second time. The terrifying sword light could devour the sky and split the earth. The sharp killing intent tore through the void. There was even a dragon's roar in the sky. With endless aura, it once again enveloped the giant stone man. Boom! Boom, boom. The entire space was almost overturned. The giant stone man was once again sent flying, crashing into the ground. This time, 2 terrifying cracks appeared on his body. And the surrounding ground was even more ravines that spread in all directions. Seeing that scene, everyone sucked in a mouthful of cold air because they discovered that the incomparably tough huge stone man was finally injured. Their understanding of Lin Xian's sword chi deepened once again. Roar! As for the giant stone man, he climbed up from the ground. Looking at the 2 huge sword wounds on his body, he was infuriated. In the next moment, he let out a furious roar. A terrifying sound wave swept out in all directions, shaking the entire space. This sound wave was so terrifying that it made Duan Qingqing, the Qianquan Sword King, and the others tremble. Even their souls were trembling. Duan Yunwang's pupils shrank as he kept retreating. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Countless sword chi rushed out from his body, turning into a huge green dragon that appeared on his body. The green dragon coiled around, looking lifelike as if it was a real divine beast. Its domineering aura destroyed the terrifying sound wave. Boom! Boom! At this moment, everyone's expression changed again because the giant stone man in front of them clenched his fists and reached towards the ground. Suddenly, the earth rumbled, and a huge earth snake quickly formed in his hand. It was incomparably ferocious, and its body was extremely huge. It extended into the distance, and one couldn't see the end of it. The earth snake roared ferociously. Suddenly, the earth shook as if there was an earthquake. Then, the giant stone man held the earth snake in his hand like a spear and danced quickly. Boom! With a thrust of his spear, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. This spear was too frightening. Lu Fei, who was also a spear expert, had his pupils shrink as his face turned incomparably pale. That was because he realized that even though they were both using spears, the other party's cultivation far surpassed his, making it impossible for him to resist. The terrifying long spear transformed in the sky, forming a long snake that was thousands of miles long. It roared ferociously and quickly charged towards Lin Xian and Duan Yunwang. Endless waves of qi rolled in the sky. The violent fluctuations caused the void to shatter in an instant. Not good, retreat quickly. When the broken Cloud King saw this scene, his expression changed drastically. His instincts told him that he could not block this attack at all. He could only dodge quickly. And that was exactly what he did. He retreated rapidly, pulling apart the distance between them in an attempt to avoid the attack. However, Lin Xian did not move. He stood in front of them like a divine spear, emitting an incomparably terrifying aura. Beside him, a dragon sword domain floated up and down, circling around his body. It transformed into an azure dragon, coldly staring ahead. Then, an incomparably terrifying power erupted from Lin Xian's body. Destroy, Lin Xian spoke, his voice cold and emotionless. At this moment, the void cracked open as countless divine lightning bolts descended from the sky. Each of them carried a shocking sword light as they struck down fiercely. In an instant, the terrifying spear light was shattered. Boom, boom. The earth snake in the giant stone man's hand also collapsed in an instant, countless cracks appearing on its body. What? How could he be so powerful? Duan Yunwang was stunned. In the face of this attack, there was no way he could resist. Lin Xian only spat out 2 words and directly shattered the other party's attack. His combat strength was too terrifying. Could it be that this kid had already become a peerless almighty? Perhaps only a peerless almighty could easily resist the attack of this giant stone man. No, he was not a peerless almighty. Soon, Duan Yunwang shook his head because there were rules in this stage. A peerless almighty could not enter at all. In other words, the other party was at most a almighty. However, such powerful combat strength made him gasp. In front of them, Lin Xian's expression was cold. The area around him had already turned into chaos. The giant dragon sword realm enveloped him, making it impossible for others to see clearly. Therefore, at this moment, a golden light appeared in his eyes, emitting an unfathomable aura. This was the heavenly secret divine eye. At this moment, it was used by him, and its effects were unparalleled. Therefore, he soon found the flaw of the giant stone man. It was not the head, nor the heart, but 100 meters below the heart. There was a bowl-sized energy crystal there, emitting a hazy glow. Of course, this could only be seen with the heavenly secret divine eye. Ordinary people could not see it at all. Seeing this, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. Thinking about it, that should be the divine crystal. It was the divine crystal that allowed the giant stone man to move. If he took out the divine crystal, the giant stone man would collapse on its own. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath. Then, his eyes became sharp again. Reaching out his palm, the azure dragon's shadow on his body quickly spread and covered his palm. Lin Xian's palm turned into a ferocious dragon head. Dragon catcher hand, Lin Xian's palm grabbed forward. Suddenly, the void exploded, and a giant azure dragon appeared, emitting a terrifying aura. The speed of this palm was extremely fast. It directly split the void, forming a huge crack. Lin Xian's palm arrived in front of the stone man in an instant. What fast speed! Duan Yunwang, Qiankuan Sword King, and the rest saw this scene and their pupils shrank. The speed was too fast, and it made them extremely shocked. The stone man roared and raised his hand to punch, trying to block it. Boom! In the next moment, an earth-shattering sound was heard. Violent energy was stirred up rapidly, and a huge crack appeared in the void, spreading in all directions. Soon, something shocking happened. The azure dragon's shadow did not disappear. Instead, the giant stone man's palm collapsed rapidly, and countless rocks fell. Boom! In the end, more than half of the palm was shattered, but the dragon catcher hand was still grabbing forward fiercely. His target was the crystal that was 100 meters below the heart. Roar! The giant stone man also sensed the danger. He roared crazily and turned his huge body, trying to dodge. But he was too slow. In the next moment, he was caught by Lin Xian. Cracks appeared on his tough body, and then it collapsed. The dragon catcher hand reached into the giant stone man's body and grabbed the bull-sized crystal. Boom! In the next moment, Lin Xian retracted his palm and took out the crystal. When the crystal left the body of the giant stone man, the stone man was stunned. Then, countless cracks appeared all over his body. Like a broken porcelain doll, he turned into countless gravel and scattered on the ground. Boom! 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 Dust flew and spread in the surroundings. The ground collapsed and the entire underground palace shook rapidly. At this moment, not only the giant stone man, but the 6 small stone men also stopped attacking and roared at the sky. Their voices were filled with endless desolation. Then, the 6 little stone golems also quickly crumbled. Cracks appeared on their bodies, and they turned into a pile of rocks. Since then, all the stone men had been completely destroyed. Lin Xian waved his hand and summoned the huge divine crystal from the 300-meter-tall stone man pile. Then, he put it away. Then, he said, "You guys can divide the rest." Indeed, this divine crystal was enough for him. The rest were different crystal elements. Although they were not as good as divine crystals, they were still very precious. Therefore, Duan Qingqing, Qiankuan Sword King, and the others did not hesitate and quickly divided them. When they were done dividing the items, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the ground in front of them. Then, a stone platform protruded and formed something like a stone platform. There were mysterious runes flashing around. Above the stone platform, there were 3 treasure chests. Each of them was made of gold and engraved with mysterious runes. What are these? Is there a reward? Everyone saw this scene. He sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and stared at the front. To be honest, this scene was also out of his expectations. However, it should be a reward. What are we waiting for? Let's do it. Qianquan Sword King and the others were looking at it with burning eyes. Lin Xian waved his hand and stopped them. Wait, it's not that simple. What's wrong? What did you find? Everyone asked. Because they knew that Lin Xian's current strength was very strong. Perhaps they could find some special secrets. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Did you see the runes of the array formation? This was an ancient array formation. I have some understanding of it. This array is a selection array. In other words, we can only choose one of the 3 boxes. What? I can only choose one of them? Duan Yinwang asked. Lin Gongzi, are you sure? Of course, I'm sure. I also want all 3 boxes. However, that was impossible. If they tried to force their way in, they probably wouldn't even be able to get a single chest. What to do? Hearing this, everyone fell silent. However, Lin Xian said that it wasn't a big deal. 1 chest was already pretty good. After all, it was an unexpected gain. So, let's think about which box to choose first. Everyone agreed. There was no point in arguing about anything else now. They had to choose the chest that contained the most treasures. But which one should he choose? The 3 chests looked exactly the same on the outside. They were shining with golden light and were tightly shut. It was impossible to see what was inside. Let me have a try. The Great Compassion King stood out. He channeled his soul power and pounced forward. But soon, his soul was bounced back because there was an invisible force that prevented him from probing. He couldn't see clearly. Duan Jingjing, on the other hand, took a deep breath and stepped forward. She once again took out the ancient mirror and injected a stream of energy into it. Buzz. Buzz, the ancient mirror flickered, but this time, it was chaotic and couldn't reflect anything. How could this be? Duan Qingqing exclaimed. This was too unbelievable. Her mirror was a very magical treasure that allowed her to see everything around her clearly. However, at this moment, she couldn't see the 3 golden chests clearly. At this moment, Lin Xian waved his hand and the dragon sword realm shrouded him. It formed countless sword qi and blocked the view of others. Then, he used the heavenly secret god eyes and looked forward. The heavenly secret god eyes was extremely mysterious. He finally saw through the layers of fog and mysterious power and looked forward. Soon, Lin Xian's mouth curled into a smile because he had seen the things that existed in front of him. In the first golden chest, there was an old scroll. It seemed to be a cultivation technique. Moreover, a cultivation technique that could appear here must be of a high grade. If others saw this scene, they would definitely be tempted. After all, a high-grade cultivation technique was very tempting to them. However, Lin Xian was able to keep his composure. His eyes were even brighter as he looked forward. Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword, Elementary Heaven Tier Cultivation Technique. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian's pupils constricted and he took a deep breath. Heaven Tier Cultivation Technique. There was actually a Heaven Tier Cultivation Technique inside. He was too shocked. One had to know that the best cultivation technique he cultivated was only Earth Tier. He didn't have a Heaven Tier Cultivation Technique. He had seen the power of a Heaven Tier Cultivation Technique. Previously, Bai Zijing had a Heaven Tier Cultivation Technique, 9 Revolution Heavenly Origin Sword. Its power was indeed terrifying. If he didn't possess the Great Dragon Sword Soul, he wouldn't be able to contend against it. But now, he actually saw a Heaven Tier Cultivation Technique. How could he not be excited? However, he still took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his body. Then, he looked at the second chest. In the second treasure chest, there was a piece of metal. It was blue in color like a star, shining with a cold light. This was starry cold light iron. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. He had learned a lot of knowledge from the Crimson Dragon and Hey Tuesday. Among them, there were some extremely precious natural treasures. The starry cold light iron in front of him was a legendary precious metal. Legend had it that this wasn't something from the continent, but a star from the 9 heavens that fell onto the continent after being struck. This kind of metal was very precious. It could even be said that it could only be encountered by chance. This was because when ordinary stars fell, they would burn. Many would burn cleanly and turn into ashes. Only an extremely small portion could be preserved. This kind of starry cold light iron, whether it was used as a weapon or a defensive tool, its power was extremely powerful. Therefore, when he saw the second chest, Lin Xian's eyes flickered and he was extremely tempted. Now, in terms of defense, he had the black cloak battle armor, sword chi defense, and the ice protection. Moreover, he had just obtained a huge python skin. It was so sturdy that it could be used to make armor. However, in terms of attack, he only had the 9 demonic sword. Although it was very powerful, it wouldn't be long before it couldn't keep up with his speed of improvement. After all, this demonic sword was used after he had just stepped into the king realm, and he was already a 6-star king now. Presumably, it wouldn't be long before he became a mighty figure, an even more terrifying existence. And it seemed like the 9-way demonic sword in his hand should also be changed. Now, the starry cold light iron in front of him was an excellent opportunity. If he could forge a treasured sword that belonged to him, then his combat strength would be even more terrifying. However, should he choose a heaven-tier cultivation method or a precious metal? Lin Xian was extremely hesitant for a moment. But in the next moment, he decided to look at the third metal box first. He wanted to see what was inside the third box. Inside the third gold treasure box was a piece of divine crystal. The size and purity were about the same as the piece Lin Xian obtained from the giant stone man. If it was under normal circumstances, this thing would definitely cause a group of mighty figures to go crazy when released. Even peerless mighty figures were not spared. But now, Lin Xian did not pay too much attention to it. Because although this thing was good, it could also be obtained elsewhere. For example, stone gambling. He believed that with his heavenly secret divine eyes, he would be able to cut out divine crystals sooner or later. However, the first 2 things could only be encountered by chance and not sought. If he missed it at this time, he might never see it again in the future. Very soon, Lin Xian thought about it and gave up on the third gold treasure box. However, the first gold treasure box and the second gold treasure box, which one to choose, he fell into a dilemma for a moment. And outside, Qing Qing, Heaven and Earth Sword King, and the rest were also extremely puzzled. They saw the light flickering on Lin Xian's body, but they could not see what his expression was at all. Lin Gongzi, can you see clearly what's inside the gold treasure box in front of you, right at this moment? Heaven and Earth Sword King asked carefully. However, Lin Xian did not answer. He was not in the mood to answer right now. He was currently considering which of the 2 things he needed the most. However, after thinking about it, he realized that he wanted both of the items. Because whether it was cultivation methods or weapons, they were what he lacked the most currently. There's actually a treasure in front. Right at this moment, a sound of ecstasy suddenly came from behind, followed by several powerful auras rushing over quickly. Oh no, someone's coming, Duan Qingqing, the Qianquan sword sovereign, and the others turned their heads in shock. In the next moment, their expressions turned even uglier. Lin Xian also furrowed his brows. His gaze was like lightning as he looked behind him. A few figures came from behind. They streaked across the sky like lightning and arrived near them. These people were none other than the experts under the third prince's command. First Blade and Fist Tyrant were among them. Lin Xian, it's actually you, Sword Master Qianquan, you've actually joined forces. When First Blade saw this scene, he was also extremely shocked. This was because they didn't expect that Lin Xian would team up with someone else. Could it be that the 8th prince had joined hands with someone else? This was indeed not good news. However, they were not afraid. This was because this time, their lineup was also very strong. Other than First Blade and Fist Tyrant, the other 3 were also very strong. More importantly, they were at their peak, while the people in front of them probably didn't have much energy left in their bodies. Therefore, although they didn't have as many people on their side as the other party, their combat power far surpassed the other party. At the thought of this, the experts under the third prince immediately sneered. Among them, First Blade's eyes flickered. His gaze swept past Lin Xian and the others and looked at the front. There were 3 golden treasure chests flickering with mysterious runes. They were treasures. Seeing this scene, First Blade was overjoyed. He naturally knew that in such ruins, there would definitely be heaven-defying treasures hidden in the treasure chests. He didn't expect that they would encounter them. And from the looks of it, they hadn't been opened yet. Haha, the heavens are really helping me. On the other side, Fist Tyrant was also ecstatic. Although he wasn't as strong as Lin Xian, he wasn't fighting alone now. In terms of overall strength, they definitely overpowered the other party. Therefore, at the next moment, he snorted coldly. Kid, we've occupied this place. These treasure chests are all ours. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, don't blame us for starting a massacre. Damn it. Hearing this, Duan Qingqing, the Qianquan Sword King, and the others' expressions were extremely ugly. These treasure chests were obtained by killing the huge stone people with great difficulty. Now that they hadn't opened them yet, how could they let First Blade and the others take advantage of them? Fist Tyrant, First Blade, don't go overboard. We're the ones who found this place, so the treasures are naturally ours. Duan Qingqing shouted coldly. That's right, we'll give you a chance. Hurry up and get lost, or don't blame us for being rude. The Qianquan Sword King also shouted coldly. However, First Blade and the others on the opposite side sneered disdainfully. So what if you found it first? Fight with your strength. If you have the ability, fight and see who gets the treasures in the end. They were very domineering and arrogant, not taking these people seriously at all. Damn it, everyone gritted their teeth in anger. Then, they all looked at Lin Xian and Lin Gongzi. What should they do? The Qianquan Sword King and the others asked. What else could they do? Since they were here to snatch the treasures, they naturally had to fight their way out. Anyway, there was no need to hold back in the second round. If you have any ultimate moves, use them and beat them out. The treasures will be ours. At this point, Lin Xian's gaze was sharp and he took a step forward. The aura on his body became incomparably sharp. Seeing this scene, First Blade, Fist Tyrant, and the others were extremely nervous. After all, they had seen the other party's means in the first round. However, the 3 people from the older generation behind him snorted coldly. Anger appeared on their faces. A young kid actually dared to go against them. He's really courting death. At this moment, an old man with a white bag stood out and shouted coldly. Kid, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I've already given you a chance to escape, but you didn't seize it. Since that's the case, don't blame me. At this point, he shouted coldly and 108 white water pillars behind him quickly soared into the sky, circling in the air like 108 dragons. The terrifying aura was monstrous and made a deafening sound. The entire scene was extremely terrifying. The entire space shook rapidly, unable to withstand the power at all. You want to kill me? Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Lin Xian sneered and took the initiative to attack. He stretched out his palm, which turned into a huge green dragon and grabbed in front of him. Boom, wherever it passed, the void shattered and terrifying black holes appeared. Terrifying energy waves swept in all directions. Buzz, the old man in the white robe snorted and waved his palm. Suddenly, 10 silver light beams rushed forward quickly behind him. They collided with Lin Xian's palm, making an earth-shattering sound. Whoosh, there was a huge explosion of energy and a violent aura swept out. However, Lin Xian moved. His entire body was like a sharp sword, cutting through the void and charging forward quickly. Buzz, in the next moment, he pulled out his demonic sword and waved it. 36 terrifying sword lights appeared in an instant, forming a huge torrent that quickly fell forward. The sword chi caused the entire space to tremble violently. Not to mention space, there probably weren't many things in this world that could resist such a terrifying sword chi. You're courting death. Seeing that his opponent had taken the initiative to attack, the white-robed old man roared angrily. He waved his hands, and the 108 light pillars behind him rotated rapidly, forming a terrifying energy wave. These light pillars contained destructive energy that instantly pierced through the void. In the next moment, the 108 light pillars collided with the 36 sword chi. Boom! 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 Terrifying vibrations shook heaven and earth, and violent energy swept in all directions. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the 108 light pillars shattered into countless fragments and scattered on the ground. The white-robed old man was stunned. First Blade, Quan Ba, and the others were also shocked because they did not expect Lin Xian to be much stronger than he was in the first round. Damn it, how could this be? How could his combat strength increase so quickly? These people had ugly expressions because during this period of time, their combat strength had also increased and they had all obtained opportunities. They thought that they could catch up to Lin Xian and even defeat him. However, they did not expect that Lin Xian's fortuitous encounter would be even greater and his combat strength would increase even faster. Now, not only did they not catch up, but the gap between them was getting wider. No, don't give him a chance, let's attack together, 1st Blade roared angrily. He pulled out his long saber and exuded a terrifying aura. 7 Blade techniques. He used his ultimate move right away. Quan Ba and the other great ancestors also made their moves, preparing to snatch the 3 golden treasure chests together. Damn it, seeing this scene, Duan Qingqing, Qianku and Sword King, and the others roared angrily and counterattacked quickly. For a moment, the entire space fell into complete chaos. Everyone began to fight for the 3 golden treasure chests. However, at this moment, a howl came from afar. The sound was filled with strange and powerful energy. Immediately after, a figure that looked like a red lightning bolt quickly arrived. It was a red snake that looked very strange and even had horns and claws. On its back was a snow-white little monkey. When the two of them arrived, they looked at the 3 golden treasure chests in front of them and laughed strangely. Ha 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 ha, another treasure, this is great, it was all Benhuang's. Who are you people? Get lost. When the first Blade saw someone else enter, he immediately became extremely nervous. However, when he saw that it was only 2 demonic beasts, he sneered. Then, he slashed out with his blade. Although it was only a casual slash, the momentum was truly earth-shattering. Boom, it was none other than the Crimson Dragon and the Snow-White Monkey. Seeing that someone was attacking, the Crimson Dragon left a red afterimage in the air. Then, with a swing of its tail, it collided directly with the blade light. Boom! Boom, a thunderous sound rang out as a majestic power surged out. The terrifying saber light was instantly sent flying. The Crimson Dragon, on the other hand, was unharmed. What? Everyone was extremely shocked. They all knew the strength of the first blade. It was extremely terrifying. Especially that blade light, it carried a sense of despair that was like destruction. However, he was actually sent flying by the tail of the human will. What kind of demonic beast was that? Wasn't it too powerful? The first blade's face was gloomy as his eyes flickered. Who are you people? Who are we? We're the legendary bandits. Hurry up and hand over all your treasures and storage rings, and I'll spare your lives, otherwise, Ben Huang will slap you to death. The Crimson Dragon floated in the sky, looking extremely arrogant. Its red dragon claws pointed downwards and made a crazy sound. The Snow-White Monkey on its back also waved its little claws and kept nodding. Damn, these people are stunned. Below, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth twitched. Originally, he only asked those 2 guys to explore the ruins and search for treasures. He did not expect those 2 guys to be so lazy as to choose the simplest and most violent method of robbery. Judging from the looks of the people around him, they should have already heard of those 2 guys. It seemed that they were not the only ones who had been robbed. Thinking of that, Lin Xian's face darkened. However, soon, the corners of his mouth curled up. That was because it was convenient for him to do things now. Soon, he sent a voice transmission. Ruzalong, Xiaobai, hurry up and snatch the first treasure chest. I'll go for the second one. Don't worry about the 3rd treasure chest. Hearing that, the Crimson Dragon was stunned, but then its gaze shifted. Soon, it discovered Lin Xian's figure not far ahead. It immediately grinned. Previously, it did not notice Lin Xian because it was too excited and attracted by the 3 golden treasure chests. It did not expect Lin Xian to be there too. It seemed that it would definitely be a bountiful harvest this time. If the 3 of them joined forces, those people would definitely not be able to stop them. However, at that moment, Lin Xian sent another voice transmission. Be careful, there's a formation here, and you can only choose 1 treasure chest. Let Xiaobai retrieve the item from a distance and see if it can retrieve it. If it can't, then we can only break the formation by force. The items in the first 2 treasure chests are very useful to me, so I can't fail. Don't worry. The Crimson Dragon and Xiaobai nodded. Then, Xiaobai took off the small bowl on its head and began to cast a spell. On the other hand, Lin Xian turned around and rushed forward when no one was paying attention. He used the demigods and semi-devils and was extremely fast. In an instant, he arrived in front of the 3 treasure chests. In the next moment, he reached out his palm and grabbed the second treasure chest. At the same time, a dragon-shaped sword chi appeared on his left hand and he stabbed it into the ground. He was attacking the formation because he did not know if he could retrieve Xiaobai from a distance. If there was no formation defense, he could definitely retrieve it. However, the formation was too magical. It was left behind from ancient times, and it would be troublesome if he could not retrieve it. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to destroy the formation directly. Boom, he did not hold back in this attack. He directly used the dragon-shaped sword shadow and stabbed it into the ground. Instantly, the ground cracked. Cracks appeared, and the surrounding sky and earth shook. A crack also appeared on the formation. Although it was not completely destroyed, its power had been greatly reduced. Lin Xian quickly stored the second treasure chest in the black earth. Then, his figure flashed and he fled into the distance. On the other side, Xiaobai also used the treasure basin and opened a crack to obtain the first treasure chest. Then, they also turned around and fled. This scene happened too quickly, to the extent that no one could react in time. When they finally reacted, they realized that the 2 parties had already fled. Only one of the 3 treasure chests was left. Ah! Damn you, great thief! Lin, leave the treasure behind. Angry roars sounded one after another. The rest of the people went crazy because they lost 2 gold treasure chests in an instant. How could they not feel heartache? Therefore, these people flew into the distance like crazy. However, Duan Qingqing, Lu Fei, and the others did not leave because there was still the 3rd treasure chest. Although this was a selection array, there were already cracks. Perhaps there was a chance to take out the 3rd treasure chest. Therefore, they flew towards the 3rd treasure chest. First Blade and the others chased halfway and came back to their senses, so they quickly turned back to snatch it. After all, compared to Lin Xian, snatching the 3rd treasure chest was more important. Leave the treasure chest behind. First Blade roared and the 7-blade technique flashed in the sky, while Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing below shouted coldly. They also counterattacked quickly. Buzz, Cosmo Sword Array, Cosmo Sword King also came. He instantly cast a huge sword array and surrounded the front. On the other side, First Blade and another old man came and joined the battle. The battle broke out and was very intense. Short Qingqing shouted, Cosmo Sword King, let's work together and divide the treasures equally. Okay. Cosmo Sword King nodded in agreement and counterattacked quickly. Originally, they could not cooperate with Lin Xian after he left. However, the strength that Lin Xian had displayed earlier was too powerful. If they were to plot against Duan Qingqing and the others now, they would definitely be killed. If Lin Xian attacked them, they would not be able to resist at all. Therefore, it was better to cooperate. While Duan Qingqing was fighting, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were also being chased. After all, the 2 of them had each snatched a treasure chest. How could the others not be jealous of such a tempting thing? The ones chasing Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were 2 old men, mighty figures of the older generation. They roared angrily, and their bodies burned with terrifying flames. The one who charged towards Lin Xian was an old man in a red robe with red hair. At this moment, the heat waves on his body were monstrous, like a fireball, and he quickly chased over. Boom, with a wave of his palm, a fiery red light bloomed in the sky. A pressure as heavy as a mountain followed. It enveloped Lin Xian like a wave. This was the furious strike of a veteran almighty, and the power it contained was truly terrifying. The entire void started to tremble and crack open. Wang, Lin Xian coldly snorted. When he saw that there was only one person attacking him, he quickly counterattacked. He waved the demonic sword in his hand, and a sharp sword light instantly bloomed. It was like a long river that flowed endlessly. Boom! Boom! The intense collision shook the heavens and the earth. The huge palm of light was slashed apart by the sword. Not only that, the biting cold sword light quickly shot towards the red-robed old man. Courting death, the red-robed old man roared in anger. He stretched out both of his palms and shot out two fiery red chi waves. They immediately blocked the shocking sword light. Raging Inferno Palm. With a slap of his palm, the entire space was dyed red before shattering into pieces. Terrifying magma poured down from the sky and swept towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian stepped in the air and slashed down with the long sword in his hand. Sword light tore through the sky. He was like lightning. While he was flying through the sea of fire, he charged towards the red-robed old man. Boom! When he got close to the old man, he immediately used the dragon sword realm. Suddenly, a green realm enveloped the old man. Countless sword chi pierced towards him from all directions. Damn it, the old man roared in anger and fought back with all his might. Similarly, a fiery red realm appeared on his body and quickly resisted the dragon sword realm. The two realms collided with a thunderous sound. Kid, go to hell. At this moment, the old man suddenly took out a red fan and waved it in front of him. Boom! 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 A terrifying purple flame gushed out from the fan. Wherever it passed, nothing could survive. Everything was burned to ashes. What a terrifying flame! Even Lin Xian was extremely shocked. That was because that flame was strong enough to threaten him. At the critical moment, he used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and quickly dodged. At the same time, he threw out a black dragon fist. Suddenly, the terrifying fist rushed over like a black dragon with great momentum. It intertwined with the purple flames that filled the sky. The black dragon fist carried the flames of hell. The black flames and purple flames that filled the sky collided and intertwined, erupting into a dazzling light. What? You can actually resist my innate fire, the red-robed old man was extremely shocked. This innate fire was a terrifying flame that he had obtained. Very few people below the level of a supreme being could resist it. Therefore, this was his killing move. It was very effective against his enemies. But now, his attack was actually blocked by his opponent. This made him extremely surprised. Damn it, how is this possible? The old man's face was gloomy. However, in the next moment, he opened his mouth and spat out flames into the gourd. Immediately, an even more terrifying aura was emitted from the gourd. Immediately, the surrounding space collapsed and countless cracks appeared as if it could not withstand this power. Not good. Seeing this, Lin Xian frowned. In the next moment, he pushed his speed to the limit and disappeared from the sky. Buzz, the moment he disappeared, the place where he was standing was directly split into two. A purple arc like a purple moon pierced through the void. Damn it, he actually escaped. Seeing that this move could not kill his opponent, the red-robed old man's face became extremely gloomy. This was one of his ultimate moves. It was extremely fast and extremely sharp. It was extremely powerful in killing enemies. He did not expect that not only did his opponent have black flames, but he also had such fast speed. Whoosh, thinking of this, his pupils suddenly shrank and he retreated to the side. Because the void beside him split open and a figure quickly charged over. This figure was naturally Lin Xian. He dodged the shocking killing move and quickly counterattacked. The demonic sword in his hand slashed down, and a terrifying power condensed in the sky. Buzz, the sword slashed down, and the world dimmed. The red-robed old man felt pain all over his body, as if his bones were broken. He roared angrily, and his eyes were bloodshot. The Red King's domain enveloped his body, forming a battle armor that completely covered him. Clang, the terrifying sword chi slashed on his body, and the red-robed old man was sent flying by the force. At the same time, he spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood, dyeing the sky red. Fortunately, he was only injured from the impact. The armor on his body had blocked the sharp sword chi. Boom boom boom, the red-robed old man kept retreating, stepping on the void. Then, he stabilized his body. His entire person was extremely gloomy, and there was no trace of blood on his face. He was injured. He was actually injured by a junior. If this news spread, no one would believe it. This was even more unacceptable to him. His eyes were bloodshot, and he emitted a biting cold killing intent. Kid, you've successfully angered me. I'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. Boom, in the next moment, he took out a green feather. Suddenly, a terrifying wave was emitted from the feather. Between heaven and earth, green flames surged as if they were heavenly flames. The terrifying temperature was even more terrifying than the purple flames from before. What's that? Lin Xian frowned and the black armor on his body automatically appeared. He felt a strong murderous intent. His opponent's green flames were not weaker than his hellfire. It should be a treasure, and not an ordinary one at that. Kid, you should be proud that you're able to use my ultimate move. The red-robed old man's eyes were cold. He waved the green feather in his hand. Suddenly, the entire void trembled and a terrifying force surged out. Buzz, Lin Xian did not dare to be careless. He was surrounded by the dragon sword territory and the great dragon sword soul in his body was operating crazily. A green dragon shadow wrapped around his demonic sword. Not only that, but there were endless black flames dancing on his body. Then, a huge flame giant was quickly formed. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. The black flames swept out like hell with a cold and violent aura. They appeared in the void and destroyed a large part of the space. The fire deity roared. With a roar, Lin Xian waved his long sword. The flame giant on his body condensed a black dragon sword in its hand and slashed down quickly. The murderous aura was like a dragon, connecting heaven and earth. When the sword slashed down, heaven and earth lost its color. Seeing how terrifying the sword was, the red-robed old man's pupils shrank. In the next moment, he gritted his teeth and activated all the strength in his body to wave the green feather in his hand. Boom, between heaven and earth, countless green flames danced and formed a green river that fell from the sky. This aura was too terrifying. Even those almighty experts who were fighting in the distance were trembling with fear in their eyes. Boom, the two collided and the heaven and earth cracked. The terrifying flame energy completely shrouded the entire space. Retreat, at this moment, whether it was the Crimson Dragon, the other powerful experts, or Duan Qingqing, First Blade, and the others in the distance, all of them frantically retreated. When the two flames collided, the energy that erupted was enough to threaten all of them. No one dared to provoke such a flame. One could only imagine what kind of impact Lin Xian and the red-robed elder, who were engulfed in flames, had to endure at this moment. Boom. Boom, just at this moment, a figure dashed out rapidly. It was Lin Xian. At this moment, there were 4 layers of defense on his body. The first layer was the black cloak battle armor, the second layer was the fire god phantom, and the last layer was the ice guardian. Adding another layer of dragon sword spirit domain. The terrifying 4 layers of defense blocked all the energy, but even so, his face was still pale, without a trace of blood. The reason for that was because the power of the 2 flames was simply too frightening. Even so, he continued to advance through the flames. In the next moment, he arrived before the red-robed old man. What? The red-robed elder's face was filled with shock. His eyes were filled with horror. Impossible. How could you move? He was too shocked. At this moment, his body was also surrounded by green and purple flames to defend himself. However, he was unable to move at all. This was already the greatest defense he could put up. However, the fact that the other party was able to move like this was truly beyond his expectations. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He waved his long sword, and the shadow of a green dragon appeared on the sword. Then, he slashed down with his sword. No, the red-robed elder roared crazily and tried to dodge. However, it was too late. The sword split him in half. Blood splattered everywhere, and the flames on his body quickly disappeared. Whoosh, Lin Xian waved his hand and put away the purple fan and green feather. Especially the green feather, which contained the power of flames, made his heart tremble. Needless to say, it should be a powerful flame treasure. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. After Lin Xian killed the red-robed elder, he immediately turned into a bolt of lightning and flew into the distance. The Crimson Dragon also took advantage of the fact that everyone was in a daze to fly away. When everyone came to their senses, they realized that Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon had already disappeared. Then, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon pierced through the void and directly left the Big Dipper relic. They flew for hundreds of thousands of miles in a row and came to an uninhabited area. Then, the two of them stopped. What on earth was it? Why did they have to go so far? The Crimson Dragon was puzzled. He had never seen Lin Xian so cautious. Could it be that there was really a treasure inside? Lin Xian did not say anything. He opened up a cave residence in the mountains, then went in and set up 3 defensive formations to cover the surroundings. Then, he heaved a sigh of relief. Damn, why are you so cautious? What on earth is it? The Crimson Dragon was also very puzzled. In the next moment, he withdrew his dragon claw and took out a golden treasure box. Let me see what on earth is it that makes you so cautious? And Hong Divine Dragon opened the golden treasure box and found an ancient scroll inside. However, when he saw the information on the scroll, he was also shocked. The sword technique was actually a heaven-class technique. Kid, you're too lucky. The Crimson Dragon roared crazily. To be honest, he did not expect that there would be a heaven-class technique inside the golden scroll. No wonder Lin Xian went through so much trouble and did not hesitate to get it. Moreover, he ran for hundreds of thousands of miles in a row. That was a heaven-class technique. Even peerless mighty figures would be jealous of it. Ordinary mighty figures probably did not have such a heaven-class technique. Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword, the Crimson Dragon looked and found that it was a sword technique. Then, he handed it to Lin Xian. Soon, he grinned. Kid, what's inside the second treasure box that you personally obtained? Don't tell me it's also a heaven-class technique. He was looking forward to it. Lin Xian actually obtained 2 treasure boxes at the same time. It seemed that the second treasure box should also be a supreme-grade treasure that should not be inferior to a heaven-class technique. Although it was not a heaven-class technique, it was still a treasure. Lin Xian smiled and opened the second box. Inside, there was a blue metal the size of a fist that was emitting a dazzling light. This is? The Crimson Dragon frowned and looked at it for a long time. Then, he exclaimed. This is the starry cold light iron. Damn, this is also a supreme-grade metal. It's best to forge weapons with. The Crimson Dragon was drooling, while Lin Xian smiled. Don't even think about it. I'm going to forge a sword with this. However, I can cultivate a heaven-class technique together with it. Alright. The Crimson Dragon sighed. Since it was a metal that Lin Xian wanted to use to forge his sword, he naturally would not snatch it. However, it was still very satisfying to be able to learn a heaven-class technique. What should we do now? The Crimson Dragon asked. Lin Xian put away the starry cold light iron and opened the chaotic Heaven Destroyer sword technique. Let's take a look at this sword technique first. The situation was dangerous now. The third prince's small team was enough to make them feel pressured. Not to mention the third prince's team and the even more terrifying first prince. He had to increase his strength again. Therefore, Lin Xian began to comprehend the chaotic Heaven Destroyer sword technique. On the other side, in the Big Dipper ruins, Duan Qingqing, Lu Fei, and Qiankuan Sword King joined forces to fight against First Blade, Fist Ba, and the others. In the end, they gained the upper hand. Then, they quickly left. In the end, they obtained the third treasure chest and divided the divine gems inside equally. On the other side, the 8th prince, Taoist Long, and the others led most of their men and set off. Soon, they found a ruin. However, this relic had also caught the eye of someone, and that was the third prince's team. Moreover, it was the third prince's team. As soon as the 2 princes met, there was a strong smell of gunpowder. Especially the 8th prince, he did not want to let go of this opportunity. This was because he found that although the third prince's team was strong, their numbers were not as good. Therefore, the 8th prince decided to attack immediately. The third prince's face was gloomy. This was because he did not expect the 8th prince to gather more than a dozen experts around him. Could it be that they only had one team? Damn it, this 8th prince is actually playing such a trick. He was furious because all the prince's teams were divided into 2 or 3 teams. This way, they could have a larger area and faster search for the ruins or snatch the Jade Amulet King token. However, he did not expect the 8th prince to only have one team. This way, although they were strong, they had fewer chances. He did not know that although the eighth prince had more people, they were also divided into two teams. However, the other team was Lin Xian's team. Damn it, what should we do? Are we going to leave or not? The powerful figures beside him were thinking quickly. The third prince said, let's go, we can't let them surround us. The ruins are a small matter. We can't lose the Jade Amulet King token, and we can't exhaust our main force. Now was not the time for the final battle. The third prince said in a deep voice. Sure enough, the surrounding people also nodded in agreement. They still needed to continue to increase their strength. If they were to fight with the eighth prince now, it would be very disadvantageous. Moreover, the combat power of the eighth prince's side was clearly superior to theirs. Thus, they decisively retreated. This third prince was quite decisive. He didn't even want half of the ruins that had been excavated. He was indeed a ruthless person. So what? He couldn't let them go, chase, the eighth prince's side was discussing. As for the eighth prince, he waved his hand and led a large group of almighties to chase after them. The people of the Grand Imperial Hall naturally saw this scene and immediately cried out in alarm. They hadn't expected that the two most powerful princes, other than the first prince, would meet so soon. Moreover, there was such a dramatic chase. This was something that had never happened before. Because the eighth prince and the third prince were on par with each other in terms of strength, the number of experts in their hands was also about the same. It could be said that they were evenly matched. Under normal circumstances, such an encounter would definitely be an earth-shattering battle. They had no idea who would win and who would lose in the end. But now, the eighth prince had gathered all of his forces, while the third prince only had half of the forces in his hands. With such a comparison, the third prince had fallen into a disadvantageous position. Only the situation of being chased had occurred. One had to admit that the eighth prince's strategy was really surprising. Most likely, other than the first prince, no one else would be able to contend against this lineup. Everyone was discussing. As for the elders and princes who supported the third prince, their faces were solemn. On the other hand, the eighth prince's side was filled with joy. The empress also frowned slightly. She had to admit that the eighth prince was a great threat to the crown prince's position. But now, she couldn't help much. However, she wasn't too worried because those that she had chosen for the first prince were all elite experts. Among them was the Golden Lion King, an expert from the War tribe. Thinking about it, no one would be able to contend against them. Thinking of this, the empress also let out a sigh of relief. In the second stage, the third prince was running away. They didn't dare to fight against the eighth prince. This scene was seen by the nearby teams and they were all stunned. Damn, what did I just see? The third prince is running for his life. Could it be that the first prince is here? From what they knew, only the first prince could put the third prince in such a difficult situation. But soon, they were stunned. Because they realized that the person who was chasing after the third prince was not the first prince, but the eighth prince. What made them even more shocked was that the eighth prince's lineup was too strong. Heavens, could it be that the eighth prince didn't have a team? Damn, the eighth prince is too cunning. Everyone exclaimed and retreated. Because they were all in a team of 5 or 4 people, they couldn't contend against the eighth prince's team of more than 10 people. But fortunately, the eighth prince didn't care about the people around him. He was chasing after the third prince with all his strength because the third prince was his main enemy to seize the crown prince's position. Only by killing the third prince could he contend against the first prince. Therefore, he had steeled his heart to chase after the third prince. Eighth prince, I will remember today's enmity. One day, I will pay you back. The third prince was running wildly in front, turning into a stream of light that kept flickering. He let out a furious roar. Because he was too aggrieved. As a top prince, he was not afraid of anyone except the first prince. He didn't expect that he would be chased by the eighth prince in front of so many powerful princes. How was he going to survive in the future? Therefore, the third prince gritted his teeth in anger. Third brother, do you still want to pay me back? But unfortunately, you won't have a chance. Today, you will be eliminated, the eighth prince also said loudly. He was very excited because this was definitely a great opportunity. Everyone, chase after him with all your strength. You must not let him go, the eighth prince ordered. On the other hand, the third prince's face was gloomy. Among them, the two old men beside him said, "Third prince, what should we do? How about this? We will lead our men to fight for a while, and you and the other experts will leave." Someone said. However, the third prince shook his head. No, the opponent was too strong now. No matter who he sent, they couldn't stop him. Moreover, they would lose their lives for nothing. The third prince gritted his teeth. He would never allow his elites to be lost. Because of this, his strength would be weaker and he wouldn't be able to fight against the eighth prince. Not to mention the first prince. At this time, a middle-aged man said, "I have an idea, but it's very risky." "What is it?" "Tell me quickly," the third prince quickly asked. The middle-aged man took out a map and flew quickly. He said, "Third prince, there is a big rift valley nearby. It is very dangerous and it is said to be a ruin. However, it is very dangerous and no one dares to go there normally. However, if we go down there, we might be able to get rid of the eighth prince." "Are you talking about the Dark Canyon?" At this time an old man said in a deep voice. The middle-aged man nodded. "Yes, it is the Dark Canyon. The Dark Canyon is too dangerous. Almost no one has entered it during the Crown Prince battle. Because there was once a prince who was relatively strong and had the potential to become the Crown Prince who went in, he suffered heavy losses and lost more than half of his men. Then, that prince had no chance to become the Crown Prince. One could imagine how terrifying the Dark Canyon was. However, if we don't do this, we will die. Because we can't get rid of the eighth prince, some people refuted. In the end, everyone looked at the third prince and waited for his decision. The third prince also felt the pressure. Indeed, he had heard of the dangers of the Dark Canyon. It could be said to be a forbidden place. However, if he did not go in, he would definitely be chased by the eighth prince. Although he was a prince and had a life-saving method, he would not be killed. However, this did not mean that he would not be eliminated. As long as his life was threatened, he would be teleported out and would have no chance to compete for the Crown Prince battle. This was no different from killing him. Furthermore, he knew that his current performance was being watched by the emperor and countless elders of the royal family. After running for so long, it was still a very shameful thing. If he was defeated by the eighth prince in the end, he would lose face. He probably would not be able to raise his head in the future. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and decided to enter the Dark Canyon. At least, he would get rid of the eighth prince and quickly come out. "Okay, let's go to the Dark Canyon." The third prince gritted his teeth and said. Then, with a flash of his body, he flew in another direction. That direction was the direction of the Dark Canyon. Behind him, the eighth prince and others frowned when they saw this. Taoist Long said, "Oh no, they are going to the Dark Canyon. It seems that they are really desperate." "The Dark Canyon, you mean that place that is similar to a forbidden place?" The others also cried out in alarm. Obviously, they had all heard of the dangers of the Dark Canyon. After the eighth prince heard this, his face also became gloomy. He sped up and stopped him. He absolutely could not let him enter the Dark Canyon. He would not enter a dangerous place. After all, he was going to fight for the Crown Prince's position. Therefore, in the next moment, they couldn't help but speed up. However, the third prince's group was determined to enter. Thus, the third prince's group began to unleash their secret techniques one after another. No matter the cost, they had to act quickly. In the end, the eighth prince and the others were still a step slower. When they arrived, they found that the third prince and the others had already entered the Dark Canyon. Wang, the eighth prince, stopped in front of the Dark Canyon and was very angry. He smashed the surrounding mountain peaks with his palm. It was obvious that he was in a bad mood because this was a perfect opportunity to kill the third prince. As long as he had the first prince's hand, his only opponent would be the first prince. But who would have thought that the other party would actually run into the Dark Canyon? Taoist Long said from the side. There was no need for the eighth prince to be angry. After all, the Dark Ravine was known as the Death Ravine. There was a 90% chance of death in there. Maybe we don't even need to do anything and they won't be able to come out. Yes, such a ravine is not simple. The previous rumors were not false. The others also said the same thing. The eighth prince said in a deep voice. If I don't kill the third prince personally, I will not be at ease. To be honest, he was not confident. Because the third prince was not inferior to him in any aspect, he would only be at ease if he saw the third prince being teleported out with his own eyes. Let's wait here first. I am afraid that they have not gone far. The eighth prince did not give up. He believed that the third prince was only hiding in the dark canyon and had not really entered it. Therefore, he planned to wait outside for the rabbit to appear. Soon, the eighth prince and the others stopped outside the dark canyon. Previously, they had explored a few ruins and obtained many heavenly treasures. This time, they could use this opportunity to cultivate and refine the treasures or heavenly treasures that they had obtained. Grand Imperial Palace. When the Emperor, the Empress, and the elders of the imperial family saw the third prince enter the dark canyon, they exclaimed in surprise. The elders of the eighth prince's side smiled. On the other hand, the third prince's side looked gloomy and dignified. It's over. The third prince is too bold. He even dares to enter the dark canyon. Doesn't he know that it is a forbidden place? This time, the third prince is really going to die. He will not be able to compete for the position of crown prince. Many people shook their heads and sneered. However, the third prince's people also looked gloomy. To be honest, although they were shocked by the third prince's decision, they had no choice but to do the same if they were in his shoes. This was because this was the only way to get rid of the eighth prince's pursuit. Therefore, although they knew that the dark canyon was very dangerous, there was nothing they could do. They could only pray that the third prince was lucky. Not to mention the elders, even the emperor was frowning. However, even though he was frowning, he was not worried. This was because the third prince had a teleportation array on him. At the moment when his life was in danger, he would break the void and be teleported back. However, if he did that, he would lose the qualification to compete. Inside the dark canyon. After the third prince and the others entered, they stopped. This was because they realized that the eighth prince did not enter the dark canyon. This made them feel relieved. However, they soon realized that the eighth prince did not leave. Instead, he sat down cross-legged outside the dark canyon. This wasn't good news for them. This was because the exit was blocked and they could not get out at all. They could only stay in the dark canyon. Although they were only at the edge of the canyon, they could feel a cold aura invading their bodies. Damn it, the eighth prince is too despicable. How dare he block our way out? When the third prince's mighty ones saw this, they gritted their teeth. The third prince's face was gloomy. Outside, most of the eighth prince's people were cultivating. Only a few of them were left to patrol. As long as the third prince came out or made a move, they would immediately wake the others up. It seemed that the eighth prince was determined to kill the third prince this time. What should they do? The third prince felt very uncomfortable. The third prince gritted his teeth. No, it's not a good idea to continue like this. The eighth prince also noticed the situation. They found that the third prince was at the edge and did not go deeper. In this way, it would not be a fatal blow to the third prince. Therefore, the eighth prince gritted his teeth and woke up all the powerful experts and quickly rushed in. They also wanted to enter the dark canyon. Of course, their purpose was to let the third prince go deeper into the dark canyon. In this way, it would be a more fatal blow to the third prince. Sure enough, the third prince gritted his teeth when he saw this scene. He had no choice but to retreat again. Therefore, when they went deeper into the canyon, a black gust of wind blew around them. It included the third prince's team. When the eighth prince saw this scene, he quickly retreated with his team. They did not dare to go deeper into the canyon. Moreover, it seemed that the third prince had encountered some danger. Therefore, they only needed to wait patiently outside. Because during this period of time, a lot of black gust of wind blew into their bodies and eroded their bodies. Now, they had to clear out the black gust of wind. Otherwise, it would affect their bodies. It would affect their combat strength. One day later, the eighth prince and others opened their eyes. The black gust of wind in their bodies had been removed. However, it still made them feel a lingering fear. At this time, the eighth prince frowned again. Although the third prince was surrounded by the black gust of wind, they did not know the final result. How about this? I'll bring a few people in to check it out. Daoist Long said in a deep voice. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Go in, what a joke, it's such a dangerous place, isn't it suicide to go in? Therefore, many people refused, and the 8th prince sighed. It would be great if Brother Lin was here. The Brother Lin he mentioned was naturally Lin Xian. Lin Xian was a daring man. He should not be afraid of such a place. Unfortunately, Lin Xian was not here. The 8th prince did not give up. He said, we have several chances to contact each other. It seems that we have to use it now. Speaking of this, the 8th prince began to send messages to Lin Xian, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei. 2 days later, Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing arrived near the dark canyon. They met up with the 8th prince. You're here. When the 8th prince saw the two of them, he immediately laughed. Then he asked, where's Brother Lin? Is he not with you, or are you in some kind of danger? Soon, Duan Qingqing roughly explained what had happened in the Big Dipper ruins. When everyone heard that Lin Xian had snatched a golden treasure chest and was being chased by the 3rd prince's men, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Therefore, they had no idea where Lin Xian was. However, the 8th prince said in a deep voice, don't worry, he should be fine. Let's wait for a while. Indeed, the 8th prince believed in Lin Xian's strength. When Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei learned that the 8th prince had forced the 3rd prince into the dark canyon, they were extremely shocked. Then, they all became excited. Previously, they had suffered a strong blow from the 3rd prince's subordinates. Now that they saw the 3rd prince suffer a loss, they were naturally happy. Thus, the two of them sat down cross-legged and waited quietly. On the other side, there was a mountain range. Inside the cave, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He had received the message from the 8th prince, but he was not in a hurry to leave. An antique scroll floated in front of him. It was the Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword technique. He had finished reading the Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword technique. It was roughly divided into 3 levels. There were 3 levels. Moreover, this sword technique increased one's combat power by condensing the chaotic sword chi. There were a total of 24 moves in the sword technique. Among them, there were 4 killer moves. Lin Xian had a rough understanding of the 24 moves of the sword technique. Now, he could barely perform the first 3 moves. However, he could not perform the 4 killer moves for the time being. After all, this was a heaven-class skill. Although it was only a beginner heaven-class skill, it was not something that an earth-class skill could compare to. The difficulty was beyond anyone's imagination. It was already extremely difficult for him to master the first 3 moves in such a short period of time. This was also due to his heaven-defying talent in swordsmanship. Of course, there were 3 levels. He had not even reached the first level of minor accomplishment. It was only equivalent to mastering it. However, just by mastering it, he could feel that his combat power had increased by a lot. If he could fully perform the Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword technique, the power would be heaven-defying. Now that he understood the content, the next step was to practice. This required actual combat. Therefore, at the thought of this, Lin Xian took a deep breath and woke up the dark god dragon. Then, the dark red dragon entered the black earth. His figure flashed as he left the cave, preparing to meet up with the 8th prince. Along the way, he took out a spirit boat and flew while he continued to comprehend the Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword technique. 3 days later, Lin Xian opened his eyes. With a wave of his hand, he kept the spirit boat. Then, his figure descended. Not long after, he saw a huge canyon below him. It was as if the ground was split into 2. A cold and crazy aura spread out from the canyon. Even though he was far away, Lin Xian could feel his heart palpitating. Why was the 8th prince in such a dangerous place? Lin Xian frowned because he sensed that the 8th prince was nearby. However, the aura here was too dangerous. Could it be that the 8th prince was in danger? Thinking of this, Lin Xian could not help but increase his speed. Buzz, soon, he landed on the ground. Not long after, he found the 8th prince and the others. So, he flew toward them. Below, the 8th prince and the others opened their eyes. Their gazes were like lightning, piercing through the void. Who is it? One of the Almighties shouted coldly. His voice was like thunder, spreading in all directions. Lin Xian revealed himself and said in a clear voice. It's me. It's you. The Almighties recognized him. When the others heard him, they also opened their eyes and looked into the distance. When they found out that it was Lin Xian, they were shocked. Lin Xian, you're fine. That's great. Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Lin Xian. The eighth prince said, Brother Lin, I was worried when I heard that you were chased by the third prince's men. Now that I see that you're fine, that's great. Thank you for your concern, eighth prince and everyone. I'm fine. Lin Xian said. Then, he looked at the huge canyon in the distance. But what are you guys doing here? Are you trying to enter the canyon? It was like this, the eighth prince explained the matter. What? The third prince was forced to enter the canyon. Lin Xian was stunned for a moment. Then, he smiled. He did not expect that the third prince, who was so powerful, would be so aggrieved. Thinking about it, his heart must be bursting with anger. Lin Xian was stunned for a moment, then he smiled. He didn't expect that the powerful third prince would have such a sullen moment. Thinking about it, his heart must be bursting with anger. At this moment, Taoist Master Long said, Lin Gongzi, I want to go in and investigate. Are you willing to go in with me? Of course, the dark canyon was very dangerous, and there might be a chance of death. If you don't want to, no one will force you. You want to go in? Lin Xian was also surprised. He didn't expect Taoist Master Long to have such an idea. Although he had never heard of the legend of the Dark Canyon, he knew that it was very dangerous just from the aura it emitted. It was even more terrifying than the Big Dipper ruins that he entered previously. Thinking about it, it should be a dangerous place. He didn't expect Taoist Master Long to want to go in. Why, could it be that he was just chasing after the third prince and the others? He thought for a moment and then asked, are there treasures inside? To be honest, the third prince alone wasn't enough to tempt him. What really tempted him was that these people said that the Dark Canyon was a ruin. Since it was a ruin, then there should be treasures. If it was really a ruin, then it wasn't impossible to take the risk. After all, he now knew that the more dangerous a ruin was, the better the things inside. It was indeed a ruin, but only one person had entered it, and more than half of them had died. They didn't obtain any treasures. Therefore, since then, no one had entered it again. Therefore, no one knew if there were really treasures inside. Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Only one person had entered, and they had suffered such heavy losses. No wonder these people didn't dare to go in at all. However, based on these people's description, it should really be a ruin. However, it was a terrifying and dangerous ruin. In that case, there should be treasures inside, but they were more difficult to obtain. Thinking of this, Lin Xian was a little excited. He wanted to give it a try. Firstly, he was quite strong. Moreover, he had the great dragon sword soul. Even if he encountered danger, he could resist it. Even if he really encountered danger that he couldn't resist, he still had his last trump card, the Black Earth. The Black Earth was so tough that even invincible kings couldn't break it. As long as he hid inside, he could avoid all dangers. Moreover, he still had some divine crystals and a large number of crystals on him. He could activate the Black Earth. It was enough to protect himself, no problem. In other words, the worst-case scenario was that he wouldn't be able to find anything and would have to hide in the Black Earth. If he was lucky, he might be able to find some treasures. After all, no one had explored the Dark Ravine before. This was an opportunity for him. In the next moment, Lin Xian took a deep breath and said, Sure, I also want to see how strong this dark canyon is. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The other party was really going to go in. This was too shocking. The eighth prince was also surprised. He didn't think that Lin Xian would really choose to go in. However, he still reminded him. Brother Lin, have you really thought this through? It was very dangerous inside, and there was even a possibility of death. Don't worry, eighth prince, I have the ability to protect myself. Lin Xian said with a smile. Hearing this, the eighth prince did not speak again, and everyone was silent. Since the other party had said so, he could only nod in agreement. Was there anyone else who wanted to go? At this moment, Taoist Master Long stood up and looked around. No one in the surroundings agreed. They were very hesitant even though the dark canyon seemed to be tempting. Although the dark canyon seemed tempting, it was too dangerous inside. There was an 80% chance that they wouldn't be able to return. Therefore, these people shook their heads. However, some of them were still bold. At this moment, an old man stood up and said, "I also want to give it a try." It was actually the Lord of the Underworld, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Taoist Master Long's expression was also solemn. Then, he smiled and said, "Since the Lord of the Underworld is willing to go, I'm naturally happy." Lin Xian looked at the old man and narrowed his eyes. The old man was wearing a black robe with blue patterns flickering on it. His body emitted a cold aura. Although his face was old, his figure was very tall and his entire body carried a powerful dark aura. Lin Xian knew from the other party's name that he was the Lord of the Underworld, that he should be a dark-type king. The other party's aura was similar to the one in the Dark Canyon. No wonder he dared to come out. He probably had some confidence. Other than the Lord of the Underworld, the others were silent. They were not willing to go. Taoist Master Long nodded in satisfaction. With the two of them going together, his chances of success would be higher. Then, he turned around and looked at the 8th prince. "We'll go in first. 8th prince, you guys wait here. 10 days at most. If we don't come out in 10 days, you don't have to wait any longer. You can continue with the battle." 10 days, hearing this, the 8th prince took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. "I believe that you guys will definitely come out." Then, the 8th prince and the others sat down cross-legged again. They waited and cultivated. Taoist Master Long, Lin Xian, and the Lord of the Underworld turned around and entered the Dark Canyon. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, as soon as he entered the Dark Canyon, Lin Xian felt a black gust of wind blowing around him. It was as if a demon was pouncing on him. Buzz, Lin Xian frowned and immediately activated his black robe armor to defend himself. Instantly, the pressure on him decreased. However, the gust of wind still made clanking sounds when it hit him. Taoist Master Long and the Lord of the Underworld also activated their armor and moved forward carefully. Taoist Master Long said, "Be careful. The gust of wind here has a corrosive effect. It also has a cold death G. It can even affect King Almighty's. So, don't let it enter your body." What a terrifying gust of wind. Lin Xian was shocked. The Dark Canyon was indeed terrifying. Just the gust of wind here was enough to make many people's scalps go numb. King Almighty's might not even be able to enter. Indeed, if King Almighty's were to enter, they would probably be torn apart by the gust of wind. Moreover, even Almighty's had to be careful. It was said that even Almighty's might not dare to enter the deepest part of the canyon. One had to admit that this place was too strange. The three of them walked in front. Lin Xian reached out and caught a gust of wind. Then, he used his soul power to sense it. Soon, he furrowed his brows. There was a thick death Qi in the gust of wind. It could deprive King Almighty's of their vitality. To the vast majority of King Almighty's, this was extremely threatening. However, there was an exception. It was the Lord of the Underworld beside him. This guy was probably a king of death and darkness. Therefore, he was not affected by the gust of wind. Instead, he was a little excited. The Lord of the Underworld looked around and grinned. "This is really a good place to cultivate. Unfortunately, I can't stay here for too long." However, he would not let go of such a good opportunity. Thus, he took out a black gourd from his storage ring and opened the cap. Immediately, the gourd shone and formed a vortex at the mouth of the bottle, absorbing the surrounding dark wind. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, it seemed that he wanted to store some dark wind to use when he cultivated in the future. Up ahead, Taoist Master Long saw this scene and did not say anything. He only chased forward and carefully explored the path. Beside him, Lin Xian did not absorb it either. These things were useless to him because his body did not have the dark aura of death. However, he soon narrowed his eyes. Because he discovered that there were black shadows in front of him. They were connected together like a mountain range. However, Lin Xian could not see clearly now. Not only was there a strong wind in the Dark Canyon, but the surrounding light was also dim as if it was night. Moreover, he discovered that his soul power could not explore too far. He estimated that 3 to 5 meters was the limit. Any further and he would be blown away by the dark wind. Therefore, if he wanted to see clearly, he had to use the heavenly secret divine eyes. And the heavenly secret divine eyes was his trump card. Under normal circumstances, he would not expose it. Therefore, when Lin Xian got closer, he discovered that there were indeed black mountains in front of him. However, most of them were not tall. Moreover, there were some black trees growing near the mountains. Those trees looked very strange. They were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. They were very twisted and looked like demons. Moreover, the trunks of the trees were black as ink and emitted a cold aura. However, their leaves were also black and fluttered in the dark wind. Among the branches and leaves, there were a few purple fruits. This is? Lin Xian looked at the purple fruits in surprise. Mystic Bell Wood, this is a Mystic Bell Wood. Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect that there would be such a spirit fruit here. Mystic Bell Wood was a spirit fruit of heaven and earth. It was very precious and extremely rare. Because it usually grew in cold and dark places of death, such places were very dangerous. Ordinary mighty figures could not enter. Therefore, it was very rare to see mystic spirit fruits on the market. However, he didn't expect that there would be black bellwood in the dark canyon. To Lin Xian, this was indeed good news and an unexpected surprise. That was because it was a spiritual fruit of heaven and earth. Even though it contained a thick aura of death, it was still a spiritual fruit. Lin Xian had a few pill formulas in his hands and just happened to need this mystical spirit fruit. If he had this mysterious bell wood, Lin Xian could concoct a few very effective pills to increase his cultivation. Who would have thought that they would encounter such a spirit fruit the moment they entered the dark canyon? Thinking of this, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. Then, with a flash of his body, he quickly flew forward. Then, he cut down a tree and put away the entire black bell tree. Then, he put away the mystical spirit fruits on the other trees. Lin Xian's speed was very fast, so much so that the Netherworld King and Taoist Long only reacted when he had already collected quite a few mystical spiritual fruits. In particular, the Netherworld King was a little anxious. "Kid, slow down a little and leave some for me." He was a dark king himself, so he also needed these spiritual fruits. However, he didn't expect that Lin Xian would need them too. 1 pound. This time, Long Dawen didn't just stand by and watch. He also flew over and began to collect the black bellwood and mystical spirit fruits. Soon, all the mystical spirit fruits in the surroundings were divided among the three of them. "Alright, let's continue on our way." Taoist Long also revealed a satisfied smile. Even though these spiritual fruits were useless to him, if he sold them, those dark kings would definitely be very willing to buy them. However, just as they were about to leave, there was a sudden movement in the black grass below. Then, 3 terrifying bolts of lightning instantly shot towards Lin Xian and the others. Buzz, the void was instantly pierced through. The terrifying black lightning was so fast that Lin Xian and the others couldn't react in time. When they finally reacted, the 3 black figures were already in front of them. It was too terrifying. The 3 black figures exuded a cold aura as if the Grim Reaper was summoning them. Lin Xian and the others felt the blood in their bodies freeze. It was as if their souls were about to leave their bodies. Humph, the 3 of them were all top experts. Hence, even if it was dangerous, they could still react in time. Taoist Long snorted coldly and roared out a sound wave. Instantly, the sound wave emitted a powerful fluctuation. It was as if countless heavenly blades were slicing through the air. It directly shattered the void and blasted forward. The Netherworld King also made his move. A purplish-black ball of light quickly appeared in front of him and completely enveloped him. Lin Xian's gaze was even sharper. An extremely terrifying sword light shot out from his eyes. It directly cut through the void and destroyed everything. This was the power of the great dragon sword soul. It instantly enveloped the black figure and cut it in half. With a thud, that thing fell to the ground. Then, black blood oozed out. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. However, his back was drenched in sweat. Because it was too dangerous. He looked down and saw that there was a black monster below him. It had already been killed at this moment. On the other side, Daoist Long and the Netherworld King had also killed the other two strange snakes. However, they did not look too good. They did not expect to encounter a wave of danger as soon as they entered. These monsters are too strange. We did not sense them at all. The Netherworld King frowned. Daoist Long's eyes also flickered. In the next moment, his eyes emitted a spiritual light as he scanned the surroundings. Lin Xian also used his soul power to investigate. However, the surrounding wind had a certain degree of interference to his soul. Perhaps this was also the reason why the three peerless experts did not detect any danger in their surroundings. However, this incident made Lin Xian even more vigilant. This dark canyon was indeed extremely terrifying. No wonder it was so terrifying. If it weren't for the fact that the three of them were top-notch experts, the attack just now would have taken their lives. At this moment, Daoist Long retracted his gaze and took a deep breath. Let's go. We have to be careful. This place is too strange. I'm afraid the third prince will not have it easy either. Then, Lin Xian and the other two moved forward cautiously again. Indeed, the third prince was also swept into the dark canyon. Their exits were sealed and they could not get out at all. Moreover, they were swept by the surrounding black wind. As a result, they had completely entered the dark canyon. To make matters worse, the third prince and the others had lost their way. They also realized that their soul power could only detect a distance of 5 to 6 meters at most. Therefore, they could not identify the direction. Helpless, they could only identify a direction and move forward carefully. Crack, the ground under their feet was black. The group walked carefully. Suddenly, the sound of a stone shattering was heard. Then, one of the Almighties frowned because he felt something under his feet. The next moment, he extended his hand and sucked a black stone up. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and then a hint of excitement burst out in his eyes. Obsidian, that's obsidian. What? Obsidian. Hearing that, the surrounding king mighty figures all turned their heads. When they saw the black stone, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Obsidian was a very precious metal. It was a top-grade material for making weapons. That mighty figure did not expect to find a piece of obsidian there. The others' eyes were also burning, and they even began to look around. There's another piece over there. Sure enough, at that moment, another mighty figure discovered another piece of obsidian lying on the hill in front of him. Immediately, he stomped his foot, turned into a bolt of lightning, and rushed over. Buzz, soon, he arrived at the hill and sucked with his palm. Haha, it's really obsidian. When he grabbed the black stone, the mighty figure laughed loudly. She was overjoyed. Too overjoyed. He originally thought that coming to Dark Canyon was a very dangerous thing, and he might not even be able to get out. However, he did not expect to find an obsidian. He was very happy and turned around to return the way he came. However, at that moment, two black rays of light suddenly appeared under his feet. Like black longswords, they instantly pierced through his body. No. The mighty figure's eyes widened in fear. He felt that the vitality in his body was rapidly draining away. He wanted to resist and struggle. However, he could not do it at all. In the end, the light in his eyes disappeared, and his body fell to the ground with a plop. Clang! Clang, clang! The obsidian in his hand kept rolling on the ground, making clanging sounds. Finally, it fell to the side. Not far away, the third prince and the others were stunned. Their eyes were filled with fear as if they had seen a ghost. What's going on? How could a mighty figure be killed in an instant? What happened to him? To be honest, they did not care at all, nor did they expect that the mighty figure would be killed. Their gazes were all focused on the obsidian. Damn it! Oh no, there's danger! The third prince was the first to react. He roared angrily, and the sound waves surged and surrounded the surroundings. The mighty figures around him also came to their senses, and they were all sweating profusely. Boom! Boom! In the next moment, armor appeared on their bodies, and their king's domains exploded out, covering the sky. Then, everyone's eyes were fixed in front of him. However, when they tried to investigate, the black wind around them became even colder, as if it wanted to blow away their souls. At this moment, the corpse of the mighty figure in front of him let out a series of cracking sounds. It even began to tremble slightly. What was going on? Everyone was stunned. Could it be that the corpse had come back to life? The third prince's gaze was also extremely solemn. The aura of the Way of the Dragon circled around his body, making him look extraordinarily mighty. However, his gaze was extremely solemn. This was because this place was too strange. He had never been here before, and there was no information on his palm. He could only rely on himself to figure things out. However, the situation in front of him was too strange. Humph! The third prince let out a cold harumph. With a wave of his hand, a giant palm emitting a red glow was slapped forward. It directly enveloped the corpse of the mighty figure in front. Boom! In the next moment, the mighty figure's corpse was smashed into pieces. However, everyone was stunned because they discovered that there were a few small black lizards inside the supreme expert's corpse. They were quickly eating the flesh and blood of the mighty figure. What kind of monster was that? Everyone gasped. It was eating the corpse of a mighty figure. That was too terrifying, wasn't it? Crack, crack, at this moment, the head of the mighty figure suddenly moved, and then another black lizard crawled out. The entire brain of the mighty figure had been eaten clean. Buzz. In the next moment, the black lizard suddenly raised its head. Its scarlet eyes shone brightly as it stared at the third prince and the others. Not good. When the third prince and the others saw this scene, their scalps went numb. In the next moment, their king's domains quickly lit up, forming rows of light screens in front of them. Buzz. Clang! Just as they finished doing all this, a violent collision occurred in front of them. Then, the sound waves rippled, and the energy attack caused the blood in their bodies to churn. The black lizard in front of them was also knocked back. It was very angry and let out a series of roars. So fast. What was that thing? A big lizard? These people's hearts went cold. It was too fast. If the third prince hadn't warned them, they would have been pierced through. Damn it, that wasn't a lizard, that was a crocodile. Next to the third prince, an elder's voice was trembling. His eyes were emitting a purple light as he stared at the crocodile in front of him. Crocodile, you're saying that those black things are crocodiles? After hearing this, the others were also stunned. However, one of them frowned. That was too small. How could there be such a small crocodile? However, after saying this, he was stunned. Could it be that these were just young ones? There was a terrifying adult one here? Thinking of this, their scalps went numb. The third prince said, "Everyone, be careful and leave this place quickly. This is probably the territory of a peerless demon king." Everyone retreated. The king's domains on their bodies became even brighter, forming a solid barrier. They realized that they had mistakenly entered the territory of a peerless demon king and had to leave now. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Whoosh! Whoosh! However, the black little crocodiles in the surroundings climbed up one by one and surrounded them. Their scarlet eyes stared at the third prince and the others. Whoosh! 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 They were like sharp black swords, constantly attacking. They cut through the void and collided with the king's domains. There was an intense collision. Every collision brought about a strong gust of wind. However, the third prince and the others were all top experts. Their king's domains were extremely terrifying. Therefore, the little crocodiles couldn't break through at all. However, the third prince and the others didn't have it easy either. The energy from the collision caused their blood to boil. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? How can it have such terrifying power? The third prince and the others had ugly expressions. In the Grand Imperial Hall, the Emperor, the Empress, and the royal elders frowned when they saw this scene. It's over. The third prince is probably in danger. He actually entered the depths of the dark canyon. Many of the royal elders shook their heads and sighed. However, even more of their eyes were shining. The dark canyon has always been mysterious. Except for that one time a few hundred years ago, we have never had a chance to explore it. This time, perhaps it's a good opportunity. You're right. Another royal elder nodded. Although this space is under our control, There are still some places that we haven't explored. The Dark Canyon is one of them. I have a feeling that this place isn't simple. It seems to be hiding some peerless beast. Some of the royal elders frowned. What exactly is that black crocodile? Please recommend, vote, subscribe, collect, and reward. Everyone supports. Subscribe to the original version. I have a feeling that this place is not simple. It seems to be hiding some peerless beast. Some elders frowned. What exactly was that black crocodile? How could such a small body have such a powerful impact? If it were not for the fact that the third prince and the others were so powerful, they would have been killed long ago. On the other side, the emperor's eyes flickered. He looked at the light screen in front of him and fell into deep thought. That was, dark demonic crocodile, rumor had it that it had gone extinct. Who would have thought that it would appear here? The emperor's voice sounded. When the surrounding elders heard that, their expressions changed drastically. What? Dark demonic crocodile? That terrifying demonic beast in the legends. They sucked in a breath of cold air, their expressions incomparably shocked. As for the elders who supported the third prince, their faces were extremely ugly. That was because they knew how terrifying the dark demonic crocodile was. They did not expect the third prince and the others to encounter it. They were afraid that it would be difficult to deal with them. As expected, the third prince's side suffered a serious blow. Although they worked together to form a solid barrier to resist the crocodile's attacks. In the end, the barrier was pierced by a group of black crocodiles. Immediately, a mighty figure screamed in agony as his head was cut in half. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! His king's domain also shattered in an instant. When the other black crocodiles saw that, they all rushed forward. A total of 5 crocodiles covered the mighty figure's body. Soon, they devoured all the flesh and blood on his body. Only a pile of bones was left, floating in the wind. Seeing that, the third prince and the others felt their scalps go numb. They were all terrified. The third prince roared angrily, "Stop holding back and attack with all your might. We must leave this place." In the next moment, he roared angrily. The power in his body erupted, and a huge true dragon circled around his body. Then, the divine dragon swung its tail and released a terrifying force that carried him into the sky. The others also used their ultimate techniques to resist with all their might and quickly retreated. The 5 black crocodiles also moved and quickly chased after them. The two sides exchanged blows, and a great battle broke out. Terrifying energy swept in all directions. The mountains below collapsed and the ground caved in. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others were also attacked. They left the mystic bell tree and headed deeper into the forest. During this period of time, they encountered many treasures along the way. They were all treasures of darkness and death. In the outside world, it was very rare to see such a person. This made them feel as if they had picked up a treasure, and they kept plucking it. However, at this moment, the black ghost grass in the distance seemed to have come alive. Each and every one of them was like an octopus, continuously growing larger. It was like a black mountain. The black leaves were like a gloomy underworld river that surged in the air and quickly wrapped around Lin Xian and the other two. Pung pung pung. Seeing this, Lin Xian and the other two quickly dodged. A huge crack appeared in the void where they had been standing. The 3 of them stood in 3 different directions, looking at the huge black ghost grass in front of them with grave expressions. "Be careful, those black leaves are poisonous," the Netherworld King reminded him in a deep voice. He was also a king of darkness, so he was very familiar with these things. Hearing this, Daoist Long and Lin Xian immediately activated their king's domains and covered the area. Lin Xian was surrounded by sword qi, covering a radius of several miles. His surroundings seemed to have turned into a sea of sword qi. "Retreat," Lin Xian said in a deep voice. However, the Netherworld King's eyes flickered. "Don't panic. Kid, let's work together and get rid of this ghost grass. There are a few hearts of darkness in it. Those are very nutritious things." "Hearts of darkness? Darkness-type items are useless to me." Lin Xian frowned. The Netherworld King wanted to use his power to obtain benefits for himself. How could he agree? Although they were now on the 8th prince's side, it did not mean that Lin Xian could be ordered around by others. Kid, we're all in the same boat. Just do it. At most, I'll use other treasures to buy it. Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes flickered. However, at this moment, the Crimson Dragon said, Kid, promise me. Those hearts of darkness do indeed contain terrifying energy. Although there's a dark aura on them, my dragon blood can completely wash away the dark aura. Okay. Hearing that the Crimson Dragon had a way to get rid of the dark aura, Lin Xian's eyes immediately lit up. Without the death aura, the mind energy contained in it could also be absorbed. Thinking of this, he nodded solemnly. Okay, I'll do it too. I don't need you to buy it. Give me a share of the Heart of Darkness. You want the Heart of Darkness too? Hearing this, the Netherworld King was stunned. Then, he asked, what do you want that for? To be honest, he was a little surprised. Because other than him, who was a darkness-type king, he could absorb it. Perhaps Lin Xian and Taoist Master Long could not. However, Lin Xian actually wanted it. That surprised him. Even Taoist Master Long was puzzled. Lin Xian said, don't worry about it. I have my uses. How about it? If you give it to me, I'll help you. If not, then forget it. Okay, since you want it, we'll split it equally. The Netherworld King said, Taoist Master Long, I'll use other Dharma treasures or treasures to compensate you for your loss. No problem. Taoist Master Long nodded. Indeed, he did not need the Heart of Darkness. However, since the Netherworld King was willing to exchange it with something of equal value, he was naturally happy to do it. Boom, just as the three of them were discussing, the dark ghost grass in front of them emitted an angry sound wave. Then, his black leaves began to tremble rapidly. Like a black waterfall, they once again slashed toward Chu Feng. It had to be said that the dark ghost grass was too terrifying. Although it was just a grass, after thousands of years of cultivation, it had become a terrifying monster king. In a one-on-one fight, no one was its match. Therefore, Lin Xian and the other two were prepared to attack together. Buzz, Lin Xian drew his demonic sword, and his body emitted a terrifying sword chi. Rays of sharp light were emitted from the demonic sword, and it gave off a feeling of invincibility. On the other side, Taoist Master Long held a red spear in his hand, and he looked like a god of war. Taoist Master Long was the 8th prince's most trusted almighty. He was very powerful. When he attacked, his aura alone was enough to shatter the world. It could be said that he was extremely powerful. The Netherworld King's eyes were also shining. Rays of purplish-black light appeared on his body and quickly circled around him. Then, a pair of purplish-black wings formed on his back and kept flapping. He was also an elite almighty. Moreover, with the enhancement of the dark element, his power was even more powerful. He could even use the surrounding wind to form an even more powerful attack. Kill, the Netherworld King was the first to attack. He flapped his wings and slashed out like two purple heavenly blades. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew around the purple wings, increasing the power of the attack. Taoist Master Long also made his move. The red spear in his hand seemed to come alive, emitting a fiery red light. The spear pierced out, turning the entire sky red. The dazzling light instantly enveloped the ghost grass in front of him. Lin Xian didn't back down either. His 9 darkness demonic sword continued to grow in size. It was like a black mountain that came crashing down. The murderous aura was like a dragon, shattering the void. In an instant, it completely enveloped the dark ghost grass below. In fact, the entire void was rapidly collapsing. It could not withstand the power at all. Lin Xian and the other two launched powerful attacks in an instant. When the dark ghost grass saw this scene, pairs of eyes appeared on its black leaves, emitting a furious light. Then, its dozens of leaves continued to grow until they were 1,000 meters long. Each of them was like a heavenly knife, stirring rapidly. Boom! Boom! Clang! 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 The sound of an intense collision rang out, followed by a huge explosion in the void. Although the black leaves were soft, they were able to withstand the powerful attacks of Lin Xian and the other two. It had to be said that it was truly shocking. Whoosh, in front of them, a chaotic and terrifying energy roared in all directions. However, in this chaotic void, another 3 black rays of light rushed out and attacked Lin Xian and the other 2. Another 3 leaves, each like a black spear, pierced toward them. Whoosh, Lin Xian did not take the attack head-on. His body swayed, and he dodged the terrifying attack. But soon, he frowned. That was because the leaves were very soft. At this moment, they turned around and pierced toward him again. It followed him like a shadow, as if it would not give up until it reached its goal. Humph, ice protection, Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a ball of blue frost appeared on his body. Then, the statue of an ice goddess appeared. The huge ice goddess held a staff in her hand and shot out frost. Suddenly, everything within 1,000 miles turned into ice crystals. The cold air drifted, freezing everything. Heaven and earth were completely frozen, as if space had been frozen in an instant. The black ghost grass also slowed down, and a thick layer of frost appeared on its leaves. It was getting heavier and heavier, about to be frozen in the void. Crack, in the end, he was really frozen in the void. Seeing this, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. However, in the next instant, countless cracks suddenly appeared on the ice before it exploded with a boom. The black leaf let out a furious roar and charged at Qin Nan again. Like a black flood dragon. So valiant, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. This was the first time he had seen such a powerful demonic beast. One had to know that his ice came from the Cerberus. That kind of power was not something that ordinary mighty figures could withstand. However, the black leaf was actually completely fine. This really surprised him. However, it was not completely ineffective. It was just that the speed of the black ghost grass was much slower than before. It seemed that he was still affected. Lin Xian executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and quickly dodged. At the same time, he continuously released streams of icy aura. The sword light in his hand kept flashing and slashing at the leaves every time. Clang, the leaves were abnormally soft and had a gentle force that could block most of the sword chi. However, after dozens of slashes, a small sword mark appeared on it. This made the dark ghost grass very angry. In the next moment, more black leaves swept over, and each of them had to withstand the attack of 3 leaves. Whoosh, the 3 leaves covered the sky and charged at Lin Xian and the other 2. Lin Xian executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and dodged them. The Lord of the Underworld directly hid in the darkness and narrowly avoided the attack. However, Taoist Master Long was completely wrapped up by the 3 leaves as if he was a big dumpling. Seeing this, Lin Xian frowned. Meanwhile, the Lord of the Underworld sighed. Oh no, this guy won't be killed directly, right? He was indeed worried about this because the ghost grass was too strong. It had surpassed the strength of ordinary elite almighties. If he was hit directly, it would be difficult to block it. Boom. Boom, boom. The 3 leaves wrapped around Taoist Master Long and kept spinning, hugging him tighter and tighter. Countless cracks appeared in the void because of this force. One could imagine how much pressure Taoist Master Long was under at this moment. Humph, open up. However, just as Lin Xian and the Lord of the Underworld were worried, a cold voice came from the darkness in front of them. Then, countless red lights flew out from the gaps of the 3 leaves, dyeing the entire world red. Following this, a terrifying aura shook the heavens and earth and exploded. Boom, the 3 leaves were blasted away, and there were many holes on them. One of them was even blasted in half. One could imagine how violent Taoist Master Long's aura was just now. At this moment, Taoist Master Long held a red spear in his hand, and he looked like a god of war. The dark ghost grass was furious. It did not expect that the human in front of it could injure it. In the next moment, sharp patterns appeared on the edges of its leaves, and even the surface of the leaves began to have a black liquid with a strong poison. When an almighty touched it, there would be a sizzling sound of melting. It could be said that this poison was very strange. Once touched, it would be very difficult to remove. Taoist Master Long said coldly, "You too, don't hold back. Quickly finish it off. There were many dangers in this place." After saying that, Taoist Master Long snorted coldly. A red armor appeared on his body, and it kept expanding. This armor and the Red King's domain formed a solid space that blocked the black poison. It ensured that Taoist Master Long would not be contaminated by the black poison. At the same time, he held the spear in his hand and shook it forcefully. The entire sky was directly split in half. When the Lord of the Underworld saw this, his expression turned serious. In the next moment, he formed a seal with both hands, and his body emitted a terrifying aura of darkness. At the same time, a huge purplish-black ball of light quickly formed above the dark ghost grass, and it kept spinning. It grew bigger and bigger, and it was like a black mountain floating in the air. This was not the end. In the space below the purplish-black ball of light, an extremely black formation appeared. There were mysterious runes on it that flickered. The black runes below and the black ball of light in the sky combined to form an extremely terrifying space. A powerful pressure that could topple mountains and overturn seas came from the king's domain, and it crushed the dark ghost grass with all its might. The dark ghost grass changed shape and let out a miserable cry. Boom! Boom, boom. In an instant, many of the leaves on the dark ghost grass were directly crushed and deformed. The poison was also crushed into nothingness. Bang! At the same time, Taoist Master Long's spear slashed down rapidly, cutting off dozens of black leaves. Then, the spear shrouded the body of the dark ghost grass. Roar of the fire god, Lin Xian did not hesitate and held his sword with both hands. Suddenly, the hell fire on his body spread, forming the shadow of the fire god. Then, the shadow slashed down with the giant black sword. Flames filled the sky as the giant sword slashed down, tearing the sky in half. The powerful flames merged with the terrifying sword chi, burning dozens of leaves at the same time. In an instant, the sword arrived in front of the dark ghost grass and slashed down. Boom! The terrifying attacks of the three experts directly blew up the area in front of them, completely submerging the dark ghost grass. Suddenly, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Rays of terrifying light quickly surrounded the area. This scene was too terrifying. It could definitely destroy the world. The dark ghost grass in front of them also let out a shrill cry. It was obvious that although it was powerful, it could not withstand the combined attacks of Lin Xian and the other two. As expected, all the black leaves on its body were broken. They were torn into pieces. Its body was also covered with terrifying cracks. One of the sword scars had almost split him into two halves with a single move. Roar! The dark ghost grass was finally angry. However, it did not die, so it launched its strongest attack. Boom! Boom! Lin Xian's pupil shrank. From the split body, he could see a few black seeds in the dark ghost grass. It was like a heart, beating non-stop. Every time it beat, it brought about a powerful energy. Could this be the heart of darkness? Indeed, such powerful energy, Lin Xian was shocked. However, he did not have time to think about it. Because, with the beating of the heart of darkness, the dark ghost grass once again exploded with boundless energy. Then, the broken leaves on its body were restored again. They were like thousands of hands dancing in the air. Then, they attacked the dark ghost grass. Boom! The void collapsed in an instant, and the terrifying crack spread for miles. The entire sky was torn into pieces. Damn it, how can this guy still have the strength to fight back? Lord of the Underworld's face turned ugly when he saw this. In the next moment, he quickly formed a seal with his fingers. Immediately, the large purple ball of light above him appeared again. This time, it was even larger than before. It covered the entire sky as if it was going to crush the world. On the other side, Taoist Master Long also shouted coldly, and the red light on his body became even more monstrous. He was like a flaming war god that had descended upon the mortal world. At this moment, the flaming spear in his hand transformed into a fiery red flood dragon that roared towards the sky. On Lin Xian's body, balls of primal chaos aura appeared. Then, a sword chi slashed out. Instantly, a destructive aura swept out. Even the expressions of the Lord of the Underworld and Taoist Master Long changed. What a terrifying sword energy, what kind of swordsmanship was that? They were extremely shocked. This was the primal chaos heaven destroyer sword that Lin Xian had obtained. Although he could only use the first 3 moves, the primal chaos sword chi was simply too terrifying. After all, it was a heaven-class cultivation technique. Coupled with the power of the great dragon sword soul, it could be said that it could destroy everything. Boom! As expected, in an instant, Lin Xian cut off thousands of black leaves. Then, he continued to slash at them in a frenzy. The other two attacks also landed directly on the dark ghastly herb. This time, the dark ghastly herb could no longer resist. His body directly exploded, and then 4 hearts of darkness floated in the void. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He reached out his hand, and a huge green dragon-like hand grabbed 2 of the hearts of darkness. The other 2 belonged to the Lord of the Underworld. The Lord of the Underworld chuckled. He also rolled up his sleeves and put away the 2 hearts of darkness. At the same time, he took out treasures of equal value from his storage ring and handed them to Taoist Master Long. Haha, what a great harvest this time. The Lord of the Underworld was very satisfied. With the heart of darkness, he was sure that his cultivation would increase by another level. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. As long as the death aura in the heart of darkness was removed, he could also absorb it. Why don't we continue to explore? Taoist Master Long said in a deep voice. Obviously, he also had a taste of the benefits. The treasures in the Dark Canyon were much more precious than those in the outside world. I can't wait. The Lord of the Underworld was the most excited because the aura here was very compatible with him. It was all useful to him. Lin Xian also nodded at the side. At the same time, he secretly sent the 2 hearts of darkness to the Black Earth so that the Crimson Dragon could evolve with the dragon blood. Then, Lin Xian and the other 2 set off again. However, they did not know that at the entrance of the Dark Canyon, there was a change. Originally, according to the agreement, the 8th Prince and the other elite almighties were waiting silently at the entrance of the Dark Canyon. They were cultivating while waiting for Lin Xian and the others to return. At the same time, they were monitoring the Dark Canyon. But on this day, there was a piercing sound that came from afar. A golden figure was flying over like a golden bolt of lightning. There was someone. Seeing this, many adults opened their eyes. The 8th Prince also opened his eyes and looked into the distance. Then, he frowned. The other almighties also felt that terrifying aura. They all looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Whoosh, in the next moment, the golden figure tore through the void and appeared near the 8th Prince and the others. What? It's you. When the 8th Prince and the others saw this figure, they were also shocked. Then, they looked around carefully. Because this golden figure was none other than the young man from the war tribe, the Golden Lion King. His tall body was filled with the luster of the sun. His golden hair fluttered in the wind. He was like a golden sun, emitting a blazing aura from his body. Since the Golden Lion King was here, did that mean that the Crown Prince had also brought people here? The 8th Prince and the others were shocked. They quickly checked, but in the end they heaved a sigh of relief. Because they did not find the first prince and the others. It seemed that the Golden Lion King was acting alone. Thinking of this, they had a strange expression. Because when Lin Xian brought Duan Qingqing and the other 2 out, they were already shocked. Because no one dared to move in such a small team. But now, when they saw that the Golden Lion King was actually fighting alone, they sucked in a mouthful of cold air. How strong and confident did the other party have to be to dare to walk on this land alone? One must know that no matter how strong a person was, their strength was limited. If they encountered other groups, they might be hunted down. However, not only did the Golden Lion King act alone, he was also safe and sound. It was enough to show how strong he was. When the Golden Lion King saw the 8th Prince and the others, he frowned. That was because there were too many people around the Golden Lion King. There were more than a dozen of them. It was the first time he had seen such a lineup. Even though he was a genius of the war tribe, he still had to be careful. However, he was not afraid because he had enough confidence in himself. Humph, the Golden Lion King coldly snorted. He stood in the sky with his hands behind his back and looked down. When the imperial elders of the Supreme Harmony Palace saw this scene, they were also extremely shocked. Heavens, this Golden Lion King was too arrogant. He actually dared to act alone. As expected of a genius of the war tribe, he was indeed valiant. Discussions could be heard. The Empress's eyes flickered. That was because she had paid a huge price to invite the Golden Lion King from the war tribe. It was all to help her son, the first prince. Although the Golden Lion King appeared before the 8th Prince and the others alone, she was still not too worried. That was because she knew that the strength of the war tribe was extremely terrifying. It was definitely beyond everyone's imagination. Dark Grand Canyon. The eighth prince's expression was solemn. They stared at the Golden Lion King as if they were facing a great enemy. Although the Golden Lion King was alone, they were still extremely careful and did not dare to be careless. The Golden Lion King stared at the eighth prince for a long time and did not make a move in the end. Then, his gaze moved away from the eighth prince and the others and landed on the Dark Grand Canyon. Seeing this scene, the imperial elders beside the eighth prince heaved a sigh of relief. That was because the Golden Lion King was from the legendary war tribe. They did not dare to imagine what would happen if such a terrifying existence attacked. Fortunately, the Golden Lion King's target was not them. It seemed to be the Dark Grand Canyon. Thinking of this, the corners of their mouths twitched. Ordinary people would not even be able to escape when facing the Dark Grand Canyon. That Golden Lion King actually dared to have ideas about the Dark Grand Canyon. Furthermore, he was alone. It was truly shocking. The Golden Lion King looked outside. Then, his figure flashed and he directly tore through the void and headed toward the Dark Grand Canyon. He really went in. Seeing this scene, the eighth prince and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Not to mention them, the imperial elders of the Grand Imperial Palace were also extremely shocked. They did not expect the Golden Lion King to be so bold as to dare to explore such a forbidden place. The Golden Lion King entered the Dark Grand Canyon. Soon after, its golden body was enveloped by countless black gales and disappeared. Meanwhile, inside the Dark Great Canyon, Lin Xian and the others did not know that the Golden Lion King had already entered. However, at this moment, he was also in trouble. They were being pursued. A group of black crows chased after him. The crows were not big, but they were densely packed. There were tens of thousands of them, and every single one of them had blood-red eyes. This was the bloodthirsty demon crow. It was extremely violent and did not fear death. He chased them all the way. Thus, even though Lin Xian and the others had killed several thousand, they had attracted even more bloodthirsty demonic crows, which forced them to retreat. Damn, wasn't this crow a little too crazy? It actually chased him for 3,000 miles and still refused to give up. The Netherworld King's expression was incomparably ugly. Originally, they only wanted to pluck some dark flowers, but they didn't expect to provoke these bloodthirsty devil crows. Then, there was a 3,000-mile chase. Lin Xian's expression was also ugly. He flipped his hand and shot out a wave of ice aura. Immediately, the world behind him turned into ice, causing those bloodthirsty devil crows to be frozen into ice cubes. Even if they weren't frozen, they were affected by the ice and their speed was slowed down. The Netherworld King also formed a seal, forming a huge purple ball of light again. It spun rapidly, forming a powerful suction force. It attracted all the crazy crows in the surroundings. Right now, they couldn't kill these bloodthirsty devil crows at all. They could only slow them down as much as possible. Sure enough, under their continuous attacks, the distance between the two parties became farther and farther. In the end, Lin Xian and the others completely got rid of these bloodthirsty devil crows. Whoosh, it was really dangerous. The Netherworld King heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian and Daoist Long's faces were also slightly pale. Because it was too hair-raising just now. They were almost surrounded by the crows that filled the sky. If they couldn't escape, they would have turned into a pile of bones by now. As expected of a forbidden area, inside this dark great canyon, every place was extremely dangerous. Even those beasts were much more terrifying than those outside. Next, they continued on their way. However, they soon discovered that there were a few figures in front of them rushing over. There were people. Lin Xian was stunned for a moment, then became extremely vigilant. However, when they arrived nearby, they discovered that the figures in front of them were somewhat familiar. It was the third prince and the others. Immediately, their expressions became incomparably strange. They had finally found them. Daoist Long snorted coldly, and the Netherworld King also narrowed his eyes, the corners of his mouth curling into a sneer. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Since they had met, then let's fight. In front of them was indeed the third prince and the others. They were in a very sorry state. Some of the light on their bodies was dim, some of their clothes were tattered, and their faces were pale. At this moment, they were frantically running for their lives. However, when they saw the figure in front of them, their scalps went numb. Damn it, it was Daoist Long, it was the 8th prince's people. They actually sent people in too. Could it be that they wanted to kill them all? The 3rd prince and the others cursed loudly, their expressions incomparably ferocious. 3rd prince, what should we do? Should we change direction? The mighty next to him asked. At this moment, they had already lost one person, and the remaining few people were also injured. The 3rd prince snorted coldly. There was no need to. He directly charged over. It just so happens that they can share some of the danger with us. At this thought, the 3rd prince and the others sped up. Lin Xian and the others frowned when they saw the 3rd prince speeding up and charging over. Then, the energy in their bodies erupted, and they were about to attack. However, a voice came from the 3rd prince's side. Don't attack. We have no ill intentions. What? Hearing this, Lin Xian and the others were stunned, but then, their expressions became extremely unpleasant. That was because they realized that the 3rd prince was already close to them. It wasn't just them. Behind them, there were 5 figures that were chasing after them like lightning. Damn it, they were being chased. Seeing this, Lin Xian and the others understood that the 3rd prince was trying to divert the trouble away. Thinking of this, they were not stupid and quickly turned around to escape. However, they did not think of escaping to the back because there were countless black crows behind them. They did not dare to go there at all. Therefore, they ran to the right. However, the 3rd prince and the others were chasing after Lin Xian and the others, as if they wanted to move together. F***ck. Why are you following us? The Lord of the Underworld roared angrily with an unpleasant expression. Lin Xian and Taoist Master Long's expressions were also ugly because they had just escaped the pursuit of the bloodthirsty demonic crows, and now they were inexplicably fleeing again. This made them very unhappy. The 3rd prince sneered, "Who asked you to come in and chase us? Now flee with us." Humph. Do you think we don't dare to make a move now? Taoist Master Long snorted coldly, his expression cold. The 3rd prince sneered, "If you have the ability, then do it. To tell you the truth, we have already lost an elite mighty. Even a powerful team like us can't withstand it. Do you think the 3 of you can withstand the pursuit behind?" Hearing this, Taoist Master Long was stunned, and Lin Shui also frowned. He asked coldly, "What did you guys provoke?" "Who knows? We just got lost, and this group of things came to kill us. Damn it, they look like crocodiles, who knows what kind of monsters they are." A mighty figure snorted coldly, extremely unhappy. They had already been chased for 20,000 miles, but the crocodiles behind them had no intention of giving up and continued to chase. One had to know that they were all mighty figures. Moreover, they were elite mighty figures who dominated a region outside and were respected by tens of thousands of people. They had never been chased like this, but now, a few small crocodiles had killed them. They had no way out. If this spread out, they wouldn't be able to survive in the future. What? Crocodiles? Are you F***king kidding me? The Lord of the Underworld cursed. A few crocodiles could kill them? What a joke. He didn't believe it at all. On the side, Taoist Master Long said in a deep voice, "Don't be careless. The Dark Canyon is very strange. Don't forget that the previous stalk of grass was so terrifying. Crocodiles are so terrifying, nothing is impossible." It's true. The corners of the Lord of the Underworld's mouth twitched. Indeed, the 3 of them had to work together to kill an ordinary stalk of grass. This was something that would never happen in the outside world. It could only be said that this dark canyon was too strange. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was flying while using his soul force to probe behind him. When he discovered the crocodiles behind him, his pupils also constricted. Dark demonic crocodile. These are dark demonic crocodiles. How could such a terrifying beast appear here? He was too shocked because he recognized the origin of these small black crocodiles. What? Dark demonic crocodile, kid, are you sure you're not mistaken? The Lord of the Underworld exclaimed. The faces of the 3rd prince and the others darkened. If it was really the dark demon crocodile, then everything made sense. No wonder these crocodiles were so strong. The dark demon crocodile was a famous ferocious beast in ancient times. It was said that the blood of the dragon clan and the Kuanpung flowed in its body. It was an extremely terrifying and cruel monster king. However, with the passage of time, this terrifying demonic beast had already disappeared in the long river of history. He just didn't expect it to appear here again. Run, these creatures loved to eat human brains and flesh the most. The faces of the mighty figures on the third prince's side turned pale. Everyone in the Grand Imperial Hall had solemn expressions when they saw this scene. They naturally saw Daoist Long, Lin Xian, and the others. Many of them were looking at Lin Xian. This was because they realized that the young man could actually recognize the origin of the black crocodile. They were indeed surprised. This was because many of the imperial family's elders had not thought of it yet. Who was this young man? Many people asked. An elder on the 8th prince's side said. His name was Lin Xian, the #1 swordsman of the younger generation. He had defeated the First Blade, Bai Zijing, and the others. He was a terrifying young genius. In the first round, only he and the Golden Lion King had maintained a complete victory. So it was him, everyone came to a realization. Although many of them had never seen Lin Xian before, they had all heard of Lin Xian's reputation. After all, he had defeated Bai Zijing in the sword competition on Mount Hua, and his name had already spread throughout the Taiyu dynasty. Moreover, he had maintained a complete victory in the first round. Perhaps only the Golden Lion King of the War tribe could compare to him. However, they shook their heads and sighed. It seemed that Lin Xian and the other two were the vanguard team sent by the 8th prince. It seemed that the vanguard team was not in a good situation. These people had encountered the dark demon crocodiles and it was difficult for them to escape. Lin Xian, the 3rd prince, and the others naturally knew this, so they ran for their lives. However, the dark demon crocodiles behind them chased closely. Because no one had entered for thousands of years, their desire for human brains had reached a peak. Therefore, when they saw humans, how could they let them go? Damn it, these animals are too despicable. Those mighty figures were furious, but there was nothing they could do. Lin Xian said that there were only 5 crocodiles. If they worked together, there might be hope. What, you want to attack the dark demon crocodiles? When the mighty figures on the 3rd prince's side heard this, they all had strange expressions. Kid, do you know what you're talking about? Those are the dark demon crocodiles, even the elites couldn't withstand them. Do you think you can fight them? One might not be enough, but there are so many of them. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. These crocodiles were only in their infancy state. Although they were ferocious, their combat strength was limited. I don't believe that I can't kill them. However, the 3rd prince's side was scared out of their wits and did not dare to fight at all. In the Grand Imperial Hall, the royal elders' mouths twitched when they heard Lin Xian's words. This young man was too bold. He actually dared to attack the dark demon crocodiles. This guy must be crazy. Previously, an elite mighty figure had his head pierced through. Did he think that he was invincible just because he won the first round? Some of the older generation sneered, thinking that Lin Xian was too arrogant. In the dark canyon, Lin Xian snorted when he saw that the 3rd prince and the others did not dare to fight. However, he then asked, Taoist Master Long and the Lord of the Underworld, what do you think? If they worked together, they might be able to fight. Taoist Master Long said in a deep voice. The Lord of the Underworld frowned. However, the problem now is that only the 3 of us are willing to fight. The 3rd prince and the others don't dare to fight at all. If that's the case, the 3 of us won't be able to fight alone. Lin Xian said coldly. Don't worry, it's fine as long as the 3 of us are united. It's not up to them whether they fight or not. This time, Lin Xian sent a voice transmission. Taoist Master Long and the Lord of the Underworld frowned. What do you want to do? Force the battle. Set up the array formation, block the way, and drag the 3rd prince and the others down. After all, we came to the dark canyon to look for opportunities, not to be hunted down. Alright, let's do it. The Lord of the Underworld nodded. Indeed, he was very unhappy that they had been hunted down for so long. Moreover, they were being chased by 5 small crocodiles. Sure. Taoist Master Long also agreed. He sent a voice transmission. I happen to have a set of array formations that can isolate space. Since that's the case, there's no time to lose. Let's fight. Lin Xian said. Then, the aura in his body suddenly erupted. At the same time, the Lord of the Underworld roared as two purplish-black wings appeared on his back and covered the sky. Taoist Master Long was even more direct. He raised his hand and formed a formation that completely sealed off the area. What? Seeing this, the third prince and the others were stunned. What were the three of them trying to do? They were not the only ones. The elders of the royal family in the Grand Imperial Hall were also stunned. They were going to start a war. However, they did not know if they were going to start a war with the third prince or the dark demonic crocodiles behind them. Damn it, what are you trying to do? The mighty figures on the third prince's side roared angrily. They were indeed shocked because they were enemies with the eighth prince and the others. However, they did not expect the other party to suddenly make a move. Were they not afraid of being killed by the black crocodiles? However, Lin Xian sneered. What were they trying to do? Of course, they were going to work together and kill the dark demonic crocodiles. Since you don't want to take the initiative, don't blame us for taking action. What? Are you really going to attack the dark demonic crocodiles? After hearing this, the third prince's expression changed drastically. He was about to go crazy. Bastard, if you want to attack, do it yourself, don't drag me down with you. To be honest, he was extremely angry. He had experienced the strength of the dark demonic crocodiles. Each of them was extremely terrifying. They were definitely extremely terrifying monster kings. He did not dare to face them because if he was not careful, he would die or lose the chance to compete for the position of crown prince. He did not want to take such a risk. However, now that Lin Xian was forcing him to do such a thing, how could he not be angry? Therefore, at the next moment, he shouted coldly as killing intent appeared in his eyes. Then, he struck out with his palm. Suddenly, a terrifying palm covered the sky and the earth as it rushed forward. Bang! Lin Xian, on the other hand, threw a punch. His terrifying fist landed on the palm. Instantly, with the two of them as the center, a terrifying energy wave spread in all directions. Countless sparks flew in all directions and pierced through the void. And this attack caused the third prince to take a few steps back, and the group he was in came to a complete stop. Damn it, I miscalculated, the third prince's expression changed. Originally, he wanted to force the other party to retreat and break through the encirclement. However, he did not expect his opponent to be so strong that he was able to block his attack. In this moment of delay, the 5 black crocodiles and fishes behind had all rushed over. In the blink of an eye, those crocodiles came to their side, emitting monstrous demonic chi. That aura, they all felt their hair stand on end. Damn it, attack, the third prince roared, and his king's domain rushed out, forming a terrifying cage that locked down the area. At the same time, the mighty figures around him also quickly counterattacked. Facing these terrifying black crocodiles, they didn't dare to be careless. On the other side, Lin Xian also sneered. The dragon sword domain rushed out, forming a true dragon, contending against all sides. Taoist dragon and Lord of the Underworld also acted quickly. In an instant, a great battle broke out. Terrifying energy flooded the entire space. In the Grand Imperial Hall, the royal elders were extremely shocked when they saw this scene. Heavens, this brat actually attacked the dark demonic crocodile. Crazy, this was too crazy. They were too shocked because they didn't think that Lin Xian's ultimate goal was to drag the third prince along so that they could kill the dark demonic crocodiles together. However, could they really succeed? These dark demonic crocodiles were passed down from the primordial beasts. They were extremely terrifying. If they couldn't resist them, they would be killed. Among those people, only the third prince had a life-saving method. He could teleport back if his life was threatened. The others didn't have such a life-saving method. In other words, if they couldn't resist the crocodiles, they would be killed. It could be said that this was a huge gamble, a gamble with their lives as the price. However, at that moment, the royal elders at the front narrowed their eyes. The emperor's eyes flickered. This young man was a little interesting. Hearing that, the empress was also surprised. After all, she had been with the emperor for more than 1,000 years. It was rare for the emperor to praise someone. However, the emperor was actually so interested in an unfamiliar young man. That made her feel uneasy. That was because the young man was invited by the eighth prince. Could it be that the emperor was praising the eighth prince? However, at that moment, the emperor spoke again. The third prince usually had a lot of schemes, but he lacked courage at critical moments. Hearing that, the royal elders below fell silent. They couldn't refute that at all. Indeed, even someone like Lin Xian, who wasn't a prince and didn't have any trump cards, dared to fight with his life on the line. The third prince had a life-saving talisman, but he didn't dare to fight. He indeed lacked courage. However, the royal elders on the third prince's side didn't think so. They felt that it was normal for the third prince to not fight. After all, he was someone who was going to become the crown prince. Why would he take such a risk? However, no matter what, they didn't dare to go against the emperor. In the dark canyon, the battle was abnormally intense. Lin Xian had double the number of people on his side, so it was 2 against 1. Even so, those ferocious dark crocodiles weren't at a disadvantage. It was truly shocking. Buzz, at that moment, a dark crocodile seemed to turn into a divine light as it pierced through the void and flew towards Lin Xian. Its target was Lin Xian's head. Seeing this scene, many people exclaimed. Whether it was the mighty figures who were fighting or the elders of the Grand Imperial Hall, they were all extremely shocked. That was because such an attack was too dangerous. Last time an elite mighty figure's head was directly pierced through. Would Lin Xian be able to withstand it this time? Humph. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian's pupils constricted, but then he snorted coldly. In the next moment, he sneered. Scram, boom. Boom, that sound was like a thunderclap. Immediately, the sound wave turned into a sharp sword that spread in all directions. The sky was torn apart like a piece of cloth. With a roar, heaven and earth collapsed. The dark crocodile was also affected. Sparks flew from its body because countless sound waves were like sword chi that ruthlessly blasted its body. This was because it was an archaean ferocious beast. Its defense was incomparably terrifying and comparable to top-notch armor. That was why it was able to withstand it. If it had transformed into another monster king, it would have been pierced through in an instant. Even so, Lin Xian's sound wave contained the power of the great dragon sword soul and was extremely terrifying. Therefore, the dark crocodile was directly sent flying. What? It was actually sent flying. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The royal elders and the mighty figures on the third prince's side were all stunned. What kind of technique was that? Previously, they saw with their own eyes that an elite mighty figure was pierced by the dark crocodile. However, the same move was ineffective in the hands of a young man. This was too terrifying. Could it be that this kid's combat strength was even more terrifying than a top mighty figure? Everyone was shocked. This was only a 6-star king. Was this the strength of a young genius? Not to mention them, even Taoist Master Long and the Lord of the Underworld were shocked. Although they had fought alongside Lin Xian before, they realized that Lin Xian's combat strength was even stronger than before. No way. Could it be that this kid had been hiding his strength before? The two of them were shocked. Lin Xian's face was also a little pale. It was too dangerous just now. The dark crocodile was blasted a few thousand meters away. Then, it stopped. Its scarlet eyes were burning with anger. Then, it roared and turned into a bolt of lightning again, charging over. It was also extremely angry. A puny human had actually blasted it away with a sound wave. This ignited the anger in its heart and made it fierce. Therefore, it charged over again. This was not good. The dark crocodile had gone crazy. When the third prince saw this, he quickly distanced himself. God knew how terrifying the dark crocodile would be when it went crazy. Buzz, facing the charging black crocodile, Lin Xian also made his move. He was very decisive and slashed down with his sword. The terrifying sword light was like a black mountain that directly pressed down. The void in front of it was instantly shattered. However, the black crocodile did not dodge. It directly cut through the void like a sharp sword. It cut through the terrifying sword chi and quickly charged over. Clang, in the next moment, it collided with the 9 darkness demonic sword, making a shocking sound. The surrounding space shattered. The mighty figures who were fighting also turned pale and hurriedly sealed their hearing. It was too terrifying. This kind of battle was too terrifying. It was beyond their imagination. Lin Xian's face also changed because he felt an extremely terrifying force pouring into his arm through the long sword. It wanted to tear his body apart. Was this the power of an archaic beast? It was indeed powerful. Lin Xian was shocked. Although the other party was only a child, the strength it displayed was too terrifying. Ordinary elite mighty figures were no match for it. Humph, but soon, he snorted coldly. The great dragon sword soul in his body circulated and shattered the force. Then, he waved his sword again. Boom! Boom, boom. The surroundings were instantly blasted apart. Many people retreated one after another. Because the two of them seemed to have gone crazy. The aftermath of the energy made their hearts palpitate. As if infected by the two of them, the remaining 4 small black crocodiles also seemed to have become manic. Not good, the third's face, Taoist Master Long, and Taoist Master Dragon. Hurry up. Don't hesitate anymore. Let's join forces and kill him, otherwise, we will have no way out. Kill, angry roars rang out one after another. These people also understood that the only way to survive now was to join hands. Therefore, they no longer had any other thoughts and decided to work together to kill these black crocodiles. They Taoists the future the Taoist eyes Taoist Taoistists Taoist. When the elders of the Grand Imperial Hall saw this scene, they all fell silent. This was probably the first time a human dared to attack an archaic beast. On the other side, Lin Xian was also furious. Countless streaks of black sword chi crisscrossed like streaks of black lightning as they rapidly slashed forward. As for the black crocodile, it was like a hard turtle shell. It used its body to resist the terrifying sword chi. Every collision caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. 5 bolts of lightning, Lin Xian waved his sword. Immediately, the sky was filled with lightning. The terrifying power of lightning exploded and fell crazily. Boom! Boom, boom. In an instant, the surroundings were completely drowned by lightning. It was filled with violent power. The black crocodile was wrapped in countless bolts of lightning. Then, there was a huge explosion. Immediately, the crocodile was sent flying again. Its body was charred black. However, its scales were not cut open. It was just a small shock to him. Seeing this scene, the elders of the royal family exclaimed. Although they were not present personally, they could tell how terrifying the black crocodile was just by looking at the light screen. Roar! The black crocodile was completely enraged. It could not tolerate being sent flying twice by a human youth. It was an archaic beast. A peerless beast, how could it allow a human to be so arrogant? Therefore, in the next moment, it charged over crazily. A black bolt of lightning flashed and cut through all the energy. Then, it slammed into Lin Xian's body. Buzz! Immediately, the figure was smashed into pieces. What? Was it killed? Seeing this scene, Taoist Master Long and the others were shocked. The elders of the royal family also exclaimed. But soon, they were stunned. That was because they realized that although the figure was smashed into pieces, there was no blood spurting out. Clearly, he wasn't really killed. It was an afterimage, one of the elders of the royal family said coldly. The others were even more shocked. Heavens, this kid is too fast. He's even faster than the black crocodile. What movement technique did he master? Taoist Master Long and the others also realized that it was an afterimage and immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they stopped paying attention and focused on fighting the remaining 4 crocodiles. That's right, it was indeed an afterimage. Lin Xian used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and his speed reached an unbelievable level. His current speed was almost comparable to a peerless almighty. Therefore, in the face of the terrifying attack just now, he narrowly dodged it. However, the black crocodile did not intend to stop. The killing intent in its scarlet eyes became even stronger. Although its body was small, the aura it was emitting at this moment was too terrifying. It was like a peerless demon king. Sure enough, in the next moment, the demonic aura on his body swept out and immediately formed a huge crocodile shadow above him. It soared into the sky and directly broke through the entire world. That huge body bobbed up and down. The black scales were lifelike as if a real archaic beast had been resurrected. Boom, then, the black crocodile swung its tail. The huge crocodile shadow let out a roar and quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Boom. Boom, boom. The sky collapsed and the terrifying crocodile shadow soared into the sky. Every scale was lifelike. As if it was made of immortal gold, a murderous aura surrounded its body. Damn it, this is the power of my bloodline. How terrifying. The elders of the royal family gasped when they saw this scene through the light screen. Looking at the crocodile's age, it was definitely not old, but it could summon such a terrifying archaic shadow. They had to admit that the opponent's bloodline power was too powerful, it was far beyond that of a human. Would this brat be able to withstand it? It would be difficult, unless he also had a heaven-defying bloodline power. Or a heaven-defying cultivation technique. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a chance at all. It would be good enough if he could protect himself. Perhaps it wouldn't take long for him to be killed. These people didn't think highly of Lin Xian because the dark demonic crocodile's reputation was too strong. Moreover, the crocodile in front of them displayed a heaven-defying bloodline power that shocked the royal elders. Lin Xian also felt a great pressure. The huge shadow pressed down on him like 100,000 mountains, causing the blood in his body to freeze. However, he snorted coldly. The great dragon sword mark in his body quickly circulated and eliminated the pressure brought by the bloodline. Then, he waved the long sword in his hand. Buzz. Buzz, chaotic heaven destroyer sword. Streams of terrifying sword chi slashed down mercilessly like the beginning of the universe. In the next moment, the chaotic sword chi collided with the crocodile shadow. A thunderous sound was heard, followed by an earth-shattering explosion of energy that swept in all directions. He blocked it, he actually blocked it. Heavens, what kind of sword technique is he using? How can he block the bloodline power of an Archean beast? These people went crazy. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to block it. The sword technique was too powerful. Could it be a heaven-class cultivation technique? Some of the royal elders frowned. It couldn't be. Heaven-class cultivation techniques were extremely rare. How could this kid have won? They didn't know, but other than that, there was no other explanation. Everyone looked at the light screen and swallowed their saliva. They realized that the battle prowess that Lin Xian had displayed was beyond their expectations. Roar, the dark demonic crocodile also roared. It didn't expect a human to be able to resist its bloodline power, which made it furious. So in the next moment, it launched another attack. After a roar, the huge dark demonic crocodile shadow above it also let out an earth-shattering roar. Countless layers of clouds scattered, and the terrifying spatial crack extended for an unknown distance. This sound was simply too terrifying. It shattered the world and tore the void apart. Then, in the terrifying sky, a huge black crocodile, as if it had been resurrected from ancient times, charged down rapidly. This scene was simply too terrifying. It was as if a comet had crashed into the earth. The mountains, rivers, and forests below were all collapsing. It couldn't withstand this power at all. Seeing this, Lin Xian let out a cold snort, and the great dragon sword soul in his body began to circulate madly. At the same time, he once again unleashed his chaotic sword chi. The chaotic sword chi intertwined with each other and quickly slashed towards the sky. Instantly, the void shattered completely. Lin Xian retreated several thousand meters, his face pale. On the other side, the gigantic ancient silhouette was also blocked. In fact, there was even a crack on it. What? He cut open the ancient phantom. How did he do it? These people were all crazy. This was completely beyond their understanding. The black crocodile was also furious. Its body was trembling. Because the ancient phantom had been slashed apart, it had also caused him a certain amount of damage. Its red eyes were filled with malice as it stared at Lin Xian. At that moment, the Crimson Dragon sent a voice transmission. "Kid, get him in here. I have a way to deal with him." That was a real ancient beast. Its entire body was a treasure. Hearing the Crimson Dragon's words, Lin Xian also sent a voice transmission. "Leave the monster soul for me. I have a use for it." Then, he took a step forward, and the aura of the great dragon sword soul erupted from his body again. in fact, a dragon-shaped phantom appeared from his body. Seeing this scene, the pupils of the royal family elders constricted. They were extremely shocked. That was the aura of the path of the dragon. Could he be a member of the royal family? They were too shocked, because only the imperial family could achieve this kind of true dragon blessing. But now, the young man in front of them had done it. What was going on? Could he really be a member of the royal family? That's impossible. He's definitely not from the royal family. Could it be that he's from another dynasty? These people frowned. However, at that moment, the eyes of the older generation experts were solemn. It was as if a knife had pierced through the void. Although it's also the aura of the path of dragon, it should be different from that of the royal family. This kid must have some kind of secret technique. Indeed, it has nothing to do with our dragon bloodline. At that moment, the emperor also spoke. Hearing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it had nothing to do with him. If it did, they would probably go crazy. The third prince and the others were also shocked. They did not expect the azure dragon phantom to appear on Lin Xian's body. It was indeed very surprising. The aura on Lin Xian's body made the black crocodile tremble uneasily. In the next moment, the dark demonic crocodile roared and charged forward with the terrifying ancient phantom. The azure dragon phantom on Lin Xian's body soared into the sky and turned into the dragon sword realm, slashing in all directions. It collided with the incomparably terrifying ancient phantom. In the sky, the azure dragon phantom and the crocodile phantom were constantly fighting. A terrifying aura exploded in an instant, and the world went berserk. Endless light and endless figures were rolling in every corner of the void. They were like stars colliding with each other. Buzz, everything around them was annihilated. No one could see the figures of Lin Xian and the black crocodile clearly. At that moment, a ball of golden light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. Suddenly, mysterious runes appeared in his eyes one after another. Heavenly secret divine eyes, floating light. Buzz, a terrifying eye technique was used. The black crocodile was suddenly attacked and its body stiffened. Then, it let out a crazy roar. The sound waves turned into sharp swords and pierced through the void, causing great destruction in the sky. It was too terrifying. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. Everyone was extremely shocked. Damn it! What the hell was going on? They all looked forward, wanting to see clearly. However, there was a vast ocean and endless light. It was like an exploding sun. They could not see clearly at all. The royal family elders were also extremely shocked. They also wanted to see clearly, but they were watching from the outside through the light screen. They were not there personally, so they could not see clearly either. If they were there personally, they might be able to see clearly with their powerful strength. However, there was nothing they could do now. However, in the endless light, Lin Xian shouted coldly. The great dragon sword soul appeared in his hand and turned into an azure dragon. It slapped forward. In an instant, it slammed into the black crocodile and immediately knocked it to the ground. This slap was too terrifying. The power of the great dragon sword soul completely exploded. Immediately, cracks appeared on the back of the black crocodile, and blood spurted out. Roar! The pain caused the black crocodile to regain consciousness. It opened its mouth and bit at Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian only sneered and used the floating light in his eyes again. The black crocodile's soul was attacked and became restless again. It trembled violently. However, Lin Xian's palm was like a mountain as it slapped down mercilessly. After more than 10 slaps, the black crocodile's skin and flesh were torn open. Even its bones were exposed. Although it was powerful, it was no match for the dragon sword soul. Seeing that the black crocodile was seriously injured and its soul was attacked, Lin Xian sneered. He knew that it was enough, so he threw the black crocodile into the black earth. He was not worried. With the crimson dragon's strength, it was enough to deal with a seriously injured black crocodile. The moment the black crocodile entered the black earth, its aura disappeared. The terrifying primordial shadow above also turned into countless rays of light and scattered. What happened? Could it be that the black crocodile was killed? Seeing this scene, everyone was extremely shocked. The expressions of Daoist Long, the lord of the underworld, the third prince, and the royal elders changed drastically. They could no longer sense the black crocodile's aura. Roar! Roar, roar! At the same time, the other 4 black crocodiles also sensed this scene and became restless. They roared at the sky, and a terrifying aura formed on their bodies. It directly cut through the sun-like light in front of them. Then, Lin Xian's figure appeared. Lin Xian's face was a little pale, but he was not injured. However, there was a pool of blood around him. Every drop was bright red and crystal clear. In the void, terrifying cracks appeared one after another. Obviously, this was not ordinary blood, but primordial blood. Only this kind of bloodline power, which was very vigorous, could cause the void to be unable to withstand it. This was the black crocodile's blood. The black crocodile was injured. Heavens, how did he do it? Everyone was stunned. Such a terrifying black crocodile's body was comparable to immortal gold. It was a top treasure. It could not be defeated at all. How did the other party cut through its defense? Moreover, the more terrifying question was, where was the black crocodile? They looked around but did not find the black crocodile. Had it been smashed into powder? Impossible. Even if the other party could cut through his defenses, he shouldn't be able to shatter them into dust. That was an immemorial demonic beast, but where did that black crocodile go? They could not understand. They really didn't understand. Not to mention these people, even the imperial family elders didn't understand. This was completely beyond their understanding. Therefore, someone directly asked, "Kid, where is the black crocodile?" "That's right, you didn't kill him, did you?" The Netherworld King also had a confused look on his face. Everyone looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian shrugged. "I don't have that kind of power yet, but I shattered the void and connected to a void, banishing him." "What? Banished?" Hearing those words, everyone widened their eyes in shock and disbelief. When the elders of the royal family heard this, they were all stunned. How could I not believe it? Could this brat be lying? It's very possible. I also think it's very suspicious, even I don't have that ability. However, there were also some elders who frowned. That might not be the case. Perhaps that brat had a special cultivation technique. After all, the Gu family of the Eastern Wilderness had that terrifying ability. However, that brat was not from the Gu family. Could it be that he was related to the Gu family in some way? Sounds of discussion could be heard. Obviously, everyone was very shocked. However, they did not know that Lin Xian did not send that thing into the void. Instead, he kept it in his black earth. Of course, he would not tell those people about that. Meanwhile, the third prince and the others did not have much time to be suspicious. That was because the other 4 black crocodiles had charged over again. Not only that, but the 4 crocodiles seemed to have gone crazy. That was because one of their companions had disappeared. Moreover, the blood floating in the void had provoked them even more. Roar! Roar, roar! The 4 black crocodiles roared furiously. Then, the 4 black crocodiles activated the power of their bloodlines as if they had gone crazy. Immediately, the silhouettes of the immemorial demonic beasts appeared in the sky. "Oh no, those beasts are going crazy!" The third prince shouted coldly when he saw that scene. Taoist Master Long and the Lord of the Underworld's expressions changed drastically. They had seen the power of the immemorial demonic beasts. It was extremely terrifying. At that moment, the 4 crocodiles had gone crazy together. They were not very confident. Lin Xian's expression was also solemn. To be honest, he also wanted to get a black demonic crocodile. That was because it was an immemorial beast, and its entire body was a treasure. However, he probably did not have the chance now. The 4 crocodiles acted together and did not give him a chance at all. He might be able to fight against one of them, but he really could not defeat 4 of them. Therefore, in the next moment, he said in a deep voice, "Taoist Master Long, hurry up and trap them with your formation. Let's leave. Give us some time, and we can quickly get rid of them." "All right." Taoist Master Long also nodded. Indeed, it would not be beneficial for the black crocodiles to continue fighting. Therefore, he formed a hand seal with his palm. Immediately, the formation that covered a radius of 10,000 miles shook rapidly. Then, it quickly shrank and covered a radius of 100 miles. Taoist Master Long and the others soared into the sky and quickly left. "Follow them." When the third prince and the others saw that, they sped up and followed closely behind Taoist Master Long and the other two. They did not want to stay there, because with their strength alone, they could not fight against the remaining 4 black crocodiles. In an instant, everyone left the formation. The formation emitted light and formed a cage that completely imprisoned the 4 crocodiles. Boom, boom. Boom, behind them, the 4 black crocodiles crazily crashed into the formation, making earth-shattering sounds. Taoist Master Long's expression was solemn when he saw that. He said in a deep voice, "Hurry up and run. My formation can only last for 10 seconds. What? Only 10 seconds? Hearing that, many people felt their scalps go numb. However, they could not care less now. They had to use their fastest speed within 10 seconds to completely get rid of those guys. Boom, the third prince roared, and the aura of the Path of Dragon quickly appeared on his body. Then, it turned into a true dragon that enveloped him and the people around him. As for the almighties around him, they also sent out streams of energy into the aura of the Tao of Dragon. Immediately, the true dragon's shadow continued to expand until it was 100 feet tall. Then, with a swing of its tail, it directly tore through the void and disappeared. Damn, the third prince is too shameless. He actually used the aura of the Path of Dragon. He's not taking us with him. When the Lord of the Underworld saw that, his face turned green. The other party is running too fast. If this continued, they would be the unlucky ones. Please recommend, subscribe, bookmark, and reward me. At the same time, dragon-shaped shadows appeared on Lin Xian's body. Then, he quickly said, "There's no time. Hurry up and follow me." Boom, the Lord of the Underworld and Taoist Master Long came to Lin Xian's side. Then, the energy in their bodies erupted and poured into the dragon-shaped aura. Then, Lin Xian performed the demigods and demigods and demigods. He seemed to have transformed into a real dragon and was flying in the sky at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, the 3 of them disappeared on the spot. Indeed, 10 seconds later, the formation behind them was shattered. Then, 4 black crocodiles rushed out. They were extremely ferocious like demons, roaring in all directions. Their red eyes quickly looked through the void, trying to find Lin Xian and the others. However, Lin Xian, the third prince, and the others had already used their maximum speed and left quickly. Therefore, the 4 crocodiles couldn't be found immediately. However, the 4 crocodiles didn't give up. After all, they had lost one of their companions. This made them extremely angry. Therefore, the 4 immemorial beasts discussed and decided to search from 4 directions. One crocodile looked for a direction. Soon, they turned into black lightning and left quickly. One of the crocodiles flew towards the west. After flying for about 2 hours, he roared excitedly. That was because he smelled the scent of a human. The scent of a human stimulated the crocodile even more. He increased his speed without hesitation. Whoosh, when he saw a golden figure, he quickly rushed over. Like a black sword, he pierced through the void. There was indeed someone in front. And it wasn't an ordinary person. It was someone who looked like the Sun War god. He was flying at high speed, but soon, he stopped and frowned. The reason for that was because he sensed a threat rapidly approaching him. Therefore, in the next moment, he snorted coldly. The golden light on his body shone even brighter and then exploded. Boom, a golden light spread out in all directions with him as the center. The surrounding void instantly shattered. This was an extremely powerful absolute power, and nothing could stop it. In the next moment, the black crocodile was also hit by the golden light and was sent flying. Boom boom boom, the dark demonic crocodile stopped in its tracks, infuriated. The reason for that was because his opponent had actually sent him flying. What was that? At the front, the golden war godlike silhouette frowned. He was none other than the Golden Lion King who arrived last. The Golden Lion King's golden hair fluttered in the wind. Its expression was incomparably solemn. He stared at the black figure in front of him, his eyes flickering. He then said coldly, "Primordial demonic beast." To think that he would meet a primordial demonic beast here. Obviously, he recognized the origin of this black crocodile. But then, a cold smile appeared on his face. It was rumored that primordial demonic beasts were filled with treasures from head to toe. It was truly fortunate for him to encounter one this time. Let me see if this primordial demonic beast is as powerful as the legends say. The next moment, the Golden Lion King decisively made its move. Roar! When the black demonic crocodile saw that a human dared to take the initiative to attack it, it was infuriated. With a sway of his body, he started over again. Suddenly, a fierce battle broke out. An hour later, the battle ended. In the sky, the huge primordial demonic beast howled in grief. It was torn into two by a golden lion. Then, the black crocodile's body was also torn apart. It was pierced through by a palm. It let out an uneasy roar. It wanted to struggle, but it was powerless. Although its bloodline power was powerful, the Golden Lion King in front of it also possessed a terrifying bloodline power. Furthermore, this black crocodile had a weakness. It was too young. It could be said that it was still in its infancy. Facing a genius of the war race like the Golden Lion King, it was still unable to stop it. In the end, the black crocodile was killed. As for the Golden Lion King, it grabbed the black crocodile's corpse and quickly descended. From the looks of it, it should be searching for the secrets of the primordial demonic beast. No one knew about this matter. That was because of the three powers that entered the Dark Canyon. Other than Lin Xian, there was only the third prince. The only one left was the Golden Lion King. During the battle earlier, there was no one around the Golden Lion King. Those elders of the imperial family could only see the area where the third prince was at. Therefore, they did not know what the Golden Lion King was doing. On the other side, Lin Xian and the other two left the dangerous place. When they discovered that the black crocodile did not chase after them, the three of them heaved a sigh of relief. Great, they were finally safe. The three of them descended and landed in a forest below. After that, Daoist Long said, "We have been fighting and chasing for the past few days. I'm afraid that we have consumed a lot of energy. In addition to the previous battle, we don't have much spiritual energy left in our bodies. Therefore, we should rest first and recover our bodies to their peak." Lin Xian and the Netherworld King also agreed. After that, Daoist Long once again set up some formations to form a defense. The three of them sat down cross-legged to recover. Lin Xian closed his eyes and his soul entered the black earth. He asked, "How is it, Ruzalong? Did you succeed?" What a joke. With Ben Huang taking action, how could it not succeed, the Crimson Dragon said with a smile. Then, he pointed to the side. There was a formation there. And within the formation, the black crocodile was lying. However, at that moment, it was no longer breathing. Not only that, the formation that the Crimson Dragon had set up was very mysterious. The blood in the black crocodile's body had completely flowed out. However, it did not flow out. Instead, under the effect of the formation, it gathered together. This is the primordial demon blood. It contains the power of the dark crocodile's bloodline. Although we can't absorb it, we can use this blood to nourish our bodies. It will definitely make our bodies extremely strong. The Crimson Dragon said, "Kid, you can use the blood too. However, I don't think you'll be interested in the flesh. Let's leave it for Ben Huang." Alright, Lin Xian was not very interested in eating crocodile meat either. Therefore, he asked again, "You didn't lose the demon soul, right? I have a use for it. Don't worry, I left it for you." The Crimson Dragon said with a smile. He waved his dragon claws and immediately took out a small black flag. The small flag was half a meter tall. On it were drawn many ferocious skulls. This was a spirit summoning flag. It was used to store demon souls. At that moment, the dark crocodile's demon soul was inside. That's great, Lin Xian was overjoyed. With the primordial demon soul, the power of the demon-slaying sword formation would definitely increase by another level. That was because the demon-slaying sword formation was formed by using the demon souls of various demon beasts. The stronger the demon soul, the stronger the demon soul's aura. The dark crocodile was a primordial demon beast. Adding its demon soul would definitely increase the power of the demon-slaying sword formation by leaps and bounds. At that moment, Lin Xian asked again, "Where are the two hearts of darkness?" "It's with me." The crimson dragon opened its mouth and spat out 2 hearts of darkness. However, the hearts of darkness were slightly different. There was still a black aura surrounding them. It was the aura of death, but more than half of it had been removed. It seemed that it would not take long for the aura of death to be completely removed. "Alright, you can continue," Lin Xian said. "Leave me 1 heart of death and a portion of the immemorial demon blood. You and Xiaobai can split the rest." With that, Lin Xian exited the black earth. However, a black spirit summoning banner appeared in his hand. Lin Xian took a deep breath as he held the black spirit summoning banner. He did not use it immediately. Instead, he put it away. In the next moment, he began to recover his lost energy. After half a day, he had returned to his peak state. Then, he stood up and said, "Gentlemen, I have some enlightenment from the previous battle. Now, I would like to practice my skills. Give me a day. After a day, we will meet here." With that, Lin Xian shot up into the sky and disappeared into the forest. He wanted to refine the demon-slaying sword formation. Naturally, he could not do it in front of Taoist Long and the Lord of the Underworld. He had to find a place where no one was around and set it up properly. After flying at a high speed, Lin Xian made sure that it was safe. Then, he landed in a valley. He raised his hand and set up countless formations to form a safe defense. Then, blood-red runes flashed under his feet and formed a blood-red sword diagram that emitted the aura of a sea of blood. Lin Xian waved his hand and took out the spirit summoning banner again. Then, he waved his hand and the spirit summoning banner swayed gently, emitting a black aura. Then, the demon soul of a dark crocodile appeared. This demon soul was extremely ferocious. As soon as it appeared, it charged towards Lin Xian crazily. Whoosh, a strong wind blew between heaven and earth. A terrifying demonic aura swept across the area and tore the void apart. Although it did not have a physical body, the demon soul was still extremely terrifying. After all, it was the demon soul of an immemorial demon beast. Humph. Lin Xian snorted. The dragon's fright, which was inside his body, turned into a green dragon and charged towards the demon soul. Then, the dark crocodile's demon soul trembled and was knocked to the ground, rolling non-stop. Although he was strong, how could he be stronger than the great dragon sword spirit? Therefore, he could not resist Lin Xian at all. Lin Xian waved his hand. Instantly, countless blood-red sword tattoos vibrated rapidly. Then, streaks of blood-red sword chi turned into red ribbons and firmly locked onto the immemorial demon soul. "Refine," Lin Xian snorted and sat down cross-legged. On his body, countless sword chi and the demon-slaying sword formation merged into one as they began to completely refine the immemorial demon soul. 1 day later. Lin Xian opened his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. After a day and night of continuous cultivation, he finally completely refined the immemorial demon soul. As expected, the raging beast soul was gone. It had merged with the demon-slaying sword formation. It disappeared. With a wave of his hand, the sword chi in the air swiftly intertwined with one another to form a massive silhouette of an ancient beast. It was a black crocodile. Its body was so huge that it could crush the void like a black mountain. There was a terrifying murderous aura on his body. Success. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian's lips curled into a grin. He had finally succeeded in cultivating the primordial demon soul. Its power was twice as strong as before. If he were to unleash the immemorial demon soul, even an elite mighty figure would not be able to withstand it. Lin Xian's strength had increased again. Then, without further delay, he put away the soul demon sword formation and soared into the sky, returning to where he came from. Soon, he met up with Taoist Long and the Lord of the Underworld. "Kid, what have you been doing? Why are you being so mysterious?" The Lord of Humor was puzzled. Lin Xian smiled and did not say anything. Then, he said, "Where are we going now? Let's continue moving." "Now that 5 days have passed, we still have half the time," Taoist Long said in a deep voice. "As for the third prince, don't bother about them. This place is too big. If we look for them alone, it will be difficult. Let's see what treasures there are around." "Okay." Lin Xian and the Lord of the Underworld nodded in agreement. To be honest, they were not very interested in chasing after the third prince. Then, the three of them set off. However, the heavens loved to joke. They did not deliberately look for the third prince, but after half a day, they still met the third prince and his group. When Lin Xian saw the third prince, he had a strange expression on his face. Taoist Long and the Lord of the Underworld also had unnatural expressions. They really did not want to look for the third prince, but they still met the third prince and his group. When they saw Lin Xian and the other two, the third prince's group looked gloomy as if they were facing a formidable enemy. The third prince even snorted coldly. "Humph, you guys are really haunting me. However, if you want to fight, go ahead." Without the threat of the black crocodile, the third prince and his group became arrogant again. He still had more people around him than Lin Xian and the other two, so he was not afraid if they really fought. "Are you very powerful? Why didn't you dare to fart when you were fighting against the black crocodile?" Lin Xian rolled his eyes and sneered. On the other hand, Taoist Long and the Lord of the Underworld looked solemn. Although they came in to find the third prince's whereabouts, they did not have full confidence if they really fought. The third prince's group did not have full confidence, and to be honest, they were not willing to fight. After all, this was the Dark Canyon. There was no danger now, but it did not mean that there would be no danger later. As expected, an old man on the third prince's side stood out. He was an old man in a red robe and had a strong aura. He said in a deep voice, "Everyone, why don't we join forces? We found a cave in front, and I think it should be a ruin. This is the ruin of the Dark Canyon. I don't need to tell you how many treasures there are in it. However, you can imagine how difficult it is. The demonic beasts outside are already so terrifying. Who knows if there are even more terrifying creatures inside? I think we should join forces. As for the battle, it won't be too late to fight to the death after we get out of the Dark Canyon." Taoist Long's eyes flickered when he heard that. He looked at Lin Xian and the Lord of the Underworld. Lin Xian shrugged. "I don't have any objections." The Lord of the Underworld also nodded. "Alright, let's join forces first." Taoist Long also nodded in agreement. The third prince heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. Then, the two parties joined forces and entered the cave. However, they did not know that not long after they entered, a golden figure also landed. Then, he also entered the cave. In the cave, the black wind seemed to be even stronger, and it blew so hard that everyone's souls were about to leave their bodies. Soon, everyone put on their defensive armor and even activated their king's domains. They had to be careful in the face of the unknown and terrifying situation. If another primordial beast appeared, they would definitely be finished. However, there were indeed many treasures inside. Not long after they entered, they found a few stalks of spiritual herbs growing in the corners. In the outside world, it was already extinct. It could be said that it was extremely precious. Everyone's eyes burned with passion when they saw that. At that moment, the red-robed elder on the third prince's side sneered. He said, "Although we've joined hands, it seems like we should talk about the distribution." Hearing that, the third prince also sneered. The elite mighty figures around them were all on guard. They circulated the spiritual power in their bodies as if they were about to attack at any time. It seemed like they were about to fight if they didn't agree. "How do you want to split it?" Taoist Master Long asked in a deep voice. His face was cold and solemn. "You have fewer people, so you can take 30%. We have more people, so we naturally want 70%. This distribution is the most reasonable." "What? We get 30%? Hearing that, the Lord of the Underworld's face darkened. "What a joke. 50-50? Otherwise, let's fight. Let's see who's stronger." To be honest, he was not the type to be bullied. When he entered, he had tacitly agreed to split the loot equally. However, the other party wanted to take 70% for himself. How could that be? "Why? You're not willing? You have no right to bargain in front of Benhuang." The third prince shouted coldly. The red-robed elder beside him also said, "You three, I think you should think carefully. 30% is already a lot for you. Why are you so greedy? Otherwise, you won't even get 10%. F***ck. This is too much." The Lord of the Underworld was furious. He had tricked them into entering and then bullied them to take 70% for himself. How could the Lord of the Underworld and the others tolerate that? Kid, why don't we attack and beat them up? The Lord of the Underworld looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian could even injure a primordial beast. He was very powerful, which shocked the Lord of the Underworld and the others. Therefore, the Lord of the Underworld wanted to team up with Lin Xian to fight against the third prince. Lin Xian also frowned. When he heard the Lord of the Underworld's words, he also spoke in a deep voice. 30% is indeed not appropriate. However, I don't think you're willing to split it 50-50. Huh? Kid, what are you talking about? When he heard Lin Xian's words, the Lord of the Underworld was originally quite happy. However, when he heard that Lin Xian wasn't willing to split the loot 50-50, he was stunned. What's wrong with this kid? A 50-50 split was the most advantageous for them. Not to mention the Lord of the Underworld, even Daoist Long looked confused. The third prince frowned. What the hell was this kid doing? So he said, what do you want? It was very simple. There was no need to split the loot. Everyone would fight for the treasures here based on their own abilities. Lin Xian's lips curled up as he spoke of his plan. What? Fight for it with their own abilities? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The third prince's side was even more stunned. They had originally thought that Lin Xian would raise some conditions that would resist. However, he didn't expect that the other party would propose such a condition. Immediately, he sneered. Because of a mediocre ability, the other party probably wouldn't even be able to get 10%. Thinking of this, they all sneered in disdain. On the other side, Daoist Long and the Lord of the Underworld were also stunned. Then, the Lord of the Underworld said, Kid, are you crazy? This is the best choice. I think the two of you should have your own secret methods, right? So, are you willing to split the loot this way? Lin Xian asked. I have no problem with that. Daoist Long nodded and agreed to the distribution method. The Lord of the Underworld also sighed. All right. Although he didn't have any secret methods, he was the king of the dark element. In the Dark Canyon, his combat power was enhanced. Therefore, seeing that Lin Xian and Daoist Long had agreed, he had no choice but to agree. Humph. It seems that you're overconfident. The third prince sneered. Do you really think that you can do whatever you want just because you can fight against the dark demon crocodile? Indeed, it was shocking that Lin Xian made a dark demon crocodile disappear. However, that didn't mean that Lin Xian was truly powerful. If they really fought for the treasures, he was certain that they would have an absolute advantage. Thinking of this, the third prince sneered. Since we'll fight for it with our own abilities, we'll fight for it with our own abilities. However, don't cry when the time comes. You don't have to worry about that. The Lord of the Underworld snorted coldly, while Lin Xian ignored the third prince and the others. Since they had already decided to fight each other, he wouldn't give up such a good opportunity. In the next moment, he looked at the few herbs in front of him. As an alchemist, Lin Xian had a huge need for herbs. Moreover, he could tell at a glance that the herbs in front of him were definitely extraordinary. They couldn't be found outside at all. Thinking of this, he strode forward. Kid, you're courting death. When the third prince saw Lin Xian swaggering towards the front, intending to pick the spiritual herbs, he was shocked. He was immediately displeased. What a joke. Can't you see that there are so many elite mighty figures here? How can a kid behave so atrociously here? One of the mighty figures was displeased. He sneered, reached out his palm, and grabbed in front of him. He seemed to be attacking Lin Xian, but at the same time, he seemed to be picking the herbs. It could be said that the threat was very obvious. Get lost. Lin Xian's face darkened, and he snorted coldly. He didn't even turn his head and slapped his palm forward. Immediately, a blue icy palm slapped out and collided with the other party's palm. Boom, the ice exploded, and the terrifying aura instantly caused the temperature in the entire cave to plummet. The surrounding ground was covered in frost. The palm of the mighty figure was also covered with a layer of blue frost. A terrifying icy aura surged into his body. Boom, the mighty figure retracted his palm, and his expression became extremely ugly. Kid, you're courting death. In the next moment, he probed his other palm. he quickly struck out. This palm was directly aimed at Lin Xian without any concealment. It was obvious that the mighty figure was furious. Buzz, Lin Xian's body instantly disappeared and reappeared in front of him, dodging the palm. Then, he waved his hand, picked the herbs in front of him, and put them into the black earth. Damn it! Seeing this, the mighty figure roared crazily, while the third prince's face darkened. It's a slap in the face. Previously, they were still mocking Lin Xian that if they fought with their own abilities, they wouldn't be able to get anything. But now, Lin Xian had picked 3 precious herbs right in front of him. If that wasn't a slap in the face, what was, especially the mighty figure who attacked earlier, his face darkened. He had attacked twice, but he couldn't do anything to Lin Xian, which made him lose face. Kid, hand over those 3 herbs. The mighty figure's eyes were cold as he gritted his teeth and roared. Otherwise, you're dead meat. Lin Xian sneered. Hand it over, why? Are you an idiot or are you out of your mind? How can I hand it over when I already have it? He rolled his eyes and sneered at such an unreasonable condition. As for that almighty, he was infuriated. You have a death wish. Since you don't want to cooperate, don't blame me for taking action. You want to snatch it? Let's see if you have what it takes. Lin Xian sneered. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the mighty figure quickly charged over. He extended his palm and slapped down. Instantly, the void trembled and the sun and moon dimmed. Whoosh! Meanwhile, Lin Xian's body moved erratically like a ghost. He turned into countless afterimages and dodged the palm. Then, he arrived near the mighty figure and extended his palm. His 5 fingers formed a claw and bit down like a green dragon. The mighty figure also retreated, but the green dragon palm instantly turned into an ice dragon. It emitted a terrifying chill. In an instant, countless pieces of ice appeared around him. Frost spread under his feet and restricted his speed. The mighty figure felt that the blood in his body was about to freeze. Damn it! What kind of ice is this? Why is it so terrifying? Although he had seen how powerful Lin Xian was before, he did not think that a young man could fight against him. However, after exchanging blows with the other party, he could feel how terrifying the other party was. That chill was really shocking. 6 directions divine fist, with a furious roar, the mighty figure waved his fist and resisted the surrounding ice. Immediately, the surrounding ice shattered. However, Lin Xian's palm landed mercilessly and grabbed the mighty figure's shoulder. Then, he pressed down hard. With a crack, the mighty figure's bones broke. The terrifying chill instantly froze half of his body. You have a death wish. Seeing that, the mighty figure screamed in agony. Then, a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. The other party actually injured him in an instant. It was unforgivable. In the next moment, he wanted to fight with his life. However, at that moment, the third prince snorted and stopped. He could not stand it anymore and said coldly, I'll give you the 3 herbs. Let's go. Next time, I won't let you get it so easily. To be honest, he did not want to give up on these 3 herbs. However, the power that Lin Xian displayed was truly shocking. This was especially true for his subordinate. Half of his body was already sealed in ice. If he continued to fight, he would most likely suffer even more injuries. Therefore, he had no choice but to stop the battle. However, Su Chen sneered when he heard that. Do you think I'll stop just because you say so? Who do you think you are, third prince? I'm not someone you've invited, so I don't need to listen to your orders, Lin Xian sneered. He was not moved at all. What? Hearing this, the surrounding people were stunned. Even Daoist Long and Lord of the Underworld twitched their mouths. The royal family elders in the Grand Imperial Hall also saw this scene. They, too, felt dizzy. F***ck, what kind of brat is this? He's too arrogant, how dare he directly challenge the third prince? The third prince's face was gloomy. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He was a prince, high and mighty. Moreover, his strength was ranked in the top 3 among the princes. Even the other princes had to be respectful and call him third brother when they saw him, let alone the other mighty figures. Even peerless geniuses like First Blade and Fist Tyrant had to work under him. Who dared to be rude to him? However, this brat in front of him dared to scold him, he even dared to openly defy him, that made the third prince explode with anger. The mighty figures around the third prince were also shocked. Then, they all shouted, "How dare you, brat, you're too presumptuous, do you know who you're talking to?" Meanwhile, Lin Xian sneered. "Isn't he just a prince? He's your master, but he has nothing to do with me. Don't try to intimidate me with your words." After saying that, Lin Xian sneered and ignored him. Daoist Long and Lord of the Underworld also laughed when they heard that. Indeed, he's right. The third prince has nothing to do with us. Why, you dare to be arrogant again? Don't blame me for being rude when we get out of here. The mighty figures around them wanted to say something, but the third prince waved his hand and stopped them. Then, his eyes turned cold and there was a hint of murderous intent in them. He stared at Lin Xian. "Brat, very well. You've successfully angered me. No one has ever dared to defy me like this. You're the first. I'll let you know the consequences of offending me. I'll be waiting." Lin Xian turned his head and ignored Prince Huishan. That scene made the third prince explode with anger again. In the next moment, he almost vomited blood because Lin Xian looked at the captured mighty figure again and said coldly, "You're right. You'll have to pay a price if you want to take what's mine. Otherwise, I won't let you leave like this." A cold murderous intent appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. "Damn it. What are you trying to do?" That mighty figure's face darkened. To be honest, he had wanted to resist and there was a possibility that he could. But now, while Lin Xian was talking to the third prince, Lin Xian did not stop. The cold aura in Lin Xian's body kept pouring into him, causing half of his body to be completely frozen. The spiritual power and blood in his body were all frozen. It was impossible for him to resist even if he wanted to. He might have a chance if he went all out and did not get seriously injured. But that was only a chance. Lin Xian smiled and looked at him. "Hand over a piece of divine crystal and I'll let you go." "What? Hand over a piece of divine crystal?" Hearing that, the mighty figure was stunned. The other mighty figures were also stunned. "Damn, this is a robbery. Brat, don't be too arrogant." They roared again, but Lin Xian sneered. "You're right, I'm robbing you. Why, do you really think that you don't have to pay a price for sneaking up on me? What do you think I am? That I can be bullied by you? If you want to attack me, you'll have to pay a painful price. One piece of divine crystal is not a small amount. I've already frozen half of your body. If you dare to attack, I can guarantee that half of your body will turn into nothingness in an instant. By then, you might be able to hurt me or escape. However, you'll definitely be seriously injured and your combat ability will be greatly reduced. Whether you can recover or not is still unknown. Do you think that one piece of divine crystal in exchange for half of your life is a lot?" Lin Xian ignored the others and said coldly, "I'll give you 5 seconds to consider. If you don't pay me the divine crystal in 5 seconds, I'll cripple half of your body." Overbearing, he's too overbearing. The aura that Lin Xian displayed at this moment had truly shocked everyone present. Even the elders of the royal family were speechless. He's AF** King Bandit. He's a great bandit. However, no one dared to resist. Previously, they thought that Lin Xian did not speak much and was even a little taciturn. They thought that he had a good temper. But now, it seemed that it was not the case at all. He probably could not be bothered with these people. As expected, when these people provoked him, they had to pay a painful price. The mighty one was sweating profusely. He knew that Lin Xian was right. If he attacked now, he might have a chance to seriously injure the other party, but he would definitely be half dead. He did not want to take such a risk, so he could only grit his teeth and take out a piece of green divine crystal. His heart was bleeding, that was because a piece of divine crystal was of great significance to him. He did not have many divine crystals in his entire fortune. Now that he had taken out one of them to buy his life, it really made his heart ache. However, there was nothing he could do. Very well, Lin Xian took the divine crystal, then pushed his palm and sent the mighty one flying. The mighty one quickly retreated and put some distance between them. At the same time, he swallowed a pill. A wave of blazing lava surged out of his body and burned the ice. Soon, he regained his mobility. Then, his face darkened. He roared angrily and was about to attack. However, Lin Xian sneered. What? You still want to attack? However, capturing you this time is not something that can be settled with a piece of divine crystal. You have to think carefully. Buzz, hearing that, the mighty one stopped in his tracks. His expression was extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth and his eyes flickered. In the end, he snorted coldly. Kid, just you wait. This is not over. He did not attack. Instead, he admitted defeat. The mighty ones on the third prince's side all widened their eyes. This was too illogical. No matter what, they had to fight for at least 300 rounds, killing each other to the death. However, that mighty one did not attack. What's going on? Could it be that this kid's strength is already enough to threaten elite mighty ones? They were extremely shocked, and the way they looked at Lin Xian changed again. Meanwhile, Lin Xian looked at the third prince and the others and sneered. You're welcome to attack me. However, prepare the divine crystals in advance to buy your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Hearing those words, the third prince and the mighty ones beside him were so angry that they vomited blood. Too arrogant, they had never met such an insolent person. However, the other party was so powerful. If they were to attack, Daoist Long and the Lord of the Underworld would not just stand by and watch. He would definitely help Lin Xian. Therefore, it was really not worth it to make a move now. Therefore, the third prince let out a cold sigh and ignored Lin Xian. He would remember this grudge. When he got out, he would gather all his subordinates and kill the other party. But for now, it was better to look for treasures first. After which, the third prince led the group and strode forward, no longer paying any attention to Lin Xian and the other two. The third prince actually gave up. Inside the Grand Imperial Hall, the elders all cried out in surprise and discussed animatedly. Damn, how could he tolerate this? The third prince shouldn't be like this. This was completely out of character for him. That young man, had he already reached such a terrifying stage? Many people were shocked. However, the people on the eighth prince's side sneered. What third prince? So it turned out that he was just a good-for-nothing. You don't have any courage at all. How could such a person become a prince? That's right, he was a disgrace to the royal family. This was a good opportunity to suppress the third prince's faction. How could they give it up? Immediately, waves of mockery and ridicule were heard. On the other hand, the third prince was so angry that he stomped his feet. Someone retorted, what do you know? This is called forbearance. Looking at the big picture. Do you understand? In ancient times, who didn't endure humiliation and look at the big picture? What kind of ability was it to show off one's courage? The one who had the last laugh was the winner. The third prince's side quickly counterattacked. For a time, the hall was extremely noisy. The atmosphere had become extremely tense as they opposed each other. In the dark canyon, the third prince and the others were indeed quickly leading the way. It was not that they were kind, but they wanted to snatch the treasures. If Lin Xian and the other two were in front, they would probably have to fight another big battle. The Lord of the Underworld and Daoist Long looked gloomy, but Lin Xian was very relaxed. Kid, why aren't you anxious at all? The Lord of the Underworld asked. He was very confused. What's the hurry? Lin Xian shrugged. Let them lead the way first. Anyway, it's so dangerous here, let them take the risk. This way, we'll be safe, but we won't have the chance to hide and snatch the treasures. Is that so? Not necessarily. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. Soon, at this moment, a series of exclamations came from the third prince's side. It seemed that he had found something good again. Hearing these exclamations, the Lord of the Underworld and Daoist Long also focused their gazes and looked in front of them. Then, they exclaimed. Earth Ganoderma, there's an Earth Ganoderma in front of us. Earth Ganoderma? Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Then, a smile appeared on his face. Little White, you can do it now. Lin Xian sent a voice transmission. In the black earth, the little white monkey began to cast a spell while holding the treasure bowl. During this period of time, its strength had also increased. As long as there were no large array formation sealing the treasures, it could snatch them. Of course, if there was an array formation, it might be more troublesome. It would depend on how powerful the array formation was. If the array formation was more powerful than the little white monkey, it wouldn't be able to retrieve the treasures. If not, it could be retrieved. However, there didn't seem to be any array formations around the earth-racer mushroom, so Lin Xian asked the little white monkey to do it. Whoosh! In front, the third prince and the others were also delighted when they saw the earth-racer mushroom. Among them, the red-robed elder walked forward and reached out to pluck the earth-racer mushroom. Buzz, however, before he could do anything, the earth-racer mushroom in front of him suddenly disappeared, leaving only a root buried in the soil. What's going on? The red-robed elder was stunned. The third prince and all the other powerful beings were stunned as well. They then rubbed their eyes furiously. Where's the earth-racer mushroom? Why is it gone? Damn it, it's really gone. The red-robed mighty figure walked forward and checked carefully. He realized that it wasn't a trick, but someone had really plucked it. Damn it. Who is it? Who is it? The red-robed elder was furious. He looked around sharply. Like a sharp sword, he quickly cut through the void. However, he didn't find anyone suspicious. The third prince and the others also snorted coldly. They covered the entire cave with their soul power, but they didn't find anything either. What's going on? They were very puzzled. In their opinion, since the item had been stolen, there must be an expert hiding in the surroundings. However, they couldn't find anything despite so many people checking. Could it be that the expert was so powerful that they couldn't detect him, or was there no expert, and there were other reasons for the disappearance of the earth-racer mushroom? There were so many of them, but none of them found anything. Could it be that this expert was so powerful that they couldn't detect him, or could it be that there was no expert, and there were other reasons for the disappearance of the earth Ganoderma? They couldn't figure it out, but their faces were gloomy and unhappy. Behind him, a red lingji appeared in Lin Xian's hand. However, he quickly put it away with a flip of his wrist. Taoist Master Long and the Lord of the Underworld were stunned. Although their eyes were focused in front of them, and they even used their soul power to detect the unknown mysterious expert. However, their shockwaves still swept over to Lin Xian's side. They vaguely saw a collar appear in Lin Xian's hand. However, when they wanted to take a closer look, they realized that the Ganoderma in Lin Xian's hand had disappeared. What was going on? Could it be that this kid did it? The Lord of the Underworld and Taoist Master Long were also stunned. Furthermore, they recalled how Lin Xian had been following behind the third prince at a leisurely pace, looking very relaxed. They thought it was strange, but now it seemed that Lin Xian had some kind of secret technique that allowed him to retrieve items from a distance. Therefore, he wasn't worried that the third prince and the others would take it away. This kid was too mysterious. The two of them were extremely shocked. Although they had lived for thousands of years, they had never seen such a mysterious young man. In front of them, the third prince and the others looked around but didn't find anyone suspicious. Finally, they turned around and fixed their eyes on Lin Xian and the other two. If there was anyone suspicious, it would be the three people behind them. What are you looking at? Fight me if you don't like it, the Lord of the Underworld glared at the third prince and the others when they turned around. Hearing that, the third prince couldn't help but feel the blood in his body rushing to his head. He was about to go berserk. Since when did a mighty figure dare to talk back to him? However, he had endured for so long. If he lost his temper now, all his efforts would be in vain. Moreover, the other party wasn't simple. He knew that the Lord of the Underworld was a king of darkness, and he had a special bonus in the Dark Canyon. He didn't know how strong his combat power was. However, he still snorted coldly. I suspect that it was the three of you who did it. The three of you should obediently walk to the front. The third prince said in a deep voice. Because he couldn't see clearly from behind, if he let the three of them walk in front, he could scout for danger. Secondly, if these people wanted to make a move again, they would be able to discover it immediately. At that time, he would definitely not let these people off. The Underworld King and Taoist Long immediately smiled when they heard that. They had wanted to go to the front for a long time. The corners of Su Chen's mouth also curled up. It didn't matter where it was. He didn't care. Therefore, in the next moment, the three of them strode forward. Haha, the feeling of walking at the front is different, what a wide field of vision. The Lord of the Underworld was extremely excited. He rubbed his large hands together and scanned the surroundings with lightning speed. On the side, Daoist Long also looked solemn. Clearly, they would not return empty-handed after coming to the front. At the very least, he had to obtain a large number of treasures. Lin Xian had a smile on his face, and a faint light flickered in his eyes. Since they were in front of him, he acted even more directly. Because he had the eye technique and his powerful soul power, he could see further. Therefore, the treasures in the distance had not been discovered by the third prince yet, and he had asked Snowy White Marquis to pick them up from a distance. The ones near him were the joint efforts of the Lord of the Underworld and Daoist Long. That was the dark demon metal. The Lord of the Underworld's eyes lit up. Then, he reached out his palm and grabbed in front of him. Behind him, the third prince and the others also noticed this and quickly made their moves. The Lord of the Underworld roared, "Get lost, all of you." As he spoke, two purple wings appeared on his back. They turned into heavenly swords and swept out. Clang, then, it collided with the mighty figures behind him, making an earth-shattering sound. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Lord of the Underworld's palm grabbed the dark demon metal and put it away. *CK, the faces of the mighty figures behind him turned green with anger. What a joke! How could they allow these people to take away the treasures that they found? Therefore, in the next moment, they all roared, "Damn it, hand it over." The Lord of the Underworld sneered, "Hand it over? What a joke! Didn't we agree to rely on our own abilities? If I get it, it's mine." These people were so anxious that they almost vomited blood. Previously, when the three of them were at the back, they couldn't get anything. Now that the three of them were at the front, they couldn't get anything either. Could it be that the three of them were sent by the heavens to restrain them? The third prince's face was also gloomy, and the murderous intent in his eyes was about to explode. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "Let's split up and search in different directions." He finally changed his strategy. Instead of searching in groups, he spread out in small groups. That way, they would have more places to search. As expected, they also found some treasures. However, the real treasures had been taken away by Lin Xian a long time ago. What they had now were things that Lin Xian didn't care about. Indeed, during this period of time, Lin Xian had obtained a lot of spiritual herbs, ores, and metals. The metals could be used to refine treasures, and the spiritual herbs could be used to refine pills. They could increase the cultivation levels of Lin Xian, the little white monkey, and the crimson dragon. Soon, they continued to go deeper, but there was no path ahead. It was blocked by a door. Seeing this, the third prince and the others became excited. Because this meant that there was an entrance in front of them. Perhaps it was the entrance to the ancient ruins. Even Lin Xian and the other two's eyes were burning with passion. The elders of the Grand Imperial Hall cried out in surprise when they saw the scene. They were looking forward to it. After all, no one had ever entered the ruins. The two stone doors in front of them were abnormally simple, and there were mysterious runes engraved on them. Although the light was dim and would be extinguished at any time. However, the aura coming from them was abnormally heavy. It made them feel a sense of trepidation. This was the energy after countless years. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the person who set up this energy back then was. Attack together, the third prince took a deep breath and gave the order. Boom boom boom, the powerhouses on the third prince's side stood in a row and quickly attacked. The violent attacks blasted on the ancient stone doors, causing shocking collisions. However, the runes on the stone doors shone and formed a vortex that diluted the violent energy. Then, everything returned to normal. The stone doors did not change at all. What? How could this be? Seeing this, the third prince and the others were stunned. Their faces turned ugly. The elders in the Grand Imperial Hall frowned as they watched the scene through the light screen. As expected of the ruins of the Dark Canyon. It was indeed mysterious. That's right, I wonder if these people can open it. As expected of the ruins of the Dark Canyon. It was incomparably mysterious. That's right, I wonder if these people can open it. The third prince's gaze was gloomy. He quickly looked at Lin Xian and the other two and said, let's attack together. Otherwise, you won't be able to enter. All right. Taoist Master Long nodded. Now was indeed the time to work together. Taoist Master Long and the other two also joined in. Then, those terrifying powerhouses attacked again. Violent energy violently blasted forward. Even the third prince did not remain idle and attacked as well. Boom. Boom, boom. Shocking energy exploded, and the void was instantly torn apart. However, the stone door in front of them did not budge at all. It seemed to have withstood everyone's attacks. Damn it, open. Everyone roared again and increased their strength. The runes on the stone door also began to tremble. It was obvious that it could not withstand the power anymore. The stone door also rumbled as if it was about to open at any moment. However, it did not open in the end. It seemed that they were still lacking a little. Damn it, no, they're still lacking a little. Everyone retracted their hands with ugly expressions. They had already used their terrifying power. They had not opened it yet. Could it be that they had to use their trump cards to open the stone door? However, if they used their trump cards now, wouldn't they be exposing themselves? Therefore, they were in a dilemma for a moment. However, at that moment, a sneer came from behind. So what if I join in? Who is it? Hearing that, their hairs stood on end, and their hearts turned cold. There's someone. Someone is indeed hiding nearby. Previously, they even suspected that it was Lin Xian and the others who had secretly stolen the treasure. However, it seemed that it was very likely not the case. It was very likely that the mysterious powerhouse was hiding in the dark. Now that the door could not be opened, the mysterious powerhouse could no longer hold back and was finally about to appear. The third prince was extremely shocked, while Lin Xian and Taoist Master Long were even more shocked. They did not expect that there would be a hidden powerhouse here. In the Grand Imperial Hall, the elders of the imperial family were also exclaiming. What? There's someone else? Who is it? They're here too? Is it a powerhouse invited from the outside, or a creature from the dark canyon? Thinking of the latter possibility, these people sucked in a breath of cold air, a trace of shock appearing in their eyes. But soon, they were stunned. That was because they saw a golden figure walk out of the light screen. While they were stunned, the third prince and Lin Xian were also stunned. Because they realized that they actually knew this mysterious person, Golden Lion King. It's actually you, the third prince cried out in surprise. Then, his eyes became extremely solemn. The Golden Lion King was a subordinate of the first prince. Now that it was here, did that mean that the first prince was here as well? The Almighties behind him also looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Even Lin Xian and the other two looked serious. Because the Golden Lion King was indeed an incomparably terrifying opponent. Moreover, the other party's background was extremely mysterious. He was a war race genius. More importantly, they didn't know if this fellow had come alone or with the first prince's subordinates. However, after looking around, they heaved a sigh of relief. That was because they discovered that other than the Golden Lion King, no one else appeared. This meant that it wasn't the first prince who brought people to kill their way in. Instead, it was the Golden Lion King who came in by himself. But when they thought of this, their scalps still went numb. He actually dared to enter the dark canyon alone and even managed to come here. Wasn't this Golden Lion King a little too terrifying? Facing everyone's gazes, the Golden Lion King didn't care at all. His tall figure emitted a sun-like radiance, illuminating the surrounding darkness. He was like a war god, bringing with him a strong sense of oppression. Let's work together to break open this stone door, the Golden Lion King spoke in a deep voice. It didn't seem like he was discussing with everyone, but rather, he was giving an order. Hearing this, everyone was unhappy. Which one of them here wasn't a peerless character? How could they be ordered by a young man? The Almighties under the third prince were also unhappy. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he stared at the Golden Lion King. He was a peerless genius, and the other party was also a peerless genius. Moreover, both of them had a perfect record in the first round. He felt a little regretful that they didn't fight in the first round. Seeing the other party, Lin Xian felt the blood in his body boiling. Naturally, the Golden Lion King also felt Lin Xian's gaze. He turned his head, and a golden radiance burst out from his eyes. It was like a golden sharp sword, slicing through the void. Buzz, boom. Boom, boom. Their gazes clashed in the air, creating an intense explosion. Countless black cracks appeared in the void. Then, a black hole appeared between the two of them, showing signs of expanding. Seeing this scene, the Almighties gasped, and shock appeared in their eyes. These two youngsters, don't look at their young age, their strength was really too powerful. At this moment, the energy emitted by the two of them made them feel a chill down their spines. In the Grand Imperial Hall, the elders were all excited when they saw this scene. These were two top young geniuses. If they were to fight, what kind of scene would it be? They were even looking forward to it. Overestimating themselves. On the other hand, the Empress snorted, and a trace of disdain appeared in her eyes. The Golden Lion King was personally invited by her. He was a genius of the war race, and it could be said that he was born for battle. He was extremely strong. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, how could he be compared to the Golden Lion King, Dark Canyon, in front of the stone door? The aura from the two of them was getting stronger and stronger, and it looked like an even more intense collision was about to happen. However, at this moment, the third prince stood out. He sighed, and then said in a deep voice, "The two of you, please stop. Now is not the time to fight. Let's work together and break the stone door first." To be honest, he also hoped that the two of them would fight now, because they were not his subordinates. It would be best if both of them were injured. But now, he should focus on the big picture. He was eager to know what kind of treasure was hidden behind the stone door. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, the third prince decided to work together to open the stone door first. The Golden Lion King snorted and retracted his gaze. On the other side, Lin Xian's aura also receded like the tide, and it returned to calmness. In the next moment, everyone made their move. Boom. Boom, the stone door trembled. This time, it trembled even more violently. Then, a crack appeared on the stone door, and the two doors opened completely. It finally opened. The third prince, Lin Xian, and the surrounding almighties were all excited. Even the elders in the Grand Imperial Hall were excited, let alone them. However, Lin Xian and the others were not in a hurry to enter. They had been to countless ruins and knew that it was extremely dangerous inside. Therefore, they first put on their armor and even surrounded themselves with their king's domain. After all the defenses were set up, they entered. This was the Dark Canyon, 100 times more dangerous than the outside world. They had to be careful. Otherwise, they would not even know how they died. However, when they entered, they were a little stunned. Because along the way, they did not receive any attacks at all, nor did they encounter any formations. This left them in a daze. One had to know that in other ruins, there would be a terrifying formation or attack after taking 2 steps. However, it was calm and peaceful now. This silence made them feel even more uneasy. It had to be said that it was very magical inside because they realized that it was a world of its own. Indeed, as they walked, they felt that the scene under their feet had changed. It was no longer a cave, but an island floating in the sky. The surroundings were no longer dark, but white clouds and immortal fog. In front of them, the palaces and pavilions were emitting resplendent light. Those who did not know better would think that they had arrived at a paradise. The third prince and the others were dumbfounded. Lin Xian was also extremely surprised. The royal family elders stared with their eyes wide open in disbelief. They did not expect that there would be such a magical ruin in the Dark Canyon. Which peerless powerhouse had left it behind? We're rich. We're rich, ha 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 ha, those mighty figures cheered excitedly. From the looks of it, no one had been here before. Moreover, it was definitely the wealth left behind by a peerless powerhouse. There were definitely countless natural treasures inside. If they could get some, they would definitely be rich. Taoist Master Long and the Netherworld King also took a deep breath. Their eyes were filled with joy. At the side, the Golden Lion King revealed a smile. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he looked around. He had already summoned Little White. Once he found a treasure, he would immediately take action. As expected, the mighty figures under the third prince could not wait and quickly rushed forward. Boom, boom. Boom, at this moment, the surroundings changed. In the sky, the clouds rumbled and formed thunderclouds. Then, they came crashing down rapidly. The terrifying lightning was like a wild snake, instantly enveloping those mighty figures. Damn it! Get lost, a powerful being roared towards the sky and spat out flames to resist the lightning above. Some mighty figures waved their mountain-like palms in front of him. The sound of an intense collision was heard. Then, the few powerful beings retreated with gloomy expressions. Because the power of the lightning was truly too terrifying, in particular, the thunderclouds above continued to bombard the sky as if it was a heavenly tribulation. This made the third prince, Daoist Long, and the others gasp. What kind of energy was this? Could it really be a heavenly tribulation? It seemed that they still needed to work together. The third prince's expression was solemn. However, the Golden Lion King merely sneered. No need. Since we're already here, let's rely on our own abilities. As he spoke, he strode forward. Following his actions, a terrifying thundercloud also condensed above him and enveloped the Golden Lion King. Then, the sky full of thunder and lightning poured down. Wang, at this moment, the Golden Lion King also made its move. Golden light erupted from his body and swept out in all directions like the sun. Boom, with a punch, the golden fist tore through the world and landed on the thunderbolts in the sky. Suddenly, a huge black hole appeared. What? So terrifying. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a mouthful of cold air. This Golden Lion King was too frightening. It actually shattered such a frightening lightning with a single punch. One must know that even elite powerful beings would find it hard to resist this thunderbolt. Yet, the Golden Lion King shattered it with a raise of his hand. Didn't this mean that his strength had already surpassed that of an elite powerful being? Oh heavens, just what level had he reached? Was this the strength of the war tribe? This was too terrifying, not to mention the third prince and the others. Even the elders in the Grand Imperial Hall were extremely shocked. The war tribe was extremely mysterious. They had already gone into seclusion 10,000 years ago. Who would have thought that they would come out again? However, the Golden Lion King's strength had left them extremely shocked. The sky full of thunder and lightning poured down and enveloped the Golden Lion King. However, the Golden Lion King's body emitted a golden radiance. The image of a lion circled around him, resisting the terrifying thunderbolts. Then, he took a step forward and walked forward. Damn it, let's do it too. When the third prince saw this scene, he also roared in anger. The powerful beings around him quickly gathered together and worked together to resist the thunderbolts in the sky. Lin Xian also made his move. On Lin Xian's body, the dragon sword domain appeared and enveloped him. On the other side, Daoist Long and the Netherworld King also used their king domains and walked forward. In the sky, the violent thunderbolts descended and directly pierced through the void. Those terrifying thunderbolts caused the scalps of these powerful beings to go numb. They even suspected that if they couldn't hold on and were struck by the thunderbolts, would they be directly pierced through, but fortunately, they didn't encounter any danger along the way. They finally managed to avoid the terrifying heavenly tribulation by a hair's breadth. Everyone's face was pale. When they turned around, they realized that they had only walked about 100 meters. On the ground of that 100 meters, there were blue lines that looked like thunderbolts. Could it be that it was because of these paths that those heavenly tribulations were formed? These people were extremely shocked. As expected of the ancient ruins, it was indeed incomparably mysterious. This made them even more careful. But fortunately, after walking for more than 100 meters, there was a palace in front of them. It was a 6-story pavilion. It was very simple and unadorned, but there was no dust on it. Instead, it was overflowing with light. Boom, the Golden Lion King took the lead. He opened the door and walked in. The people behind also saw the situation inside and exclaimed in surprise. Supreme-grade spirit medicine, a peerless treasure saber. The cauldron was still emitting smoke. Could there be immortal pills in there? Everyone was extremely shocked because they realized that in the center of the hall on the first floor was a huge cauldron. It was more than 3 meters tall, and there were exquisite patterns carved on it that were vivid and lifelike. What shocked them even more was that there were wisps of white smoke coming out of the hole. Although they weren't alchemists, they had all seen alchemy before. It was exactly the same as the scene in front of them. Could it be that someone was still refining pills in there? Thinking of this, they were extremely vigilant. They looked around cautiously. However, they didn't find anyone. But what was going on with the white smoke? Could it be that the owner of this ruin refined pills? Thinking of this, they were even more stunned. No matter what, this ruin had to have existed for thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years. But the pills were still being refined. Heavens, they didn't dare to imagine. In the Grand Imperial Hall, the royal elders were all shocked when they saw this scene. Even the Emperor and the Empress were shocked. To be honest, they were also very confused. What kind of existence was this? Humph. However, at this moment, the Golden Lion King snorted coldly. Then, he stretched out a huge golden hand and grabbed in front of him. The void trembled, and spiritual energy gathered in the sky. A huge golden palm covered the sky and covered the alchemy furnace. Seeing this scene, the third prince and the others exclaimed, "Damn it! Put down the alchemy furnace." They were too shocked. This alchemy furnace was a supreme treasure. It was very likely that there were top-grade pills inside. Who knew what magical effects it would have? However, it was definitely not simple. Therefore, how could they allow the Golden Lion King to succeed? Although the Golden Lion King was powerful, he was only one person. Therefore, the third prince gave the order to attack. Immediately, the three almighties attacked together to snatch the fiery red alchemy furnace. "You dare to attack me? You are courting death." The Golden Lion King was also furious. He snorted coldly, and a sharp light shone in his eyes. Then, a powerful and terrifying aura surged from his body. The power in the sky collided in the air, forming a terrifying energy fluctuation. On the other side, Daoist Long and the Lord of the Underworld also looked serious. They were also very interested in the fiery red alchemy furnace. Then, the Lord of the Underworld asked, "Kid, why don't we attack together?" Lin Xian's eyes also flickered. He did not answer immediately. Instead, he frowned. Actually, he did not need the Lord of the Underworld to tell him. When he first came in, he already noticed the alchemy furnace in front of him. When he saw the white smoke coming out of the alchemy furnace, he was even more shocked. He was different from these people. Not only was he powerful, but he was also an alchemist. Naturally, he knew what it meant to have white smoke coming out of the alchemy furnace. Therefore, he quickly sent a voice transmission to the little white monkey to attack. The little white monkey used Treasure Bowl to try to snatch the pills inside the alchemy furnace. However, it failed. This result surprised Lin Xian. How could it fail? Could it be that there was a powerful array around the alchemy furnace? But that should not be. If there was really a restriction array, he should be able to sense it. However, he did not sense any dangerous aura. The little white monkey also tried again, but it still could not take out anything. Not sure what to do, the snow white monkey began to transmit its voice to Lin Xian, as if it wanted to express something. When Lin Xian heard this, he frowned. "Are you saying that this is fake? Woo woo." Hearing that Lin Xian understood, the little white monkey nodded in the black earth. Fake? This made Lin Xian even more confused. In the next moment, a trace of golden light appeared in his eyes. Everyone's eyes were on the cauldron, so he secretly activated his heavenly secret god eyes. Soon, he was stunned. This was because he discovered that under the gaze of his heavenly secret divine eyes, there was nothing in front of him. It didn't exist. It didn't exist at all. There was no pill furnace in front of him, only an empty space. This greatly shocked Lin Xian. Illusion, this was the first thing that came to his mind. But soon after, he was puzzled. This illusion was too realistic. Even these elite powerhouses, including the Golden Lion King, were all fooled. In fact, even he had been deceived by it. One had to know that his soul was very powerful, and he was also very proficient in illusion. But he did not expect to be deceived. If not for his heavenly secret god eyes, he would not have been able to detect it. Now, the third prince, the Golden Lion King, and the others did not notice anything strange. This was enough to show how terrifying this illusion was. After knowing that it was an illusion, Lin Xian quickly withdrew his heavenly secret god eyes. At this moment, he heard the Lord of the Underworld's question. Then, Lin Xian shook his head, showing a look of disinterest. Then, he started to look in other directions. This was because there were not only cauldrons, but also other things in the surroundings. Seeing that Lin Xian had given up, the Lord of the Underworld was stunned. But then, he sighed. He and Daoist Long did not make a move because they were not confident. Moreover, the Golden Lion King had already started fighting with the third prince. They could watch the battle. Who knew, they might even be able to benefit from it. So, the two of them waited at the side. In front of them, a great battle had erupted. The Golden Lion King stood there like a god of war. He waved his huge golden palm and slapped it in all directions. That palm was like the hand of a demon god, emitting thousands of rays of light. When he waved it gently, the entire space shook. As for the other three elite almighties, they were extremely shocked. They were all powerhouses. But now, the three of them were unable to do anything to the Golden Lion King. It was really unbelievable. The third prince's expression was also serious. He realized that the Golden Lion King was too terrifying. Could it be that the people of the war tribe were all so terrifying? They could fight against three elite powerhouses alone. Scram! At this moment, the Golden Lion King shouted. His voice was like thunder, shaking the void. Then, he clenched his fist and punched out. The space trembled. The golden fist rushed out like a god, letting out a terrifying hell. The light illuminated the heaven and earth. The terrifying energy instantly pushed the three elite powerhouses back. What? Too terrifying. At this moment, the royal family elders who were watching the battle exclaimed. Because the Golden Lion King was too terrifying. After the three almighty experts were forced back, the Golden Lion King extended its palm and enveloped the red pill furnace in front of it. This is mine. A smug smile appeared on the Golden Lion King's face. Seeing this scene, the third prince and the others' expressions changed. On the other side, Daoist Long and the Netherworld King also frowned. Their plan of reaping the benefits of the battle had failed. Because they also did not expect the Golden Lion King to be so powerful. But in the next moment, everyone was stunned. On the third prince's side, Daoist Long and the royal family elders were all stunned. It was as if they had seen a ghost. Their minds were blank. Even the Golden Lion King was stunned. The smile on his face disappeared. It was replaced by a gloomy expression and a thick killing intent in his eyes. This was because the red pill furnace that he had grabbed had actually disappeared in an instant. That incomparably exquisite, red and translucent stone furnace turned into a wisp of white smoke and dissipated with the wind. It disappeared. What happened? Everyone was stunned. The Golden Lion King's gaze was like a sharp sword, piercing through the void. With a roar, the surrounding sky collapsed. Who is it? Void God Realm Ghost, get out here. There was a terrifying killing intent in his voice. However, no one answered him. The entire pill furnace had disappeared completely. It was as if it had never appeared. How could this be? Everyone was dumbfounded. A few grand cultivators even roared crazily. Damn it, immortal pill. My immortal pill, who took my immortal pill? They were indeed furious. After all, it was an immortal pill that had existed for tens of thousands of years. If they ate one, they might be able to break through and become a supreme expert. They might even have the chance to become an invincible king. This was a huge opportunity. Whoever obtained it would be able to defy the heavens and change their fate. However, such a great opportunity had actually disappeared right in front of their eyes. How could they accept this? Not to mention them, even the elders of the royal family were stunned. They exclaimed. What was going on? Who got it? It just disappeared. This was too strange. What exactly was going on? Do you know? Everyone was discussing. However, in the end, they did not understand either. Therefore, for a moment, many of the elders of the royal family looked forward. The ones sitting above were naturally the emperor and the empress. They did not understand, but the emperor should be able to understand. Could it be an illusion? An elder asked. The others also nodded. It was very possible, yes, it was definitely an illusion. However, this illusion was too brilliant. It even deceived all of them. That Golden Lion King, as a genius of the war race, was also deceived. What kind of illusion was this? However, at this moment, the Emperor's eyes flickered. He said in a deep voice. It was not an illusion, but a remnant image. What? A remnant image? Hearing this, the elders were all stunned. This was completely different from an illusion. Illusion was a kind of mental attack. It was used to deceive the soul of a person and make them think that it was real. However, the remaining images were different. It was not an illusion. It was real. It was just that it had been preserved in some way. It was equivalent to recording something that had happened before. Could it be that the pill furnace from before was real? A supreme expert was refining pills. However, it was not now. It was the scene of refining pills thousands or even tens of thousands of years ago. It was left in the void. What kind of heaven-defying method was this to be able to do this? Although these people were also very powerful, and some of them were even peerless almighties, they still couldn't do this. They could split mountains and seas. However, to preserve the scene of their previous life for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, they could not do it even if they were beaten to death. Perhaps, even an invincible king might not be able to do it. Could it be that this was left behind by a saint? Thinking of this possibility, they became even more excited. The things left behind by the saints were sacred relics. It was not common in the central continent. Who would have thought that the dark canyon would actually contain the remains of a saint? These elders were all incomparably excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They couldn't wait to charge into the dark canyon and see the saint's ruins for themselves. Although the Golden Lion King and the others did not know what was in the ancient remnant, it was left behind by a sage. However, they guessed that it should be an illusion, so their faces were gloomy. Originally, they were here to hunt for treasures, but they didn't expect to be tricked the moment they entered. This made them very unhappy. Therefore, in the next moment, they angrily searched everywhere. Since the pill furnace list wasn't real, then the other items should be real. At this moment, they were shocked. That was because there was an extremely powerful ripple in front of them. Then, they all looked over. Lin Xian was standing in front of a shelf. With a wave of his hand, he pulled out a long blue saber. The blade light was like a star, emitting blue light. Then, it swayed gently and tore through the void. An Earth-rank supreme-grade treasure. Seeing this scene, everyone widened their eyes and stared at the long blue saber with bloodshot eyes. They did not expect that there would be a treasure here. Taoist Master Long and the Lord of the Underworld were also stunned. They did not expect Lin Xian to leave so quickly and look for other things. Could it be that he already knew that the immortal pills in front of him were fake? Thinking of this, they were extremely shocked. Now that they saw Lin Xian pull out a supreme-grade Earth-rank treasure, they were even more shocked. At this moment, on the third prince's side, an old man in blue roared angrily, "Kid, hand over the treasure saber." This old man was an elite mighty figure and a swordsman. Now that he saw a supreme-grade treasure saber, how could he not be tempted? Therefore, in the next moment, he quickly waved his arm, and a saber light slashed forward like lightning. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly and suddenly turned around. He waved the supreme-grade treasure saber in his hand and shot out an even more terrifying saber light that tore through the void. It shattered the opponent's attack. Otherwise, the saber light turned into a shocking dragon and slashed out fiercely. Boom, boom, the old man screamed and was sent flying. A terrifying saber mark appeared on his body. Blood splattered and dyed the sky red. Seeing this scene, everyone's scalps went numb and they were extremely shocked. They looked at Lin Xian with fear in their eyes. Although they were greedy and wanted to snatch the supreme-grade treasure saber, this scene really shocked them. Being able to send an elite mighty figure flying with a single saber strike was absolutely terrifying. Damn it, this kid is already very powerful. Now that he has a supreme-grade treasure saber, his combat strength will increase by a level. The third prince's face was also gloomy. In the next moment, he said, "Ignore him and quickly look for other places. There is definitely more than one treasure here." Hearing that, the other mighty figures moved one after another. They no longer dared to have any ideas about Lin Xian's treasure saber. For a time, the other mighty figures moved in all directions and searched thoroughly. Another supreme-grade treasure. Heavens! That's a top-tier cultivation technique. Everyone looked around and cried out in surprise. They began to tremble with excitement. We're rich. We're definitely rich this time. I didn't expect to see such supreme-grade items everywhere. Lin Xian ignored the others. His gaze was like lightning as he walked forward again. There, he found a few red pill bottles and a few scrolls. They should be pills and pill formulas? Those are ancient pills. Everyone was excited again. After searching for so long, other than weapons and cultivation techniques, this was the first time they had found pills. Therefore, for a moment, everyone's gaze gathered on Lin Xian again. One of the old men also obtained an earth-grade treasure saber. Then, he sneered and quickly charged over. Although Lin Xian had displayed powerful combat strength previously, he was confident that he would not lose to his opponent now that he had a supreme-grade treasure saber. Therefore, in the next moment, he quickly attacked Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered. With a wave of his hand, he stored all the pills and pill formulas into the black earth. Buzz, the old man had already charged over. The red saber in his hand rushed over like a bolt of red lightning, emitting a terrifying light. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian. Go to hell, kid. A sinister look appeared on the old man's face. Lin Xian suddenly turned around, and a sharp aura erupted from his eyes. He would attack the blue saber in his hand. Buzz, crack, the saber light cracked like lightning. The two top-notch sabers collided with each other, producing a shocking explosion. The void split open, and a crack appeared and spread in all directions. Meanwhile, the old man who attacked was sent flying and crashed into a stone pillar. The stone pillar shattered, and the void collapsed. The old man vomited blood and fell to the ground with a terrified expression. How could this be? That's impossible. The old man roared crazily. He also had a supreme-grade saber in his hand, and his weapon was not inferior to his opponent's. However, how could he be sent flying by his opponent? Could it be that his opponent was stronger than him? He could not accept that fact. He struggled to get up and held the red supreme-grade saber, wanting to attack again. However, at that moment, the entire pavilion began to shake as if there was an earthquake. What happened? Is this place going to collapse? Damn it! What happened? The others were also extremely shocked. It was not easy for them to find the location of the treasure, but now it was going to be destroyed. I can't accept this. However, there were still huge rocks rolling down around them. There were even terrifying rays of light that tore through the void. It seemed that if they did not leave, they would be killed. Therefore, those people did not dare to delay and flew into the sky. Lin Xian was also puzzled. He tore through the void and went outside. In the next moment, Taoist Master Long and the Lord of the Underworld appeared beside him. The two of them looked happy. Clearly, they had also obtained some treasures earlier. However, when they came out, they were stunned. They found that the entire island was shaking violently. In the depths of the island, a ray of light shot into the sky like a heavenly pillar and tore through the void. It created a huge void, and a black hole quickly churned. That light is so terrifying. Everyone looked into the distance in shock. Is the apocalyptic divine light about to appear? Their hearts trembled. That aura was too powerful. Even the supreme-grade saber that Lin Xian had just obtained began to tremble. It was not only the saber in his hand. The supreme-grade weapons that the others obtained were also trembling rapidly. What's going on? For a moment, everyone was stunned. In the Grand Imperial Hall, when the elders of the royal family saw that scene through the light screen, they were extremely shocked. Then, they all exclaimed. That light? That's a phenomenon. Could it be that a shocking treasure has appeared? That's right, that must be it. Heavens! The luck of the third prince and the others was way too good to be able to find such a shocking treasure on their first visit. Everyone was shocked, and the eyes of a few elders flickered. Even the best quality treasured saber was trembling. Could it be that a heaven-grade weapon was about to appear? The power of this pillar of light still exceeded Lin Xian and the others' imaginations. It pierced through the sky and directly struck the void. Soon, a sharp beam of light streaked across the dark canyon. It was the beam of light that reached the heavens. Boom. Around the pillar of light, multicolored light swirled and rainbows danced. It was a very strange sight. What's that? Outside the dark canyon, the eighth prince and the others who were sitting cross-legged suddenly opened their eyes. They looked at the huge light pillar in front of them in shock. What a terrifying phenomenon. A peerless treasure is about to appear this time. Some mighty figures exclaimed. However, it was in the dark canyon. It was really surprising. Only one group of people had entered the dark canyon. They never knew what was inside. They did not expect such a phenomenon to appear now. Could it be related to Lin Xian and the others? After all, they might have entered some ancient ruins. That's possible. The mighty figures around the eighth prince discussed animatedly. In the end, they guessed that the phenomenon might be related to Lin Xian and the others. But then, they all turned their heads to look at the eighth prince. They all looked expectant. Among them, an elder said quickly. Eighth prince, should we go in and take a look? Yes, that light is definitely the birth of a heaven-defying treasure. This is definitely a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. The eighth prince's eyes also flickered. To be honest, he also knew that he had never seen such a phenomenon before. He thought that something shocking must have appeared. However, he was struggling in his heart. Because the dark canyon was very dangerous, he did not have the confidence to win. If he suffered any losses, he would be teleported out and have no chance to compete for the crown prince position. Therefore, after pondering for a moment, the eighth prince gritted his teeth and said, "We won't go in." What? Hearing this, the surrounding mighty figures were stunned. Some of them even became anxious. 8 Huanzi, this is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. If we get it, our strength will undergo a heaven-defying change. Even the first prince won't be able to stop us. The group of people persuaded him. However, the eighth prince's eyes became more and more determined. He said in a deep voice, "There is indeed a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity inside. However, the dark canyon is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. After entering, there is an 80% chance of dying. This is definitely not beneficial for the crown prince position. Therefore, I have decided not to go in." At this moment, the eighth prince was very calm. He was not affected by the phenomenon. Instead, he took the safest and most reliable method. When the surrounding mighty figures heard this, they fell silent. Indeed, although the treasure was good, the dark canyon was even more dangerous. They were not confident that they could enter unscathed. Alright then, I can only hope that Lin Xian and the other two will be able to obtain this heaven-defying treasure. Then, the mighty figures sat down cross-legged again and waited quietly. However, it was not only the eighth prince who saw it. This pillar of light was so dazzling that even the princes who were tens of thousands of miles away saw it. Heavens, what is that? A heaven-defying phenomenon. It actually triggered a heaven-defying phenomenon. This is the sign of a peerless treasure appearing. Let's go and take a look. When the princes saw this scene, they were all excited. Then, they led the surrounding elite mighty figures and rushed in that direction. When the first prince saw this scene, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Haha, this prince is really lucky. To think that I would encounter such a rare phenomenon that is hard to come by in 1,000 years. Since that's the case, how could I miss it? Men, let's go. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Then, these people turned into long streaks of light and streaked across the sky, flying rapidly in the direction of that place. Of course, not every prince showed great interest in the heaven-defying phenomenon. Among them, the fourth prince looked into the distance and frowned. As for the mighty figures around him, they were all extremely excited. I recommend a book, Super Soldier King Returns to the Invincible Style. Those who like the city should read it. Fourth prince, let's go too. However, the fourth prince snorted coldly. No, that direction is the dark canyon. I'm guessing that it's something inside the dark canyon. It's a dangerous place. Going in is suicide. Let them fight for it. We'll take this opportunity to explore the other ruins. After saying that, he turned around and left in the opposite direction with his people. The people outside were getting restless. Inside the dark canyon, there was a strange scene. Especially the ancient ruins where Lin Xian and the others were. Ever since the light pillar appeared, it did not disappear. Instead, it spread rapidly. The floating island was completely shrouded in multicolored light. Thousands of multicolored lights hung down like divine rainbows. It was shocking. The most excited people were the third prince and the others. That was because they were the closest. Therefore, in the next moment, the third prince led these powerhouses and quickly ran forward. On the other side, the Golden Lion King snorted coldly and took a step forward. Like a stream of light, it tore through the void. Let's go too. Taoist Master Long's eyes flickered. He took a deep breath and moved. Lin Xian followed behind, but the light in his eyes became sharper and sharper. Ka ka ka, boom boom boom. However, this path was not easy to walk. Not long after they ran, lightning appeared in the sky again and crashed down. Obviously, it wanted to stop them from going forward. However, it could not stop them from going forward. After all, the phenomenon in front of them was too dazzling. Therefore, in the next moment, these people roared and fought against the heavenly tribulation in the sky. Purple Demon Saber, an old man roared and waved the supreme grade saber in his hand. Suddenly, an incomparably terrifying purple saber light surged out quickly. Then, it tore through the sky and slashed forward. Boom, as the saber slashed down, a huge crack appeared in the lightning that filled the sky. Humph. On the other side, the Golden Lion King snorted coldly and clapped his hands. A huge golden palm soared into the sky. Wherever it passed, the lightning was completely shattered. Lin Xian also attacked with all his might. Lin Xian held a supreme-grade saber in his hand and slashed out beams of light. The power of this saber was extremely terrifying. It directly caused the entire void to collapse. Taoist Long and the Underworld King also made their moves. On the other side, the third prince and the others were also roaring furiously as they attacked the thunderbolts in the sky with all their might. Finally, they slowly advanced through the countless bolts of lightning. After an intense battle, they avoided the terrifying heavenly tribulation and arrived at the depths of the floating island. There was a bluestone path that led straight inside. From the looks of it, this should be the passage. However, the few of them frowned. The reason for that was because they discovered that the aura of lightning contained within the bluestone path had become even more frightening. In fact, it was even more terrifying than the previous heavenly tribulations. Damn it, what kind of place is this? How can there be such terrifying lightning energy? A higher being's expression was quite grim because he felt his hair stand on end. It was as if the lightning ahead could threaten his life. Humph, if you're afraid of death, then scram, there was no need for trash here. At this moment, the Golden Lion King coldly snorted. What did you say? He was actually reprimanded by a young man. That powerful being was immediately enraged. However, the Golden Lion King only sneered. What? Am I wrong? You can't even withstand this little bit of lightning, and you still want to snatch the treasure? I really don't know if water entered your brain. Also, have your 1,000 years of cultivation been wasted on a pig's body? After saying that, he snorted coldly and ignored that powerful being. Instead, he directly walked forward. Boom, as he took a step forward, the bluestone path in front of him flickered with incomparable radiance. Countless runes quickly lit up. After that, bluestone lightning intertwined in the sky and formed a human figure made of lightning. That human figure made of lightning was extremely frightening. It had completely surpassed the heavenly tribulation from before. The moment it appeared, it let out a ferocious roar and quickly charged toward the Golden Lion King. What was that? A human-shaped lightning. At the back, the adults exclaimed in surprise. Even Lin Xian frowned. The third prince, Taoist Long, and the others looked even more solemn. The Golden Lion King sneered. A trace of coldness appeared on his handsome face. Then, he clenched his fist and punched out. A mere lightning spirit dares to be arrogant in front of me? The Golden Lion King sneered in disdain. Light bloomed in his eyes. He clenched his right hand into a fist and punched out like a lion. Boom, this punch caused the entire space to distort. All the lightning in the sky was blown away. The frightening power surged forward like an avalanche. Boom, that humanoid lightning roared furiously and quickly struck out with his palm. Suddenly, 10,000 lightning bolts appeared. An incomparably frightening palm violently punched out. Boom. Crack, however, in the next moment, it suddenly shattered. Because the Golden Lion King's fist was indomitable. Nothing could stop it. In an instant, it pierced through the lightning palm. Die for me, speaking until here, the golden light in the Golden Lion King's eyes shone even brighter. He punched out a golden palm that covered the sky. It was like a golden divine mountain descending from the sky. Boom, that human-shaped lightning was smashed into pieces. Once again, it turned into countless bluestone lightning bolts and scattered in all directions. Humph, seeing this scene, the Golden Lion King sneered. Then, he took a step forward and walked forward. Lightning bolts flew towards him. However, the golden light on his body turned into a peerless ferocious beast to resist the lightning bolts. What frightening combat power! Behind him, the third prince and the others gasped when they saw this scene. This Golden Lion King was simply too powerful. It seemed that he had definitely surpassed the elite powerhouses. This kind of combat power was definitely at the peak. Inside the Grand Imperial Hall, those elders also saw this scene through the screen. They all exclaimed in surprise. As expected of a member of the battle group. His combat power was simply too heaven-defying. That's right. He definitely had the combat power of a peak powerhouse. I'm afraid that elite powerhouses are nothing in his hands. Such an existence was simply invincible among the younger generation. I'm afraid that no one in the younger generation is his match. Why do I feel that even those older powerhouses aren't his match? The war race was indeed too frightening. Exclamations could be heard. Clearly, the power displayed by the Golden Lion King had truly shocked these royal elders. On the other side, the third prince and Daoist Long also became anxious when they saw the Golden Lion King walking further and further away. They roared furiously and prepared to attack. However, at this moment, a figure was faster than them and walked ahead of them. What? It's that brat. The powerhouses on the third prince's side were extremely shocked. This was because they saw Lin Xian holding a supreme-grade treasured saber and walking forward in large strides. This brat wanted to enter the front alone, fight against the lightning bolts. A few elite powerhouses frowned. The corners of their mouths curled up into a cold smile. Truly reckless, humph. Who does he think he is? Can he be compared with the Golden Lion King? The third prince sneered. Even the elders of the royal family were discussing. But soon, they were stunned. Everyone opened their eyes wide as if they had seen a ghost. Especially those powerful figures around the third prince. Their faces were all red as if they had been slapped in the face in public. Lin Xian walked forward. Then, the lightning in front of him intertwined and formed a humanoid lightning. That humanoid lightning charged towards Lin Xian with lightning speed. Its body emitted powerful electricity that pierced through all directions. This aura once again made the hearts of these powerful figures tremble. However, Lin Xian sneered. He held the supreme-grade saber with both hands and slashed down. The terrifying saber light tore through the void and split the humanoid lightning in half. What? He split it in half. Everyone's eyes almost popped out. This kid is too terrifying. He split a humanoid lightning in half with a saber. Heavens, could it be that his combat strength has reached the level of a top-notch powerful figure? These people were all stunned. In the Grand Imperial Hall, the elders of the royal family twitched their mouths and their scalps went numb. This kid can definitely compete with the Golden Lion King. No, not necessarily. One of the elders opened his eyes wide and pointed at the screen. Come and see. The Golden Lion King is actually challenging two humanoid lightning by himself. Damn, this is heaven-defying. These people were about to go crazy because the Golden Lion King was currently contending against two humanoid lightning. His entire body emitted a powerful golden light. He was like a god of war as he fought against the two humanoid lightning. In the end, he struck out two golden lions and swallowed the humanoid lightning. Powerful, incomparably powerful, especially the third prince and Daoist Long. They looked at the Golden Lion King with heavy hearts. This kind of combat strength was rarely seen in their lives. Buzz buzz buzz. When Lin Xian saw this scene, the corners of his mouth curled up. The supreme grade saber in his hand drew a strange arc. The terrifying saber light swept across the heaven and earth. In an instant, it enveloped the two humanoid lightning in front. What? He also wants to challenge two humanoid lightning? Heavens, am I dreaming? Damn, this kid is too crazy. Could it be that he can also fight against them? Pretentious, he must be pretentious. I don't believe that he can contend against two humanoid lightnings. On the third prince's side, a group of mighty figures roared madly. They were truly agitated. How could he be so strong? However, they did not believe that Lin Xian would be able to contend against the two human-shaped lightning bolts. Even the Golden Lion King stopped and turned around. Soon after, the Golden Lion King revealed a disdainful smile. Lin Xian did not pay attention to these people. His gaze was fixed on the two human-shaped lightning bolts in front of him. The two human-shaped lightning bolts also flew over quickly and stood side by side, emitting a terrifying aura. Violent lightning filled the surroundings, forming a lightning domain. It turned into a sea of lightning that swallowed Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body formed the image of an ice goddess. The terrifying ice resisted the lightning that filled the sky. Heaven-extinguishing chaos sword, the supreme-grade treasured saber in his hand was now used as a long sword, and he quickly slashed out. Suddenly, a few sharp sword auras appeared in the sky. This was the primal chaos sword aura. It was as heavy as 10,000 pounds and crushed the void. It slashed out like a giant dragon. Boom, the sea of lightning was instantly pierced through, and the terrifying primal chaos chi covered the surroundings. Then, the two humanoid lightning bolts were split apart. What, he also killed two humanoid lightning bolts? These people were really crazy. They looked at Lin Xian in horror. Their bodies were trembling. Powerful, he was too powerful. They could not do such a thing. In other words, the young man in front of them had completely surpassed them in terms of combat strength. They could not believe it, a young man in his 20s had actually surpassed them, the seniors who had lived for thousands of years. For a moment, these people were stunned on the spot. The imperial family elders were also dumbstruck. The Golden Lion King frowned. He did not expect that the other party could contend against two humanoid lightning bolts. This was beyond his expectations. Could it be that the other party could really compete with him? Thinking of this, he snorted coldly and his face sank. As a genius of the war tribe, he thought that he was unparalleled in the world and that no one could be compared to him. But now, there was someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him? How could he tolerate this? Therefore, in the next moment, he turned his head and roared. He stretched out his palm and covered the three humanoid lightning bolts in front of him. He wanted to use his heaven-defying and incomparably violent strength to prove to the world that he was unique and undefeatable. In fact, he could not be looked up to. Behind him, Lin Xian let out a long roar. The aura on his body suddenly changed, turning into streaks of lightning that swept across the surroundings. This brat also had the power of lightning? Could it be that he was also a lightning-type martial artist? Everyone exclaimed again. The power of lightning on Lin Xian's body became more and more violent. Then, it formed the shadow of a three-headed hellhound that roared at the sky. The terrifying power of lightning struck in all directions. Two completely different types of lightning power collided and caused a great destruction. Then, three humanoid figures also quickly charged toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian was also going to fight against three humanoid lightning bolts. Heavens, was he going to fight against the Golden Lion King? Everyone was extremely shocked. As for the elders of the royal family, they were all excited. Previously, they were still guessing who was stronger and who was weaker between the two. Now that they thought about it, they could see clearly. Because both of them were fighting against three humanoid lightning bolts by themselves. And these humanoid lightning bolts were incomparably terrifying. They were not weaker than powerful experts. Could the two of them fight against each other? They did not know, but they could feel the blood in their body boiling. They were extremely excited. 1 against 3. Lin Xian indeed felt a great pressure. However, he became more and more courageous as the battle went on. The supreme-grade battle saber in his hand turned into a terrifying chaotic aura and slashed in all directions. The three humanoid lightning bolts in front of him were also crazily attacking. The terrifying power of lightning made people tremble. The people behind were all stunned. They looked at the two huge whirlpools in front of them and were speechless for a long time. Because no matter if it was Lin Xian or the Golden Lion King, their combat strength was too heaven-defying. It was not something they could imagine. Boom, ah, seal of the fearless lion, at the front, the Golden Lion King roared. His golden hair fluttered and his entire body emitted a terrifying aura. Along with his palm, the three-headed golden lion suddenly spat out and tore the three humanoid lightning bolts apart. And the aura on his body had also reached a peak. Humph, Primal Chaos Heaven Destroyer Sword. At the same time, Lin Xian used a terrifying heaven-tier cultivation technique. He also used an extremely powerful sword chi to kill the three humanoid lightning bolts. What, the two of them actually succeeded? Everyone looked at the scene in front of them and was stunned. They did not expect that Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King could kill the three humanoid lightning bolts. It was really out of their expectations. The Golden Lion King also frowned. He suddenly turned his head and stared at Lin Xian with a gaze as sharp as a knife. The Golden Lion King also frowned. It abruptly turned its head and stared at Lin Xian with a gaze as sharp as a knife. To be honest, he was extremely surprised. Because he didn't expect that the young man behind him could be compared to him. What a joke! He couldn't accept it, therefore, at the next moment, he coldly snorted. Kid, you want to challenge me? You're overestimating yourself, Lin Xian also snorted. My goal is to become a great emperor. Who do you think you are to be my opponent? Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Their scalps went numb as they couldn't believe it. What did he say? He actually dared to look down on the Golden Lion King? Heavens, isn't this kid too arrogant? That's the genius of the war race. The legendary race that was born for battle. That's right, this kid must be crazy. Even if he could resist 3 streaks of lightning, it didn't mean that he could resist the Golden Lion King. Perhaps, the Golden Lion King didn't use his full strength earlier. Sounds of discussion could be heard. Everyone thought that Lin Xian had really gone mad. Too arrogant, the Golden Lion King's face also sank. A terrifying killing intent burst out from his eyes. Kid, what did you say? Say it again. His voice was cold. The aura on his body quickly condensed and a golden phantom appeared on his body. Humph, I'm not afraid of you. Lin Xian took a step forward. His body erupted with a cold chaotic sword light. Sword chi surrounded him and tore the sky apart. Then, the sword chi spiraled and turned into a real dragon, coiling above Lin Xian. Boom boom boom, the two of them faced each other. They both summoned huge phantoms and suppressed the surroundings. The surrounding aura also became more and more condensed. Just the aura emitted from them caused the surrounding space to collapse. At the back, the third prince, Daoist Long, and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. They knew that they couldn't wait any longer. They had to act quickly. Otherwise, if they were left behind, they wouldn't have the chance to obtain the peerless treasure. Therefore, they also displayed their powerful strength and began to enter the green path. Then, thunderous attacks appeared one after another. They resisted crazily. In front of them, Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King were facing each other. The aura on their bodies was becoming more and more condensed. The Golden Lion King coldly said, Brat, you don't have the qualifications to obtain the treasures ahead. Those treasures belong to me, whether or not I'm qualified, it's not up to you to decide. Treasures were innate, and only those with the ability could obtain them. Whoever was stronger would get the treasure. If you want to stop me, you'll have to be prepared to be killed. You want to kill me with just you alone? He really overestimated himself. After the Golden Lion King heard this, it sneered in disdain. Is that so? It just so happens that I want to experience whether or not the war race is as powerful as the legends say. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The Golden Lion King was finally enraged. It coldly snorted, and the golden aura on its body suddenly erupted. As if it was going to destroy the world, it illuminated the entire sky. Then, he stretched out his palm. The giant golden palm crushed the void. It was incomparably terrifying, destroying everything in its path. Chop, Lin Xian swung the saber in his hand and slashed out a huge light blade. The terrifying light blade descended like a river of stars, boundless and boundless. In the next moment, the two collided and a huge explosion occurred. The aftermath of that energy directly tore apart all the lightning in the surroundings. This scene was like the end of the world, causing people to be shocked. The expressions of the third prince, Daoist Long, and the others also changed. They all retreated to avoid the aftermath. In the Grand Imperial Hall, the royal family elders cried out in alarm when they saw this scene. Because the two peerless geniuses had finally fought. Boom! 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 A huge explosion occurred in front of them, and the surrounding sea of lightning was instantly pierced through. That giant golden palm blocked the sharp sword light, and then the light dimmed. Crack! In the end, it was cut in half. However, that terrifying sword energy was also torn apart under the power of the giant golden palm. The two attacks dissipated in the sky at the same time, vanishing into thin air. When everything disappeared, the third prince, Daoist Long, and the other almighties behind were all shocked. They were evenly matched, these two were actually evenly matched, their hearts turned cold. This was too terrifying. They could understand the Golden Lion King's strength because he was a legendary genius of the war race. Lin Xian was actually able to fight against such a legendary genius. It was simply too heaven-defying. On the other side, Lin Xian was also shocked. The other party was indeed a genius of the war race. He was indeed terrifying. The other party's palm was simply too sharp, carrying an incomparably terrifying force that made him extremely shocked. It was only because of his unparalleled combat strength that he was able to block it. If it was any other elite almighties, they would probably have been smashed into a bloody mist. He was actually able to block my attack. On the other side, the Golden Lion King was also extremely surprised. He frowned and his face was incomparably gloomy. Because he was a genius of the war race and was extremely powerful. That palm just now was something that even elite almighties couldn't block. Probably only peak almighties could block it. But now, this young man in front of him actually blocked it and even shattered his attack. It was truly unexpected. But so what, only death awaited those who dared to fight against him, therefore, in the next moment, his expression was gloomy. He took a step forward, causing countless cracks to appear in the void. The surrounding sea of lightning was also mercilessly pierced through. Brat, you actually dare to fight against me. Today, I will let you know the power of the war race. The Golden Lion King's voice was ice cold. His golden hair fluttered in the wind. His gaze was like a sharp blade cutting through the void. At this moment, he was like an ancient war god, causing others to tremble. Lin Xian coldly snorted. The war race was only SOSO. It was just that the legends said that they were too powerful. Today, I will shatter this legend. Lin Xian's body once again emitted an incomparably terrifying sword aura. The sword aura spread out in all directions, causing the sky to change color. At this moment, Lin Xian was like a peerless sword god. His body emitted a sharp and terrifying sword intent. Subsequently, he grasped the supreme-grade saber in his hand and a terrifying aura crazily surged out. The saber slashed down. Although it was a saber, Lin Xian used a sword technique. The biting cold sword light was like a rainbow, piercing through heaven and earth as it rapidly flew out. Your attacks have no effect on me at all. The Golden Lion King coldly snorted. This kind of attack can't hurt me at all. He clenched his fist and punched out with his golden fist. It pierced through all directions and directly blasted the sword aura away. This Golden Lion King's physique was so strong. It could actually fight against a supreme-grade earth-grade artifact barehandedly. Those supreme experts and the royal family elders exclaimed in admiration. They were extremely envious. Even they didn't dare to fight against a supreme-grade earth-grade artifact saber barehandedly. However, the Golden Lion King easily did it. It had to be said that it was really shocking. This also showed how terrifying the war race was. Lin Xian frowned. The great dragon sword soul within his body surged. Immediately, an even more terrifying sword aura surrounded his body, forming a terrifying sword light. It completely enveloped him. Boom! Lin Xian unleashed hundreds of sword chi in a row. His speed had reached the extreme at this moment, and it was almost completed in a blink of an eye. In the sky, the sword light that filled the sky swept in all directions before ruthlessly slashing down. Boom! Boom, boom. The terrifying sword wave easily cut open the void. Even Daoist Long and the other Almighty's expressions changed. One could imagine how terrifying this sword chi was. Facing thousands of sword chi, the Golden Lion King also frowned. A terrifying divine light burst out from its eyes. The golden light on its body became even more terrifying. It moved its fists and unleashed an incomparably ferocious fist technique. Terrifying light flickered. In the sky, countless golden fists surged and collided with the sword chi in the sky. A shocking battle erupted. Terrifying light shocked the surroundings. Some of the human-shaped lightning that had just formed in the surroundings were directly turned into ashes by the explosion of this energy. Damn it, where did that kid come from? He could actually withstand so many moves from the Golden Lion King? That's not right. This kid's aura hasn't weakened even until now. How rich is the spiritual energy in his body? Is he really just a 6-star king? Everyone was stunned. If Lin Xian was an elite almighty, it wouldn't be strange for him to have such combat strength. However, the other party was just a 6-star king. Even if a 6-star king could display the combat strength of an elite almighty, the amount of spiritual energy in his body couldn't be compared at all. The difference between an almighty and a 6-star king could be said to be heaven and earth. However, at this moment, Lin Xian seemed to have broken this rule. This shocked everyone. Not to mention Lin Xian, that Golden Lion King was also the same. From the looks of it, he shouldn't be a true almighty. These two people were both 6-star kings, but they had such heaven-defying combat strength, it was really shocking. Just as everyone was exclaiming, the battle ahead became even more intense. Lin Xian's body was filled with sword chi. The dragon sword spirit domain appeared, and then sword light that filled the sky quickly surged out. A lion-like phantom appeared on the Golden Lion King's body. It was like a huge golden mountain. Yang Tian roared, letting out an incomparable roar. Instantly, the sword chi that filled the sky was shattered. Following the Golden Lion King's actions, that Huangjun Xianxia immediately raised one of its claws and slapped it towards Lin Xian. It blotted out the sky and covered the earth, annihilating the void. It was as if it was really an ancient ferocious beast, extremely terrifying. Humph, Lin Xian coldly snorted. How could he lose to a demonic beast phantom? He had just subdued the phantom of an immemorial demonic beast, and it was the perfect time to use it against the enemy. Therefore, in the next moment, blood-red sword patterns appeared under his feet and enveloped the surroundings. An overwhelming murderous aura instantly burst out. Boom. Boom, a boundless smell of blood emerged, and there seemed to be a sea of blood surging around. The expressions of those powerful beings changed. Countless sword chi intertwined to form an incomparably terrifying primordial phantom. Roar, boom. Boom, that primordial vanity beast covered the sky and covered the sun. As soon as it appeared, it moved its body, and everywhere it passed, the void shattered. Accompanying it was an extremely terrifying aura that caused the adults to feel a chill run down their spines. Damn it, what kind of aura is this? How could it be so terrifying? Why do I have a feeling that my heart is palpitating? Everyone swallowed their saliva and looked up at the black primordial phantom, dumbstruck. That was the immemorial demonic crocodile. Damn it, wasn't that the crocodile? How did he have this primordial phantom? The third prince and the others were all stunned, and their scalps went numb. They had faced this kind of black crocodile before. It was extremely terrifying and could even kill elite mighty beings. Moreover, it was only a young crocodile. In the end, they found out that it was a peerless demonic beast that had been passed down since ancient times. Its strength was extremely terrifying, and they had to use extremely powerful methods to escape. But what was going on now? How could Lin Xian have such a primordial phantom? Wasn't that the power of the dark demonic crocodile's bloodline? How could it appear in his hands? Not to mention the third prince and the others, even the royal elders in the Grand Imperial Hall exclaimed in surprise. Damn it, how did this kid do it? Everyone was stunned. However, an elder exclaimed. Right, didn't a young primordial crocodile disappear earlier? Could it be that it was killed by this kid? And its demonic soul was extracted? When these words were said, the royal elders all sucked in a breath of cold air. Because they realized that it was very likely to be the case. However, the other party was actually able to kill a dark demonic crocodile. Moreover, he had successfully refined the demonic soul, which really shocked them. At the same time, they were extremely envious. After all, this was an immemorial demonic soul, which was extremely terrifying. They wondered how the Golden Lion King would resist it. Everyone was looking forward to it. Because they knew that the war race, as a race that had been passed down since ancient times, naturally had its own bloodline power. They might be able to use this battle to gain some insight. The Golden Lion King frowned when he saw the primordial phantom filling the sky. Then, the corner of his mouth rose into a cold smile. I thought you had some methods to fight against me. I didn't expect that you only extracted the soul of an immemorial demonic soul. Do you think that you can fight against me like this? The Golden Lion King sneered in disdain. Isn't it just a dark demonic crocodile? I've just killed one. Do you think you can fight against me with just its demonic soul? You are overestimating yourself. What? The Golden Lion King also killed a dark demonic crocodile? Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. This was too heaven-defying. When did the Golden Lion King do it? They cried out in surprise. Since the Golden Lion King dared to come to the Dark Canyon alone, he might have encountered the dark demonic crocodile. However, the other party was actually able to successfully kill the dark demonic crocodile. This was enough to prove how powerful and terrifying his strength was. The Golden Lion King's words caused everyone to be shocked. Even Lin Xian frowned. He didn't expect the Golden Lion King to have killed the dark demonic crocodile. However, so what? The immemorial demonic soul had become incomparably powerful in his demon-slaying sword formation. It was definitely not something that could be imagined before. Kill, therefore, in the next moment, he roared and controlled the immemorial demonic soul to attack. In the sky, the huge immemorial demonic soul emitted a terrifying fluctuation. Then, its huge body descended rapidly like a mountain. On the other side, the Golden Lion King controlled the Golden Lion Phantom to fight against the immemorial demonic crocodile. The two demonic souls clashed in the sky. The terrifying energy fluctuations caused the space to be destroyed. Even if it was a powerful expert, his heart would tremble. These two immemorial demonic souls were too terrifying. It was as if they were real ancient demonic beasts. In an instant, the two clashed. They were evenly matched and the galaxy was shattered. Buzz, however, at this moment, the Golden Lion King roared. A ray of light from outer space shot towards Lin Xian. Its golden fist was like an eternal light as it blasted over. Pung, Lin Xian was still fearless. He waved his long sword and unleashed a terrifying light. It turned into a long rainbow and slashed down. It was so powerful that even the void was trembling. The battle between the two completely drowned the front. Behind them, the third prince and the rest had a gloomy expression because their path was cut off. The two were fighting in front and they couldn't get through. They could only wait here. Boom, boom. Boom, however, at this moment, the light pillar in the distance changed again. An even more majestic aura burst forth as if it would appear at any time. Seeing this scene, the Golden Lion King's eyes turned cold. He didn't want to fight anymore. He turned into a ray of light and flew forward. Compared to fighting, obtaining the rare treasure was more important. Humph, Lin Xian also snorted and used the demigods and semi-devils to chase after them. His speed was very fast. In an instant, he rushed forward. The entire sea of lightning was mercilessly pierced through. Seeing that Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King had finally left, the powerful beings behind heaved a sigh of relief. In the next moment, they didn't delay any longer and quickly moved forward. They finally came to the front. There was a valley there. It was surrounded by mountains on three sides and there was only one entrance. The walls surrounding the mountain exuded an ancient aura, as if they had existed for thousands of years. Not only that, there were mysterious runes on them. They were very profound. It was impossible to understand. However, the aura they emitted was extremely shocking. The entire valley was almost covered by a huge light. It seemed that the rare treasure was in this valley. Was it here? When the third prince and the rest arrived, they were extremely surprised. They looked forward with fiery eyes. However, there were two figures in front of them, blocking their path. It was Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King. The two of them arrived earlier than them. However, the two of them had an incomparably solemn expression and didn't enter rashly. Boom. Boom, boom. Not long after they arrived, the surroundings of the valley began to tremble rapidly. Then, the ground cracked open and fiery red stone pillars appeared. They were also connected to heaven and earth. There were ancient beasts carved on them. They were vivid and lifelike as if they were real. It emitted an incomparably terrifying aura. 9 fiery red stone pillars joined together to form a terrifying array formation, blocking the path. Humph! Get out of my way. At this moment, an old man wielding a supreme-grade saber fiercely slashed forward. Suddenly, the long saber collided with the pillar that was as red as fire. The void trembled as the 9 fiery red pillars connected together, emitting incomparable energy. His appearance was incomparably mysterious. At this moment, the gigantic light pillar in the valley ahead suddenly trembled. A ray of light swept out in all directions like a wave. Not good. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked and wanted to dodge. However, the speed of the light was simply too fast. It enveloped them in an instant. In the next moment, these people were extremely shocked. They all put up a strong defense. But soon, they were stunned because the light didn't cause any harm to them. What's going on? Could it be that he wasn't injured? These people were puzzled. Ka. Cracking sounds could be heard as the old man's saber shattered into countless pieces, scattering all over the ground. No, damn it, how could this be? That elder cried out in alarm, feeling exceptionally angry. This was a supreme-grade earth-grade saber that he had obtained from the pavilion. The elder was overjoyed to obtain this saber. This was because this saber was not commonly seen in the outside world. A top-grade supreme-grade saber could increase his strength by 1 or 2 times. It could be said that it was absolutely terrifying, but now, it had shattered inexplicably. This was something that he could not accept at all. Ka, he was not the only one. The treasures in the hands of the other almighties had all shattered. Even the saber in Lin Xian's hand had broken into 2 halves. This scene made Lin Xian frown. What's going on? How could this be? Not to mention them, everyone was stunned. The Golden Lion King's face was also gloomy because the treasures he had obtained from the pavilion had also shattered into pieces. His expression was incomparably cold. Inside the Grand Imperial Hall, the elders of the royal family began to discuss among themselves when they saw this scene. How could this be? A supreme-grade earth-grade saber could be said to be incomparably terrifying. If a peerless almighty couldn't shatter it, then even an invincible king couldn't shatter it, right? How could it shatter now? Could it be caused by the light pillar that reached the sky? Heavens! What kind of treasure was this to be able to produce such a terrifying energy? Could it be beyond the earth grade? Could it be a heaven grade treasure? Thinking of this, they exclaimed again and again. Lin Xian also thought of this possibility, so he looked forward with flickering eyes. At this moment, everyone raised their heads and looked forward. They knew that the treasure in front of them was definitely beyond their imagination. Buzz, just as they were shocked, the 9 red pillars in front of them suddenly bloomed with light and then moved quickly. At the place where they were connected to the ground, countless runes spread out and quickly covered the entire ground. Countless runes flickered, and formations lit up one after another, trapping everyone. Damn it, the third prince and the others' faces changed, and they wanted to quickly dodge. However, not only did these mysterious runes spread to the ground, but they also spread to the void, forming a wall of light. It completely sealed the entire space around them. Therefore, in the next moment, they crashed into the wall of light, and a shocking light burst out. Countless runes flashed, but the wall of light did not shatter. A huge vibration force surged towards these powerhouses, and these powerhouses frantically counterattacked, neutralizing the energy. However, they were trapped. Not only these people, but at this moment, Daoist Long, Lin Xian, the Golden Lion King, and everyone else were completely trapped by the formation. They were sealed, Lin Xian, the Golden Lion King, and the others were completely sealed by the formation. In an instant, everyone's faces turned gloomy. Since they were sealed, then they had to break the formation. Everyone began to study the formation. However, there were 9 fiery red light pillars, and Lin Xian and the others happened to have 9 people, so everyone was separated. They could not join forces, and could only study individually. In this way, the third prince's advantage of having more people was gone. The third prince's face was terrifyingly dark. He did not expect this to happen. Lin Xian's lips curled up, because he was also a formation master. Therefore, he sat down cross-legged and began to break the formation. On the other side, the Golden Lion King was simpler and more violent, because he did not study the formation at all. Instead, he used his incomparably powerful combat strength to fight against the runes that filled the sky. Boom boom boom, his golden fist punched forward without any regard for his life, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Terrifying energy surged. But fortunately, everything was sealed by the array formation. Otherwise, this energy alone would be enough to flatten everything within a radius of 10,000 miles. On the other side, mysterious runes appeared on Lin Xian's fingers as he began to crack the array. Moreover, he wasn't cracking it himself. The Crimson Dragon was currently in the Black Earth, so he also let the Crimson Dragon participate in the cracking. The two of them, one in the light and one in the dark, quickly attacked. Although this array was incomparably mysterious and had been passed down from ancient times, under the full strength of Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon, it was quickly resolved. In the end, a crack was torn open. That's great, Lin Xian was overjoyed and increased his speed. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were all extremely shocked. Heavens, it had only been a few hours, and that kid could already tear open a crack. Who exactly was he? Could it be that he was also an array grandmaster? Daoist Long and the Lord of the Underworld were stunned. On the other side, the third prince's face was gloomy. He was extremely mad. He stared fiercely at the light screen, but there was nothing he could do. Because he didn't have the combat strength of the Golden Lion King. In the Grand Imperial Hall, the royal elders were also shocked when they saw this scene. This kid was too terrifying. He was definitely an array grandmaster. But how could he be? Which array grandmaster didn't become one after thousands of years of cultivation? The other party was a young kid in his 20s. Even if his talent was abnormal, it shouldn't be. Besides, were the other array grandmasters as strong as him? A person's energy was limited. How did he do it? These people almost bit off their tongues. However, something even more shocking happened. Because at this moment, an earth-shattering sound came from the light screen again. The Golden Lion King's fist smashed into the array formation, creating a crack. This Golden Lion King was too frightening. This was using pure strength to resist the entire ancient array. How heaven-defying had this guy's strength reached? Could it be that he had already reached the level of a peerless almighty? Everyone was terrified. The Golden Lion King's performance was even more terrifying. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He didn't expect the other party's combat strength to be so strong. But so what? His opponent's consumption should be even faster. Moreover, if he summoned the Great Dragon Sword Soul, he would be able to break through the formation as well. Of course, he would not reveal his trump card. Therefore, he used the most primitive method to remove it. Finally, after another 2 hours, Lin Xian smiled. That was because the array in front of him had a 1-meter-long crack. Although the crack wasn't big, it was enough to let him out. In the next moment, his figure flickered, and he came out completely. What? He had really walked out. The faces of the third prince and his crew darkened upon seeing this, as their eyes were filled with despair. Could it be that he was going to let this kid snatch the heavenly treasure? Thinking of this, they desperately slapped the light screen in front of them. On the other side, the Golden Lion King also let out a furious roar. It punched out with both of its fists, which transformed into 2 lions and completely shattered the light screen in front of it. Then, he strode out of the room. Brat, in front of me, you don't have any chance. The Golden Lion King's eyes flickered as it stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian directly made his move. The 9-held demonic sword went up and slashed out. This sword was like a divine rainbow from the heavens. It was extremely terrifying. It didn't look like a sword light at all, but more like a dragon. It covered the entire sky and mercilessly descended. Boom, the Golden Lion King raised its fist and resisted. An earth-shattering collision sound rang out, and a terrifying light burst forth. The void fluctuated violently, and the surrounding space shattered in an instant. Luckily, the third prince and the others were all covered by the formation, blocking this terrifying energy. Otherwise, just the energy shockwaves alone would have seriously injured these people. The Golden Lion King punched down and blasted the sword chi away. At the same time, another golden figure condensed on its body. The surrounding space was completely illuminated. This time, not only was the space illuminated, but it also carried an extremely terrifying murderous aura. It penetrated through every inch of space and attacked Lin Xian. King's domain, this time, it was the Golden Lion King's domain. Even though the third prince and his crew were separated by the array, they still felt their hearts tremble. Lin Xian let out a low roar, and the ice goddess's illusion surged out from his body. The huge ice wings trembled, releasing the power of ice. The surrounding space quickly froze, and countless frost appeared. It was completely frozen. Even the golden light was frozen. It moved very slowly, as if it had entered a quagmire. Ka, ka. Ka, not only that, the terrifying aura of ice spread toward the Golden Lion King, wanting to freeze it as well. However, the Golden Lion King let out a cold snort, and its body emitted an extremely terrifying aura. It was like a golden sun, shining in all directions. Any ice and snow that came close to it would quickly melt. Brat, your little bit of ice power is useless against me. The Golden Lion King sneered, and a trace of disdain appeared in its eyes. Is that so? Lin Xian snorted, and his eyes flickered. The great dragon sword soul in his body surged, and countless amounts of ice power condensed on his demonic sword. The ice broke. With a swing of the sword, a huge amount of ice sword chi surged, and then an ice sword shadow pierced out. Between heaven and earth, a terrifying storm swept out, and the sword chi crazily engulfed every inch of space. The sharp sword chi contained in it was extremely terrifying, and even the faces of the powerful experts changed. Boom, this sword was extremely terrifying, and it arrived in front of the Golden Lion King in an instant. Even the Golden Lion King was frowning. Because this sword was enough to threaten it. Therefore, it let out a cold snort, and its body swayed, quickly dodging. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian laughed. Why, didn't you say that my ice power is useless against you? Then why are you still dodging? You're just SOSO. Brat, you're courting death. Hearing this, the Golden Lion King was enraged. In the next moment, light bloomed in its eyes. The Golden Lion King went crazy with anger. No one had ever dared to treat it like this. It let out a roar, and a layer of golden light appeared on its body, as if a peerless beast was awakening. Then, it threw a punch forward. The golden fist was like the sun, emitting thousands of rays of light. Lin Xian also let out a long roar, and the demonic sword in his hand emitted a cold light, as if it had crossed over from the demonic realm. The terrifying sword chi directly slashed down. Boom, the two met, and then collided. It was as if the sky had collapsed, and a terrifying aura burned in all directions. So powerful, these two people were too terrifying. In the surroundings, the third prince, Dao Long, and the others exclaimed, and their mouths were wide open. Each of them looked forward with a serious expression. Buzz, Lin Xian's sword slashed down, as if it had pierced through the 9 heavens, and all kinds of terrifying sword light appeared. On the sword, a dragon-like roar sounded. End of chapter 2141. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.